10 years ago, the Chun family suffered a tragic annihilation, yet a girl miraculously saved the young Chun Fei, who subsequently encountered a mysterious master that led him deep into the mountains to study medicine and martial arts. A decade later, having mastered his skills, Chun Fei descended the mountain, tasked by his master to seek out 7 senior sisters, while never forgetting the girl who had rescued him. The blood debts from his family's demise were to be accounted for, and the life-saving grace was to be repaid 100-fold. With the 7 stunning senior sisters joining forces, how much sorrow could the world truly harbor? Junior brother, you are incredibly strong. Junior brother, please show mercy. Junior brother, I can't take it anymore. Chun Fei responded, Senior sisters, please maintain your dignity. Open the door, old man Yi, open up quickly. If you have the ability to teach your disciples, why can't you open the door? If you don't clarify today who your disciple intends to marry, believe me, I will set this wretched house ablaze. In the remote mountains, a secluded rural village was abuzz with a group of elderly women standing before a thatched cottage, hands on their hips, glaring fiercely, as if they had formed a coalition for a crusade. Inside, old man Yi glared at the sleeping Chun Fei on the bed, his anger boiling over. He kicked the bed, exclaiming, How can you be sleeping at a time like this? People have come looking for you, and you still have a nerve to nap. How many daughters have you harmed? Chun Fei, nursing his rear, protested innocently, Master, this is a misunderstanding. You taught me to practice medicine and martial arts, emphasizing real-world experience. I merely attended to the daughters of these women, enhancing their beauty, and occasionally took them hunting in the mountains. Yet, one by one, they all want to marry me. Tell me, what wrong have I committed? Old man Yes' lips twitched. Such audacity truly surpassed all expectations. Enough of your nonsense. Gather your belongings and descend the mountain. Descend the mountain? Chun Fei jolted. Master, are you sending me away? Didn't you keep insisting on returning to Zhongzhou City to settle your family matters? And to repay the girl who saved your life? Old man Yi rolled his eyes. Master, I will visit you often. Chun Fei swiftly packed his belongings. Rascally brat, I hadn't finished speaking yet. Why the rush? Old man Yi cursed. Before you descend, I have 2 matters to impress upon you. Master, please speak. Chun Fei's playful demeanor vanished. Firstly, although your talent is exceptional and you've trained with me these years to be on par with me, do not casually employ the Tai Xian technique unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will bring about bloodshed. Chun Fei nodded earnestly, fully aware of the technique's formidable power. If exposed, he could only imagine the multitude of eyes that would covet it. What about the second matter? Secondly, after descending, locate your 7 senior sisters. Old man Yi said seriously, they must have achieved success in their respective fields. I believe your 2nd and 5th senior sisters are also in Zhongzhou City. At the mention of his 7 senior sisters, Chun Fei smiled broadly. Aside from his master, he had grown up alongside these 7 sisters. However, they had all descended the mountain 5 years ago. He truly missed them. Since the 2nd and 5th sisters were also in Zhongzhou City, that was splendid news. However, I just calculated that it is early spring. You must wait until after the 15th of August to meet your sisters. Old man, you suddenly interjected. Remember, you must wait until after the 15th, even if you encounter your sisters in Zhonghai before that. Do not acknowledge them. Why? Chun Fei was puzzled. After the 15th of August, once you find all your sisters, you will understand. Old man, you spoke mysteriously. If you disobey, not only will you face trouble, but your sisters will too. All right. Chun Fei shrugged, not pressing further. He knew that when his master was reluctant to divulge something, no amount of questioning would yield an answer. Master, I am grateful for your guidance over the years. I will visit you often. Chun Fei knelt and bowed deeply. I am off to the mountain now. Go. Old man, you waved his hand. In a blink, Chun Fei's figure vanished. This boy runs so swiftly, he must have been eager to leave. Oh well, this dragon must emerge eventually. Old man Yi gazed in the direction Chun Fei had departed, his expression complex as he muttered to himself, I hope the storms arrive late, granting him a bit more time. A day later, at the renowned entrance of the Shun Group in Zhongzhou City, Chun Fei gazed up at the towering office building, a smile creeping across his face. After so many years, she must be doing well, he thought, as a beautiful visage surfaced in his mind. Years ago, the Chun family had faced utter devastation. The entire Chun family had exerted every effort to ensure Chun Fei's escape. Yet, he still fell victim to the enemy's pursuit and was gravely wounded, with nowhere to turn. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, An angelic girl pulled him into a vehicle, shielding him with her body and averting danger. Later, he met his master, Old Man Yi, who took him into the mountains to study medicine and martial arts. A decade passed, but Chen Fei never forgot that girl and her kindness. She was none other than Shun Xiangwei, now the president of the Shun Group. Having returned, his first step was to meet her before seeking out the enemies of his past. He intended to settle the scores, blood for blood. As for finding his 7 senior sisters, Chen Fei felt no urgency. He couldn't fathom why his master insisted he wait until after the 15th of August. But there was no arguing with a master's orders. He dared not take such matters lightly. Hey, stop. What are you doing? As Chen Fei approached, the security guard promptly blocked his way. Hello, I'm looking for Shun Xiangwei. Shun Xiangwei? The guard frowned before suddenly realizing. You're looking for our president? Do you have an appointment? No. Do you have an access pass? Not at all. Without anything, you still wish to see our president? The guard scrutinized Chen Fei, a look of disdain on his face. Kid, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? We get countless like you every day. They either leave crawling or lying down. Do you want to try? I genuinely know Shin Xiangwei. Chen Fei retorted. You? The guard scoffed. If you knew the president, I'd be her relative. Kid, if you want to show off, at least change your outfit. The other guards began to mock him, as if they were watching a fool. Wise up and scram, or you'll regret it. What's going on? At that moment, a clear voice rang out, accompanied by an enticing fragrance. All the guards immediately stood at attention, grinning like fools. Good day, Director Li. Director Li, this kid has nothing to his name, yet insists he knows the president and wants to barge in. Is that so? Li Ruosi, clad in a sharp business suit that accentuated her graceful figure, glanced at Chen Fei, her brows slightly furrowed. President Shun has explicitly stated that no unauthorized personnel are to enter. You guards must fulfill your duties. Rest assured, Director Li, we will absolutely be diligent. The guards stood at attention. Unauthorized personnel? Chen Fei felt indignant. If they wouldn't let him in, he wouldn't hold back. Director Li, you're mistaken. What did you say? Li Ruosi glared, thinking she had misheard. How dare you insult Director Li? I see you're just a fool looking for trouble. Several security guards were immediately enraged, eager to protect their flower. Rest assured, Director Li, we will teach him a lesson. Director Li, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it true that every night lately you've been feeling hot all over, with a tight chest and incessant dreams? Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. How could he dare to speak of Director Li in such a manner at night? This was truly reckless. Li Ruosi felt a jolt within her. It wasn't because Chen Fei's words humiliated her, but rather because they were true. During this period, every night she experienced the very symptoms Chen Fei had described. She had consulted numerous doctors to no avail, and it had become a heavy burden on her heart. She never expected Chen Fei could see through it all. While she felt a wave of shame, a glimmer of hope also emerged. You audacious brat, daring to cause a ruckus in our company. We will ensure you leave here lying down. The security guards, unaware of Li Ruosi's thoughts, believed she was furious and rushed to confront Chen Fei. Stop! Li Ruosi suddenly shouted. Her expression fluctuated as she glared at Chen Fei, biting her lip. Hand him over to me, I will deal with him myself. What? The security guards were taken aback. Director Li, leave such rough work to us. Yes, what if the brat has ill intentions? It could be dangerous for you. Don't worry, this is the company he wouldn't dare. Li Ruosi replied, unequivocally, turning to walk into the company. Follow me. Watching Chen Fei follow Li Ruosi inside, the security guards were left speechless. What on earth? Li Ruosi led Chen Fei to a secluded corner and gritted her teeth. Tell me, how did you know? About my condition? I simply observed, Chen Fei said, taking a keen interest in this woman. In terms of both figure and demeanor, she was an exquisite urban beauty, especially her skin, as pure as spring snow. Since you can see that, you must know what illness I have, right? Li Ruosi's tone was urgent, and she seemed to realize she was pleading for help, her attitude becoming significantly more humble. Please, you must help me. If you cure my illness, I will reward you handsomely. A generous reward? Chen Fei replied with a half-smile. Does that include yourself? What did you just say? Li Ruosi was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and anger. She had thought he was a simple-minded youth, only to discover he was shameless. You, just joking, don't take it to heart. Chen Fei laughed suddenly. As long as you take me to see Shun Xiangwei, I will treat your illness. What? Li Ruosi was taken aback again, secretly relieved as her previous disdain vanished in an instant. So he was just joking. What do you want with President Shen? Just a personal matter, no need for details. Liruosi hesitated slightly. Fine, they'll take you. But President Shun is in a meeting now, so you might have to wait a bit. That's all right. At that moment, in a meeting room on the top floor of the office building, shareholders and company executives were seated, all eyes fixed on President Shen Xiangwei at the head of the table. Dressed in a black professional outfit that accentuated her curves, combined with her nearly perfect features and a cold demeanor, she resembled a queen. President Shun, do you have any idea how much loss your poor decision has caused the company? A middle-aged man was the first to question her. Shen Xiangwei frowned. Mr. Mao and esteemed colleagues, this decision was my personal fault, and I have no excuses. However, I hope you'll grant me some time. I will do my utmost to recover the company's losses. President Shun, I believe it's unnecessary. I propose that Shen Xiangwei be dismissed due to her incompetence causing significant losses. A heavily made-up woman retorted fiercely. I second Ms. Zhu's proposal. Dismiss President Shun. I also agree with Mr. Mao and Ms. Zhu's proposals. The entire office seemed to react in unison, with most of the shareholders raising their hands in agreement. This scene made Shen Xiangwei's already frosty demeanor grow even darker. She took a deep breath. Everyone makes mistakes. Since I took over Shen Group, the profits have increased by 30%. Is it too harsh to dismiss me for a single error? President Shun, this isn't the time for you to take credit. We all acknowledge your contributions to Shen Group, but a mistake must have consequences. Mr. Mao retorted while fiddling with his pen. Exactly, President Shun, your position is not that of a department head or a mere employee, but the president of the entire company. If you continue to make mistakes, everyone will suffer alongside you. Ms. Zhu's voice was sharp. We are all shareholders in this company, and we have no reason to take risks with your failures. Dismissing you is for your own good. Indeed, President Shun, let's keep business and personal matters separate. There will be other opportunities for you to continue in the future. The remaining shareholders echoed their agreement. This attitude sent a chill through Shen Xiangwei's heart. Clearly, this was a premeditated scheme to use this mistake as leverage to oust her from the company. But this mistake had become their weapon against her. Did she really have to hand over the company her grandfather entrusted to her? Just as Shen Xiangwei felt trapped, a head suddenly popped in from outside. Shen Xiangwei, I finally found you. Everyone's expression turned to confusion. Who is this intruder? How dare he interrupt a high-level meeting? Who are you? Do you know where this is? Get out. Mr. Mao shouted angrily. Security. Where are the security guards? How could such a fool slip in unnoticed? Get him out. Mr. Mao, I apologize, he is my friend and didn't mean to offend anyone. They'll take him out right away. Liruosi was already sweating profusely. Chun Fei, what are you doing? I said to wait outside while President Shun is in a meeting. It's fine, I heard most of it. The meeting is over. Chun Fei waved his hand dismissively, turning to Shen Xiangwei. Shen Xiangwei, you've become even more beautiful over the years. You are. Shen Xiangwei furrowed her brow, filled with confusion. It's me, the one from that night by the lake in the BMW. Yes, it's me. Yet Shen Xiangwei still looked bewildered. One audacious fool. Are you looking for death? I told you to leave. Can't you hear? Mr. Mao was furious at being ignored. Could you all be quiet? I'm trying to do something important. Chun Fei frowned. He was already feeling annoyed that Shen Xiangwei didn't recognize him. And now the people beside him were incessantly chattering. It was quite bothersome. What? You dare tell me to be quiet? Mr. Mao could hardly believe it. How dare Chun Fei speak to him in such a manner? Before he could react, Ms. Zhu mocked. President Shun, this brat isn't here to collect a debt you owe, is he? TSK. You've always claimed to be pure and innocent, but it seems you have quite an interesting side. Who would have thought that President Shun's taste is so unique that she would even entertain such a bumpkin? Truly. Slap. A resounding slap silenced the entire conference room. General Manager Zhu, covering his face, stared incredulously at Chen Fei Yu. You dare strike me? I did strike you to silence you. Do you not comprehend? At your age, dressed in such garish attire, with a face resembling that of a crone, if we speak of being unsophisticated, who could be more so than you? Chun Fei, having lost his patience, turned to General Manager Mao beside him. Just now, was it you who insulted me? And what if it was? General Manager Mao retorted, seething with rage. Who do you think you are to behave so brazenly here? Do you believe I? Smack. Another slap fell, forcefully delivered. Chapter 3. Do you not remember me? Such a brazen act shocked the entire assembly. Chun Fei's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. Furthermore, I believe I heard someone suggest the dismissal of the president. May I inquire who that bold individual is? The injured Mr. Mao finally regained his senses, his rage threatening to explode. As the second largest shareholder in the company, he had never encountered such disrespect. Yet, Chun Fei had the audacity to slap him publicly. What a disgrace. You, Shan Xiangwei, aware of your faults, resorted to seeking out a pathetic wretch to wreak havoc here. Mr. Mao slammed his palm onto the table, bellowing in anger. Do you think I would be intimidated by such lowly tactics? Let me tell you, when I was being assertive, you weren't even born. Today, I shall indeed dismiss you as president. Bang! In the next moment, a massive fist flew straight towards Mr. Mao's face. A blood-curdling scream erupted, accompanied by a spurt of blood as Mr. Mao was sent flying, crashing into the office chair behind him, which shattered into pieces. With his head skewed, he lost consciousness. One punch, and the entire room was silenced. No one had anticipated that Chun Fei, seemingly rustic, could strike so fiercely. Now, who else wishes to dismiss the president? Step forward. Chun Fei raised his hand. Everyone instinctively recoiled, afraid of being struck. Simultaneously, they turned to Shan Xiangwei. Since you wish to contest, we shall grant you this opportunity. President Shun, the company will continue under your leadership. We have no objections. Shan Xiangwei felt a surge of joy and proclaimed, "Thank you all for your understanding. Rest assured, the Shun Group was entrusted to me by my grandfather. I will resolve this predicament and provide everyone with an explanation. This meeting concludes here. You may disperse. Oh, and please take Mr. Mao to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses." The crowd, daunted, lifted the unconscious Mr. Mao and departed in a sorry state. Shan Xiangwei finally turned her gaze to Chun Fei. "You? Come to my office." Beside her, Li Ruosi was dumbfounded, finally regaining her composure. "Goodness, this Chun Fei is quite formidable. Oh no, I brought him in. If President Shun inquires, I will be in trouble. I can only take it one step at a time." In the president's office, Shan Xiangwei scrutinized Chun Fei, pondering for a long while, yet still having no recollection of him. "Who exactly are you?" "Huh, you do not remember me?" Chun Fei countered. "Do we know each other? Think harder. 10 years ago, by the Clearwater Lake, in a BMW, you saved me." Chun Fei tried to jog her memory with key details. However, Shan Xiangwei remained unfazed. "I'm sorry. I truly do not know you. Nevertheless, I must thank you today. Here is 1 million. Consider it my gratitude. Take the money and leave." A check was placed on the table. Shan Xiangwei said no more and turned towards the changing room. What? Now, it was Chun Fei's turn to be stunned. Even though a decade had passed, and many things might change or be forgotten, there was no reason for her not to recall him after such prompts. Did she genuinely not remember, or was she feigning ignorance? Chun Fei was determined not to leave without answers regarding the woman who had saved his life. He plopped down onto the sofa. Today, he would get to the bottom of this. The office was exquisitely decorated, equipped with all necessary amenities, including a room, a dressing area, and a restroom. It served both as an office and a residence. But where had Shan Xiangwei gone? Changing clothes? Or perhaps to the restroom? Suddenly, the sound of running water echoed from the restroom around the corner. No way. Was she taking a shower? Here he was a living man, and she was bathing so openly? How audacious. Or perhaps Shan Xiangwei had recognized him long ago, but was pretending not to know him to surprise him. Shortly after, the sound of water ceased. The restroom door swung open with a click. Chun Fei instinctively leaned forward, and upon seeing her, nearly lost control of himself. Her exquisite, flawless figure was entirely exposed. The alluring curves were incredibly enticing. What was happening? Seemingly aware, Shan Xiangwei turned her head. Their eyes met. After a brief silence, she shrieked, "You, close your eyes and turn around." Chun Fei cleared his throat a couple of times. And though he was puzzled as to why this beautiful president had emerged unclothed, he turned around out of courtesy. Amidst the rustling sounds, moments later, Shan Xiangwei, draped in a towel, coldly asked, "Didn't you leave?" "I never said I would." Chun Fei protested, feeling wronged. "You, I told you to take the check and leave immediately. Why are you still here?" Shan Xiangwei's beautiful eyes burned with fury. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Fei retorted, "Why should I leave? Besides, it's you who decided to shower without clothing. Can you blame me?" "Scoundrel, be quiet." Shan Xiangwei's typically composed face flushed with a rare blush. Inside, she felt as if her heart were bleeding. The earlier high-level meeting had been filled with fierce debate and a heavy smell of smoke. Unable to endure it any longer, she sought a shower. It wasn't tea that she had emerged without clothing. She simply forgot to bring a change of clothes. As the president of the Shun group, she held immense authority. No one dared to contradict her. Having clearly stated that Chan Fei should take the money and leave, she had instinctively assumed he would take the hint. Little did she know, he had disregarded her words entirely. This was her chastity, preserved for over 20 years, now laid bare before him. Well, since he had seen all, she mused, he surely wouldn't kill her. Chan Fei shrugged. How about this? I offer myself in return for your life-saving grace from all those years ago. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Shen Xiangwei could no longer suppress her inner turmoil and launched a kick towards Chan Fei's vital area. Whoa, so ruthless. Chan Fei reacted swiftly, twisting his body to capture her long, beautiful leg. Shen Xiangwei, caught off guard, stumbled backward. Be careful. Chan Fei swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. The towel that had wrapped around her fluttered away, revealing her in all her glory. Shameless. Shen Xiangwei felt herself on the brink of collapse, her face reddening to the point of near hemorrhage. Let go of me. I will let you go, but only if you promise not to strike me again. Furthermore, we must clarify the events of that year. Chan Fei stated firmly, but before Shen Xiangwei could respond, the office doors swung open with a click. A well-dressed young man entered, a smile gracing his face. Wei Wei, I heard that some executives were planning to dismiss you. So how? Chapter 4. I will shoulder this for you. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in place. His expression darkened ominously. Shen Xiangwei was equally startled, hastily breaking free from Chan Fei's grasp. Zhang Shihao, what are you doing here? What? As your fiancé, am I not allowed to be here? Zhang Shihao fixed his gaze on Shen Xiangwei. Or is my presence interrupting your little escapade? Zhang Shihao, what do you mean by that? Shen Xiangwei's expression shifted dramatically. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? There is nothing to explain. It is merely a misunderstanding. Shen Xiangwei brushed a lock of hair from her forehead, her demeanor returning to its usual indifference. Is that so? A flicker of fire ignited in Zhang Shihao's eyes. A lone man and a woman, alone in a room, wrapped in a towel, embracing one another. And you expect me to believe this is just a misunderstanding? Shen Xiangwei, you truly excel in deception. In my presence, you maintain an air of unattainable dignity, forbidding even the slightest touch. Yet here you are, brazenly cavorting with another in your own office. How is it that I never noticed how flirtatious and shameless you truly are? Upon hearing the words, Shen Xiangwei's face turned icy with anger. Before she could respond, Chen Fei frowned and remarked, is this truly how you, as her fiancé and a man, should speak to her? If this is the case, you are utterly unworthy of her. Oh, so you cannot restrain yourself from speaking on her behalf so swiftly? Zhang Shihao sneered, laughter dripping with malice. What a bunch of insignificant creatures think they can prance around before me. Shen Xiangwei, do you need to remind him who he is addressing? Enough. Shen Xiangwei's voice rang out sharply. Zhang Shihao, I have already explained myself. Whether you choose to believe, it is entirely up to you. If you do not, our engagement can be annulled. You must have been hoping for this all along. Zhang Shihao laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, I shall not cancel it. Shen Xiangwei, you are the woman I, Zhang Shihao, have set my sights on, and you shall undoubtedly be mine. I once thought you were too proud and difficult to handle. But now this is rather convenient. Just a mere toy. You can easily serve my whims. After all, my marriage is merely a fade to appease my family. There are countless women I can toy with, but you are different. You are destined to be my plaything. I will do with you as I please. You are nothing but a tool to me. I am rather looking forward to seeing what you will be like beneath me. Zhang Shihao, you are shameless. Shen Xiangwei's eyes brimmed with tears as her body trembled. I know you have never liked me, wanting to escape from me, yet for the sake of your family, you are forced to marry me. I do not mind being an object of amusement. Zhang Shihao's grin twisted further. Suddenly, a fist flew through the air. Zhang Shihao was knocked back, blood spilling from his mouth. He gaped at Chen Fei in disbelief. You dare strike me? And what of it? Chen Fei replied coldly. Shut your foul mouth at once. Ha, good. Very well. Shen Xiangwei, your lover is quite impressive. Zhang Shihao rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since I am not welcome, I shall take my leave. But do not forget the dinner tonight. Your family has long awaited it, especially that elderly matriarch of yours. She has been waiting with bated breath. You wouldn't want to disappoint them, would you? And you? If you have the guts, come along. I welcome you at any time. Zhang Shihao's gaze turned vicious as it locked onto Chun Fei. Since you consider me Shan Xiangwei's man, how could I not attend? Chun Fei shrugged. Excellent. I hope you do not back down at the last moment. Zhang Shihao's fury simmered, but he ultimately swallowed it and turned to leave. Why? Why treat me this way? Shan Xiangwei's body shook as tears streamed down her face. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sank down, burying her head. Bastards, all of them. For the sake of the company my grandfather left me. For the interests of my family, I have never dared to slack off. Yet all I receive in return is to be used as a pawn for their ambitions. What have I done wrong? The sight of her tears stirred deep emotions within. If she is unwilling, why must she endure such humiliation? Chun Fei offered her a few tissues. You do not understand. The Shin Corporation is on the verge of collapse. Without the Zhang family's support, it cannot last much longer. As a woman at the helm of the company, I have long been a point of dissatisfaction for my family. They will stop at nothing to marry me off to Zhang Shihao. They want me out while reaping the benefits from the Zhang family. You truly know nothing. You are a fool. If it were not for you, none of this would have happened. Without me, the conflict between you and Zhang Shihao would have erupted regardless. Chun Fei suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. Fear not, whether it be storm or tempest, I shall bear it for you. You? Shan Xiangwei lifted her head abruptly, tears still glistening in her eyes, as if gazing at a fool. She suddenly laughed, a cold and derisive sound. Do you think your brutish actions can resolve everything? Do you know who Zhang Shihao is? Do you understand the Zhang family status in Zhongzhou? If they wish for your demise, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Evidently, in Shan Xiangwei's estimation, Chun Fei was merely a brutish commoner, wholly inadequate to offer any resistance against a powerful family. Enough, you should leave while you can. The further away, the better, before the Zhang family unleashes their wrath. Shan Xiangwei took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Regardless, I thank you for resolving my troubles at the board meeting today. And you? Chun Fei inquired. What can I do? Shan Xiangwei smiled sadly. Marry Zhang Shihao, as he desires, and become his plaything? I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Chun Fei's expression turned serious. Shan Xiangwei, I do not care whether you remember me or not. Nor do I care about the Zhang family, the Li family, or the Sun family. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on you, I, Chun Fei, shall never permit it. In that moment, Shan Xiangwei felt as if she glimpsed a towering figure, providing her with strength and encouragement. Yet ultimately, it was merely a fleeting illusion. Words alone are of little significance. How naive! Shan Xiangwei scoffed, even mocking him. What time does dinner start? When shall we go? Chun Fei asked. Are you truly going? Shan Xiangwei was taken aback. Why else would I? Chun Fei replied nonchalantly. You. Shan Xiangwei bit her lip, realizing perhaps she had failed to convey her point clearly, leaving him so perplexed. The Zhang family wields immense power in Zhongzhou. Attending that dinner is akin to courting death. Are you too naive, or simply tired of living? It matters not. In my eyes, nothing is more important than you. Chun Fei grinned. For reasons unknown. Shan Xiangwei's heart fluttered at his words, her cheeks warming slightly. What time is it? You still have a mind to jest. I do not wish to burden you. You should leave quickly. They invited me to dinner. I would be remiss not to go. Chun Fei feigned ignorance. You. Shan Xiangwei was incensed, deciding not to dissuade him further. Fine. If you wish to walk into your own demise, I shall not stop you. I shall see what you can do to contend with the Zhang family. I hope you do not regret it. I will get ready. You wait for me outside. Chun Fei turned to leave. Wait. Shan Xiangwei seemed to recall something, pondering, although our situation is a misunderstanding, I have a clear conscience. I do not wish for others to think I am entangled with an unknown individual. I will inform Human Resources that, from now on, you are my driver for 3 years. I hope you, as my driver, can endure today. Rest assured, I am quite resilient. Chun Fei chuckled. Get lost. Meanwhile, Li Ruosi, the director of Human Resources, was in her office, unable to shake off thoughts of Chun Fei. I wonder how that guy is doing. I hope nothing has gone awry. Otherwise, what will I do about my illness? Just then, the phone on her desk rang. Hello, Director Shun. You wish to arrange a driver and create a 3-year employment record? Understood. I will handle it personally. Li Ruosi was utterly astonished by Shun Xiangwei's instructions. Chun Fei has become Director Shin's driver, and they require a 3-year employment record? What in the world is happening? Li Ruosi longed to find Chun Fei to clarify, but then considered that he might still be with Shun Xiangwei. Never mind. I will wait until after work to ask. The most pressing matter is to find him to treat my illness. Only by resolving this strange ailment can I find peace. Otherwise, enduring such torment every night has become unbearable for her, a reality she finds difficult to accept. Meanwhile, Chun Fei has exited the president's office and is now squatting downstairs. Smoking. What a surprise. Isn't that the lad from earlier? His audacity to humiliate Director Li is truly astonishing. Hey, mate, share with us how Director Li dealt with you. The security guards at the entrance, upon spotting Chun Fei, were filled with curiosity, eager to join the spectacle. Dealt with? Do you see any hair missing from me? Chun Fei scoffed disdainfully. No way. You spoke to Director Li like that, and she hasn't sought retribution? One guard's eyes widened in disbelief. There has been no reckoning. But she did take the initiative to introduce me to Shun Xiangwei. Furthermore, she mentioned that she would like to invite me to dinner when I have the time. Chun Fei rolled his eyes, letting out a sigh, lamenting that he was like a firefly in the dark, shining brightly no matter where he went. This damned, restless charm of his. Ugh, it's as if cows are flying in the sky. Indeed, lad, you boast without a hint of modesty. I reckon Director Li must have subjected you to some form of torture, but you were just too shy to reveal it. The security guards were clearly skeptical. Just then, a BMW roared in from the parking garage. Shun Xiangwei rolled down the window. Chun Fei, get in. All right. Chun Fei darted into the car, waving to the guards. Brothers, we'll chat later. The guards were wide-eyed, astonished. This fellow actually got into Shun's car. It appears they're going out alone. What is the nature of their relationship? And what about his connection with Director Li? They are both stunning beauties from a Shun group, yet they have such close ties with Chun Fei. It leaves one astonished, forlorn, and heartbroken. The car sped away from the company, and Shun Xiangwei glanced at Chun Fei. If you regret it now, it's not too late. Wow, no matter what you wear, you look stunning. Chun Fei admired Shun Xiangwei, who had changed into a black long dress, enhancing her cold beauty with an added touch of allure. Don't forget, you're my driver now, so you shall address me as Director Shun. Shun Xiangwei shot him a fierce glare, warning that he'd better keep his words to a minimum once they arrive, and it's best he doesn't stir any further conflict with Zhang Shihao. Chun Fei shrugged. He would mind being merely a simple eater. However, some individuals might not be so easily appeased. Before long, the car halted at a 5-star hotel, its grand lights exuding an atmosphere of opulence. It was a place long coveted by many. Yet, for Shun Xiangwei, it resembled a den of danger. Taking a deep breath, she cast a glance at Chun Fei before stepping inside. Shun Xiangwei, how could you still come? Have you even looked at the time? Do you not realize what day it is? Young Master Zhang has been here for ages, waiting for you. An elderly lady approached, reprimanding Shun Xiangwei. Do you think they're chasing after you? What are you putting on airs for? Indeed, Wei Wei, you're no longer a child. Can't you discern the gravity of the situation? It's a disgrace that your grandfather entrusted the company to you before his passing. And this is how you conduct yourself as president. The relatives of the Shun family surrounding the elderly lady echoed their criticisms. A hint of grievance and self-mockery flashed across Shun Xiangwei's face. I apologize, Grandma. There was an urgent matter at the company that inadvertently delayed me. What could possibly be more important than today's banquet? The elderly lady was relentless, asserting that it seemed she deliberately sought to make a show of herself, truly believing she was someone of significance. Let me tell you, if you offend young Master Zhang, you will reap the consequences. Shun Xiangwei shuddered slightly. Suddenly, she felt rather foolish. She dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her family, yet in the eyes of her relatives, they would rather see her marry Zhang Shihao and climb the social ladder. But what could she do? Before her stood her grandmother, an elder of the family. It was a rebellion she could not entertain. Huh, were you all even worth? Chun Fei coldly surveyed the crowd, his voice chilling to the bone. To wait for her is your privilege. In an instant, the room fell silent. The Shun family members displayed expressions of shock. Just moments ago, they were busy berating Shun Xiangwei and flattering Zhang Shihao, failing to notice the poorly dressed Chun Fei, who dared to speak so boldly. Seeing Zhang Shihao's displeased expression, They couldn't help but show their hostility towards Chun Fei. Who does this little nobody think he is, crashing such an important occasion? It would be wise for him to leave. This isn't a place for him. Exactly. Don't be in young Master Zhang's way. The Chun family members continued their scornful tirade, completely disregarding Chun Fei's presence. This scene only served to please Zhang Shihao, who relished in their disdain. Chun Xiangwei's expression shifted, regretting her decision to bring Chun Fei along. It was truly a recipe for chaos. Just as she was about to say something, Chun Fei boldly stepped around her, completely ignoring the Chun family's reprimands, and faced Zhang Shihao, raising an eyebrow. Look at your face. It seems you're suffering from some sort of ailment, perhaps your mind as well. After receiving a beating from me, have you forgotten so soon? You invited me here. So naturally, I must make my entrance. The expressions of the Chun family morphed into confusion. They thought to themselves, is this lad out of his mind? Young Master Zhang, renowned in Zhongzhou City, isn't someone who can be easily beaten. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Zhang Shihao's nose looked slightly swollen and crooked, as if he had recently endured a beating. Of course, the Shin family dared not inquire further. They could only wait in silence for the events to unfold. Zhang Shihao's face darkened with anger. He had not anticipated that Chun Fei would possess the audacity to show up here. He also didn't expect Chun Fei to have the gall to expose his vulnerabilities in front of others. Composing himself, Zhang Shihao coldly retorted, I have no idea what you are talking about, but it seems you have no standing to speak here. You cling to my girlfriend like a leech. Have you considered your own status? Do you think you can compete with me for women? His tone was laced with disdain and mockery. He could not believe that Chun Fei would dare to strike him in front of the Shun family. Moreover, he had brought bodyguards with him for protection. Surely, they would have received word by now and would soon arrive. At that moment, the humiliation he suffered would be repaid tenfold. Chun Fei chuckled, responding, You still have the audacity to discuss qualifications with me? Slap. In the midst of their banter, he seized Zhang Shihao's wrist and twisted it viciously. Ah! Zhang Shihao cried out in pain, instinctively lifting his leg to kick Chun Fei. However, before he could execute the kick, Chun Fei swiftly grabbed his ankle. In the next instant, he was hoisted upside down. Zhang Shihao, a spoiled rich kid, found himself unable to resist, struggling and screaming like a trapped wild boar. The room fell into a deep silence. Shun Xiangwei and the entire Shun family gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This is young Master Zhang being assaulted. Has Chun Fei gone too far? After a couple of seconds of stunned silence, a member of the Shun family shouted, Brute, let go at once. Surprisingly, Chun Fei complied, but only released his grip on Zhang Shihao's wrist. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Shihao landed face first on the ground, grimacing in pain. Simultaneously, several items tumbled out of his pocket. Small transparent glass vials inscribed with words, along with blue pills. What are these? Chun Fei bent down, swiftly picking up the scattered items. Furrowing his brow, he began to read with an air of seriousness. A chaste woman transformed into a lewd vixen? Is this blue pill the legendary Viagra? I said, Young Master Zhang Shihua, you are indeed both despicable and insincere carrying such items on your person. What are your intentions? Suddenly, Zhang Shihua felt a jolt in his chest, and his expression shifted dramatically. Shun Xiangwei, not one to be easily deceived, understood precisely the purpose of these items and was acutely aware of Zhang Shihua's intentions regarding her. Initially, she contemplated persuading Chun Fei to release the captive, but she quickly dismissed that thought, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama with a cold gaze. Meanwhile, the members of the Shun family wore expressions of discomfort, at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Soon, 5 or 6 imposing men in suits stormed in with an aggressive demeanor. Upon seeing them, Zhang Shihua's eyes lit up, and he shouted, Damn it, where have you been? Hurry, save me, before this brat ruins me. Before Zhang Shihua could finish, Chun Fei delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling several meters away, rolling on the ground for several revolutions before coming to a stop. The arriving bodyguards clenched their fists in fury and charged at Chun Fei. Shun Xiangwei, sensing the impending conflict, swiftly positioned herself in front of Chun Fei, urging, Don't resort to violence. Let's discuss this calmly. Chun Fei frowned. Realizing he could not act due to Shun Xiangwei's presence. The bodyguards exchanged glances, fully aware that Shun Xiangwei was the object of their young master's affections, and feared that any rough treatment might inadvertently harm her. Reluctantly, they halted in their tracks, awaiting Zhang Shihua's orders. "What is wrong? Are you feeling sympathetic?" Zhang Shihua managed to rise from the ground, casting a cold glare at Shun Xiangwei. He then continued, "Come with me to the room. If you serve me well, I might choose to forget what just transpired. But remember, this opportunity is singular. Think wisely." Shun Xiangwei's face drained of color, shocked by the audacity of his proposition. The Shun family members, upon hearing this, crowded around her, clamoring, "Shun Xiangwei, what is the meaning of this? Young Master Zhang is interested in you. That is a stroke of fortune. Don't squander this opportunity. Hurry and accompany young Master Zhang to resolve any misunderstandings. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to drag the entire Shun family into disaster? Is this truly how people speak?" Shun Xiangwei felt despair envelop her. Even if it were not for Chun Fei, she could not escape her fate as a sacrificial pawn of the Shun family. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself to her grim destiny, moving like a marionette as the Shun family pushed her towards the room. As the heavy door slammed shut, Chun Fei's expression darkened ominously. However, before he could rush in to rescue her, the same bodyguards, now with sinister expressions, charged at him once more. A glint of coldness flashed in Chun Fei's eyes. Seeking Death. Chapter 7. The Demise of Zhang Shihua. You truly overestimate yourself. How dare you offend young Master Zhang? You are courting death, warned the lead bodyguard, his tone laced with derision. With their numbers, they clearly disregarded the slender figure of Chun Fei. Chun Fei glanced at them, a smirk playing on his lips. You speak the truth. If one must swallow their losses, they cannot blame others. Those who lack foresight deserve a beating. Why waste words on him? Let's take him down. The bodyguards swarmed him. Meanwhile, the Shun family watched the spectacle unfold. Believing Chun Fei had brought this upon himself, and hoping he would soon be subdued, thus preventing any wrath from befalling the Shun family. Yet, when the confrontation began, the outcome was not as they had anticipated. Chun Fei balled his fists and casually swung forward. The foremost bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and rolling over with vacant eyes before falling still. Is he really that formidable? The Shun family stood in stunned silence. Chun Fei then advanced, throwing punches and kicks with ease. The burly bodyguards offered no resistance, and within mere moments, they lay sprawled on the floor. What is going on? Are these the hired bodyguards of Shun Xiangwei? The expressions of the Shun family turned grim. In a moment of distraction, they realized Chun Fei had reached the doorway, his expression dark. Inside the room, Zhang Shihua, hearing the commotion outside, naturally assumed Chun Fei was being soundly beaten, wearing an arrogant smile on his face. Looking at Shun Xiangwei, whose eyes were filled with despair, he leered, "The one you rely on seems rather inept. He is likely incapacitated by now. I've always said, no woman I desire can escape. If you were to be more proactive and attentive, perhaps I would forget the earlier unpleasantness." Shun Xiangwei trembled violently, tears welling in her eyes, but unable to fall. Having been strong-willed all her life, she aspired to take over the Shun family and expand its vast enterprise. She had indeed achieved remarkable success. Yet at this pinnacle of her youth, she found herself entangled with the affluent Zhang Shihua. It was this man who had shattered her former glory and dignity, leaving her with nothing but endless suffering and humiliation. No one could offer her assistance. Just as Shun Xiangwei resigned herself to her fate and Zhang Shihua reveled in his victory, the heavy door was suddenly shattered by an unseen force. Zhang Shihua, filled with desire, nearly soiled himself in fear, shrinking back. "Can't you keep the noise down during a fight?" he instinctively shouted. Yet, what he beheld was not Chun Fei being mercilessly beaten, but rather Chun Fei, expressionless, stepping through the splintered door. How did you get in?" Zhang Shihua questioned, his confidence wavering. Through the shattered door, he finally noticed the fallen bodyguard sprawled across the ground, his mouth agape in shock as he stumbled backward in panic. Shun Xiangwei, equally astonished, felt a flicker of relief within. "Zhang, I find you remarkably lacking in decorum," Chun Fei said, his tone dark yet tinged with mockery. "What did you say? Mind your place." Zhang Shihua, leaning against the wall, suddenly felt embarrassed by his own fear. He recalled that he was the scion of a prominent family. Why should he fear someone like Chun Fei, who was merely Shun Xiangwei's bodyguard. Even if he possessed some skill, how much of a threat could he truly pose to the Grand Zhang family? Identity? Such trivialities hold no significance for me, Chen Fei asserted as he advanced toward Zhang Shihua. He continued, no one can coerce Shun Xiangwei into doing what she does not wish. You are deliberately provoking me. Hearing Chen Fei's tone, Zhang Shihua felt his composure falter. Who was truly the young master of a wealthy family here? And who was the insignificant figure? How dare Chen Fei issue commands? Do you truly believe you are someone of importance? Just because you say she cannot be touched, does that mean I cannot? Do you think the Zhang family can be trifled with? Shen Xiangwei will eventually submit to me. Zhang Shihua, unwilling to lose face before others, regained some composure, his words dripping with arrogance. He believed that after emphasizing his background, Chen Fei would cower and leave. Instead, he was met with a punch to the face. Thud! Poor young Master Zhang had nearly half of his teeth knocked out, some mingled with blood that he swallowed. Wow, you hit me again? You actually knocked out my teeth. I will not let this go. Zhang Shihua screamed, blood spilling from his mouth, his voice shrill and filled with rage. The entire Shun family was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Shun Xiangwei quickly regained her senses and rushed forward, attempting to dissuade Chen Fei. Chen Fei, don't act recklessly. That's enough. She assumed he would heed her words and cease his actions. However, Shun Fei merely wore a gentle smile and replied, I believe it is insufficient. If we do not instill a psychological shadow upon such a person, he will never learn what a lesson truly is. You heard him. He will not spare you. Therefore, I must resolve this issue once and for all. Chen Fei circumvented Shun Xiangwei, his expression darkening as he approached Zhang Shihua, who was cowering in the corner. The young Master Zhang's legs felt weak, and he stammered, What do you intend to do? What do you mean by once and for all? Of course, it means to incapacitate you. Chen Fei replied with a chilling smile, immediately lifting his leg to deliver a kick. The members of the Shun family outside the room heard Zhang Shihua's heart-wrenching scream, only to witness the once mighty young Master Zhang writhing on the ground, clutching himself in agony, his eyes nearly popping out from the pain. What have you done? Shun Xiangwei stammered, still in shock from the harrowing sight. She had initially thought that Chen Fei intended merely to intimidate Zhang Shihua, never anticipating that this ruthless individual would act without hesitation and truly incapacitate him, rendering him utterly helpless. Chen Fei wore a relaxed expression and assured her, Rest assured, this matter is solely my doing and has nothing to do with you or the Shun family. If the Zhang family seeks trouble, they can come to me directly. My name is Chen Fei, and I am available 24 hours a day, ready for their arrival. Chapter 8. Returning home with the female director, the expressions on the faces of the Shun family members were grim. Had it not been for Chen Fei's excessively ruthless methods, they might have rushed in to reprimand him. Thus, they could only scold Shun Xiangwei while frantically arranging to take the unconscious Zhang Shihua to the hospital. If anything were to happen to him, the Zhang family would surely hold them accountable, and they would be finished. Shun Xiangwei was engulfed in conflicting emotions. She should have felt grateful to Chen Fei, as his presence had allowed her to avoid a disastrous situation. Yet, it was precisely because of Chen Fei's reckless actions that she, Shun Xiangwei, and the entire Shun family were thrust into a massive vortex of trouble. Shun Xiangwei, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and accompany young Master Zhang to the hospital. When you meet the Zhang family, do you know what to say? Blame everything on that fellow Chen Fei. Make sure to distance yourself from him and claim he acted on his own accord. Do not mention that it was your idea. The matriarch of the Shun family scolded in fury, her face pale with anger. Shen Xiangwei glanced at Chen Fei, unsure of what to say. Chen Fei nodded at her, affirming her thoughts. Indeed, that is how it should be. If you need me, I can continue to accompany you. No, thank you. Is there not enough chaos already? Shen Xiangwei frowned and coldly refused. She then followed the urging of the Shun family members to leave for the hospital. As Chen Fei hesitated about whether to follow, he was suddenly pulled back by someone. The alluring scent of a woman wafted through the air. It was Li Ruosi, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. Her expression toward Chen Fei was equally complex. What is it, beautiful? Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. Are you foolish? You dare follow them to the hospital after causing such a commotion? Li Ruosi whispered. Chen Fei appeared unconcerned. I'm not afraid. What about Shun Zong? Does she not fear? Li Ruosi raplia seriously. Young Master Zhang already suspected your relationship. If you follow her to the hospital, it will only further provoke the Zhang family's wrath. The consequences could be severe for Shenzong. Chun Fei acknowledged her words, then dismissed his original intention. However, he noticed that Li Ruoxi was still following him. Frowning, he asked, "You are not here to monitor me on Shen Xiangwei's orders, are you?" Li Ruoxi appeared slightly embarrassed. "Not exactly, but the office will soon close. Where do you plan to go?" Her question left Chun Fei momentarily speechless. He had rushed to find Shen Xiangwei upon arriving in Zhongzhou, yet he had no place to call home. With only a few hundred yuan he had pilfered from his master and an old, battered phone, he was truly destitute and without a foothold. Seemingly sensing Chun Fei's predicament, Li Ruoxi offered, "I live nearby. Why not come to my place? You promised to help me with my illness." Chun Fei's expression turned to one of realization. "Oh, so it is for medical treatment. I thought you were interested in me. Get lost. My standards are not that low." Li Ruoxi retorted, her frustration mounting. Were it not for her urgent need to alleviate her ailment, she would have dismissed Chun Fei entirely. Yet, this arrogant fellow seemed brimming with misplaced confidence. Who granted him such audacity? For the sake of her health, Li Ruoxi reluctantly led Chun Fei to a nearby residential area that appeared quite decent. The security guard at the entrance, captivated by Li Ruoxi's alluring figure and her impossibly long legs, could not help but drool. He cast puzzled and envious glances at Chun Fei, who accompanied her. Once they had walked some distance away, he muttered under his breath, "What is wrong with this world? A beautiful woman like her is dating a guy who looks like a scrap collector. Where's the justice in that?" During their walk, Li Ruoxi subtly probed into Chun Fei's background, driven by pure curiosity. Additionally, she was indeed sent by Shen Xiangwei to keep an eye on Chun Fei. As for the reason behind this surveillance, perhaps even Shen Xiangwei herself could not articulate it clearly. Chun Fei did not conceal much about his situation, merely omitting details about his training in the mountains and his quest for vengeance. Upon learning that Chun Fei was here to repay a debt of gratitude, Li Ruoxi recounted an incident from years ago. It was then that Chun Fei discovered the reason Shen Xiangwei had not recognized him. She had suffered a head injury years prior, which caused her to lose some of her memory. Chun Fei was indifferent to this revelation. Whether Shen Xiangwei remembered him held little significance. It did not affect his commitment to protect her for life. Upon entering Li Ruoxi's residence, he noted that although the space was small, it was tastefully decorated. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Do you live here alone? Is having 2 rooms a bit wasteful?" Li Ruoxi's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Who told you I live alone? My boyfriend is simply not home at the moment." Chun Fei regarded her skeptically. "You are either lying to me, or your boyfriend is lacking in some way. Otherwise, there is no way you could still be a virgin." Li Ruoxi's face flushed crimson, and she retorted through gritted teeth, "You're just guessing. How could you possibly know such things?" Chun Fei chuckled. "Because the illness you are experiencing only manifests in those who are untouched. Therefore, there is no need to lie for the sake of pride. You cannot hide it from me. Besides, such matters are not shameful. To be honest, I am also a genuine innocent." Li Ruoxi's face reddened even further, and she spat back. "Who asked you? What does it have to do with me? Given how confidently you speak, it seems you truly understand. So tell me, how should I treat this ailment of yours? Will it be troublesome?" Chun Fei reclined casually on the sofa, smacking his lips. "I'm a bit thirsty," suppressing the urge to hit him. Li Ruoxi quickly fetched a bottle of drink for Chun Fei, opening it before handing it to him. As Chun Fei gulped down over half a bottle with gusto, letting out a satisfied burp, Li Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She thought to herself that if Chun Fei failed to cure her ailment, she would make him pay dearly for it. Chun Fei glanced at Li Ruoxi and, before her patience reached its breaking point, leisurely proposed 2 options, one particularly swift, the other somewhat more troublesome. Without hesitation, Li Ruoxi opted for the quicker remedy, inquiring about the specifics of the treatment. Chun Fei nodded and replied, "Find a man. Directorly, do you have any restraint?" Chun Fei teased, "Have you ever been hit?" Li Ruoxi retorted coldly, simultaneously reaching for a nearby cushion. Without warning, she swung the cushion at Chun Fei's grinning face. "Hey, you can't take a sneak attack." Chun Fei dodged with remarkable agility, exclaiming dramatically. Li Ruoxi, now even more incensed, threatened, "Do you dare call me trash? I'll make you regret it." Chun Fei, bewildered, protested. I was kindly offering you a treatment plan, and you're turning the tables on me. Is that how city folks conduct themselves? Don't give me that. You're not treating me. You're making a mockery of my personal life. Li Ruosi huffed, her frustration palpable. After exhausting herself in the small living room, she realized that even with all her efforts, she couldn't lay a finger on Chun Fei. Resolved, she stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Chun Fei, standing in the corner, responded earnestly, I speak the truth. Your constitution is overly feminine. At your age, without a man to balance your yin and yang. What are you throwing around? Are you going to treat me or not? Li Ruosi exclaimed, throwing the cushion at Chun Fei. I'm only a couple of years older than you. Don't make me sound ancient. Chun Fei retorted. You could just choose the conventional method, you know? Li Ruosi was on the verge of losing her composure. Then just go with that. Chun Fei grumbled, returning to the sofa. Strip. I'll kill you. Li Ruosi exploded, contemplating grabbing a knife from the kitchen. I'm gonna take off your shoes. Chun Fei quickly clarified. Li Ruosi's eye twitched as she glared at him for several seconds. Taking a deep breath, she removed her shoes. Now what? She asked icily. Give me your foot, Chun Fei instructed, pulling out a vintage leather pouch from his pocket, which contained dozens of silver needles. As Chun Fei touched the needles, Li Ruosi perceived an aura reminiscent of a seasoned traditional Chinese doctor, which eased her suspicions about his intentions. She lifted her slender leg, clad in black stockings, placing it on the sofa beside him. Just as she was about to ask if she should remove her stockings, Chun Fei unexpectedly grasped her ankle and pulled her towards him. Caught off guard, Li Ruosi let out a startled scream. She was about to scold him when a peculiar tingling sensation began to spread from her foot. In an instant, Chun Fei had inserted several needles into the delicate arch of her foot. So fast, Li Ruosi thought, her astonishment evident. Chun Fei deftly maneuvered between her foot and the needles, making quick work of the procedure. Impressive, Li Ruosi admitted, feeling a strange mix of sensations as her ankle rested on the thigh of a man she barely knew. To distract herself from her thoughts, she asked, is the slower method acupuncture? Isn't that easier than finding a man? Can this really work? Chun Fei glanced at her, his tone layered with meaning. If I find a man for you, it would save me the trouble, wouldn't it? Before Li Ruosi could retort, he continued, this method, like finding a man to harmonize your yin and yang, can yield excellent results. Li Ruosi, skeptical, prepared to mock him when he suddenly stated, the formal treatment is about to begin. You must endure and remain composed. What do you mean? It's just acupuncture on my foot. Do you think I've never seen such things? She snapped, feeling insulted. I warned you, Chun Fei replied with a mischievous grin. He tightened his grip on her ankle and began flicking the tops of the needles with the other hand, creating a symphony of sounds that resonated like a finely tuned orchestra. Li Ruosi found herself overwhelmed by an indescribable pleasure emanating from her foot, surging up her leg with increasing intensity. Within moments, her face flushed crimson, and she could not suppress a soft moan. Enough, Chun Fei, please stop. I can't take it anymore, she gasped. To truly treat you, we must release all pent-up desires. Only then can we achieve the balance of yin and yang, he replied with utmost seriousness. Reluctantly, Li Ruosi conceded, realizing she lacked the strength to withdraw her leg. Just as she prepared to surrender to the treatment, a loud banging from downstairs interrupted them, accompanied by a voice shouting, is there something wrong with you? Can you keep it down? Have some decency. Li Ruosi's face burned with embarrassment as she lay on the sofa, her leg languidly draped over Chun Fei's knee, her chest heaving from the recent experience. It was a sensation she had never encountered, blissful yet laced with shame and exhilaration, leaving her unable to meet Chun Fei's gaze. However, Chun Fei maintained his composure, calmly stating, that's enough for today. Li Ruosi retracted her leg, striving to regain her poise. Blushing, she softly inquired, are you certain this is effective? Have you treated others in this manner? Chun Fei nodded without hesitation. Indeed, I have extensive experience. However, he added with a hint of surprise, but I've never encountered someone reacting quite like you before. You scoundrel, how dare you mock me? Li Ruosi's cheeks flushed even deeper. Yet, she couldn't help but admire Chun Fei's skills. Following the earlier commotion, she found herself feeling significantly more relaxed. In the past, she would have experienced insomnia until the early hours, plagued by recurring dreams, but now she felt a strong desire to rest. In fact, she was too fatigued to continue berating Chun Fei. Stifling a yawn, She resolved to take a shower and then retire for the night. A glance at Chun Fei revealed that he too was rising, seemingly preparing to leave. Do you have a place to stay? Li Ruosi asked, her heart softening. Chun Fei blinked and replied honestly, I just arrived and have nowhere to stay. Then why not stay here for the night? She suggested. I mean, in the adjacent room. It's mostly empty anyway. Finding accommodation at this hour is no easy feat. Li Ruosi herself was unsure why she was suddenly feeling generous. She hastily added, consider it a repayment for your help with my ailment, though if you require payment, that could be arranged. Chun Fei waved his hand dismissively. No need for money. I appreciate your hospitality. Make yourself at home. There's food and drink in the kitchen fridge. If you're hungry, feel free to prepare something or order takeout. Li Ruosi felt increasingly drowsy. As she stood, she realized her legs were quite weak and her gait was rather peculiar. Chun Fei sank into the comfortable sofa. Lost in thought, the issue of lodging for the night was settled. But what about tomorrow? The money he had could only afford the cheapest motel for a day or two at most. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. Establishing himself in this place was crucial to repaying his debts and safeguarding Shun Xiangwei. Moreover, he sought to uncover the mastermind behind the Chun family massacre and avenge his kin. While pondering these matters, a sudden rumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Since arriving in the city, he had scarcely eaten. Night had fallen, and naturally, he felt hungry. The sound of water splashing from the bathroom drew Chun Fei to the kitchen. Upon opening the fridge, he was pleasantly surprised to find an abundance of fish, meat, eggs, dairy, and various fruits and vegetables, most of which were still sealed. The cooking utensils appeared nearly new. He stretched his joints and decided to make a meal. After a brief planning session, he retrieved several vegetables, eggs, and meat, cooking a pot of rice first before preparing the side dishes. Meanwhile, Li Ruosi, taking a shower, felt a rosy glow on her face. She couldn't help but reminisce about the exquisite sensation she had just experienced, even yearning for more. Would there be future treatments like that? Surely, it must require multiple sessions. Just then, she heard a series of rhythmic chopping sounds emanating from the kitchen, as if someone were cutting vegetables with remarkable speed and efficiency. This guy, seriously, is actually cooking? I wonder if what he makes will be edible. Li Ruosi smirked, her expression laced with skepticism. After enjoying a refreshing shower, she stepped out and was immediately enveloped by a tantalizing aroma wafting through the living room. It was the kind of scent that could make anyone's mouth water. What could smell so divine? Li Ruosi felt invigorated, her earlier fatigue dissipating. Following the enticing scent, she made her way to the kitchen. There, she found Chun Fei skillfully flipping ingredients in a frying pan, his movements fluid and relaxed. The sight was oddly comforting and harmonious. Standing at the doorway, she was momentarily entranced. For the first time in this space, a man was cooking like a professional. It gave her, who is usually alone, a sense of companionship. What am I thinking? How could I possibly be infatuated with someone like him? Li Ruosi murmured to herself, her face reflecting self-reproach. What are you muttering about? Has your illness truly healed, or has your mind gone awry? Chun Fei quipped, swiftly transferring the cooked dishes to a plate, a teasing smile on his face. Oh, spare me, Li Ruosi retorted without hesitation. She intended to ignore Chun Fei and head back to her room to sleep. However, the aroma from the kitchen was too alluring, and having skipped dinner, her cravings were now overwhelming. Against her better judgment, she found herself wandering into the kitchen. With damp hair brushing against her shoulders, she gazed at the array of dishes on the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork ribs, spicy green peppers, and a bowl of wintermelon seafood soup. 3 dishes and a soup. Quite impressive. Li Ruosi fixed her gaze on Chun Fei, demanding, you better confess. Did you secretly order takeout while I was showering? There's no way you could have prepared all this in such a short time. Chun Fei looked at her as if she were foolish and replied, where would I order takeout in this unfamiliar place? Besides, I used the ingredients from your fridge. Can't you recognize them? Li Ruosi honestly couldn't. She would occasionally replace the ingredients in the kitchen and fridge, mustering the courage to cook for herself, but ultimately, she was always deterred by various excuses. Fine, I want to hold it against you. Even if you did make this, the taste might not be that great. It could just be for show, she shot back, determined to counter Chun Fei. Chun Fei opened the rice cooker, serving himself a bowl of rice while casually responding, if I were merely for show, would you have reacted so vocally earlier? Li Ruosi felt flustered. Was he openly teasing her? Who gave him such audacity? Chapter 11. Another bowl, Li Ruosi clenched her fists, ready to reprimand him. Yet before she could speak, a piece of pork rib drenched in rich sauce was offered to her. Caught off guard, she instinctively opened her mouth to accept it, unable to resist the enticing aroma. Though her expression remained defiant, her body betrayed her. Swallowing hard, she managed to say, "It's delicious, but you don't need to prepare my share. I'm on a diet and one TB eating dinner." As she spoke, she took the bowl of rice Chun Fei had just served. "Too much. I can't finish it." Moments later, seated at the tea table, Chun Fei savored his meal, chewing thoughtfully. Ironically, the very person who had proclaimed her intent to diet was now gleefully indulging in the food. After sampling each dish, she was astonished to find her bowl of rice nearly empty. With a triumphant slap on the table, she declared, "Another bowl, please. Serve yourself. I'm not your maid." Chun Fei replied, continuing to eat. Li Ruosi frowned. "All right, but you better not sneak bites while I'm not looking. Leave some for me." Chun Fei could only shake his head in disbelief. Half an hour later, feeling utterly stuffed, Li Ruosi sprawled on the sofa, unabashedly licking her lips. "Chun Fei, I never expected you to be skilled not only in fighting and healing, but also in cooking so well. A person like you deserves more than just being a driver at the company." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, remarking that this was merely a fundamental survival skill. It was not his strength, but rather her foolishness. "Have I given you face?" he retorted. "Do not forget, this is my territory. Go wash the dishes." Li Ruosi commanded imperiously. "Are you hoping to savor the meal I prepare tomorrow morning?" Chun Fei queried with a sidelong glance. The latter nodded eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. "If you wish to eat, there must be a clear division of labor. One cooks and the other washes the dishes. This is called fairness," he asserted with utmost seriousness. "This is my domain," Li Ruosi reiterated emphatically. Moments later, while scrubbing dishes in rubber gloves, Li Ruosi glanced towards the kitchen, where Chun Fei was engrossed in changing the television channel. With a gentle tone, she inquired, "Chun Fei, what will you cook for breakfast tomorrow?" After tidying up, it was getting late. Li Ruosi brought Chun Fei a blanket and pillow, preparing to return to her room for rest. Just then, a series of incessant knocks echoed from outside. A man, with a soft tone, called out her name. Li Ruosi's demeanor instantly shifted to one of tension, her face paling in distress. "Goodness, Director Li, how could you? You have a boyfriend, yet you brought me home. How thoughtless can you be?" Chun Fei sprang from the sofa, visibly vexed. "Nonsense. I told you I am single. The person outside is not my boyfriend. I do not even know that disgusting fellow." Li Ruosi hissed in a low voice, gesturing for Chun Fei to be quiet, appearing furtive. The knocking became increasingly insistent, tinged with impatience and a hint of aggression. "What is wrong? Have you developed bad habits, or are you in debt to someone?" Chun Fei continued to speculate. "I could kill you." Li Ruosi, realizing that since meeting Chun Fei, she had taken a turn for the worse, found herself frequently contemplating violence, which was quite troubling. Yet she could not help it. She insisted to Chun Fei that if there were any trouble, to keep it quiet. However, the man outside showed no signs of relenting. Eventually, he raised his voice. "Li Ruosi, I know you are inside. I saw your lights on just a moment ago. After pursuing you for so long, even if you are hard-hearted, you should be softened by now. If you do not open the door tonight, I will continue knocking until the neighbors know. Tomorrow, I will return to your company. This matter will not conclude until you agree to my courtship." Li Ruosi's expression grew increasingly grim, her face a portrait of helplessness and fear. Realizing she was being harassed by a shameless man, Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, directly pushing past Li Ruosi, striding towards the door. "Chun Fei, what are you doing? That guy outside is a local bully. Provoking him will lead to trouble. Just ignore him. He will leave soon." Li Ruosi panicked, attempting to pull Chun Fei back, but her movements could not match his speed. At that moment, Chun Fei reached the door, unlocked it, and forcefully pushed it open. Bang! The heavy security door collided violently with something outside. Following, there was a man's cry of agony, followed by the sound of him falling to the ground. "Damn it! My nose is broken," the man muttered through gritted teeth. Rising to his feet, he spotted the young Chun Fei and immediately became furious. "So, this little lady has been hiding a man. Kid, do you not know who Longo is? How dare you compete for a woman with me?" The man, robust and adorned with tattoos, attempted to grasp Chun Fei by the neck. However, Chun Fei swiftly twisted his arm, causing him to yelp in pain. "Has no one taught you what manners are?" Chun Fei remarked, his voice dripping with disdain. If you have the ability, let go of me. I'll kill you. The burly man continued to shout, evidently accustomed to being brash and dismissive of Chun Fei. Surprisingly, Chun Fei did release him. The muscular man, seizing the opportunity, swung a fist towards Chun Fei's face, his expression menacing. Slap! Chun Fei struck the man, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving him dazed. Longo is it? With those tattoos, huh? Chun Fei approached, gripping the man's tattooed arm tightly. With a slight exertion, the sound of dislocated bones echoed. The man screamed, completely unable to resist. Listen closely. You are not to disturb Li Ruosi again, or I will transform your dragon into a crippled dragon. Chun Fei tightened his grip once more. The man, now howling in agony, lost all semblance of arrogance. Please, big brother, I was wrong. Give me another chance. He pleaded. Chun Fei released him with a look of contempt, but in the next moment, the man brandished a gleaming knife. Chapter 12. The Crisis of Shun Xiangwei. Chun Fei, be careful. Li Ruosi screamed, her voice filled with terror. Yet before the words could fully escape her lips, Chun Fei swiftly snatched the knife from the man's hand and pressed it against his groin. The man felt a chilling sensation that coursed through him, causing him to shudder violently, followed by a sudden warmth spreading down his trouser leg. How uncouth. Chun Fei discarded the knife and took a couple of steps back, glaring at the man. Now get lost. The man's face was a picture of distress as he clutched his abdomen and stumbled away. Chun Fei, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Li Ruosi asked anxiously, checking him over. Finding he had not sustained even a scratch, she exhaled in relief, patting her ample chest. However, she soon noticed the peculiar look in Chun Fei's eyes and, feeling flustered, stamped her foot and scolded. What are you staring at? Hurry back to your room and sleep. As soon as she said it, she felt there was something amiss with her words, a surge of complex emotions overwhelming her. After Li Ruosi retreated to her room, Chun Fei took a quick shower and soon settled into a meditative state. On the contrary, Li Ruosi found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning, contemplating the absence of a man in her life, especially one like Chun Fei, who could cook beautifully and also assist in healing and nurturing her health. Most importantly, she desired a manly presence who could protect her. Oh no, Li Ruosi, how could you have fallen so low, lying awake at night thinking about men? She chided herself, rubbing her temples, guilt etched across her face. The next morning, before dawn had even broken, while Chun Fei remained in his meditative state, he was suddenly startled by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Chun Fei, wake up! Don't sleep in! Li Ruosi called out anxiously. Chun Fei opened his eyes, irritated. What now, sister? It's barely light, and you're already hungry? I'm merely staying at your place. This isn't your home, and you're not some skinflint. It's about Shun. Shun Xiangwei is in trouble, Li Ruosi said, her brow furrowed at the door. In the next moment, the door swung open, and Chun Fei's appearance startled Li Ruosi, causing her to blush and cover her eyes. Put on some pants, she exclaimed, clearing his throat. Chun Fei quickly donned his clothes and asked, You mentioned Shun Xiangwei is in trouble. What exactly happened? Li Ruosi shot Chun Fei a glance before lowering her hand, frowning as she explained. Last night, Director Shun and several members of the Shun family kept vigil at the municipal hospital. It is said that the Zhang family has summoned the most skilled surgeon from the provincial city to treat that area. At this point, Li Ruosi's cheeks flushed again, and she continued, However, not long ago, the surgery failed. It is destined to fail. Otherwise, that kick would have been in vain. This is precisely the effect I desired, Chun Fei remarked with a teasing expression. However, he couldn't shake off the unease regarding Shun Xiangwei, who had spent the entire night at the hospital. Was it truly worth it for Zhang Shihao and the supposed interests of the Shun family? The Shun family did not even regard her as a person, merely a tool for their convenience. Isn't this trouble of your own making? Li Ruosi shot a glare at Chun Fei before adding, The Zhang family is furious and intends to vent their anger on General Manager Shun. Yet, General Manager Shun refuses to hand you over. Chun Fei immediately felt restless, slipping on his shoes and heading for the door. Where are you going? Li Ruosi chased after him. It is my mess, my responsibility. How can I let Shun Xiangwei take the blame? The Zhang family merely wants to force my appearance, and so be it. I shall oblige them. Chun Fei's expression darkened. If the Zhang family intended to trouble Shun Xiangwei, he would stand against the entire Zhang family without a moment's hesitation. As for the so-called power and influence of the Zhang family, he dismissed it entirely. Are you out of your mind? Li Ruosi grasped Chun Fei's arm tightly, her brow furrowed. What I mean is, if you can avoid it, then do so. Don't complicate matters further. Otherwise, all of Shun Xiangwei's efforts will be in vain. Although the Zhang family is affluent and powerful, they wouldn't dare to act excessively in a public place like a hospital. At most, they would hurl a few insults. A few insults? Chun Fei's face darkened. Who do they think they are? Even if it's just a glare, I will gouge their eyes out. With that, he shook off Li Ruosi's hand and pushed through the door, dashing outside. Just as Li Ruosi was momentarily stunned, Chun Fei rushed back, asking, which hospital? Moments later, he reached the roadside, hailed a taxi, and instructed the driver to hurry to the city hospital. Initially, the journey progressed smoothly, but as they neared the destination, the morning rush hour began. The intersection ahead was a chaotic mess, horns blaring and drivers cursing, creating a cacophony. What is happening up ahead? Chun Fei frowned, still worried about whether Shun Xiangwei would be mistreated. There's one more stop after this intersection. The driver called out over the intercom, receiving an immediate response. An ambulance had broken down, completely blocking the road. Chun Fei grew increasingly anxious, inquiring again, how far is it to the hospital? The driver replied without hesitation, just past the traffic lights and straight for one more stop. Chun Fei tossed the only 100 yuan bill he had on him, flung open the car door, and sprinted out. One stop's distance was nothing he couldn't run in a moment. There was no need to waste time here. As he reached the traffic light, he saw an ambulance and a car awkwardly wedged together. Several well-dressed men were shouting loudly, imploring for help, insisting that their elderly master must not be harmed. Please, make way for the ambulance. The crowd responded with discontent, asking if their elderly master was more important than anyone else's time. Although some kind-hearted individuals attempted to create space, the vehicles multiplied, and any non-cooperation meant no one could get through. Get him on the stretcher, even if we have to carry him. A tall man in a suit shouted darkly. Soon, the paramedics from the ambulance squeezed through, bringing with them an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Before the stretcher could stabilize, the old man suddenly began to convulse violently. His originally sallow face turned a shade of deep purple. This is bad. The old man may not make it. Chun Fei frowned. Chapter 13. A life saved in passing. Old man, what's wrong? Doctor, hurry. If anything happens to him, you'll all pay. The men in suits panicked. The doctor, equally bewildered, struggled to find the cause while desperately trying to save him. They watched helplessly as the old man's face darkened, on the brink of death. Just as everyone thought the situation was beyond redemption, someone shouted from the fringes of the crowd, "Clear the way. This is a symptom of a blocked artery." In the next moment, a figure pushed through several people, moving with remarkable speed to the side of the stretcher. You, the suited man stammered, about to speak when Chun Fei had already unfurled a pouch containing silver needles. Rubbing his hand over the pouch, he seemed to wield some form of magic as he opened his palm to reveal 7 or 8 silver needles. Those nearby immediately heard a series of sharp, piercing sounds as the needles rapidly penetrated the old man's chest. What kind of technique is this? Is this a movie? Onlookers were dumbfounded, having never encountered such a scene. The doctor in a white coat sternly admonished, "Don't act recklessly. This could kill him. Trying is better than being helpless like you." Chun Fei insisted, moving closer and deftly striking the tips of the needles as if playing a piano. The metallic sounds melded into a unique rhythm, and even the trembling silver needles seemed to transform into the shape of flowers under the sunlight. The scene was utterly bizarre, leaving the doctor in a white coat speechless. Even the men in suits, initially skeptical and attempting to obstruct Chun Fei, momentarily halted their actions. In the next second, the old man, who had been blackened and convulsing on the verge of death, began to regain color, his face gradually shifting from black to red, a clear sign of improvement. Soon, the old man began to flutter his eyelids, slowly opening his eyes. Taking deep breaths, he gasped, "I'm not dead. Old man, you have a strong constitution." The leading man in the suit rushed over, his face beaming with joy. Then he pointed beside him, "All thanks to this young brother, huh? Where'd he go?" Chun Fei had vanished, along with the silver needles from the old man's chest, seemingly having disappeared without a trace. "What are you waiting for? Quickly, go after him. He saved my life. This matter cannot end here." The old man on the stretcher struggled to sit up, issuing orders. Immediately, 2 suited men squeezed through the crowd, attempting to pursue Chun Fei. However, when they emerged from the throng, They were astonished to find Chun Fei had already sprinted 200 meters away, moving like a shadow toward the hospital. Is this even human? The anonymous Chun Fei, having done a good deed without seeking recognition, finally arrived at the hospital. He inquired with the security personnel about the whereabouts of the Zhang family. Shen Xiangwei. Wait for me. Chun Fei did not pause, dashing once more. In the high-spec ward area of the city hospital, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped a group of a dozen people in the corridor. Shen Xiangwei bowed her head, repeatedly apologizing to a middle-aged man with a stern expression. Mr. Zhang, none of this was what I wished to see. It all happened too suddenly, and I couldn't intervene in time. Shen Xiangwei's posture was humble, her voice trembling. She had already spent an entire night in the hospital, feeling dizzy and exhausted. Yet, she had no choice but to endure, pleading for forgiveness from the man before her. Zhang Tianfeng, the wealthy heir Zhang Shihao's father. A man whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the entire city of Zhongzhou. At this moment, Zhang Tianfeng was seething with rage, practically wishing to kill someone. The one he most wanted to eliminate was a stranger named Chun Fei. He had just returned from a business trip when he learned that his precious son, Zhang Shihao, had been incapacitated. Despite the presence of provincial experts, their efforts proved futile. Zhang Shihao could no longer be considered a man, at least not a true one. This represented a monumental disaster for the entire Zhang family. The catalyst for this turmoil stemmed from jealousy, ignited by a woman named Shen Xiangwei. Zhang Tianfeng glared icily at her, stating, I will say this one last time. Bring that fellow Chun Fei before me immediately. Or tell me where he is hiding, and I shall send someone to find him. This is your final opportunity. Otherwise, with just a few phone calls, I can ensure that your entire Shen family accompanies Shihao to his doom. Zhang Tianfeng's words rendered several core members of the Shen family nearby nearly weak with fear, fully aware of his capabilities. Although the Shen family thrived in Zhongzhou, they were still leagues behind the first-tier Zhang family. Shen Xiangwei, even if your uncles and elders plead with you, you must reveal Chun Fei's whereabouts. He was merely infatuated with you, and in his misguided attempt to help, he injured young Master Zhang. You are a victim as well. Why protect him? Are you afraid of retaliation? There is no need for that. The Shen family members encircled her, urging Shen Xiangwei. Deep down, she understood that the quickest way to extricate the Shen family from this predicament was to betray Chun Fei. Yet, she believed she should not do so, for he had genuinely come to her aid. His good intentions had merely resulted in a grave misstep, the cost of which could be the destruction of the Shen family and the ruin of her future. At this juncture, Shen Xiangwei felt as if she were on the brink of collapse, struggling to maintain her composure. Humph, it seems you are obstinate in your defense of that Chun Fei. If that is the case, do not blame the Zhang family for being ruthless. Shen Xiangwei, kneel before the hospital room. If you kneel until your last breath, perhaps I will spare your family's lineage. Zhang Tianfeng ground his teeth in fury. Shen Xiangwei's legs buckled, and she prepared to kneel. It was the only thing she could do for the Shen family at this moment. The humiliation no longer mattered, and she lacked the strength to uphold her dignity. All that remained was despair. However, just as Shen Xiangwei was about to succumb to the ground, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner of the corridor, lunging towards her while shouting, Who dares to make her kneel? I will break their legs. Shen Xiangwei struggled momentarily, astonished as she turned her head to see a man, moving like the wind, rushing toward her with a grim expression. He had arrived. As darkness enveloped her vision, she felt herself about to fall. Chapter 14. I stand behind him. Stop him. Someone shouted beside Zhang Tianfeng. Immediately, several bodyguards positioned in the corridor attempted to intercept Chun Fei. Anyone who wishes to live. Step aside. Chun Fei's expression darkened further. At that moment, his sole focus was on the faltering Shen Xiangwei. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish. The bodyguards disregarded Chun Fei, but soon they faced the repercussions. It felt as if they were struck by a runaway train. One by one, they fell, bones broken, crying out in agony. Like a bolt of lightning, Chun Fei swiftly scooped Shen Xiangwei up just before she collapsed. After assessing her condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. She had simply fainted from exhaustion and anxiety. A brief rest would remedy her. Who are you to cause such disruption here? Do you wish to die? Zhang Tianfeng's subordinate barked angrily. The Shen family members erupted, exclaiming, He is Chun Fei, the one responsible for incapacitating. Oh no, injuring young Master Zhang. Zhang Tianfeng's cold gaze fixed upon Chun Fei. So it is you. You possess considerable audacity to provoke the Zhang family. Since you have come, do not expect to leave. As he spoke, several henchmen emerged from behind him, their expressions menacing as they approached Chun Fei. These were elite fighters, top-tier mercenaries. Although Chun Fei had exhibited remarkable prowess moments ago, Zhang Tianfeng doubted he could contend with his skilled subordinates. Since he had walked into a trap, it was the perfect opportunity for retribution, a chance to assert the unassailable status and dignity of the Zhang family. Holding the unconscious Shun Xiangwei in one arm, Chun Fei regarded the advancing mercenaries with disdain. He then turned his attention to Zhang Tianfeng, saying, "So, it was you who demanded that Miss Shin kneel? You truly have audacity. Have you never been beaten?" Zhang Tianfeng's anger began to boil. Since his youth, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was it youthful bravado or a sign of mental instability? Yet, Zhang Tianfeng chose not to waste more words on such a lowly figure as Chun Fei, merely snorting in contempt and urging his men to attack. The henchmen quickly coordinated their assault on Chun Fei, confidence etched on their faces. Unlike the previous inept bodyguards, they believed they would easily subdue him, perhaps even earn a hefty reward. However, the first man to reach Chun Fei never had the chance to strike. With a swift kick, Chun Fei sent him crashing to the ground, his face likely shattered. The force and speed displayed were beyond human capability. The mercenary lay unconscious, while the remaining ones stared in disbelief, realizing the young man, cradling Shun Xiangwei, was the true master. Though fear gripped them, the remaining mercenaries steeled themselves and charged forward. Under the astonished gazes of the Shun family and Zhang Tianfeng, Chun Fei maintained his embrace of Shun Xiangwei, delivering a series of powerful kicks. Despite knowing he could only use one leg, the mercenaries could not evade his strikes. Hud, hud, hud. Following several resounding impacts, the corridor fell silent. Several men lay sprawled before Chun Fei, eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The Shun family members were drenched in cold sweat, while Zhang Tianfeng felt a wave of dread wash over him. He finally comprehended why this Chun Fei dared to confront the Zhang family. He truly possessed formidable skills. Zhang Tianfeng even began to question whether the Shun family had hired him to specifically target him, or if they lacked the courage and means to do so. It was more likely that it was the work of another rival. As Zhang Tianfeng pondered these thoughts, Chun Fei slowly approached him, holding Shun Xiangwei close. With a grim demeanor, he coldly stated, "Apologize to Miss Shun, and do so sincerely. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to break your legs on the spot. You have but one chance." Zhang Tianfeng suddenly felt a bitter pang of anxiety. Moments ago, he had been boasting to Shun Xiangwei, and now karma had come knocking. With his subordinates incapacitated, he had no one left to rely on. A rare sense of panic overtook him. Yet his pride as a successful man forbade him from genuinely apologizing to a woman like Shun Xiangwei. Thus, he blustered, "Kid, do not think that your meager skills grant you immunity. You are unaware of the terrifying power of wealth and influence. Believe me, with a single phone call, a whole team of officials will arrive to apprehend you. Test my patience, and I will ensure that the Shun family, including this woman, faces the consequences. Do not doubt my capabilities." Chun Fei frowned slightly, taken aback by Zhang Tianfeng's audacity to utter such threats. He was unafraid, indifferent to the fate of the Shun family. However, Shun Xiangwei is a young woman who places immense value on her career and reputation, and she must not be entangled in this troublesome vortex. At this moment, Chun Fei found himself in a predicament, reluctant to let Zhang Tianfeng off lightly, while also wishing to spare Shun Xiangwei any distress. Zhang Tianfeng, perceiving Chun Fei's discomfort, immediately wore a sinister, triumphant expression, as if to say, "Now you understand what despair truly is, don't you? No matter how capable you are before the Zhang family, you are but an ant. Kneel before this woman and beg for Shihao's forgiveness. Perhaps you may live a few more days." Just as Chun Fei could no longer restrain himself and was about to act, a group of people appeared at the end of the corridor. An elderly voice called out, "Who dares to be so arrogant? Speaking of the relevant departments, are the relevant departments your family's pets, to be commanded at will?" Zhang Tianfeng's face darkened, clearly displeased, as one of his lackeys shouted at the newcomers, "Who is making a racket? Get lost. The Zhang family is conducting business here." Are you blind to the commotion? As he spoke, the lackey advanced, attempting to block the approaching group. Rude fool, has no one taught you what manners are? A tall man in a suit suddenly stepped forward, delivering a punch to the lackey's face. Bang! Though the attack was not as fearsome as Chun Fei's, it still sent the lackey airborne, flattening his nose and splattering blood everywhere. He rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Chun Fei suddenly realized that he recognized the assailant. Chapter 15. The big shot. The corridor descended into chaos once more, and Zhang Tianfeng was nearly apoplectic with rage. What on earth was happening today? One embarrassing incident after another. First, his prized possession was struck, then Chun Fei had flipped his bodyguard, and now, inexplicably, a group had arrived and brutally assaulted his personal assistant. Was the city of Zhongzhou undergoing a transformation? With a cold snort, he reprimanded, "Who are you people? Have you lost your senses to dare strike my subordinate? You must not know how influential I, Zhang Tianfeng, am here." The man who struck the blow glanced at Zhang Tianfeng with disdain, not intending to respond, but merely nodded at Chun Fei, a courteous gesture. Realizing that these newcomers were evidently Chun Fei's allies only fueled Zhang Tianfeng's anger. He shouted, "If you have the capability, state your name and background, and we'll see if you could provoke the Zhang family." The suited man still disregarded Zhang Tianfeng, slightly shifting to create a space behind him. From the shadows emerged a tall, somewhat gaunt elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit. With a grim expression, the elder spoke slowly. "Is the Zhang family truly so formidable? Can they wield such power in Zhongzhou? I am quite curious to witness this." Despite his frail appearance, the elder exuded an undeniable aura of authority, unmistakably a true figure of power. Following him were several well-dressed men, each bearing a stern demeanor and exuding formidable presence. This display was far grander than Zhang Tianfeng's arrival. Upon seeing the elder, Zhang Tianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The fury and arrogance that had once marked his face transformed into sheer terror. His mouth agape, he stammered, Luo Sihai." These words seemed to sap him of strength, as if the mere mention of the name carried immense weight and intimidation. It was evident that the elder was indeed a person of great significance, someone far beyond the reach of Zhang Tianfeng, a ruler of a first-rate family. "How dare you, a mere nobody, casually utter the name of our esteemed patriarch?" The tall man leading the group expressed his anger. Zhang Tianfeng, though unable to bear such a rebuke, could only swallow his ire and stammer an explanation. "I didn't expect someone of Mr. Luo's stature to appear in Zhongzhou. Is it necessary for me to announce my presence on your territory?" The elder's tone dripped with mockery, clearly dismissing Zhang Tianfeng as inconsequential. Of course not. Zhang Tianfeng was now thoroughly flustered. In Zhongzhou, he might wield considerable influence, but there were cities beyond it, provincial capitals, and even higher authorities. The elderly man, Luo Sihai, originally from Zhongzhou, had now become a significant figure throughout the provincial capital. Thus, Zhang Tianfeng dared not provoke him, choosing instead to endure the humiliation. This was the stark contrast between power and status. One must yield, regardless of personal feelings. At that moment, Zhang Tianfeng could only contemplate one thing. A figure like Luo Sihai surely would not be connected to Chun Fei, would he? Meanwhile, Luo Sihai had turned his attention away from the visibly anxious Zhang Tianfeng and approached Chun Fei with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young brother, your actions today were rather unbecoming. You saved this old man's life, but left without even a name. Fortunately, my subordinates are somewhat efficient. Otherwise, I might have owed you this favor indefinitely." This elder was none other than the man Chun Fei had saved at the intersection just minutes ago. Chun Fei had not anticipated that his casual act of kindness would lead to saving a significant figure. Initially, he had sensed that the elder held some status, but now it was evident that he had underestimated him, given how even Zhang Tianfeng had turned weak in the knees upon seeing him. In response to the elder's reproach, Chun Fei could only offer a rueful smile. "I didn't think much of it. You, sir, are taking it far too seriously. As long as you recover your health, that's what matters." The reason for his hasty departure lingered unspoken as he glanced at the still unconscious Shun Xiangwei in his arms. "Is everything all right? Is someone troubling you? Is this your girlfriend?" Luo Sihai inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Chun Fei coughed lightly and directed his gaze towards Zhang Tianfeng, whose fear had rendered him trembling, fully aware of his impending misfortune. "Oh, so you've indeed encountered difficulties. You are my savior now. If there is any injustice, speak up, and I shall stand by you. Even if you lack justification, I will find a way to support you. Luo Sihai's expression was stern, exuding authority and confidence that starkly contrasted with Zhang Tianfeng's arrogance. This was not mere bravado. It was the assuredness of someone with real power. He made it clear to everyone present that should any wrong be committed against Chen Fei, that person would face consequences. Even if Chen Fei were at fault, those who wronged him would still have to answer for their actions. For Chen Fei was the savior of Luo Sihai. Onlookers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves about Luo Sihai's status and the impending misfortunes awaiting Zhang Tianfeng and the Zhang family. The Shen family members were utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation, huddling together in confusion, too intimidated to speak. Zhang Tianfeng, steeling himself, stepped forward and recounted the incident involving Zhang Shihao being struck by Chen Fei at the hotel, insisting he merely sought justice for his family member and had not acted out of line. This was a subtle reminder to Luo Sihai that, despite his vast influence in the provincial capital, one must still adhere to reason in their dealings. Luo Sihai snorted dismissively, inquiring, "And why did this Zhang Shihao deserve to be struck?" Chen Fei replied, "He attempted to forcibly abduct a woman. Then he deserved the beating. If I had encountered him, I would have beaten him to a pulp." Luo Sihai stated unequivocally. Zhang Tianfeng was seething with rage, silently cursing in his heart. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. "Let me act as a mediator. Let us put an end to this matter today, shall we?" After all, the young master of the Zhang family was at fault initially, and Chen Fei's heavy-handedness in defending his girlfriend is somewhat justifiable. I still have faith in his character. Luo Sihai declared boisterously. Zhang Tianfeng ground his teeth in frustration, his countenance dark and silent, brimming with reluctance. "What is the matter? Do you expect this old man to compensate you with some medical expenses?" Luo Sihai glared. Chapter 16. The crisis temporarily averted. Zhang Tianfeng finally grasped the meaning of biting down on one's own teeth and swallowing blood. His fists were clenched tightly, his heart ablaze with indignation. Yet, he had a feigned politeness, saying, "No need, I will abide by Mr. Luo's wishes." Luo Sihai huffed. "At least you understand. However, do not use this incident to trouble my lifesaver in the future, and do not harbor any intentions towards that young lady. Understood?" Zhang Tianfeng nodded grudgingly, his mind solely focused on getting Luo Sihai out of the way. This old man resided in the provincial capital. Once he departed, the situation would revert to Zhang's control. There were countless ways to deal with Chen Fei, none of which needed to be overt. "Your name is Chen Fei, right? Would you honor this old man with your company for a cup of tea?" Luo Sihai smiled warmly at Chen Fei, extending an invitation. Those present looked on enviously. Chen Fei was indeed fortunate to be treated so favorably by the renowned Luo Sihai, an opportunity many would covet but could never attain. They assumed he would accept without hesitation. However, Chen Fei shook his head. "I'm sorry, old sir, but I must tend to Miss Shun first." The crowd was taken aback, believing this fellow must surely be out of his wits. Yet Luo Sihai chuckled. "Excellent, better to forsake the world than to forsake a beauty. Quite to my liking. Take your time. We shall arrange another meeting at a later date. If you ever visit the provincial capital, be sure to let me know so I can express my gratitude properly." Luo Sihai laughed heartily and departed without hesitation. The imposing bodyguard who had previously manhandled Zhang Tianfeng's assistant politely left a business card for Chen Fei, undoubtedly bearing Luo Sihai's contact information, which Chen Fei casually pocketed. At that moment, Zhang Tianfeng had already returned to the hospital room, visibly lacking the face to confront the situation. Only the Shun family stood there, anxiously regarding Chen Fei with peculiar expressions, unsure of how to proceed. Initially, they had looked down upon Chen Fei, even harboring a deep-seated hatred, wishing him dead. However, after the recent events, their perception of his identity and background had become muddled, leading them to hesitate in their approach. Chen Fei cast a cold glance at them. "Should you find a room quickly? I need to attend to Miss Shun." The Shun family exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react. After all, Luo Sihai had departed, and if they appeared overly eager to please Chen Fei, they would surely incur the wrath of the tyrannical Zhang family. Just as Chen Fei was about to lose his temper, hospital staff hastily approached, offering to find a room. Clearly, they believed that since Chen Fei was Luo Sihai's benefactor, he must possess some considerable abilities, making it a simple matter to provide him with a room. After expressing his gratitude, Chun Fei sent the others outside before placing his hand gently on Shun Xiangwei's pulse. After assessing her condition, he discreetly channeled his internal energy. Though his master had strictly prohibited him from revealing his abilities to the outside world before descending the mountain, in this moment, with no one else around, the young lady Shun Xiangwei was unlikely to uncover such secrets. Minutes later, Shun Xiangwei opened her eyes, only to find herself alone in a hospital room. Panic set in as she quickly sat up, bewildered. What happened? Where is everyone? What about the Shun family? Chun Fei. Chun Fei. To her surprise, she realized she was quite concerned about Chun Fei. Before losing consciousness, she remembered him rushing toward her like a gust of wind, intent on protecting her. However, she had no recollection of what transpired afterward, leaving her unable to discern whether the scene she witnessed was reality or a figment of her imagination. Upon opening the door, she discovered her family members waiting anxiously, their expressions a mix of worry. What happened? Shun Xiangwei quickly inquired. Her uncle approached, whispering, "The situation is calm for now. Zhang Tianfeng has agreed not to make things difficult for you, at least on the surface. This is all due to Chun Fei." What? Shun Xiangwei gasped in shock, her concern escalating. What about Chun Fei? Is he all right? He hasn't. Her uncle replied, his demeanor strange. Yes, fine. After ensuring you were settled, he left, instructing us to take good care of you and not let anyone bully you. Xiaowei, who exactly is this Chun Fei? Shun Xiangwei's emotions were tumultuous, rendering her speechless. Images of Chun Fei and his repeated declaration of, "You saved my life once. Now I have returned to ensure your safety," flooded her mind. Meanwhile, Chun Fei had already departed from the hospital, contemplating his next steps. He was certain that the Zhang family would not dare to coerce Shun Xiangwei further, rendering his stay in the hospital unnecessary. With only a few coins left in his pocket, even finding a meal posed a challenge. Should he return to work at the company? It seemed like a pragmatic choice, at least allowing him to settle temporarily and safeguard Shun Xiangwei under the guise of an ordinary person. As he resolved to plan his route back to the company, his old phone suddenly beeped. It was the only contact saved in his phone, Li Ruosi. "What is up? Missing me already after just leaving?" Chun Fei teased, grinning. Li Ruosi's voice was somber and slightly panicked. "Stop joking. How did things go on your end? Did anyone get hurt?" Chun Fei smiled. "I'm alive and well. The crisis has been averted for now. It sounds noisy where you are. Are they renovating?" Li Ruosi lauga bitterly. "Renovating? It's all your mess. You better hurry back and clean it up." Furrowing his brow, Chun Fei inquired, "What is going on?" A moment later, he hailed a taxi, retracing his route to Li Ruosi's residence. Over the phone, she had expressed her frustration about a thug who had returned looking for trouble. Vowing to take revenge on Chun Fei and bring along a group of cronies, Li Ruosi was in a state of panic, opting not to call the police, but instead thinking of Chun Fei first. As he sat in the taxi, Chun Fei reflected on how fulfilling life had become since descending the mountain. Upon arrival, Chun Fei handed over all his cash to the taxi driver and rushed upstairs. Before he even reached his floor, he heard someone banging on the door and cursing. "Damn it, wasn't he that kid pretty tough yesterday? Why is he scared now? Get him out here, or I'll burn this place down with you two inside." "How brazen. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson." Chun Fei's voice echoed from around the corner. Chapter 17. The challenge leading the charge and kicking the door was Long Guo, sporting a swollen face and a bandage on his nose. Recognizing Chun Fei, he gritted his teeth. "You little brat, so you've been hiding outside, huh? Brothers, get him. Don't let him escape." Long Guo worried Chun Fei might attempt to flee, but Chun Fei approached leisurely, hands in his pockets, wearing a look of disdain. He had no intention of leaving at all. Brother Long, as the local tyrant of these streets, possessed considerable strength. Today he had brought along 7 or 8 subordinates, all reckless fighters unafraid of violence. Thus, Brother Long was exceedingly arrogant, believing that even if Chun Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would soon find himself kneeling and calling him grandfather. However, when his subordinates rushed forward towards Chun Fei, the situation did not unfold as Brother Long had imagined. Chun Fei stood casually with his hands in his pockets, merely turning to deliver a side kick. One of the thugs was knocked down, colliding with 2 others in the process. Following that, he spun half a circle and executed a graceful back kick. Bang! 2 more thugs fell to the ground. These ruffians could not endure even 10 seconds in front of Chun Fei before they were sprawled on the floor, each clutching their heads and faces, howling in agony. Are you even human? Brother Long was utterly flabbergasted, rubbing his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he had been seeing visions due to overindulgence with women, leading to a depletion of his vitality. How could his fierce subordinates be subdued so swiftly? Who on earth was this individual opposite him? You dare to insult me? So arrogant? Chun Fei, with his hands still in his pockets, wore a somewhat cold smile. Brother Long suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly losing control of himself. He quickly adopted a contrite expression, slapping his own face twice, and pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. I'll call you grandfather, just spare me." This unexpected humility from his opponent left Chun Fei momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he laughed and scolded, "Get lost. There's no way I'd have such a disgraceful grandson." Brother Long maintained a forced smile, claiming that the earlier incident was a misunderstanding and begging for another chance. "Brother, you are truly formidable. Had I known you were this capable, I wouldn't have dared to offend you even if I had 8 times the courage." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Although Brother Long was not a good person, Chun Fei did not wish to engage in a serious conflict with a thug. He accepted the cigarette Brother Long offered, took a puff after it was lit, and pointed at the nearby security door. Before he could speak, Brother Long immediately nodded and bowed, understanding, "I assure you, I will never disturb your sister-in-law again." Sister-in-law? Chun Fei was a loss for words, but was too lazy to clarify. As long as this fellow did not cause trouble in the future, he would have done a good deed for Li Ruosi. Inside the room, Li Ruosi, initially anxious and fidgeting with her phone, had heard Chun Fei's voice and knew a fight had broken out outside, but it had quickly quieted down. Therefore, she was extremely concerned, fearing that Chun Fei would ultimately be overpowered and harmed. Despite her fear, Li Ruosi mustered the courage to open the security door to assess the situation. Upon glancing outside, she was taken aback. Leaning against the wall in the corridor were several brawny men, adorned with tattoos, looking rather intimidating. Yet at this moment, they all bore bruised faces and stood there with their heads bowed. Brother Long, the local tyrant who had been pestering her, was now nodding and smiling, engaging in conversation with Chun Fei. The atmosphere appeared surprisingly amicable. "What's going on?" Li Ruosi asked in confusion. Brother Long quickly recognized her and stood upright to greet her, "Sister-in-law." The remaining thugs echoed, "Sister-in-law, hello." Li Ruosi felt overwhelmed. What on earth was happening? She shot a glance at Chun Fei, who was casually smoking and grinning, looking rather smug and lewd. "All right, stop smoking. You left in a hurry this morning and haven't had breakfast, have you?" Li Ruosi said with an odd expression. Brother Long teased, "Big brother, your sister-in-law is urging you to eat. We won't disturb you any longer. If you encounter anything on these streets in the future, just call for me, Brother Long." After saying this, he led his bruised subordinates away in a hurry. "Chun Fei, what on earth is going on? They seem to be afraid of you." Li Ruosi could not contain her curiosity. "It's nothing. No one will disturb you anymore," Chun Fei replied as he entered the house. Li Ruosi wanted to inquire about the hospital, but Chun Fei was disinterested, merely asking if she was going to work. "Oh no, I'm running late. Let us hurry." Li Ruosi glanced at the time and urgently pulled Chun Fei downstairs towards the company. When Li Ruosi and Chun Fei entered the lobby of the company, many employees who had never seen Chun Fei were intrigued, speculating about the relationship between the young and beautiful white-collar worker Li Ruosi and Chun Fei. Li Ruosi wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. Just as she was about to tell Chun Fei to go about his business, a middle-aged man approached. "Good morning, Manager Zhao," Li Ruosi greeted quickly. He was a portly man in a suit and tie, exuding authority but appearing somewhat pretentious. Manager Zhao scanned Li Ruosi's perfect figure and contours with a heated gaze before shifting his attention to Chun Fei. "Who is this? Why did you bring him into the company?" "Ruosi, don't you understand the rules?" Li Ruosi hastily explained. "Manager Zhao, this is Chun Fei, the designated driver for Mr. Shun." "Oh, I wasn't aware of that." Manager Zhao feigned ignorance. "Mr. Shen isn't in today, so I'll be handling all matters. Since we're short on drivers, have this Chun fellow report to the vehicle team and help out with whatever he can. It will be good for him to familiarize himself with the situation." While this suggestion wasn't unreasonable, Li Ruosi was eager to distance herself from Chun Fei and quickly pointed him towards the vehicle team's office before hurrying away. Manager Zhao shot Chun Fei a cold glance and said with a forced smile, "Young man, work hard. You have a bright future." After that, he walked away. Chun Fei distinctly felt that Manager Zhao was deliberately targeting him. Although he was certain he did not know the man, the accusatory gaze was unmistakable, suggesting that he might soon find himself in a difficult situation. Chapter 18. A pitfall. Chun Fei proceeded towards the vehicle team's office. Now a member of the company, he held no one in high regard, but wished to avoid causing any trouble for Xinxiang Wei. He muttered to himself to adapt to the circumstances. Just as he was about to knock on the office door, he suddenly heard unusual sounds coming from inside, as if someone were groaning in pain. "What's going on?" Without hesitation, he kicked the door open with a resounding bang. The lock broke, and the door slammed against the wall with a loud crash. Inside the office, a scream erupted, followed by an angry shout from a man. "Who the hell are you? Hurry up and close the door, get out." Chun Fei felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat before slowly turning around. Inside the office, he heard the sound of someone getting dressed. Then, a woman who appeared to be an office worker slipped past the gap between the door and Chun Fei's body. She had a decent figure but had a few blemishes on her face, and she hurriedly walked away with an awkward demeanor. Chun Fei quickly realized what the strange sounds had been and silently chastised himself for being too naive. "Damn it, where did you come from? Are you looking for trouble?" A man in his 40s approached, tightening his belt as he glared at Chun Fei. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab Chun Fei by the collar, clearly furious after being startled moments before. "Let us talk this out. Don't be violent." Chun Fei instinctively dodged backward, effortlessly avoiding the man's grasp. He always felt that the man's hands were clammy and emitted a peculiar odor. "Dare to dodge? I'll kill you." The man stepped forward once more, this time raising his fist to strike Chun Fei's face. Chun Fei decided against evasion. Instead, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! It landed squarely on the man's abdomen, causing him to grunt and collapse to the floor, trembling in pain and unable to rise. "Did you need a beating to listen?" Chun Fei remarked with a strange expression. He then tentatively inquired, "Where's the team leader?" "I heard there isn't enough manpower today. I'm here to assist." The man on the ground, his face contorted with pain, took a moment to catch his breath before replying, "I am the team leader. What do you want?" "I am Chun Fei, the personal driver for Mr. Shun," Chun Fei answered confidently. The team leader, who seemed prepared to call for help, suddenly changed his demeanor upon hearing Chun Fei's name. Struggling to his feet while clutching his stomach, he scrutinized Chun Fei. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Even daring to strike me. Since you're Mr. Shun's personal driver, I won't hold it against you. You're here to help, right? There are some documents on the table. Take them." As the team leader spoke, he stepped aside to allow Chun Fei entry. Chun Fei walked in confidently and indeed found several documents on the table. Without much inspection, he casually grabbed them and stuffed them into his pocket. And then, the team leader, with a grim expression, produced a set of car keys. "Drive and deliver these documents. If all goes well, you'll receive what is due. Complete the task well, and there's a reward, one that is paid out immediately." Chun Fei noted the team leader's expression and state bore a striking resemblance to the pretentious manager Zhao from earlier. He inquired, "Is it really just about delivering and receiving?" The team leader nodded, "Exactly. Hurry up. Delays could cause problems." Chun Fei wasted no time, taking the keys and exiting the office. The team leader's face instantly twisted into a cold smile. "Fool, you don't even know how you've offended the higher-ups. You might not die today, but you'll surely suffer." Chun Fei arrived at the garage and encountered the security guard from the previous day. Given his status as Mr. Shun's personal driver and his current assignment, the guards treated him with great courtesy, guiding him to the vehicle designated for his use. Upon seeing the vehicle, Chun Fei felt a wave of disappointment. In such a large company, there were several business vehicles, yet he was assigned an exceedingly dilapidated van, one that seemed inferior even to those driven by the villagers on the mountains. "Brother, is this what the personal driver of the CEO is supposed to drive?" One guard teased with a grin. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. "I'm assisting the team today, picking up goods. This should be convenient for transporting." "Picking up goods? What goods does our company need to pick up?" the guard asked, puzzled. Chun Fei casually retrieved the documents from his pocket. Upon seeing them, the guard's expression changed dramatically. He scrutinized Chun Fei up and down before saying meaningfully, "Brother, you probably haven't had much education, have you?" "What did you say?" Chun Fei narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of irritation. His aura shifted slightly, causing the guard to feel a pressure that made it hard to breathe. After a couple of coughs, The guard switched his tone to a more conciliatory one. Haven't you closely examined these documents? They're not just ordinary delivery slips. They're death warrants. You've been set up. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and took a closer look. Indeed, they were delivery slips. But his lack of formal education did not equate to a lack of knowledge. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Chun Fei clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. The guard quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare offend Mr. Shun's personal driver. You may not fully understand the situation yet. The items on these delivery slips have actually been seized by logistics. The company has sent several teams to negotiate for their release, and many have ended up in the hospital. Some even quit on the spot. You going alone to pick up goods is like asking for death. The guards looked at Chun Fei with a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Damn, this is indeed a trap. Chun Fei furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. I've said what I needed to. The rest is up to you. The guards felt Chun Fei was quite dangerous and decided not to linger too close, soon dispersing. Chun Fei gazed at the documents in his hand. An impulse surged within him to confront the team leader and then give manager Zhao a beating. However, he quickly regained his composure and reached for the van's door. Murmuring to himself, I isn't a bit much? It's just picking up goods. How could the personal driver of Shun Xiangwei be looked down upon? Moments later, in his office, Manager Zhao received the team leader's report. Upon hearing the news, he sprang to his feet, exhilarated. Wonderful. Get rid of this plague. And then I can focus on dealing with Shun Xiangwei. Chapter 19. If you want to fight, then fight. Chun Fei drove away in the rickety van, heading towards Phylong Logistics to pick up the goods as per his inquiries. Aside from the horn that barely functioned, the van emitted a cacophony of unpleasant sounds. Chun Fei worried it might disintegrate on the uneven roads. After more than half an hour, he finally spotted a large gate marked Phylong Logistics. Numerous vehicles of varying sizes were busily entering and exiting, while many workers hurriedly loaded and unloaded cargo. This logistics company was quite sizable. Chun Fei tucked the documents into his pocket and staggered towards the office. Hey, what are you doing? This is the office area. Don't just wander around. A man smoking at the office entrance shot Chun Fei a fierce glare, his tone brash and arrogant. Chun Fei produced the documents and replied nonchalantly, I'm here to pick up goods. Who should I talk to? The man frowned, glancing at the documents Chun Fei held. His frown deepened as he noted, From the Shin Group? You came alone? With a hint of skepticism, he looked Chun Fei up and down, revealing a smirk of derision. Is there a problem? Chun Fei anticipated that this task would not unfold smoothly, but remained calm, prepared to adapt. No problem, just wait here. I'll get your goods shortly. The man grinned insincerely at Chun Fei, then called over some workers in the distance. What is up, brother two? What is going on? The workers inquired eagerly. This is the one, the man said, pointing at Chun Fei. From a Shin Group. Here to pick up goods. You know what to do, right? The workers exchanged glances, a chilling smile creeping onto their faces. Of course we know. Without hesitation, they advanced to strike Chun Fei. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such a situation, and they showed no regard for him. This guy's indeed a tough nut. Chun Fei thought to himself as he deftly dodged the flurry of punches and kicks. Instead of retaliating immediately, he calmly stated, I'm only here to pick up goods. I don't wish to hurt anyone. You'd best consider your next move carefully. Damn it, who can you hurt? Beat him to a pulp. Haven't you eaten today? Brother two bellowed. The assailants, emboldened by his command, showed no sign of relenting. You've brought this upon yourselves? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and, no longer evading, charged forward, delivering a series of swift kicks. Bang! The second brother stared in astonishment at several burly henchmen, who were sprawled on the ground, rolling about and wailing in agony. He couldn't even discern how Chun Fei had struck. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced at Chun Fei, his gaze now tinged with a hint of fear rather than mockery and disdain. Someone come quickly. We have a tough opponent. The second brother screeched, retreating towards the office. In less than half a minute, 2 or 3 dozen people had surrounded them, effectively cornering Chun Fei. The second brother regained his arrogant demeanor, glaring at Chun Fei. Kid, even if you possess extraordinary strength, you will kneel before me today. Do you really think you can take anything from me alone? Do you think my brothers are pushovers? The henchman took a couple of steps forward, tightening the encirclement to apply pressure on Chun Fei. However, Chun Fei remained utterly unfazed. With a cold gaze fixed on the second brother, he calmly asked, Are you suggesting that if I take down these men, I will be entitled to take the goods? The second brother scoffed. You understood correctly. That is indeed my intention. I'm just afraid that you whoosh. Bang. Before the second brother could finish his sentence, he saw a blur before him. Chun Fei, who had been several meters away, suddenly appeared right in front of him with a rush. Without giving the second brother a moment to react, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force sent his insides churning, leaving him gasping in pain, questioning his very existence. What just happened? The henchmen were bewildered. The fight hadn't even begun, and their leader had already been incapacitated. Is this the legendary strategy of capturing the leader first? Damn it, if you have the guts. Let me go and face my brother's head on. The second brother cursed darkly, but was promptly struck again in the same spot, nearly causing him to regurgitate his insides. He fell to his knees before Chun Fei, choking back the pain. Is this it? Chun Fei's expression was one of disdain. Contrary to the henchman's expectations, he did not seize the opportunity to negotiate. Instead, he stepped away from the second brother and slowly approached them, stretching his limbs as he coldly remarked, You want to fight, so here is your chance. However, after you've been beaten, you'll need to obediently prepare the goods for me. The henchmen exchanged glances, perplexed by the unusual situation. What are you standing around for? Get him! Someone shouted. Instantly, the group of 2 or 3 dozen brandished their clubs and knives, charging toward Chun Fei. The second brother struggled to lift his head, wanting to witness Chun Fei's downfall, but instead, he was met with the sight of his henchmen being thoroughly defeated by Chun Fei. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the entire group lay sprawled on the ground. The second brother's faith in life wavered once again. Meanwhile, Chun Fei approached him leisurely and scathed, lighting a cigarette as he asked, Can I take the goods now? An hour later, Chun Fei drove the rattling old van closely behind a large truck. The vehicle was loaded with goods seized by the company, and they were nearing the Shun group. A sense of accomplishment washed over Chun Fei as he lightly tapped the steering wheel, humming a tune. Just as they passed the junction and were about to arrive, an old phone began to ring. The caller ID read Li Ruosi. Thinking of me already? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and answered. Missing me so soon after just a little while apart? On the other end, Li Ruosi's voice was low and somewhat secretive, her tone grave as she said, Chun Fei, where are you? Hurry back. Shun is in big trouble. Chapter 20, A Series of Schemes? Inside the high-level conference room of the Shun group, Shen Xiangwei's face was flushed with anger, her chest heaving violently. Before her stood the company's shareholders, echoing the same intentions they had the day before, to forcibly remove Shen Xiangwei from her position as president. The instigator, naturally, was the largest shareholder, President Mao. His face bore the marks of the beating he had received from Chun Fei, yet he smiled, a sinister satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Last time, they had nearly succeeded, only to be thwarted by a man named Chun Fei. This time, President Mao had colluded with his confidants within the company, devising a plan to draw Shen Xiangwei away under false pretenses, making her rush to the company, unaware that she was walking into a coup. This insidious ploy was utterly treacherous, and President Mao and his accomplices were determined to succeed. Listen here, President Shun. As the saying goes, better a short pain than a long one. You should understand this principle. So, hurry up and step down gracefully, allowing someone capable to lead us to prosperity. Perhaps you might find a way to save yourself. If you insist on being obstinate when we forcibly oust you, both you and the Shin family will end up with nothing to show for it. President Mao's tone was laden with pressure and mockery. The other shareholders immediately echoed his sentiments, clearly having prearranged their responses. Shen Xiangwei had endured too much in recent days, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. Faced with such a situation, she felt utterly exhausted and unable to cope. I will not do as you wish, and not all shareholders will heed your commands. I have already devised a 3-year development plan, and once it is successfully implemented, the dividends for shareholders will increase year by year. Enough! President Mao suddenly bellowed, slamming his hands on the table. Shen Xiangwei jumped in surprise, finding herself momentarily speechless. Shen Xiangwei, do you still not see the situation clearly? We supported you as president because of the favorable relations between your family and the Zhang family, especially since their son was interested in you. But now, President Mao's voice darkened. Don't think we are unaware that your underling, Chun Fei, has injured Zhang Shihai, their son. I've heard he is now incapacitated and lying in the hospital. The Zhang family has already declared they will not spare you, or Chun Fei. How can the shareholders trust a woman like you to manage such a vast group under these circumstances? Do you wish to lead everyone to their doom under the wrath of the Zhang family? The shareholders nodded in agreement, casting skeptical and angry glances at Shun Xiangwei. At that moment, she was left speechless, involuntarily conjuring Chun Fei's image in her mind. She remembered that nearly the same time yesterday, just as she was about to be forced out, Chun Fei had descended like a savior. But today, unable to restrain herself, Shun Xiangwei glanced toward the conference room door. This subtle expression did not escape President Mao's notice. He let out a cold snicker, saying, "Shun Xiangwei, stop dreaming. Today, we lured you here under false pretenses, and we have made all necessary arrangements. That Qin Fei fellow is probably already dead. Even if he manages to survive, he will never have the chance to disrupt this meeting." Shun Xiangwei felt as though her last hope had just shattered. At that moment, Chun Fei had already jumped down from the van. Before he could approach the office building, he noticed a throng of individuals pouring out of the lobby. Each person bore a riot shield and a steel mace, standing in a state of readiness. The meticulous arrangement took him aback. Chun Fei maintained his intent stride forward. Moments ago, he had distinctly heard Li Ruoxi articulate over the phone that Shun Xiangwei had, for some unknown reason, rushed to the company and had not emerged since entering the executive office. Additionally, shareholders led by President Shun, along with several upper management personnel, were all congregated in the top-floor office area. Meanwhile, an influx of external security personnel had also infiltrated the company, exhibiting a menacing demeanor as they sought to seal off the premises, restricting employees from moving freely or making phone calls. Li Ruoxi had discreetly concealed her phone within her undergarments, seizing the opportunity during a restroom break to relay the information. Now, Chun Fei could clearly grasp the unfolding situation. They intended to take advantage of Shun Xiangwei's emotional instability, and while he was lured away, they planned to strike. "Get out of my way, you cannot impede me," he declared with a stern countenance as he ascended the steps, his tone low yet brimming with a confrontational aura. "Stop boasting. Do you think you're invincible?" The henchmen, armed with shields and maces, pressed forward, leveraging their elevated position. They had heard rumors of Chun Fei's prowess, but were more confident in their weaponry and armor. After all, he was but one man. "You brought this upon yourselves." Chun Fei narrowed his eyes, suddenly leaping forward and delivering a punch to the nearest shield. The individual behind the shield wore a derisive expression, brandishing the mace high, ready to strike. "Fool, even an axe couldn't break this. What makes you think?" Crack! Before the words could fully escape his lips, he watched in disbelief as Chun Fei's fist effortlessly shattered the expensive shield. How is this possible? Was the last coherent thought of the man before he lost consciousness. To save time, Chun Fei, having dispatched one adversary with a display of brute strength, forged ahead. However, the elevator was locked. He had no choice but to kick open the stairwell door and sprint upwards. The employees in the lobby stared in astonishment. Shun Xiangwei, clutching a pen, trembled in fear. She felt utterly powerless to resist. As Mr. Mao had suggested, if she were to abdicate voluntarily now, she might preserve some shares for the Shun family, ensuring their future livelihood. If forcibly removed, she would be left with nothing. "Hurry and sign. You want to be able to wait for that individual," Mr. Mao quipped. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted from the corridor outside, sounding like a fierce brawl or one-sided slaughter. What is happening? Mr. Mao's unease escalated. Shun Xiangwei, sensing something, swiftly put away her pen and stood, gazing towards the door with an expression rife with anticipation. "Are you really going to forfeit your last chance? I told you, the person you're waiting for cannot enter." Mr. Mao's face darkened. Suddenly, there was a violent crash as the heavy door shattered. Chun Fei, exuding an aura of menace, stepped over the bodies of several henchmen as he entered. "You old fools never learn, do you?" Chapter 21. Playing dirty. How is he still alive? He has breached our defenses so swiftly. The shareholders' faces turned ashen, enveloped in shock, confusion, and deep-seated fear. Mr. Mao felt an unexpected sting in his face, instinctively turning his gaze towards Shun Xiangwei. The once despairing expression on her face now flickered with a glimmer of joy, akin to witnessing a ray of sunshine in a bleak winter. The man who had vowed to protect her had indeed arrived, radiating authority and defiance, prepared to rescue her from her dire predicament. The room fell silent. Not a single shareholder dared to utter a word. They had first-hand experience of Chun Fei's ruthlessness, fearing that a single misstep could see them flung aside as Mr. Mao had been previously. This was a man audacious enough to challenge even the prominent Zhang family. Surely, dealing with them would be a mere trifle. Mr. Mao, gripped by anxiety, swallowed hard, inadvertently drawing Chun Fei's chilling gaze, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chun Fei's expression was one of disdain. Instead of delivering the anticipated beating, he calmed his demeanor somewhat and addressed Shun Xiangwei. President Shun, why didn't you inform me when you were at work, so I could be at your service? Shun Xiangwei was momentarily taken aback. I understand my mistake. I will be more vigilant in the future. Chun Fei's peculiar expression did not go unnoticed, while the shareholders were left in despair. Their exchange hardly resembled that of a boss and her driver. It bore the likeness of a couple, with the man exuding strength tempered by tenderness, and the woman embodying grace and compliance. The shareholders began to question the true nature of Chun Fei and Shun Xiangwei's relationship. If he were merely her driver, how could he have so effortlessly incapacitated someone like Zhang Shihao and dared to confront the Zhang family's authority? Had he lost his mind? Chun Fei was taken aback by Shun Xiangwei's reaction, likely due to the immense shock she had just endured. Stifling a chuckle, he added, President Shun, it seems I arrived at an opportune moment. I rushed in earlier. I hope it didn't disrupt your proceedings. Before she could respond, he turned his attention to the shareholders, particularly fixing his gaze on Mr. Mao, wearing a congenial expression. Mr. Mao, quick to respond, waved his hands. No disruption at all. Not all. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave and not intrude, he stammered, attempting to exit with trepidation. He understood the wisdom of retreating to preserve his life, plotting revenge later. Upon seeing Mr. Mao initiate the retreat, the other shareholders quickly followed suit. Yet, Chun Fei swiftly intercepted Mr. Mao, placing a hand on his shoulder. Mr. Mao's legs weakened, nearly collapsing, as he instinctively raised his arms to shield his face. Please, don't hit me. Mr. Mao, already psychologically scarred, pleaded for mercy. Chun Fei gripped his clothing with one hand while his other delved into his pocket, a teasing smile adorning his face. Yet, this smile only deepened Mr. Mao's dread, as he sensed impending doom. It is said that fear can morph into fury. Feeling mocked, Mr. Mao feigned bravado. Chun Fei, don't think you can act with impunity. I'm a legitimate businessman, well known in this city. If you dare strike me today, I will call the police. He declared, there are witnesses here, and you will face imprisonment. Chun Fei paused, blinking in disbelief. Mr. Mao thought he had genuinely intimidated him, attempting to regain his composure. But in the next instant, Chun Fei's grip shifted from his clothing to his throat. Mr. Mao's regrets surged. He realized that challenging someone as formidable as Chun Fei was akin to courting death. A slight squeeze could very well end his life, and he lamented not having enjoyed it fully. Stop, Shun Xiangwei interjected, alarmed. Chun Fei chuckled, fear not. In a lawful society, one cannot simply resort to violence. I truly regretted injuring Mr. Mao last time. It weighed heavily on my conscience. Thus, I have resolved to formally apologize to you today, while also offering some form of compensation. The shareholders present were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Chun Fei's unique thought process. Shun Xiangwei, equally astonished, found herself too conflicted to speak. Mao, the CEO, sensed a glimmer of hope, believing that his earlier threats had taken effect. It seemed that Chun Fei feared the police. However, what exactly did he mean by compensation? Moreover, if he intended to apologize, why had he attempted to choke himself in the process? Mao struggled to breathe, instinctively opening his mouth wide. At that moment, Chun Fei swiftly withdrew his hand from his pocket and tossed an unknown object directly into Mao's mouth. Mao instinctively tried to spit it out, but Chun Fei's hand abruptly pressed his chin upward. With a click, the object was swallowed without resistance, leaving a bitter, astringent, slightly spicy, and salty taste lingering in his mouth. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Mao began to panic, questioning whether Chun Fei had poisoned him, perhaps with Herculean red or arsenic. His stomach churned violently. Chun Fei cast a meaningful smile at Mao before releasing his grip. What have you made me consume? Are you attempting to murder me? Did you poison me? Someone call an ambulance. Mao shouted in a frenzy, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He clawed at his throat, tried to expel the contents, but only managed a few dry heaves without success. Chun Fei, with a squint and a smirk, remarked, "Did I not say I was here to apologize and provide compensation? What you just ingested is known as the 1-month death powder." "What?" Mao was both astonished and enraged. This substance, once ingested, would be absorbed by the body's organs almost immediately, its poison seeping into the marrow. If he obtained the antidote within a month, he would be safe. However, failure to do so would result in excruciating demise as his organs rotted away. Chun Fei chuckled mischievously as he elaborated on the dire consequences. "I will call the police to arrest you." Mao screamed in desperation. "By all means, I am indifferent. The antidote is known solely to me. You had best pray that I am in a good mood while incarcerated. Otherwise, you shall be left to your own devices," Chun Fei replied. Chapter 22. The despicable Yu Mao's phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. As the saying goes, the impoverished fear the reckless, while the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Terrified of death, Mao found himself entangled with the audacious Chun Fei, now utterly at a loss. However, the cunning old fox suddenly appeared to concoct a scheme, smirking at Chun Fei. "Do not deceive me. Such strange poisons do not exist. Have you been reading too many absurd novels?" The others in the room cast skeptical glances at Chun Fei, including Shun Xiangwei, who thought his claims were rather exaggerated. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and pointed to Mao's heart, lungs, stomach, liver, and abdomen, slowly stating, "Press gently with your finger and see if you notice anything unusual." "Do you think I can be intimidated by you?" Mao gritted his teeth, but he could not resist pressing down. After merely 2 presses, his face darkened. By the 3rd press, he could no longer contain his cries, sweat pouring from his forehead. It was at this moment that those present began to feel an unsettling chill. "It is real," the shareholders murmured among themselves, each feeling increasingly uneasy. What if Chun Fei decided to apologize and offer compensation to them as well? Mao suddenly collapsed to his knees before Chun Fei, pleading, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I do not wish to die. I cannot wait a month. Please give me the antidote now, and I promise never to trouble President Shun again." Chun Fei disdainfully glanced at him. "Now you know fear? If you desire the antidote, you must assist President Shun in managing the company diligently and abandon your ambitions for usurpation. If you demonstrate good behavior, I may spare your life. Now, you may leave." Mao wiped his tears and stumbled out. The remaining shareholders stood in unison, declaring their loyalty to President Shun, admitting they had only been misled by Mao and would not be swayed again. With varied tones and expressions, they conveyed a shared sentiment. Chun Fei smiled with satisfaction and waved at Shun Xiangwei before departing. She stood momentarily bewildered before hurrying to catch up with him, assuming he had further instructions. To her surprise, Chun Fei merely took her hand and led her outside. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, Shun Xiangwei's heart raced, and she contemplated breaking free but felt it was inappropriate. She believed Chun Fei's actions were meant to project an image of closeness to deter the shareholders from overstepping boundaries. Eventually, she acquiesced, blushing and lowering her gaze, following him out of the hall like a dutiful spouse. Chun Fei indeed intended to demonstrate his regard for Shun Xiangwei. However, upon exiting, they were greeted by a throng of onlookers, comprising nearly all the company's leaders and employees who had followed Chun Fei. Concerned for Shun's well-being and eager to witness the spectacle, they had just seen Mao leave in a hasty retreat, and now, witnessing Chun Fei holding Shun Xiangwei's hand, they erupted into applause. Some applauded sincerely, envying Shun Xiangwei for having such a protector and rejoicing in her regained authority over the company. Others merely joined in for the excitement. Unable to endure the attention, Shun Xiangwei forcefully extracted her hand from Chun Fei's grasp and coughed. "Everyone, please return to your duties. Do not let this disrupt your work." Casting a glance at Chun Fei, she added gently, "Come to my office. I have something to discuss." As she turned toward her office, Chun Fei followed leisurely, hands in pockets, swaying slightly. The employees dispersed, their conversations centered around Chun Fei, Shun Xiangwei, and the recent events. No one noticed Li Ruosi, standing among the crowd, her eyes filled with envy. In the office, Shun Xiangwei locked the door, finally feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her, her body swaying precariously. Chun Fei quickly approached, offering support and instinctively checking her heart and back. "What are you doing?" Shun Xiangwei gasped, both surprised and angry. She had intended to express her gratitude to Chun Fei, but was taken aback by his sudden display of physicality. Her feelings of appreciation swiftly transformed into disappointment and disdain. Chun Fei frowned, withdrawing his hand from her chest, yet he gently patted her back. Without uttering a word, he continued his comforting gesture. Shun Xiangwei soon noticed relief from her earlier dizziness and discomfort. Was he attempting to heal her? Had she misjudged him? Looking at Chun Fei's impassive expression, guilt crept into her heart, leaving her speechless. The matter has passed. Do not dwell on it. Mao should no longer dare to act recklessly. You ought to strategize to reclaim his shares without hampering the company's operations, Chun Fei advised with a serious demeanor. Shun Xiangwei nodded earnestly. I understand. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, were you prepared for this all along? How do you know to bring poison? I've never heard of such a thing as 1-month death powder. Chun Fei suddenly grinned, a sly smile spreading across his face. With a playful tone, I remarked on the unexpected success of my little ruse, managing to deceive Mr. Shun. There was no such thing as the January death powder. It was merely a cigarette, but I had quietly picked up from the table moments ago. What? Shun Xiangwei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, unable to restrain her admiration. You rascal, you are truly wicked, and your acting skills are top-notch. However, Chun Fei had concealed certain details. The cigarette, but was indeed genuine. But during the time he feigned choking, he had subtly infused his internal energy into several crucial meridians of General Mao. These meridians conveniently reflected the condition of the internal organs. Thus, for an extended period, any contact with the areas corresponding to the internal organs would elicit excruciating pain signals from the damaged meridians, leaving General Mao in a state of constant dread and despair. More importantly, injuries to the meridians were undetectable by even the most advanced medical techniques, making this Chun Fei's secret weapon and source of confidence. Suddenly, Shun Xiangwei turned to Chun Fei, locking eyes with him. Do you know why I brought you to the office? Chun Fei glanced at the locked office door, blinking in disbelief. No way. Is this a glitch from a novel about to come true? Are you planning to offer yourself to me? Get lost. Chapter 23. Promoted. Shun Xiangwei gently shoved Chun Fei, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Then she found it peculiar. Why was she feeling shy when she was just angry? Moreover, why was she concerned about hurting him when she should have given him a good beating? Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to cast aside these tumultuous emotions. This man had a way of distracting her. Ahem, let's talk seriously. You accomplished a great feat today and have helped me considerably. Speak up. What reward do you desire? Shun Xiangwei said with a serious expression. Noticing Chun Fei's lips curl into a smile again, she quickly added, as for offering myself, don't even think about it. Stop daydreaming. Chun Fei shrugged and raised his hands. Then I guess there's nothing. Do you want me to hit you? Shun Xiangwei was utterly speechless. She knew he was joking, yet she couldn't help but be affected by his playful demeanor. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. I don't need any reward. I've said before that just being by your side to protect you is enough for me. However, I must remind you of something. What is it? Shun Xiangwei, having established sufficient trust in Chun Fei, eagerly inquired. Chun Fei spoke slowly. Earlier, I was deceived by that manager Zhao and the team leader of the logistics company to retrieve goods. I encountered some trouble there, and just as I resolved it, I received news that you were trapped in the company and someone was attempting a coup. The call was from Li Ruosi. At this point, you should have a good idea of the situation. Shun Xiangwei furrowed her brow slightly before replying, aside from being my employee, Ruosi is also a good friend of mine, and I will definitely thank her later. Additionally, that manager Zhao and the team leader are obviously aligned with General Mao, and I will deal with them immediately. Thank you for the reminder. Chun Fei waved his hand casually. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After exiting Shun Xiangwei's office, he encountered several company employees and leaders along the way. Without exception, they paused to greet Chun Fei with polite, even obsequious smiles. Chun Fei returned their gestures with a smile and nod. Initially, he intended to find a spot in the lobby on the first floor to relax. However, upon arriving there, he received a notification from the Human Resources Department. The team leader of the logistics team had suddenly resigned, and due to the vacancy, he was to take over the position immediately, without any onboarding procedures. As Chun Fei wore a broad smile, preparing to head to the logistics office, he was unexpectedly obstructed by a stylish woman in a short skirt, flaunting her long legs. Hey there, are you Chun Fei? The alluring woman beamed at him, her face radiating charm and elegance. Chun Fei, captivated by her striking features and voluptuous figure, nodded, "I don't know if I'm handsome, but I am indeed called Chen Fei." "You're quite amusing," the woman laughed, partially covering her mouth. "I'm Li Na from the finance department. Come with me." Chen Fei blinked, puzzled about why he needed to go to finance when he had just started working the day before. "Of course it's something good. You'll find out when you arrive." Li Na winked at him playfully before turning to lead the way, her hips swaying enticingly in front of him. Chen Fei suppressed his burgeoning desire and followed her. "Please provide your bank account details." Li Na sat behind her desk and opened her computer. Chen Fei thought it was merely a formality for salary processing, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, "I just moved to the city and haven't had the chance to set up an account yet." Li Na chuckled, "You are indeed a peculiar one. Be sure to get one as soon as possible, but for today, I'll give you cash." She then opened a nearby safe, pulling out 20 bundles of bright red notes, stacking them in front of Chen Fei. "What's going on? Are you planning to bribe me? This is a bit sudden." Chen Fei's expression turned strange. "What nonsense? I'm no wealthy woman." Li Na laughed again, a hint of flirtation in her demeanor. She explained, "Didn't you go to retrieve goods recently? That shipment was unjustly detained by Phylon Logistics for quite some time, worth several million. This 200,000 is your bonus from the company." Chen Fei finally understood. He had no qualms about accepting the bonus, especially since he had come down from the mountains with empty pockets. With the money, he would have to mooch off others for food and lodging. After asking Li Na for a plastic bag to put the 200,000 in, he left her office. In a matter of minutes, he had been promoted and received a financial windfall, leaving him feeling elated. Navigating his way to the logistics office, he was about to push the door open when he recalled the earlier awkward scene. So, he coughed a couple of times at the entrance. To his surprise, the office door was suddenly flung open from the inside. 7 or 8 people inside stood in 2 neat rows upon seeing him, simultaneously exclaiming, "Welcome, Captain. Congratulations on your appointment." Chen Fei then realized that the individuals before him were the company's drivers, most of whom drove for various leaders. Upon learning of his promotion, they rushed to curry favor with him, even suggesting a dinner celebration that evening. However, Chen Fei was not particularly interested and casually asked, "Is there a bank nearby?" 10 minutes later, Chen Fei parked a clattering old van in front of a bank near the company. Just as he found a parking spot and was about to pull in, he heard a furious honking from across the street. A flashy red sports car caught his eye. "What a nuisance!" Chen Fei grumbled, flooring the accelerator and parking the van. To his astonishment, the sports car had the same intention, lunging forward abruptly, followed by the screeching sound of brakes. The front of the sports car was merely a fist distance from the side of the van. "Are you blind or what? Driving a junk car and trying to steal my parking spot. Do you want to die?" The driver of the sports car began to curse before even stepping out of the vehicle, coldly staring at Chen Fei, his gaze fierce. Chapter 24. "You have kidney deficiency." Chen Fei furrowed his brows, pushed open the car door, and jumped out of the van. Lung Sheng retorted, "The car is good. But unfortunately, the driver is a lunatic." "What did you say? Are you intentionally provoking me? Come over and apologize." From the driver's seat of the sports car emerged a young man of average build and refined attire, appearing nearly 30, with fair skin that suggested a life of luxury. However, a faint dark mark lingered between his brows, barely noticeable. He was currently gesticulating wildly, pointing at Chen Fei and hurling curses, exuding an air of arrogance and entitlement. "My dear, why waste your breath on a pauper?" A delicate voice chimed in from the passenger seat of the sports car. The car door swung open to reveal a shapely leg clad in stockings, followed by a form-fitting skirt and a blouse that accentuated her exaggerated curves. A sultry woman emerged, wrapping her arm around the man's, speaking in a mocking tone, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt for Chen Fei. "Sweetheart, you're absolutely right. There's no need to be angry with such trash. He's neither qualified nor deserving." The man wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, his expression radiating superiority. At this moment, a crowd began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama, as the couple continued to mock Chen Fei unbothered. Yet Chen Fei did not display any signs of anger. Instead, he approached them with a cheerful demeanor and said to the man, "Having money is great. You can even date a ready-made pregnant girlfriend. How admirable to leave someone else to pick up the pieces." The man's expression immediately soured. "What did you say? Are you looking for fight?" He failed to notice that the alluring woman beside him had also turned shade pale. Frowning, she remarked, "You're just a bitter loser, clearly envious of what you cannot have." Darling, ignore him. Let us get back to our business and buy that house. Once we move in, we can have our fun. She concluded with a suggestive grin. The man smirked. Exactly. He must be green with envy. Chun Fei retorted, I'm not envious at all. At least I don't lack the courage you do. You clearly lack the ability to father children and yet chose a girlfriend who is already 2 months pregnant. Is this how the wealthy play nowadays? Who are you calling deficient? Who is pregnant? The couple shouted in unison, the man advancing towards Chun Fei, appearing ready to strike. However, Chun Fei's piercing gaze emanated a terrifying aura cultivated through hardship, causing the man to falter, retreating in shock, his face revealing his fear. He no longer dared to act aggressively, yet he spat defiantly, if you dare to speak again, I'll have someone break your legs. We live in a lawful society. Slander me, and I can have you imprisoned for years, understand? Chun Fei chuckled, but you are indeed deficient. If you don't believe me, I can prove it right here and now, unless you're too cowardly, for a deficient heart is a fearful one. His smile only fueled the man's fury. As onlookers gathered, their faces alight with amusement, adding to the man's humiliation. Gritting his teeth, the man warned, I'm giving you a chance. If you can't prove it, you'll regret it. Chun Fei lifted a finger, gesturing toward a spot just below his navel, and said, if you think you're fine, take a deep breath and poke the spot with a little force. The truth will reveal itself. With disbelief, the man hesitated, but then resolutely poked at his abdomen. Initially, he wore a mocking expression, but in the next moment, his face turned pale as he cried out in pain, sweat pouring down his face, doubled over in agony, his expression shifting to one of astonishment and shame. Is this for real? The spectators, particularly the men, cautiously imitated the action, most showing no reaction. The moment solidified the truth of the man's deficiency. Some couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Scoundrel, the man growled, straightening his back, ready to confront Chun Fei, only to find him vanished. Turning around, he noticed that the seductive woman who had been with him now wore a troubled expression, seemingly guilty. A sinking feeling gripped him. What was this about her being pregnant? In the bank lobby, when Chun Fei pulled 20,000 cash from a tattered plastic bag to open an account, the teller wore an odd expression. After completing the transaction and depositing the money, Chun Fei sauntered outside, only to frown upon reaching his parking spot. Muttering under his breath, looking for trouble, are we? A bright red sports car had positioned itself snugly behind his van, blocking it entirely, the steps in front ensuring he could not exit. How does it feel to be at a loss? A mocking voice echoed from nearby. It was the same man, now with a cold and taunting expression, staring at Chun Fei. The alluring woman who had been with him was nowhere to be found. Chun Fei recognized the man's intent for revenge. Casting a glance at the expensive red sports car, he coldly remarked, I pity you for just having been cuckolded. But is it not shameless to block someone's car, just because you're in a foul mood? Shut your mouth. The sports car man erupted, his face darkening. My car is out of gas and 1T start. If you're capable, flip my car and get your van out. Seeing the man's arrogance, Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? That car looks valuable. It would be quite a pity to damage it. Go ahead. I 1T asked for compensation. I could be extravagant when I want. I just fear you lack the ability and will only talk big, you poor wretch. The man continued to mock, confident that no one could single-handedly overturn a sports car. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback as Chun Fei hopped to one side of the vehicle, bending down to grip the edge of the chassis. Creak! When the sports car man heard the ominous sound, it was too late to intervene. In just half a second, Chun Fei accomplished the astonishing feat of lifting the entire side of the red sports car. The frame emitted a more piercing groan. You! The man panicked, put it down, but he was already a moment too late, helplessly watching as his multi-million-dollar sports car tilted sideways and was then flipped over by Chun Fei. Crash! The four wheels pointed skyward, the body twisted, glass shattered everywhere. This is impossible. The man's eyes nearly popped out, his mind racing with disbelief. Could he be hallucinating from excitement? How could someone like Chun Fei, with such a slight build, possibly flip such a heavy car? Even the world's strongest man couldn't achieve such a feat. As he stood there in shock, Chun Fei dusted off his hands, opened the car door, and revved the engine. A dilapidated van emitted a plume of black smoke as it maneuvered through the gap left by an overturned sports car, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Damn it, I won't let you off this easily. The driver of the sports car cursed, recalling his anger. Meanwhile, Chun Fei returned to the company in high spirits. As the captain of the vehicle fleet, he found himself in a position of leisure, with little to occupy his time. Flattered by several drivers, he had settled into a life of ease, enjoying cups of tea and a lifestyle where requests were made with a mere opening of the mouth. By the end of the workday, he had contemplated serving as a chauffeur for Chun Xiangwei, only to learn that she had already left in her own car. Chun Fei understood that Chun Xiangwei was concerned about the public speculation surrounding their relationship. Moreover, becoming too close could provoke the Zhang family. Slightly disheartened, Chun Fei pondered whether to accept the driver's invitation to dine and drink. Just then, Li Ruosi, clad in casual attire that radiated youthful vitality, appeared at the office door. "Captain Chun, do you have a moment?" she asked, her voice crisp. The drivers exchanged looks of surprise and envy, secretly admiring Chun Fei's prowess. Not only did he maintain an ambiguous relationship with President Chun, but now he had also caught the attention of the stunning Li Ruosi, whose beauty and status rivaled Chun Xiangwei's. What remarkable fortune! It was enough to evoke jealousy in anyone. Chun Fei cleared his throat twice, striving to maintain a calm facade. "What can I do for you?" he inquired nonchalantly. Li Ruosi, brushing her hair aside, replied, "It's something good. Are you coming or not?" Chun Fei felt his resolve weaken. Unable to resist any longer, he quickly stepped outside, leaving the drivers in a state of bewildered longing. Once outside the office, Li Ruosi's demeanor shifted. She huffed and said, "There were others in the office just now. I was merely being courteous, so don't get the wrong idea. Just be mindful. You're just a minor fleet captain." Chun Fei was left speechless. "Then what is it you want from me?" Li Ruosi regarded him, her expression softening slightly. "I need your assistance with something. Is that all right?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. "I'm merely a minor fleet captain. I fear it may be beyond my capabilities." Li Ruosi, visibly annoyed, recognized that Chun Fei was teasing her about the earlier encounter. Yet, with the request at hand, she lowered her tone. "It won't be for nothing. There are benefits involved. You still haven't found a place to stay, have you? I have an empty room." Chun Fei feigned nonchalance. "I'll consider it, but you must understand. I initially planned to rent a place after work. Since you're so insistent, I suppose I could manage to stay a few more days." Li Ruosi clenched had fists, feeling an impulse to lash out, but ultimately restrained herself, knowing she was the one in need. What harm could it do to let him have a verbal advantage? Upon reaching the company entrance, Li Ruosi added, "You should drive a proper vehicle. You're the fleet captain now. This shouldn't be difficult. Leave it to me," Chun Fei declared, thumping his chest before striding toward the parking lot. While Li Ruosi took a phone call, a raspy honking interrupted her, sounding weak and ineffectual. She turned to see Chun Fei in the driver's seat, her expression darkening. "Chun Fei, are you out of your mind? We're going out, and you show up in this junky van. Is there any vehicle more pathetic in the entire company?" Chun Fei replied dutifully, "I don't believe so. But all the other keys are in the office. Do you want me to go back and switch?" "Forget it. We're running out of time. Let's hurry." Li Ruosi's face was a storm as she forcibly opened the passenger door and squeezed inside. To ease the oppressive atmosphere in the cramped vehicle, Chun Fei cleared his throat and asked, "What exactly are we doing? You aren't being pressured into marriage and need me to pose as your boyfriend, are you? That would be quite the predicament. What nonsense is that? How could I, Li Ruosi, be pressured into marriage? I have suitors aplenty," she retorted sharply. Yet, Chun Fei discerned the underlying message. Li Ruosi only denied the idea of being pressured into marriage, but said nothing about pretending to have a boyfriend. Noticing her unstable mood, he refrained from further inquiries. Following the route, she indicated as they sped toward the city center in the aging van, which seemed on the verge of breaking down. Even in silence, Li Ruosi was irked, casting him 2 glances before chastising him unprovoked. "You're an adult and the fleet captain of such a large company. Can't you dress decently? Your fashion sense is worse than that of the old man collecting scrap in our neighborhood." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and slammed on the brakes. "Starling Li Ruosi, if you believe I don't meet your standards, feel free to get out. I have no desire to humiliate myself." Li Ruosi clenched had fists tightly. "Forget what I just said. I'm really running late. They're all waiting for me and likely plotting my punishment." With that, Chun Fei resumed driving, pushing the van to its limits. Minutes later, they approached a high-end venue, bustling with life and lights. "Just find a corner to park. Don't drive in too close," Li Ruosi instructed, acting as if she were up to no good. But just as they parked, someone called out from nearby, "Isn't that the stunning Li Ruosi? How has she fallen so low?" Li Ruosi's world darkened, nearly causing her to tumble from the van. It was too late to pretend she didn't recognize them. From a freshly parked BMW emerged 3 or 4 individuals, including a strikingly dressed young woman who was clearly younger than Li Ruosi but lacked her grace. She stared at Li Ruosi, a mix of surprise and mockery on her face. "So it really is Li Ruosi? I heard you were thriving in a big company. Why are you driving such a clunker? Have you hit hard times?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, as if reveling in Li Ruosi's misfortune. Another chimed in, "Song Jinjin. You don't understand. This is called experiencing life." Li Ruosi shot a furious glare at Chun Fei, who wore a cheeky grin. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile as she exited the van. "You all haven't changed a bit, still as sharp-tongued as ever. Does it really matter what car one drives?" The men stepping out of the BMW, captivated by Li Ruosi's allure, attempted to flatter her. "It doesn't matter. For a beauty like Li Ruosi, whether in a horse-drawn carriage or a BMW, she remains exquisite." Chun Fei began to piece things together. Li Ruosi was likely bringing him along for a long-awaited class reunion. However, he remained uncertain about his role that evening. Was he merely a driver or something more significant? At that moment, someone recognized him in the driver's seat and approached with curiosity. "Oh, Li Ruosi has a driver now?" Li Ruosi frowned. "What are you blabbering about? This is my boyfriend." Chun Fei. Chun Fei felt a wave of despair wash over him. As expected, his fears had come to fruition. Under Li Ruosi's insistent gaze, he reluctantly exited the van, slamming the door with a clang that sent rust flying. Li Ruosi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, already regretting her decision to bring Chun Fei along. Yet, she was compelled to maintain the faade. Approaching Chun Fei, she affectionately linked her arm with his in front of several old classmates. "No way. You really have a boyfriend? How did you end up with someone like a classmate who drives a BMW?" She could not hide her disdain for Chun Fei. The others nearby shared in the amusement, their laughter suggesting disbelief, if it weren't for Chun Fei's somewhat handsome appearance. They would hardly accept that someone like him could garner the affection of a beauty like Li Ruosi. "All right, Hua Xiao and the others should be here by now. Let us hurry over," urged Song Jinjin, who had previously teased Li Ruosi. The group quickened their pace toward an upscale club ahead. Li Ruosi deliberately lagged behind with Chun Fei, pinching his arm hard enough to elicit a grimace from him. "Is this how you ask someone for a favor?" Chun Fei complained. Li Ruosi's face turned stern. "I'm thanking you. You know, tonight is my moment to shine. After we finish the first drink, find an excuse to step outside and wait for me. I'll join you after I deal with them, understood? No silly remarks, and don't embarrass me." With a resigned acceptance of his situation, Chun Fei nodded. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. As they traversed the corridor to a large private room, the atmosphere inside was already filled with laughter and chatter. "Hua Xiao, thank you for this opportunity to experience high-end consumption," someone flattered. Then a somewhat arrogant voice interjected. "Look at you, so pathetic. The main guest isn't even arrived yet. No need to rush the drinks." Indeed, the beautiful Li is late today. We must make her drink 3 shots when she arrives." At this, Li Ruosi's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Chun Fei recognized the voice of the man who had been referred to as Hua Xiao. It sounded oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. The server opened the door to the room, revealing a spacious area with around 10 people seated at a large round table. The host, a tall young man dressed in casual attire, exuded an air of arrogance, appearing nearly 30. "The beautiful Li has arrived." Someone cheered, and all the men's gazes turned to Li Ruosi. However, the young man's smile abruptly faltered as his gaze fixated on Chun Fei. "Oh, it's you." Both he and Chun Fei expressed surprise simultaneously. Chun Fei suppressed a laugh. This irate fellow was none other than the unfortunate soul he had encountered at the bank earlier that day when their cars collided. What a small world it was indeed, to reunite at Li Ruosi's class gathering. Hua Xiao, on the other hand, was utterly flabbergasted. "What, do you know Li Ruosi's boyfriend?" Song Jinjin, sitting close to Hua Xiao, inquired with a mischievous smile. "Li Ruosi's boyfriend?" Hua Xiao's complexion darkened further. He stood up, pointing at Chun Fei. "You." He intended to say, "You owe me for my car," but Chun Fei suddenly grinned and made a gesture indicating a pregnant woman. Hua Xiao's words died in his throat, realizing he had been humiliated. If he brought up the car incident, Chun Fei would certainly retaliate by mentioning his own embarrassing situation. "Fine, I want to argue with you verbally. My worth and abilities are evident to all. Hua Xiao declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Nearby, one of his sycophants chimed in, Isn't it true? I heard Hua Xiao recently acquired a sports car worth over 3 million. Why didn't you bring it today? Hua Xiao shot a glare at the flatterer. His expensive car was currently in the repair shop, something he couldn't disclose. Ahem, waiter. Is the box of premium red wine I brought ready? Now that my old classmates are here, let us serve it so everyone can enjoy, Hua Xiao said, eager to shift the conversation away from vehicles. Soon, the staff brought out 6 bottles of red wine, their packaging and design exuding luxury. One bottle had already been decanted and placed on the table. This must be quite expensive, one of his lackeys remarked. Hua Xiao responded with pride, for you, it might be pricey, but for me, it's just a drop in the bucket. Each bottle is worth over 20,000. Don't hold back. Hua Xiao's generosity was met with enthusiasm, and Song Jinjin, leaning closer, cooed, we should gather more often. I'm sure Hua Xiao wouldn't mind sharing his wealth. Hua Xiao observed everything with amusement, relishing the attention from the beautiful women. The true purpose behind organizing this gathering was not merely to flaunt wealth, but to win over the former class beauty, Li Ruosi. To his dismay, she had brought along a boyfriend who was an obvious rival. In response, Hua Xiao became more brazen, casually wrapping his arm around Song Jinjin. For a beauty like you, I wouldn't mind spending a little, he said, but some people, even if served the finest delicacies, wouldn't appreciate it. It would be a waste. Song Jinjin paused for a moment before gracefully leaning into Hua Xiao's embrace, and the others watched with knowing smiles. Some even chimed in, exactly. It's such a waste, like flowers on cow dung. In an instant, everyone turned their ire towards Chun Fei alongside Hua Xiao. Li Ruosi was appalled by the sycophantic demeanor of the crowd, even contemplating the drastic measure of abandoning her long-held circle of classmates to leave. After all, this treatment was profoundly unjust to Chun Fei. However, the man seated beside her remained unperturbed, nonchalantly reaching for the decanter and pouring himself a generous half-glass of wine. What do you think you're doing? Don't you realize who the host is today? How can someone like you, who simply mooches off others, display such a lack of decorum? Hua Xiao's sycophantic lackey immediately reprimanded him. The others followed suit, casting disdainful glances at Chun Fei. Yet, he continued with his actions, lifting the glass to gently swirl the contents before bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Hua Xiao's expression darkened. Let him be. Someone like him will likely never afford such fine wine. Just a sip would cost him an entire month's salary. Let him indulge. It may be his only opportunity. However, Chun Fei did not drink. After a couple of sniffs, he placed the glass down with a slight thud, spilling some of the red wine onto the table. What do you mean by this? How dare you waste such expensive wine? Hua Xiao is only tolerating you for Li Demaine's sake. You have no appreciation for the generosity shown to you, spilling such costly wine. Hua Xiao's lackey continued to scold him. Indeed, you clearly don't belong here. Li Ruosi, how could you have been so blind as to choose such a partner? Did you really find a laborer from the job market to pass off as your boyfriend? The remarks from the crowd varied, and Li Ruosi felt her frustration mounting, convinced that bringing Chun Fei to this reunion was a monumental mistake. She tugged at Chun Fei, ready to leave, but he remained steadfast, lighting a cigarette and taking a leisurely drag, exhaling a plume of smoke as he calmly spoke. I can understand your ignorance when it comes to discerning quality. But Hua Xiao, you seem to present yourself as a man of wealth. How could you possibly pass off such inferior wine as high grade? Do you believe your classmates unworthy of true quality, or are you simply masquerading as generous, unable to afford the finest? The atmosphere in the private room shifted palpably, thick with tension. You insolent brat, I see you intend to stir trouble. Do you really think I won't deal with you because of Li Ruosi? Hua Xiao slammed his hand on the table, barely containing his fury. Yet, Chun Fei maintained his calm demeanor, leisurely smoking as he replied, fake is fake. It can never be genuine. In this world, the truth often goes unheard. Hua Xiao contemplated resorting to physical confrontation, but hesitated, recalling Chun Fei's earlier feat of overturning a sports car with bare hands. He reminded himself not to engage with someone in a manner he was unskilled in, but rather to wield his strengths against his opponent's weaknesses. Thus, Hua Xiao mimicked Chun Fei's earlier demeanor and lit a cigarette, darkly pronouncing, you claim this wine is fake, yet I assert it is real. There happens to be an internationally renowned sommelier in this establishment. Why don't we summon them to evaluate the wine? If it is indeed as you say, you shall face the consequences. Do you dare? Chapter 28. The sommelier, with a provocative expression, Hua Xiao basked in the flattery of his classmates, growing increasingly arrogant. No problem. As long as you're not afraid of embarrassment, I have no objections, Chun Fei replied with relaxed composure. Hua Xiao's demeanor darkened further as he added, "This is not coercion. It is entirely voluntary on your part. If the wine proves genuine, not only must you publicly apologize, but you must also crawl 3 laps around this private room, barking like a dog. Do you dare to accept?" Li Ruoxi's expression hardened, eager to intervene and end this farce, but Chun Fei stopped her. With a smile, he addressed Hua Xiao, "As long as you call for it, I will gladly accept." Amidst the crowd, a few could not contain their laughter. Hua Xiao's face turned ashen. Mere verbal sparring held little weight. Remember your words. Do not backtrack when the time comes for you to face the music. I certainly will not backtrack. Yet, if the wine is indeed fake, how shall you respond? Chun Fei narrowed his eyes at Hua Xiao. If it is fake, I will down every drop in one go and submit to your will. Hua Xiao wore a triumphant expression, and Chun Fei clapped his hands, sealing the agreement with an air of nonchalance. Bring him in. Hua Xiao gestured, and a staff member promptly entered. What can I assist you with? Hua Xiao boisterously declared. I hear you have a highly reputed sommelier here. My father knows the general manager. Could you extend a courtesy and summon the sommelier to help us evaluate the wine? We are willing to pay. The staff member, aware of Hua Xiao's background, nodded eagerly. Rest assured, we can arrange for a tasting. However, our sommelier has a rather peculiar temperament. I hope that won't be an issue. Temperament is of no concern, as long as the wine is genuine. Hurry and bring them here. Hua Xiao waved dismissively. Minutes later, a striking woman in casual attire, no older than 30, entered, her high heels clicking on the floor. With her tall, slender figure, high ponytail, and sharp features, she exuded an aura reminiscent of an ice queen. Well, I did not expect the sommelier here to be such a beauty, Hua Xiao chuckled, anticipating that she would treat him with the same deference as the staff. However, the poised woman merely raised an eyebrow, coolly inquiring, who requires my assistance in wine tasting? Hua Xiao's irritation flared, but he quickly reminded himself that his priority was to deal with Chun Fei before addressing other matters. The wine on the table had cost him a considerable sum, procured through friends from abroad. Please, do your best to evaluate it. We cannot afford to tarnish our reputation, especially since we seem to hold a stake in this establishment, he emphasized, pointing at the decanter with an affected tone. He expected that clarifying his identity would elicit some respect from the sommelier. Yet, the woman merely shot him a glance filled with disdain. She retrieved her own glass and poured a small amount of wine from the decanter, her hand steady and her focus unwavering. Ah, truly professional, Hua Xiao thought, convinced of his impending victory. However, after swirling the wine in her glass, the sommelier did not sip it. Instead, she placed the glass on the table with a motion identical to Chun Fei's earlier action. What's wrong? Is it not ready to drink? Hua Xiao probed, testing her response. The quality of this wine is so poor that it is hardly worth tasting. It is akin to the cheap bottles sold in supermarkets. The sommelier retorted coldly, turning to leave. Wait. Hua Xiao's face darkened as he rose, gritting his teeth. You haven't even tasted it. How can you claim the wine is bad? You are clearly speaking without basis. I have serious doubts about your expertise. The sommelier calmly reached into her pocket and produced several certificates, tossing them onto the table. They were evidently prestigious credentials. He then coldly remarked that there are often individuals like you, lacking in discernment, who attempt to pass off low-quality wine at exorbitant prices. Thus, I find it necessary to carry my qualifications with me at all times. Take a good look. These credentials can all be verified online. Unfazed, Hua Xiao picked up the phone, while others began to scrutinize the authenticity of those certificates. Ultimately, they were all genuine. The atmosphere in the private room shifted to one of awkwardness. It must be an error. Perhaps that bottle of wine was improperly stored. Open another. Hua Xiao refused to concede defeat. The nearby staff hurriedly opened another bottle of red wine. However, the sommelier merely sniffed it and coldly pronounced it as subpar. Just like the previous one. Open more. Hua Xiao clenched his fists. In moments, all the remaining bottles of red wine were uncorked, and without exception, they were all wholesale products. The expressions of those in the room turned awkward, and silence fell as no one dared to speak, fearful of provoking Hua Xiao's wrath. Suddenly, Hua Xiao fixed a cold stare on the bartender, questioning whether she did not wish to take a sip. You surely do not know my identity. Before Hua Xiao could finish, The female bartender retorted coldly that his identity bore no relevance to the authenticity of the wine. To speak frankly, had it not been for my employment here, I would not waste time on someone like you. Fake is fake. If you dispute it, you may seek verification from a specialized institution, but I shall not accompany you. With that, the bartender elegantly turned and left, leaving Hua Xiao and his classmates in a state of disarray. The room fell into a deathly silence, with everyone careful not to breathe too loudly. Yet Chen Fei, with a playful demeanor, tapped on the table and cheerfully remarked, "Hua Xiao, you've opened 6 bottles of wine. Truly a lavish expenditure. How much did you pay for each?" "Over 20,000 a bottle?" TSK. There's a saying, fools have more money. Chen Fei's words seemed to add insult to injury. Hua Xiao was already in a foul mood, and now it felt like adding fuel to the fire. "What are you so pleased about? My wealth and willingness to spend are none of your concern. Clearly, something went awry in the process, and I will investigate thoroughly." Hua Xiao replied darkly, "Your freedom to spend is yours alone, but did you not assert that if you lost, you would drink all the wine in one go? Before your old classmates, you wouldn't dare to renege, would you?" Chen Fei teased with a smirk. Chapter 29. A Test of Drinking Ability? Hua Xiao's expression darkened further. It was indeed his own words, but at that moment, he had been brimming with confidence. Naturally, he felt invincible, and now, he was entirely at a loss. Fortunately, one of his sycophants quickly stepped in to defuse the tension with a joke, questioning why he was taking it so seriously. After all, with so much wine, how could Hua Xiao possibly consume it? Surely, there was a misunderstanding. They could simply order more drinks. Others chimed in, eager to downplay the situation. Only then did Hua Xiao's expression improve slightly. Yet Chen Fei had no intention of letting it go, taunting coldly, "Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You fear Hua Xiao might drink too much and leave the bill unpaid. If you can't hold your liquor, then refrain from boasting. Do you not feel embarrassed to lose face before so many?" Hua Xiao felt a surge of murderous intent. However, he quickly reconsidered, shifting the topic back to Chen Fei. "You wish to challenge me to a drinking contest? Know your limits." Indeed, who does not know Hua Xiao as the renowned drinker who remains sober after 1,000 cups? "Who gave you the audacity to speak of drinking prowess in my presence?" His sycophant eagerly fawned. "Only a test will reveal who is truly formidable. I happen to have some experience in drinking as well," Chen Fei replied casually. Hua Xiao's face lit up with excitement. He was indeed naturally gifted when it came to alcohol. Due to his unique physique and frequent social engagements, he was accustomed to downing bottles of liquor and chugging beer. Rarely did he find himself bested in a drinking contest. Now that Chen Fei dared to engage him, it was as if he had invited trouble. After the earlier embarrassment, here was a chance to redeem himself. He promptly slammed the table and called out to the staff, "Bring me the drinks." The staff, eager to please, inquired what type of wine he desired. Without waiting for Hua Xiao's response, Chen Fei raised an eyebrow and declared, "Naturally, we shall have your finest wine. After all, who is Hua Xiao? Unless, of course, he is reluctant to spend." Hua Xiao was nearly driven to madness. But at that moment, he could not back down. He gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement, thinking that the cost of the wine was hardly a concern. "By the way, summon your sommelier as well. I noticed she is quite attractive and ought to join us in celebrating. Having ordered such expensive wine, she should surely explain its merits." The staff hurried off. His classmates began to praise Hua Xiao, lauding his lavishness in choosing the most expensive wine. However, they noted that the sommelier had a rather foul temper. Though she was undeniably attractive, had it been anyone else, they might not have shown any courtesy, yet it was Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao continued to glare at Chen Fei, plotting how he might exact revenge once he regained the upper hand. After the preceding events, Li Ruoxi sat, dazed beside Chen Fei, hardly daring to speak and merely waiting for the situation to unfold. Moments later, the staff returned with the previously frosty sommelier. This time her demeanor was even colder. Yet Hua Xiao reclined in his chair, wearing a smug expression. He relished using his wealth and status to belittle others. Was she merely a sommelier? How dare she deny him respect? Accompanying her was another case of fine red wine. Hua Xiao boldly stated, "My dear, please enlighten my old classmates about these wines, their qualities, and what makes them worth the expense. A tip will surely follow if you do well." The sommelier, fully aware that Hua Xiao was intentionally trying to humiliate her, felt her expression darken. Yet, in order to preserve her job and income, she had to endure it. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a lightness in her hands. To her astonishment, She realized that the unopened bottle of red wine had been snatched away. It was Chun Fei. "What are you doing?" The sommelier initially thought Chun Fei was deliberately toying with her and felt a surge of irritation. But Chun Fei simply grasped the cork and effortlessly popped the bottle open. He brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply, and then revealed a look of mild ecstasy as he slowly remarked, "Quite nice. A genuine Sage-To Law fight. A splendid wine. It must cost at least 40 or 50,000 a bottle." The sommelier was taken aback, instinctively remarking, "You have quite the discerning palate. You can tell just by the aroma." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow at the attractive sommelier, saying, "It's none of your concern. We are here to drink. And no amount of detailed introduction will change that." Is he defending me? The sommelier felt a flicker of gratitude mixed with confusion. Were they not in cahoots? Hua Xiao, grinding his teeth in frustration, pointed at Chun Fei, reminding him who the host was here. Did he have any right to speak? Chun Fei merely raised an eyebrow and tossed the opened bottle across the table. Hua Xiao instinctively shut his mouth and caught the wine with both hands. 50,000 a bottle. Even someone as wealthy as he was feeling a twinge of pain. In the blink of an eye, Chun Fei opened another bottle with ease. "Can you drink that much?" Hua Xiao felt a pang of regret. "What's wrong? Just a moment ago, you insisted everyone should enjoy themselves. Now you're hesitant to share 2 bottles? Do you still wish to challenge me to a drinking contest?" Such heart-wrenching words. Then let us not compare at all. If you think so, let us leave, for your classmate is truly narrow-minded. As Chun Fei spoke, he indeed set down his drink and prepared to depart. "Stay right there." Hua Xiao's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Who said I was heartbroken? A bottle of wine worth tens of thousands? We can certainly afford it." Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Fei's hand shot out like lightning, opening all the bottles of red wine that had just been served. "Are you out of your mind?" Hua Xiao nearly leapt from his seat. "This is worth hundreds of thousands. I'm heartbroken just thinking about it." "What's wrong? Didn't you say you could afford it? Have you changed your tune? Are you even wealthy? You haven't brought your sports car, and now you're reluctant to drink." Chun Fei wore an expression of amusement. "Shut your mouth. If we're to compare our drinking capacities, we must drink good wine, right? Come on." Hua Xiao huffed, panting heavily. He then grabbed a glass and began pouring the wine. 6 bottles, 3 for each of us. Whoever drinks slowly loses. The loser pays the bill. What do you say? Are you scared? If you are, then get out of here and don't embarrass yourself. He believed that someone like Chun Fei would never dare to accept such a wager, considering it involved a sum of over hundreds of thousands. How could a person who drives a dilapidated van possibly accept such a gamble? Chapter 30. Another case faced with Hua Xiao's arrogance. Chun Fei waved his hand at the staff. "Bring another case of this wine." Hua Xiao nearly slid off his chair in excitement, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Chun Fei, what are you planning?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. "1 case each makes it more enjoyable. When I used to drink with others on the mountain, I would stomp on the cases while drinking. What's the matter? Can't you handle it? How can it be the same? You were stomping on cases of beer worth only a few dozen, while this is a case of red wine worth hundreds of thousands." Hua Xiao suddenly realized that Chun Fei had been slyly leading him into a trap, playing the role of the underdog. Moreover, his taunts about whether he could afford it only intensified the embarrassment he felt in front of so many former classmates and his former crush, Li Ruosi. All he could do was darken his expression and grit his teeth, ordering, "Bring him a case. Just remember, whoever loses pays." The staff, not daring to offend Hua Xiao, hastily fetched another identical case of red wine. Chun Fei, undeterred by the atmosphere, proceeded to open every bottle in front of everyone, leaving none untouched. The sommelier stood nearby, watching with a cold gaze, but even she felt a hint of curiosity. "Are we ready to begin now?" Hua Xiao held his glass tightly, taking deep breaths. After this contest, he was determined to bankrupt Chun Fei, for only then could he alleviate his resentment. Chun Fei nodded. Hua Xiao immediately leaned in closer to his glass, both of them moving in unison. This was a tactic he had honed over years of drinking. As soon as their glasses touched, he eagerly swallowed. Although guzzling red wine could lead to discomfort, he was willing to endure it for the sake of embarrassing Chun Fei. In previous drinking contests, he would always have people cheering him on, but this time, something fell amiss. Gasps erupted, and they were not directed at Hua Xiao. "What is happening?" Hua Xiao lowered his gaze to see what was unfolding with Chun Fei. To his astonishment, Chun Fei was chugging an entire bottle of red wine as if it were juice, and in the blink of an eye, half of it was gone. Is this even humanly possible? Hua Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him. At this point, no one was paying attention to him. All eyes were on Chen Fei. In a moment of distraction, Chen Fei instinctively reached for a second bottle. The timing was impeccable. As he finished the first bottle, just as he lifted the second, creating a seamless transition. It was evident that this guy had unparalleled experience in drinking, far surpassing Hua Xiao. Such a waste, remarked the sommelier, standing beside Chen Fei, her lips curled in disdain. However, if one looked closely, they would notice a flicker of amusement break through her previously icy demeanor. Those who had doubted Chen Fei, including Li Ruoxi's classmates, began to change their opinions. Even Li Ruoxi herself felt a surge of excitement. As Chen Fei downed his third bottle, he began to cheer, "Go, Chen Fei! Drink him under the table." Hua Xiao was completely overwhelmed, realizing that trying to drink from a glass could not keep pace with Chen Fei's rhythm. In desperation, he grabbed a wine bottle himself. However, his speed paled in comparison to Chen Fei's. In no time, Chen Fei had consumed 3 bottles without showing any signs of discomfort, save for a slight flush on his cheeks. His capacity for alcohol was nothing short of extraordinary, prompting murmurs of disbelief among the onlookers. The sommelier beside Chen Fei could not help but express admiration. Although the alcohol content of wine was lower than that of spirits, consuming it in such a manner was beyond comprehension for an average person. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao had barely managed to open his second bottle. Chen Fei stopped, slamming his hand on the table. "Hua Xiao, I'm waiting for you." Startled, Hua Xiao spat out his drink in shock, the deep red liquid splattering across his face and ruining his expensive attire. Soon after, he felt a wave of nausea and bent over a trash can to vomit. "Oh, so you can't handle it after all?" Chen Fei teased with a mocking expression, appearing genuinely disappointed. He glanced at the 3 untouched bottles in front of him and casually replaced the corks. Turning to the staff, he asked, "Can this wine be stored?" "Yes, of course." The staff member, dumbfounded, nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't admire someone who could effortlessly down 3 bottles of red wine without breaking a sweat? "Don't forget to charge Hua Xiao for the bill. 2 cases totaling 12 bottles. Surely, a mere few hundred thousand won't trouble him," Chen Fei said nonchalantly. Across the table, Hua Xiao, now being helped back to his feet, swayed slightly. Part of the reason was the rush of drinking, but more importantly, he was furious with Chen Fei. Having spent a fortune on a meal and lost face was enough to drive anyone mad. Pointing a finger at Chen Fei, he spat, "You have gone too far." Chen Fei immediately stood up. "So you don't welcome me? Then I shall take my leave. Ruoxi, will you continue to stay here?" "Of course, I shall leave with you," Li Ruoxi quickly responded, grabbing her bag and rising to her feet. The two departed amidst the astonished gazes of Hua Xiao and their former classmates. "Chen Fei, I will not rest until I make you pay." Hua Xiao's voice echoed down the corridor as they exited. Chen Fei paid no mind, snapping his fingers at the staff member following him. "Pack those 3 bottles for me to take away." In the parking lot, Li Ruoxi watched as Chen Fei casually tossed the 3 valuable bottles of red wine onto the back seat. She hurriedly approached and asked, "Chen Fei, you didn't drink too much, did you? If it's too much, we can take a cab." Chen Fei smiled nonchalantly. "Who do you think I am? This amount of wine is nothing to me. Hua Xiao's capacity is nothing compared to mine. I could down more than he ever could with a mere hair." Such arrogance. Li Ruoxi bit her lip, unable to suppress her laughter. She felt that Chen Fei was boasting too much. Little did she know, his words were far from an exaggeration. With the aid of his internal breath, one could say that not even 3 bottles of red wine could intoxicate him. Even if he were to indulge in the aroma of red wine and drink until dawn with others, he would remain sober. He skillfully started the engine of the worn-out van, preparing to return. However, before he could exit the parking lot, Chen Fei sensed something was amiss. Chapter 31. The pursuers. As Chen Fei's vehicle moved forward, 2 cars that had just parked by the roadside began to follow suit. "Are they tailing me?" Chen Fei raised an eyebrow, instinctively feeling that they were indeed targeting him. Although he had only recently descended the mountain, it seemed he had offended quite a few people, particularly the Zhang family. While they outwardly appeared to fear provoking Luo Sihai and claimed they would not pursue him, it was entirely normal for them to engage in covert maneuvers. Chen Fei glanced at Li Ruoxi in the passenger seat, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Would you like to experience something thrilling?" "What?" Li Ruoxi furrowed her brow in confusion. Subsequently, she revealed a look of disdain. "You're driving a dilapidated van. What excitement could you possibly provide? Please fasten your seatbelt. esteemed guest. This journey is about to enter flight mode. Chun Fei proclaimed with utmost seriousness. You're insane. Li Ruosi dismissed him completely, believing that Chun Fei was merely intoxicated and acting foolishly. Yet in the next instant, as Chun Fei slammed the accelerator and shifted into low gear, the once decrepit van roared to life, emitting a loud hum as it surged forward. Ah! Li Ruosi screamed, her face paling in an instant. Her legs instinctively pressed together, and she hurriedly secured herself with the seatbelt. Chun Fei, are you out of your mind? Is this intentional? She scolded, regretting not insisting on taking a taxi back. Now it felt as though Chun Fei was about to unleash his drunken madness. Ignoring Li Ruosi, Chun Fei focused on the road ahead, while keeping an eye on the two vehicles behind through the rearview mirror. As he had anticipated, the two SUVs immediately accelerated to follow him. Are we being followed? Li Ruosi noticed something was off, her expression growing increasingly frantic. She pulled out her phone. Let us call the police. Chun Fei wore a frustrated expression. To report me for drunk driving? Li Ruosi immediately felt embarrassed. Then what should we do? Those people in the two cars seem numerous, and you've had so much to drink. It's incredibly dangerous. Chun Fei remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead. What are you looking for? Li Ruosi asked anxiously as she glanced back at the two high-performance vehicles closing in on them. Find an uninhabited area. Let us take them down, Chun Fei replied, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, his demeanor calm. Take them down? Li Ruosi felt on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, Chun Fei abruptly jerked the steering wheel, the small van veering off the main road into a dimly lit alley. The two SUVs hastily attempted to follow. That kid is crafty. He intends to escape into the alley. Someone shouted angrily. Hurry, we can't let him get away. However, at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared near the entrance of the alley. Chun Fei, cigarette in mouth and hands in his pockets, wore a challenging expression. Is he provoking us? One of the men exclaimed, bewildered by his audacity. 7 or 8 individuals jumped out of the car, their expression strange. Never mind. We were instructed to break his legs tonight. Grab your weapons. We don't know if he's back up, a long-haired youth leading the group said coldly. In an instant, the group brandished their weapons and stormed into the alley. Wait, is he really alone? One of the subordinates next to the long-haired youth asked incredulously. Has he lost his mind? Is he a lunatic? The long-haired youth's companion wore a bemused expression. Subsequently, one of them swaggered toward Chun Fei, brandishing a stick. Kid, I admire your courage, staying here knowing so many are after you. Chun Fei removed the cigarette from his mouth, squinting slightly. I admire your lack of foresight, not realizing you're about to get beaten. How dare you? The man swung the wooden stick viciously at Chun Fei. The sound of impact echoed through the alley as the blow landed. The long-haired youth and his companions watched in shock as their ally was sent flying several meters back, as if struck by a train, landing with a thud and remaining motionless. Is this a joke? What just happened? The group halted, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Questioning their own vision, Chun Fei strolled over leisurely, wearing a nonchalant smirk. Is it just your lot? You sure have some guts. Come on, let us not waste time. Step forward and receive your beating, then we can have a proper chat. The leader of the group gritted his teeth. This kid is a bit unnerving, but it's fine. We have numbers. Let us all go in together. Inside the van, Li Ruosi felt a surge of anxiety. Initially, she had been quite worried about Chun Fei's state after drinking. However, witnessing him effortlessly take down several armed thugs in mere moments, she realized she had been overly concerned. Chun Fei, now crouched down, reached for the long-haired youth's head, raising an eyebrow. Were you sent here by the Zhang family? Why did you only send so few people? Who do you think you're looking down on? The youth trembled in fear. Big brother, you've misunderstood. We weren't sent by the Zhang family. The one who sent us is called Hua Xiao. What? Chun Fei chuckled, understanding the situation. It was unsurprising. Hua Xiao had lost face tonight, and seeking revenge was only natural. Please spare us. Had we known you were this formidable, we wouldn't have dared to offend you, the long-haired youth pleaded. Chun Fei rubbed his chin, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If you want me to spare you, it's quite simple. However, you must do something for me. The long-haired youth nodded vigorously. Just tell us what to do. We'll go through fire and water for you. Minutes later, at a high-end hotel in the city, the long-haired youth jumped out of a car, flanked by 5 or 6 men, charging inside with an imposing demeanor. The security guards, bewildered, did not dare to stop them, noticing the injuries on their faces. Chapter 32. A gentleman does not hold grudges. Chun Fei hummed a tune as he tapped the steering wheel, having arrived at Li Ruoxi's residence. Just after glancing at his phone, Li Ruoxi suddenly straightened up, looking at Chun Fei with suspicion. Did you do something? Chun Fei feigned confusion. Are you referring to catching a glimpse of you in the crowd? Get lost. Li Ruoxi laughed in exasperation. She then showed him her phone screen, revealing a message from an old classmate who mentioned that they were being harassed by a group of thugs while dining. Everyone else was fine, but tonight's host, Hua Xiao, was thoroughly beaten. After finishing the fight, he merely fled. Chun Fei responded nonchalantly, perhaps because that fellow was simply too arrogant and deserving of a beating. Is that so? This matter has nothing to do with you? Li Ruoxi inquired, her face etched with suspicion. That group was dispatched by Li Fei. He had promised to spare the young man with long hair on the condition that he would return to give Hua Xiao a good thrashing. For someone entrenched in street life, this was hardly a concern. For Hua Xiao, however, this was a form of retribution. Chun Fei had always been one to repay grievances, never indulging in bad habits. Upon returning home, Li Ruoxi remarked, "You've worked hard. Rest early," before retreating to her bedroom, ignoring him. Chun Fei washed up briefly before entering his own room. The alcohol he had consumed earlier had long since dissipated within his system, leaving him feeling invigorated. Lying on his back, he pondered his thoughts. He had descended the mountain with several tasks, and now he had barely managed to complete the first. Additionally, he needed to investigate his lineage and locate a few senior sisters. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just over a month away. I wonder if the senior sisters have already received word of my descent, and if they miss me, Chun Fei mused. He entered a state of meditation that lasted until dawn. Li Ruoxi rose quite early, or rather, very early, to urge Chun Fei to prepare breakfast. After a delightful meal, the radiant Li Ruoxi climbed into Chun Fei's dilapidated van, embarking on their daily commute. Even before reaching the company, Li Ruoxi glanced at her phone, her expression darkening, her brows knitting tighter. "What's wrong?" Chun Fei asked casually, stealing a glance at her. Li Ruoxi hesitated for a moment before sighing. "I don't know what has been going on lately, but it seems the company has entered a tumultuous period. It's like pressing down on a gourd only for another to pop up. Can you refrain from using such verbose expressions and get to the point? Is it that Shun Xiangwei is in some trouble?" Chun Fei furrowed his brow. Li Ruoxi nodded. "Once we arrive at the company, you should ask her directly. If too much is revealed, I fear I might be implicated." Without further ado, Chun Fei pressed the accelerator and the van roared to life. In less than half an hour, he executed a deft drift, bringing the worn-out vehicle to a halt in front of the Shun Group's office building. This impressive maneuver left the security guard stationed at the entrance in awe. "Chun, you mad man? If I ever ride in your vehicle again, I must have lost my mind." Li Ruoxi, pale-faced, cursed vehemently. She pushed the door open and retched several times before casting a fierce glare at Chun Fei and striding into the company. Her perfect figure and striking beauty nearly caused the guards to drool as they watched Chun Fei stagger over. They immediately regarded him with envy, one jesting, "You've done well. Captain Chun, just started your position and already managed to win over that stunning beauty, Li." Just then, as Li Ruoxi ascended the steps, she suddenly felt lightheaded, nearly tumbling down. Wanting to turn back and chastise him, she restrained herself out of fear of losing face. At that moment, Chun Fei's boisterous voice rang out. "Not yet. Although we live together, it's too soon for that. Chun, come here. I swear I won't let you off easy." Li Ruoxi finally erupted. Just as she prepared to confront Chun Fei, she noticed Shun Xiangwei approaching with a displeased expression. "What is all this commotion about? Have you and Chun Fei had a falling out?" Shun Xiangwei asked, her brow furrowed. "No, nothing of the sort." Li Ruoxi replied hastily, flustered. The fact that she lived with Chun Fei could not be disclosed. Shun Xiangwei regarded Li Ruoxi with curiosity before shifting her gaze to Chun Fei. Seeing him, she felt a twinge of discomfort. While she didn't despise him, she felt a slight sense of gratitude, for he had saved her from a perilous situation, preserving her dignity and reputation. However, she found it hard to accept his repeated declarations of wanting to protect her for life, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chun Fei, unfazed, boldly asked, "Shun, I heard from Li Ruoxi that you're facing some trouble. What is it exactly?" Shun Xiangwei shot a glance at Li Ruoxi. "I didn't realize your relationship was quite so special." "Shun, don't listen to his nonsense. I have things to attend to." Li Ruoxi quickly lowered her head and scurried away. "What trouble are you in?" If I can assist in any way, don't hesitate to let me know. Chun Fei inquired again. Shun Xiangwei frowned. You've already helped me plenty. This matter is something you cannot assist with, and you must avoid it. It's best not to leave the company today. The more she insisted, the more Chun Fei felt compelled to dig deeper. Eventually, Shun Xiangwei, with a stern expression, said, Do you remember the batch of goods you forcibly retrieved yesterday? Chun Fei scratched his head. Yes, was there an issue with the quantity? If they dare to withhold it, I'll go demand it back and break their legs. Come back here. Shun Xiangwei stamped her foot, her brows knitting tighter. Leaning closer, she whispered, It's because you injured their people yesterday that they felt offended. Now their supervisor is deliberately making things difficult for our company, withholding another batch of goods that just arrived this morning. They're openly declaring they want revenge on you. I'm planning to go smooth things over, perhaps offering some money for medical expenses to settle this. Oh, so that is why you're upset? Chun Fei relaxed his brow. This situation is entirely their fault. Why should you have to spend money to smooth things over? If they want to find me, I'll go directly. It's time we stop allowing them to hold back our supplies. This time, I'll ensure they remember this lesson. Chapter 33. No room for corruption. Chun Fei turned and walked away. Shun Xiangwei attempted to stop him but failed, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Once again, he drove the old van, familiar with the route. In just over half an hour, he returned to the well-known warehouse district. Inside the warehouse office, smoke lingered in the air. A robust man in his 40s sat on the sofa, exuding an aura of dominance with every movement. In front of him sat the second-in-command of Phylong Logistics, bandaged and nursing his wounds from the altercation with Chun Fei over the withheld goods from the Shun Group. Boss, do you think the Shun Group will hand over that kid? Once they hear you're coming in person, I bet he'll be too scared to show up. We might as well take some men and go in ourselves, the second-in-command suggested cautiously. The smoking man looked up, his impatience evident. Do you think this is a movie where we just go around fighting? The Shun Group is one of the major pillar enterprises in the area. If we show up uninvited, we'll be at a disadvantage. The value of the goods they've withheld is significant, and they need them urgently. Under such circumstances, they cannot afford to refuse. The second-in-command nodded repeatedly. You're right, boss. We don't need to be overt. Just holding onto their goods will be sufficient to make them suffer. I've heard the president of the Shun Group is quite beautiful, very charming and graceful. We can have her come pick up the goods. Then you'll have your chance for some fun, boss. With that, the second-in-command leered obnoxiously. Several others in the room joined in with laughter. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. I've also heard she is single. Even the eldest son of the Zhang family couldn't win her over for some unknown reason. The more it is like this, the more it captivates. The room was filled with a joyful and relaxed atmosphere. However, moments later, this ease and merriment were interrupted by a series of frantic knocks at the door. Damn it, who is banging on the door like that, scaring me? The second brother turned around, scowling in annoyance. Someone pushed the door open, flustered, and said, Big brother, second brother, that guy named Chun Fei has arrived. Who? The second brother frowned. The newcomer cleared his throat and continued. He asked the one who beat you, you bastard. The second brother was instantly enraged. Then, a cold smile crept across his face. As expected, their company actually sent someone. I wonder if their female president has come. The person at the door, with a strange expression, said, Second brother, that kid didn't just come. He fought his way in. The brothers outside can't hold on any longer. What? The people inside were immediately astonished. At that moment, if one listened closely, they could indeed hear a cacophony of screams from outside. He has gone too far. With the boss here, how dare he act wild? The second brother shouted, then led the way towards the door. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, smoking, also had a darkened expression as he slowly stood up. At the entrance of Phylong Logistics, a dilapidated van obstructed the way, blocking all other vehicles and halting the entire logistics operation. At the front of the van stood a somewhat slim young man, hands in pockets, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wearing a disdainful expression. In front of him lay several people, all recently beaten. The remaining onlookers gathered around, but each wore an anxious expression, none daring to approach. Damn, it's really that kid. He asked, asking for death. The second brother recognized Chun Fei at a glance, and suddenly felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body. Yet today, he was unperturbed because his backbone was present. He glanced at the sturdy middle-aged man and the 4 or 5 burly, sharp-eyed bodyguards behind him. The true boss of Phylong Group, Zhao Phylong. This was a well-known figure in the underworld, who had carved out his territory with sheer force since his teens. He had gathered many fierce individuals around him, truly elite fighters. Just one of them could easily take on several opponents. With them present, the second brother felt confident that revenge was certain. So he cursed as he led the way, soon arriving in front of Chun Fei. The crowd surrounding Chun Fei parted, creating a path. Kid, you're really courting death. Last time you caused trouble and got away, consider yourself lucky. Are you tired of living today? The second brother shouted hoarsely. Chun Fei smiled at him, saying, people do say that wounds heal and pain is forgotten, but you just got beaten and you're already starting to act cocky again. What? Do you think the last beating wasn't enough? You want to repeat? The second brother's face darkened. He was a proud person, and now, in front of so many, Chun Fei had brought up his previous humiliation, making him furious. Gritting his teeth, he coldly retorted, Kid, today is different from the past. You probably have no idea who you're provoking. If you kneel down and apologize now, and let your company's female president personally come to deliver compensation, perhaps my brother will show mercy and spare your life. Chun Fei had already noticed the group of people slowly approaching behind the second brother. They were likely his support and confidence. However, Chun Fei paid them no mind, raising an eyebrow and saying, if you think we're worthy of having our president come in person, you're mistaken. I want to waste my breath with you. Immediately transport the goods belonging to the Shun group back intact, and you might avoid a beating today. Otherwise, I'll ensure your logistics company cannot operate any longer. You're full of hot air. Whether you can leave alive is still a question. Do you think my boss is easy to deal with? He won't allow you to keep causing trouble, the second brother shouted. Just then, Zhao Feilong had approached with his men. Those surrounding Chun Fei visibly relaxed, as if Zhao Feilong held some kind of magical power to resolve all troubles. You are Chun Fei? Zhao Feilong asked in a low, ominous tone. His gaze at Chun Fei was laced with coldness and pressure. If it were anyone else facing Zhao Feilong's intimidating presence, they would likely be filled with anxiety. But Chun Fei remained unfazed, responding calmly. Are you in charge here? I see you've never been beaten before. A burly man stepped forward from behind Zhao Feilong, glaring fiercely at Chun Fei. Chapter 34. The Battle Maniac. Upon seeing the other party's stance, Chun Fei realized that today's matter could be straightforward. Just fight. Speaking with fists was the simplest and most direct approach, and Chun Fei rather enjoyed this form of confrontation. He immediately extended his hand, beckoning with his fingers. Are you challenging me? You're truly impatient to live. The large man became menacing. No, you're mistaken. I'm not challenging you. Chun Fei replied with a serious expression. What, are you scared now? The man scoffed. The second brother also wore a mocking expression, muttering, coward. Not scared. But what I mean is, if we're to fight, why not choose a few capable ones to come at me together? Fighting one by one is a waste of time, and I feel it's unfair. Chun Fei's expression remained solemn. The opponents were taken aback. This kid is too arrogant. Let us get him, the second brother urged darkly. The muscular man wasted no time, cracking his knuckles as he charged towards Chun Fei. Break his legs, don't hold back, the second brother shouted, slightly excited. After all, those who stood by their boss were true tough guys. Dealing with someone like Chun Fei should be easy. However, in the next moment, as Chun Fei faced the aggressive attacker, a look of disdain crossed his face. Suddenly, he lunged forward, executing a perfect side kick. Bang! The burly man, struck in the stomach, wore an expression of disbelief. He could not fathom that someone could be so fast, so quick that he was unable to react at all. The violent impact brought him intense pain, and then his body momentarily defied gravity. The second brother and his group watched in shock as their companion was kicked 5 meters away by Chun Fei, landing on the ground motionless. This one move ended it. It doesn't seem like he's that strong. The second brother, stunned, blurted out his thoughts. What the hell are you saying? Zhao Feilong shot him a fierce glare, his expression darkening. Looking at his men, he said, this kid is a bit tricky. Don't bother with rules. Just swarm him and take him down. First, break a leg, then we'll deal with him. 4 or 5 men quickly spread out, coordinating seamlessly as they charged at Chun Fei. No matter how tough this kid is, he can't withstand multiple opponents attacking at once. The second brother's face was grim, yet he had full confidence in his boss's men. As I said before, why didn't you listen to me about attacking together? This is far more efficient. Chun Fei watched the approaching group, still smiling. He decided to take the initiative, charging right into their midst. Before they could even begin to coordinate, he swiftly raised his leg and executed a series of kicks. These seemingly simple attacking motions should have been easy for Zhao Feilong's seasoned fighters to evade. They shared the same thoughts, yet reality proved otherwise. Although the movements were simple, the speed was astonishingly swift. At that moment, Chun Fei resembled a gust of wind, unmatched in his path. The sound of his foot sweeping across faces and bodies echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, several individuals under Zhao Feilong were sent sprawling to the ground. Their faces contorted in pain. They were utterly defeated. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes towards Chun Fei akin to that of witnessing a monster. Was this fellow truly human? His combat prowess was simply otherworldly. Whispers circulated among the crowd, prompting many to instinctively retreat a few steps. Zhao Feilong's face began to twitch, overwhelmed by shock and a hint of anxiety. Since he had established his territory and gained numerous subordinates, such emotions had become rare for him. Yet at this moment, an uncontrollable sense of tension and fear welled up from within, causing his once commanding aura to dissipate entirely. Chun Fei cast a glance at those fallen around him, then approached Zhao Feilong and his second-in-command with a cheerful demeanor. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry!" The second-in-command shouted in a panic. Some attempted to intervene, but turned and fled upon receiving a fierce glare from Chun Fei. The second-in-command was now utterly flustered, seeking reassurance from Zhao Feilong, hoping that his elder brother would find a way to regain control of the situation. As Chun Fei approached, Zhao Feilong finally spoke, his tone peculiar. "Bring in the supplies from the Shun group and ensure they are delivered promptly." The second-in-command was instantly disheartened. He expected his boss to back down so quickly. He felt he'd held up better the day before. Chun Fei halted, realizing that matters were indeed easier than anticipated. "Little brother, where do you hail from? Your skills are impressive. The past was merely a misunderstanding. Let us be friends." Zhao Feilong surprisingly extended an olive branch. This could be perceived as a form of leadership in their world. If one cannot win a fight, they should seek to ally with their adversary. Gaining another ally would equate to an increase in strength while minimizing potential losses. Although somewhat humiliating, preserving face was preferable to suffering the indignity faced by the second-in-command. After all, this Chun Fei was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond Zhao Feilong's expectations, and certainly not someone he could contend with at that moment. Raising an eyebrow, Chun Fei replied, "While I appreciate the gesture of friendship, my purpose here is solely to collect the supplies. Moreover, it would be best to refrain from such actions in the future. I prefer not to frequent your establishment. We are all quite busy." Zhao Feilong's expression darkened. Even after lowering his stance, the other party failed to recognize his efforts. Yet, having already abandoned any intention of confrontation, Zhao Feilong merely nodded coldly. "Very well, I shall remember you. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." With that, he turned and left in silence. Shortly thereafter, in the office, the second-in-command and Zhao Feilong's injured subordinates all fixed their gazes on him. They were still simmering from the earlier humiliation. It had been a long time since they had endured such a significant loss, and they felt compelled to reclaim their dignity. Otherwise, how could they continue to survive in this world? Zhao Feilong understood the stakes involved. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Today has indeed been a setback. But do not lose heart, brothers. Revenge shall come in due time. If we lack manpower, we shall recruit from outside. Furthermore, make an effort to uncover this kid's details and background thoroughly." Chapter 35. Second sister in the Shun Group's office building, on the top floor. The spacious and bright office was filled with tension. Shun Xiangwei furrowed her brows, pacing anxiously. "I wonder how Chun Fei is faring. I shouldn't have disclosed that matter to him. Should I call the police?" Just as she was lost in her worries, the office door swung open abruptly. Li Ruosi burst in with an air of urgency. Shun Xiangwei, her expression stern, inquired, "What is the matter with you? So flustered?" Li Ruosi stuck out her tongue, barely able to contain her excitement. Leaning closer to Shun Xiangwei, she exclaimed, "General Manager Shun, I have good news." "What good news?" Shun Xiangwei replied curtly. "Chun Fei has returned with the supplies. Li Ruosi ansura te arnazli." "What? So soon? You can't be deceiving me." Shun Xiangwei struggled to believe it. "Would I dare lie to you? Just take a look." Li Ruosi pulled Shun Xiangwei to the floor-to-ceiling window. Indeed, down below, vehicles were approaching the warehouse. The words Phylong Logistics were prominently displayed on the truck. Meanwhile, an old van trailed behind. Is it really him? How did he manage that in such a short time? Shun Xiangwei stammered, beginning to suspect that Chun Fei had connections with the head of Phylong Logistics. Otherwise, how could he have returned with the supplies so swiftly? Is he injured? Shun Xiangwei asked, grabbing Li Ruosi's hand. How would I know? Isn't their story between you two? Li Ruosi tiesa. Enough of that. I barely remember him. I've lost some memories. Shun Xiangwei frowned, but then smiled, adding, he deserves a proper reward for such a significant contribution. At that moment, the phone rang. Shun Xiangwei quickly answered, and Chun Fei's casual voice came through. I brought back the supplies. Just a heads up, don't use Phylong Logistics again. I'm tired of going back and forth to pick things up. What? Shun Xiangwei's smile froze, turning to irritation. Just as she was about to respond, the call ended abruptly. Who does he think he is, ordering me around? Shun Xiangwei gritted her teeth. Does he not know whose meal ticket he is holding? Beside her, Li Ruosi stifled a laugh. General Manager, would you really fire Chun Fei? Would you truly be able to part with someone so capable? Shun Xiangwei fell silent. Truth be told, she found it hard to let go. Where would she find another driver with such exceptional skills? The entire afternoon passed leisurely for Chun Fei. Apart from the various flattery and adulation from the team drivers, he occasionally received attention from some young women in the company seeking favors. This indulgence had spoiled him. At the end of the workday, Shun Xiangwei drove away herself, while Chun Fei was surrounded by the drivers, who insisted on celebrating his new role as team leader. Chun Fei thought about returning home to play the role of a free nanny and cook for Li Ruosi and decided it would be more enjoyable to go out with the drivers. After all, they had a long journey ahead, and strengthening their relationship could only be beneficial. Thus, he did not decline their invitation. The drivers took Chun Fei to the city's most renowned nightclub. Chun Fei felt somewhat out of place in such a vibrant, extravagant environment. After sharing a few drinks with the drivers, he excused himself from the booth to get some fresh air. As he walked forward, he unexpectedly encountered a group approaching. They appeared to be employees and executives from a large company, well-dressed and exuding an air of authority. Initially, this was of little concern. After all, this was a high-end venue. Chun Fei intended to step aside to let them pass, but at that moment, one young woman in the center of the group inadvertently lifted her gaze. Her countenance was serene, her features exquisitely delicate, and though she appeared to be merely in her mid-20s, she emanated a unique charm and grace that only a mature woman possesses. At that moment, she was engaged in conversation with someone nearby, her slightly furrowed brows adding to her allure and inviting speculation. Senior sister. Chun Fei was momentarily taken aback. Although 5 years had passed since their last encounter, he recognized her instantly. Back then, she was nearly 20, and her appearance had not changed significantly. Growing up together, he would never mistake her identity. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering her in such a setting. His first instinct was to approach her, recalling their close bond from childhood. Senior sister, being a few years his elder, had often taken care of him. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly suppressed it. His master had warned him not to acknowledge any senior sisters before the 15th of August, as it might bring them unnecessary trouble. Relieved that she was preoccupied with her conversation, he lowered his gaze. Her femininity had become increasingly pronounced. Yet, he pondered the reason for her presence in such a lavish establishment. After Chun Fei and his companions passed by, he turned to observe her silhouette. Curiosity etched on his face, hesitating whether to discreetly follow her to uncover the truth. At that moment, several individuals approached, and he overheard one man speaking in a low, sinister tone. This Zhao Fian truly captivates the soul. A mere glance leaves one longing, wishing to seize her and subdue her instantly. Upon hearing this, Chun Fei was engulfed by a surge of anger, his fists clenching as he prepared to react. Zhao Fian was indeed his senior sister's name. How dare they speak of her in such a manner? Chun Fei was on the verge of confronting them when another man remarked, Zhao Fian is seeking our assistance. Otherwise, given her nature, she would never come to such a place to drink with others. Today, we are indeed fortunate. Assistance sought from his senior sister? Chun Fei relaxed his fists, concerned he might inadvertently cause her distress. He could only quietly follow the two men ahead. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He would soon procure some illicit substances, discreetly mix them into her drink, and once in the private room, lock the door, unbeknownst to anyone. As the gravity of the situation dawned on him, Chun Fei felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate these two vile individuals. Their insidious intentions were beyond contempt. However, committing such an act in a public venue was impractical, especially since it appeared his senior sister was genuinely in a predicament. Relying on these men for assistance, Chun Fei quelled his murderous impulse, desperately brainstorming a solution as he trailed behind them. As they deliberated on the means to achieve their nefarious plan, they approached a private room. In a moment of inspiration, Chun Fei quickly stepped in front of the two men, blocking their path. "What are you doing? Good dogs don't obstruct the way." The impeccably dressed men shot him disdainful glances, coldly reprimanding him. Chun Fei feigned a smile. "Gentlemen, I couldn't help but overhear you discussing a certain potent remedy. Coincidentally, my brother specializes in this field and happens to have some on him. Would you care to take a look?" The two men exchanged glances, their skepticism waning. After all, in such an establishment, there were plenty seeking such items. With their guard lowered, they followed Chun Fei into a nearby stairwell. One of them, frowning, remarked, "Kid, does your stuff actually work? If you try to swindle us, I know some influential figures who will ensure you regret it." Initially, they believed their bravado would intimidate Chun Fei, convincing him to sell his wares at a lower price. However, they soon realized that the smile on Chun Fei's face had vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Just as the first man began to speak, Chun Fei struck him in the abdomen with a powerful blow. The intense pain and sensation of suffocation made him bend over, his face turning beet red. The other man, sensing trouble, opened his mouth to scream, but was met with a similar fate as Chun Fei's fist connected with his gut, lifting him off his feet before he crumpled to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. "Please, don't harm us. We have money," the doubled-over man gasped, reaching for his wallet. But Chun Fei delivered a swift kick to the same spot, the pain overwhelming, causing him to vomit. "You think a little money gives you the right to act as you please?" Chun Fei's voice dripped with menace, each word punctuated with intensity. The two men, accustomed to a life of luxury, were utterly unprepared for such ferocity. Terrified, they fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Brother, please tell us what we did wrong. We will change." Chun Fei's expression remained cold. "I overheard your despicable plans to deceive a young lady. I cannot abide such shamelessness, and thus I felt compelled to teach you a lesson." The men exchanged glances, their faces a tableau of despair. They had never anticipated that their mere words would attract the ire of someone so formidable. "We were merely joking," they hastily denied. "Tell me about the situation concerning the woman you intend to harm," Chun Fei commanded, leaning against the stairwell door, lighting a cigarette. The two men eagerly recounted that Zhao Fian's company was facing difficulties and required a shipment of raw materials. They, being the business supervisors, controlled the approval and distribution of said materials, which explained her need for their favor. After grasping the entire situation, Chun Fei's expression hardened. "Immediately resolve this matter. Do not mistreat her. I will accompany you into the private room. You will introduce me as your friend. If you handle this properly, you may live. Fail, and I have countless ways to make your existence unbearable." As he spoke, he pointed two fingers at the collarbone of one man, who instantly convulsed in pain. Unable to scream, sweat poured down his face, contorting in agony. The other man, quaking in fear, pleaded, "Don't worry. We were going to distribute those materials anyway. This is easy for us. Just don't hit us again." Chun Fei sensed that this display of force would ensure their compliance. He swiftly withdrew his fingers, allowing the man on the ground to cease his convulsions. A few minutes later, Chun Fei tousled his hair and, with his head bowed, followed the two suited men to the door of the private room. The men hesitated for a moment before tremblingly pushing the door open. Inside, the lighting was dim, with only the screen and colorful lights flickering. Chun Fei quickly found the darkest corner to sit in, ensuring that the second senior sister could not clearly see his face. In truth, at that moment, Zhao Fian had no intention of looking at Chun Fei. Seated on the sofa, she was flanked by two men who incessantly urged her to drink. Zhao Fian appeared troubled, worried about getting drunk, yet feeling compelled to comply. After all, if the approval order was not obtained that night, the company's operations could come to an abrupt halt, leading to disastrous consequences. Witnessing such a scene, Chun Fei felt a surge of anger. He shot a fierce glare at the two men who had just entered and coughed loudly. The two men were so startled that their legs trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He immediately moved to Zhao Fian's side, forcefully pulling the two intoxicated colleagues away. "What's going on, gentlemen?" Zhao is enjoying her drink. "We all agreed that if we don't drink enough tonight, the contract cannot be signed." The two raucous men, who had been excessively pouring drinks, thought the suited men were merely putting on an act, still clamoring for Zhao Fian to drink. "Drink your MLGB." One suited man suddenly slapped the other across the face. The room fell into a deathly silence. The man who had been struck looked utterly aggrieved and astonished, completely bewildered by the supervisor's actions. Hadn't they expressed interest in Zhao Fian? Surely, if they got her drunk, they could do as they pleased. Before he could voice his thoughts, another suited man rushed over and kicked him, scolding, "How dare you force Zhao to drink? Do you wish to die? Both of you leave at once." The suited man continued to strike and berate them, swiftly expelling the two subordinates from the room. Meanwhile, Zhao Fian, already tipsy, began to sense the strange atmosphere in the room. She instinctively glanced towards a corner where Chun Fei sat, but he quickly lowered his head. At that moment, the two suited men stood respectfully before Zhao Fian, apologizing for their subordinates' behavior while promptly producing the long-prepared contract for her signature. Before her, they eagerly signed the document and cast timid glances at Chun Fei. Chun Fei discreetly pointed towards the door, and the two men, visibly relieved, opened the door and fled. "Who are you?" Zhao Fian, filled with joy yet perplexity, turned her gaze back to Chun Fei. In fact, before entering the private room, she had already sensed that the business supervisors and their employees harbored ill intentions. They had deliberately sent her entourage away and commenced their relentless drinking. As an adult who had navigated the business world for several years, Zhao Fian could easily discern their ulterior motives. Although she felt a deep resentment, she had no choice but to maintain her composure, leaving her in a state of profound frustration. She even found herself reminiscing about her earlier days studying on the mountain. Just as Zhao Fian was about to succumb to the pressure and the contract order remained elusive, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Everything unfolded too abruptly. Happiness swept over her like a whirlwind, leaving her disoriented. Chun Fei had been silently reciting his master's admonitions. He must not reveal himself to the world before the 15th day of the 8th month, not even face to face. Therefore, he resolved to make a hasty exit. After all, the order from his senior sister was secured, and those men would surely hesitate to target her again, unless they were truly reckless. It was time for him to retreat gracefully. However, just as he pulled the door open, he heard a thud behind him. Zhao Fian had indeed drunk too much and, at that moment, collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. Chun Fei found himself in a dilemma. He quickly returned to check on the second senior sister's condition. In this close encounter, he realized that she had become even more alluring and captivating than before. He pondered whether she had dressed so enticingly just for this occasion or she had always possessed such charm. With a sigh, he decided that since the second senior sister had fallen asleep, he ought to take her home. He could not leave her here. That would be pushing her into the fire. Chun Fei dialed his driver to prepare a car at the nightclub's entrance. A few minutes later, he cradled the slumbering Zhao Fian as he reached the doorway. The drivers, who were waiting in confusion, suddenly brightened upon seeing him. They gathered around, their eyes roving over Zhao Fian's alluring form, swallowing nervously while praising, "Captain Chun, you truly are impressive. We were just wondering if you had gone hunting for beauties. Who would have thought you'd succeed so swiftly? What a catch. Tonight, Captain Chun has much to do. Do take care not to overexert yourself." Chun Fei forced a smile. If it were not for the need to care for the second senior sister, he would have gladly given each of them a kick. With a cold demeanor, he commanded, "Quickly, open the car door." Yes, we wouldn't want to impede Captain Chen's enjoyable evening." The drivers chuckled as they hurried to open the door. Chun Fei was too weary to explain anything to them. As he contemplated the situation, he decided that since he did not know where the second senior sister lived, he might as well take her to a hotel. At worst, he could book a room nearby to keep watch over her. After all, she was his senior sister. Just as he was about to lift Zhao Fian into the car, a taxi suddenly pulled up at an angle beside him. While the drivers were cursing, a young woman in professional attire jumped out of the car, her expression icy. She rushed up to Chun Fei, glanced at the unconscious Zhao Fian, then furrowed her brow and pushed Chun Fei. "How shameless. I knew you rascals had ulterior motives, trying to take advantage of our Zhao. Do you want me to call the police?" Chun Fei felt utterly exasperated. How had he gone from being a protector to being labeled a scoundrel? He had no way to clarify his identity or intentions. Fortunately, This woman appeared to be Zhao Fian's subordinate. Given her anxious demeanor, she likely meant no harm. With a frown, he replied, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm merely trying to do a good deed. I saw this woman sleeping in the private room, so I intended to take her home. Since you know each other, please ensure she gets home safely." The woman eyed Chun Fei skeptically, clearly unconvinced by his words. Nonetheless, she promptly pulled Zhao Fian toward her, helping her into the taxi. As she closed the door, she shot Chun Fei a fierce glare, as if to curse him as a lecher. Chun Fei felt his nostrils flare in frustration, but he could only endure. He then extended his hand, demanding, "Give me the car keys. I want to follow them." The nearby drivers advised, "Captain Chun, since the situation is exposed, perhaps it's best to let it go. I think those two women hold some status. If they get angry and call the police, it could end badly." Clearly, the drivers believed that unless he was unwilling to accept defeat, he should let it be. Get lost. Today's events are confidential. No one is to speak of this, or I'll fire you. Chun Fei admonished them, frowning. After receiving the keys from the driver, he promptly got into the car. Under the curious gazes of the drivers, he pressed the accelerator to follow the taxi ahead. There lingers a trace of unease. It is imperative that I ensure her safe return home. Chapter 38. The scent of your perfume for the next half hour. Chun Fei patiently followed the taxi. He noticed the female employee supporting the already half-conscious Zhao Fian as they entered the residential complex. Only then did he feel completely at ease. Naturally, he had no inclination to return to the nightclub. Instead, he drove to Li Ruosi's residence. Considering the late hour, he assumed Li Ruosi must have already retired for the night. Thus, he gently opened the door, only to discover the living room lights were on. With a frosty expression, Li Ruosi sat on the opposite sofa, her arms crossed, scrutinizing Chun Fei with piercing eyes. "Cough. Miss Li, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Chun Fei, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly greeted her with a playful smile before preparing to retreat to his room. "Wait, you come back so late. Where have you been?" Li Ruosi questioned coldly, resembling a scorned wife who had caught her husband in a lie. Chun Fei inexplicably felt a sense of embarrassment, as if he had been caught in wrongdoing. Frowning, he replied, "I just went out to clear my mind. I didn't do anything wrong." Li Ruosi scoffed, "Don't think I'm unaware of you following that group of drivers. You were out indulging. Those men are all troublemakers, and being with them surely meant you were up to no good." Chun Fei felt increasingly flustered. "I don't know what they did, but I only did good things tonight, nothing bad." Li Ruosi stood up, approached him, and took a deep breath, inhaling his scent. Her expression darkened further. "You are still denying it. You clearly smell of a woman as perfume." Chun Fei was utterly overwhelmed. He and Li Ruosi were merely cohabitating temporarily. Why did she act as if there was something more? Had she become too immersed in the role? With that thought, Chun Fei joked, "Miss Li, are you feeling jealous?" Li Ruosi paused for a moment, then realized her previous reactions might have indeed been excessive. She shot him a fierce glare. "What would I have to be jealous of? So many people chase after me. You've seen it yourself. Do I need to go on blind dates? Then why are you dressed up so differently tonight? Looking so." Chun Fei intended to say flirtatious, but caught himself, instead opting for distinctive. Li Ruosi huffed. "Dressing nicely helps in securing the contract." "What?" Upon hearing the word contract, Chun Fei involuntarily recalled Zhao Fian's embarrassing situation from the previous night. He scrutinized Li Ruosi from head to toe, revealing a roguish smirk, and teased, "Are you going to discuss a contract or something more?" Before he could finish, Li Ruosi glared at him, ready to strike. They chased each other down the stairs. When Li Ruosi saw Chun Fei press the remote, illuminating a nearby upscale business vehicle, her demeanor darkened. "You, Chun Fei, are truly incorrigible. You asked me to accompany you to a class reunion, yet you drive a broken van while you went out partying in such a nice car. What do you mean by that?" Chun Fei scratched his head. "So you mean to say, if we return to the company and switch back to that van, you would feel more balanced?" Li Ruosi, fuming, opened the passenger door and sat inside. Taking a few deep breaths, she muttered to herself, "Today's task is significant. I absolutely cannot lose my temper. Being angry is unattractive." Following her instructions, Chun Fei drove away from the city. An hour later, they approached a distinctive set of buildings, resembling a certain exhibition center. "What are we doing here? A large-scale matchmaking event?" Chun Fei asked, cigarette in mouth. "From now on, if you dare to utter the words blind date again, don't expect to hear any news about President Shun from me." Li Ruosi was on the verge of exploding. Chun Fei pursed his lips and refrained from asking further. At the entrance of the largest venue in the exhibition center, a crowd was bustling. Chun Fei parked the car and accompanied Li Ruosi inside. At that moment, Li Ruosi suddenly turned to him. "Don't you have any decent clothes? Wearing that in here is quite embarrassing." Chun Fei turned to leave. "I didn't even want to come." Li Ruosi, frowning, pulled him back. Once inside, Chun Fei realized this was a large-scale medical equipment expo. A significant portion of Shun's Group's business was related to medical devices. This event attracted many renowned medical equipment companies from the city and neighboring areas, each sending representatives to showcase their latest products, hoping to shine at the expo. More importantly, many institutions in need of medical equipment would place substantial orders during this time. The orders Li Ruosi mentioned earlier refer to this. "You can handle the sales of the equipment by yourself? Why did you bring me along?" Chun Fei asked, confused. "Of course, there's a role for you to play. Remember to perform well." Li Ruosi smiled mysteriously. Chapter 39. Technician Chun Fei. A sense of foreboding washed over Chun Fei. The sweeter Li Ruosi's smile, the greater the hidden dangers. Upon entering, it was evident that numerous manufacturers of medical devices were showcasing their finest products to attract more clients and attention. Each display booth was manned by several young, attractive women, creating a vibrant spectacle. Chun Fei blinked and shifted his gaze from the lovely ladies to Li Ruosi, who was tightly clutching his arm. Li, you're not planning to have me as a greeter, are you? The preparations are all women. Who am I supposed to flirt with?" Li Ruosi shot him a glance. "Don't flatter yourself. You think you could charm anyone? What exactly are you bringing me here for?" Chun Fei felt increasingly uneasy as Li Ruosi held him tighter, seemingly afraid he might suddenly bolt. "Don't ask so many questions. Our exhibition booth is right ahead." Li Ruosi tugged Chun Fei toward a uniquely arranged display, filled with an array of medical and assistive devices, likely numbering in the hundreds. The most conspicuous items were health and massage equipment, alongside herbal remedies. Unlike other booths, while the staff here greeted them with warm smiles, there were no glamorous, fashionable young women to draw attention. Instead, two massage tables, adjustable in height and angle, flanked the entrance. Upon seeing Li Ruosi, the staff immediately greeted her politely, their curious gazes shifting to Chun Fei, whose arm she was tightly clutching, seemingly speculating about his identity and their relationship. "Let me introduce you. This is our most important guest today, Chun Fei. Hurry up and greet him," Li Ruosi announced confidently. The young staff members promptly followed her directive, leaving Chun Fei slightly flushed and embarrassed. Just as he was about to respond graciously, Li Ruosi pulled him back to the entrance, pointing at one of the massage tables. "Here, this is your station." "What?" Chun Fei's expression was one of bewilderment. However, he soon found himself adeptly lying on the massage table, propping up one leg and exuding an air of enjoyment. "Not bad. This table is quite ergonomically designed. It feels amazing. I didn't expect you to assign me such a delightful task. Am I here to demonstrate the comfort of this massage table?" Yet, Li Ruosi remained silent. When Chun Fei glanced up, he noticed her face darkening, her fists clenched tightly, as if she were ready to strike. "Chun Fei, get up," she admonished in a hushed but fierce tone. "What's wrong? Am I misunderstanding?" Chun Fei mumbled as he climbed off the table. Li Ruosi took a moment to catch her breath, her anger simmering before she coldly stated, "If all you're going to do is lie here playing dead, why did I even bring you? A dog would do a better job." Chun Fei bristled at her words. "What do you mean? Are you saying everyone who comes here to order massage tables is a dog?" Li Ruosi quickly covered his mouth. "Can you not create chaos? For now, you are to obediently give massages to others. That is your job." Chun Fei's expression soured further. "What? This is what you call the most important position? You want me to be a technician? We sell medical equipment, not run a foot massage parlor. What do you take me for?" His outburst attracted the attention of passers-by, who turned to observe with curious and amused expressions. Li Ruosi felt mortified, as if she were in a public embarrassment. She shot Chun Fei a sharp glare before hastily explaining to the onlookers, "My employee was just joking. This is our company's newly developed massage table, capable of comprehensive adjustments for optimal satisfaction. Furthermore, Mr. Chun Fei here is a highly sought-after therapist we've hired at great expense. Anyone who tries our massage table will receive complimentary massage services, and it can even cure ailments." Li Ruosi spoke with an earnest and sincere expression. But Chen Fei only grew more frustrated. Now he understood why Li Ruosi had hurriedly brought him here that morning. Showering him with attention along the way, she intended to use him as free labor for massages. Truly a sales genius, he thought, unable to resist rolling his eyes. He contemplated leaving in a huff, but reconsidered. Having come this far, he couldn't disregard Li Ruosi's reputation, even if he didn't care about her feelings. He had to consider Shen Xiangwei's, given the company's stature. If they failed to secure orders today, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. As Chen Fei wrestled with his thoughts, the crowd, drawn in by Li Ruosi's earlier remarks, began to voice their skepticism. Is this for real? This kid doesn't look like any top-tier therapist. One woman questioned, "You must be joking. Who would fall for such a ruse? We've seen this trick too many times." Another chimed in. The attendees were primarily comprised of curious onlookers, including many elderly individuals seeking free experiences and gifts. More than 60% of those gathered were such spectators, whispering among themselves, expressing their doubts and dissatisfaction. Li Ruosi felt a headache coming on, not anticipating that her creative idea would encounter obstacles right from the start. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, Chen Fei stepped forward, pointing at the woman who had raised her voice. "Excuse me, madam. Have you ever heard the saying?" The woman, appearing to be in her late 50s, felt flattered when a young man in his 20s called her madam. She instinctively developed a fondness for him and replied with a smile. "Go on, young man. What do you have to say?" Li Ruosi was taken aback. This can actually work? Without first-hand experience, how can you claim to have any authority? Chen Fei continued earnestly. "Since it's all free, why not give it a try? If you're not satisfied, I'll gift you this massage table." His serious demeanor left Li Ruosi fuming. "Aren't you just making things worse? That lady looks quite discerning. What kind of service can guarantee her complete satisfaction? If I end up giving away a massage table right at the start, what will I have to show for today?" However, the woman had no intention of allowing Li Ruosi to regain control. She pushed through the crowd and quickly approached the massage table, expertly lying down and removing her shoes, leaving both Chen Fei and Li Ruosi astonished. "Young man, everyone heard what you said earlier, so I'm curious to see if you're as skilled as she claims. If I'm not satisfied, I might just take the table home." The woman's serious expression left Li Ruosi scowling, casting a furious glance at Chen Fei. Though she couldn't voice her thoughts in front of everyone, her expression conveyed her frustration. Chen Fei pretended not to notice, rolling up his sleeves with an air of ease. He moved behind the massage table, rubbed his hands together, and then placed them on the woman's shoulders. At that moment, the woman's previously critical expression softened, and her eyes flickered with interest. As Chen Fei skillfully began to knead and apply pressure, her demeanor transformed, delight blooming on her face. Soon, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is wonderful. Your technique is far superior to those amateurs in my neighborhood." Chen Fei nearly lost his composure at that remark. Is it truly possible that such flattery exists? Is the character of an elderly lady truly deserving of such praise? Moments later, Chen Feng gently tapped the slumbering lady. She abruptly opened her eyes, rising with an invigorated demeanor. Stretching her limbs and swaying her head, she exclaimed how utterly comfortable she felt, as if her chronic neck issues had vanished entirely. Observing the astonished expression of the elderly lady, Li Ruosi eagerly approached her, sweetly inquiring, "Sister, are you satisfied? After merely a brief massage, having succumbed to sleep, how could you be anything but pleased?" The lady nodded repeatedly, exclaiming how remarkable the therapist's skills were, affirming that their claims were not exaggerated. Seizing the moment, Li Ruosi confidently remarked on the undeniable proficiency of their therapists, emphasizing the scientific design of the massage bed. The lady immediately expressed her desire to purchase one, reasoning that while they may not be able to bring the therapist, acquiring a bed was certainly feasible. Li Ruosi promptly informed her that this massage bed would soon be launched in the market and encouraged her to stay alert for updates. As the crowd around them grew increasingly interested in the massage bed, many began to speculate that even the young therapist's skills could not possibly induce such profound relaxation. Clearly, the credit belonged to the massage bed itself. People are naturally susceptible to herd mentality, and once it gains momentum, it is hard to contain. Li Ruosi's spirits soarat, feeling as though she was on the verge of flight. Her gaze towards Chen Fei was devoid of any hostility or resentment. She was almost tempted to embrace him, recognizing his presence as a sagacious decision. At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm rang out from the crowd. Isn't this a bit excessive? Surely, you didn't hire that elderly lady as an actress? We, as purveyors of high-end medical products, should not resort to such despicable tactics for attention. It's profoundly disappointing. Liruosi's expression turned cold as she scanned the crowd. Emerging from the throng was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, flanked by a few followers. His brow furrowed in contempt. Ah, Liruosi, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Your demeanor seems rather sour. Perhaps it's due to my public exposure of your little deception? The man, Song Wuji, the sales manager of Chonglong Company, taunted, his tone laced with mockery. Liruosi trembled with rage, pointing a finger at him. Song, do not slander me without evidence. Defamation carries legal consequences. Our company would never engage in such despicable acts. Song Wuji sneered. Well, that lady has already left, so you can argue all you want. But the public's perception is crystal clear, isn't it, folks? A few in the audience echoed his sentiments, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically against Liruosi and Shinfeng. Liruosi felt panic rise within her. She had come to oversee the sales event, but now faced the prospect of tarnishing her reputation and that of her company. How would she explain this to her colleagues and superiors? Sensing her distress, Song Wuji's eyes glinted with cunning satisfaction. He turned his attention to Chun Feng, declaring, Your hired actress performed quite convincingly, didn't she? Just a few finger manipulations, and she claims to have cured her years of neck pain. Is this a joke? Have you been reading too many absurd novels? Yet, he underestimated Chun Feng, who raised an eyebrow, assessing the self-righteous Song Wuji. Not convinced. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the same technique on you. If you don't fall asleep within 3 minutes, I shall dismantle this display before everyone. Chapter 41. The miraculous massage bed. Chun Feng's declaration ignited a stir among the crowd, who murmured in anticipation. Chun, please don't be reckless. Liruosi, alarmat, attempted to intervene. Wait. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted. Song Wuji's eyes gleamed with opportunity, eager to exploit this challenge. He swiftly removed his shoes and leapt onto the massage bed, moving with far more agility than the previous lady. Come on, you claim to be so remarkable. Let us see if you can deliver. With a mocking challenge, he urged the audience to time him, convinced of their impending defeat. As spectators gathered in throngs, both casual onlookers and potential distributors awaited the unfolding spectacle with expressions of skepticism and intrigue. Liruosi appeared almost faint, her hope dwindling. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow at her, signaling her to remain calm. However, her frustration deepened, regretting her decision to bring him along. Finally, under Song Wuji's relentless provocation, Chun Feng extended his hand to the man's shoulder, mimicking his earlier technique. Unbeknownst to anyone, he subtly infused his own energy into the massage points. Song Wuji continued to chatter dismissively, criticizing the bed's unevenness and the inferior quality of the technique, but abruptly fell silent. What was happening? Had he truly fallen asleep within just over a minute? Curious glances exchanged among the crowd, who were now captivated by the unexpected turn of events. Chun Feng withdrew his hands, a smile gracing his face as he casually remarked, As you can see, an exceptional massage bed combined with skilled technique makes treating insomnia remarkably simple. Impossible. Song Wuji's subordinates rushed forward to rouse him, pushing him gently. But he merely blinked twice, unresponsive. No way, he is really asleep. The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the unfolding miracle. Although massage undoubtedly aids in promoting sleep, the bed itself is remarkably comfortable. It appears there is indeed a scientific rationale behind this. Those who had previously expressed skepticism have now changed their stance. Liruosi gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. A mix of exhilaration and confusion. How on earth did Chun Fei manage this? Did he take advantage of a moment's distraction to incapacitate Song Wuji? Liruosi and many others in the company were well aware of Song Wuji's notorious reputation. Over the years, he had employed countless underhanded tactics to seize their clients and orders. There was no way he would let his guard down at such a critical moment, simply succumbing to a few massages. Chun Fei, utilizing his breath, subtly targeted several key acupoints, inducing a state akin to deep slumber, one from which he could not be awakened. Meanwhile, Song Wuji's subordinates resorted to desperate measures, kicking and even slapping him, yet to no avail. You lot are utterly inconsiderate of your leader's plight. He tirelessly concocts schemes to undermine his rivals. Surely he deserved a moment's respite. Chun Fei remarked with a hint of mockery. The onlookers erupted in laughter, finding the spectacle utterly ludicrous. The ones who had come to disparage were now the subjects of ridicule. Song Wuji's subordinates exchanged glances, realizing they were out of options. At that moment, someone emerged with a scowl, accusing, "Did you secretly drug him? We don't believe a person could sleep so soundly." Chun Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Before this crowd, do not utter such baseless accusations. When your company lies and slanders others, do your eyes not blink? Which of your foolish eyes saw me drugging him? Prove it if you can. He retorted vehemently. Li Ruosi seized the opportunity to voice her discontent loudly. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she understood the necessity of supporting Chun Fei in this moment. Song Wuji's followers, feeling a tinge of guilt, defiantly insisted, "If you have the capability, wake him now. If he remains unresponsive, it is evidence of your foul play." Chun Fei smiled innocently, approaching the slumbering Song Wuji and raising his arm. With a resounding slap, Song Wuji was jolted awake, bewildered to find the crowd laughing at him. His subordinates wore grim expressions, while Chun Fei wore a sly grin. The slap had discreetly unsealed the acupoints that had previously been blocked, allowing Song Wuji to regain consciousness. Chun Fei relished the moment, reveling in the satisfaction it brought. You struck me? It hasn't even been 3 minutes. I was never asleep. Your claims are all lies." Song Wuji exclaimed, still disoriented, as he leaped from the massage table, demanding they leave and cease embarrassing him. The audience erupted in laughter, relishing the absurdity of the moment. "What nonsense are you spouting? I can never fall asleep." Song Wuji barked, his face darkening with anger. "Are you calling me an extra? Do you wish to be struck?" A few irate onlookers pushed forward, ready to confront him. At that moment, it dawned on Song Wuji that he had, inexplicably, truly fallen asleep. Although he sensed something amiss, he lacked the evidence to confront it, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. "Well, Manager Song, what have you to say now?" Li Ruosi taunted with a smug expression. "Umph. Consider yourselves fortunate, but this is not over." Song Wuji knew that remaining in this humiliating situation was futile, so he spat a few harsh words before retreating, his face a mask of defeat. In the future, refrain from engaging in such self-destructive antics. At your age, it is unbecoming to bring shame upon oneself. Li Ruosi called after him. Stumbling slightly, Song Wuji's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth. "Li Ruosi, revel in your triumph while you can. If I allow you to proceed smoothly through this expo, I shall no longer bear the name Song." At the front of the booth, Li Ruosi elaborated on the benefits of the massage bed, and it was evident that many were eager to try it, drawn not only by the bed itself, but also by Chun Fei's remarkable massage techniques. While the average person might credit the bed, discerning individuals recognized that the true talent lay behind it, Chun Fei himself. Regardless of others' perceptions, Li Ruosi's booth was an overwhelming success, attracting an ever-growing crowd, even garnering the attention of media reporters. As the throngs increased, more people ventured in to explore other products, with some distributors expressing a desire to place orders on the spot. Li Ruosi was elated, while Chun Fei found himself utterly exhausted, as the massages seemed never-ending. Just as Chun Fei hoped for the expo to conclude, he spotted a familiar, cold, and cunning face in the crowd. Song Wuji had returned, a smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of calculated vengeance. Accompanying him was not his previous entourage, but rather an elderly man dressed in a long robe with a goat-like beard, appearing nearly 60, equipped with reading glasses and an air of pretentiousness. What was this? Did he seek further humiliation? Finishing his session with the current client, Chun Fei turned to Song Wuji with a teasing remark. Song Wuji scoffed. "What? Are you anxious to see me because you feel guilty? Are you afraid I will expose your earlier tricks? You should indeed feel alarmed. For this time, I have brought someone of great stature to unveil your schemes." Song Wuji's eloquence was commendable, his words fervent and passionate. Uninterested, Chun Fei turned away, calling out Li, "That blabbermouth is back. Do come and handle this." His tone and choice of words likened Song Wuji to a pesky dog, devoid of courtesy, infused with a degree of disdainful mockery. The audience could not suppress their laughter, a few recognizing Song Wuji and displaying expressions of derision. His countenance darkened further. At that moment, Li Ruosi emerged, frowning in annoyance. "Is there truly such a shameless individual? What brings you here again?" Song Wuji's expression grew even more grim as he retorted, Li Ruosi, mind your manners when you speak. Does your company not emphasize decency in selecting talent? Li Ruosi shot him a glance, responding coldly, is that your intention, to join our company as a senior executive? During your routine urination, do you not ever glance at the mirror? Chun Fei was beside himself with laughter, nearly doubled over. Li Ruosi certainly had a knack for putting others down, quite impressive. Song Wuji was seething with rage, on the verge of exploding. Yet at that moment, he recalled the true purpose of his visit. He understood that it was imperative not to be swayed by Chun Fei and Li Ruosi. Thus, he swiftly redirected the conversation, donning a chilling expression as he declared, enough of this nonsense. Just moments ago, I succumbed to your tricks here. Therefore, I have brought along an esteemed expert from the field of traditional Chinese medicine to expose your deception. Chun Fei, if you possess a clear conscience, demonstrate your previous abilities once again in front of this venerable Master Gongsun. Li Ruosi, suddenly anxious, glanced at Chun Fei, then at the elderly gentleman sporting reading glasses and a goatee, who maintained an air of dignity. She timidly inquired, excuse me, are you the vice president of the local Chinese Medicine Association, Master Gongsun Chung? Before the elderly man could respond, Song Wuji, brimming with self-satisfaction, lifted his chin and said, Li Ruosi, you are indeed well informed. Indeed, this is the vice president of our city's Chinese Medicine Association, the renowned Master Gongsun Chung, esteemed even within the province. The elderly gentleman exhibited a hint of pride, modestly stating, it is but a hollow title. I merely came to take a leisurely stroll, but upon hearing from young Song that there are individuals here with ill intentions, employing dubious practices to deceive others, I felt compelled, despite my status, to witness this for myself. My interest lies in the matter, not in targeting any individual. Li Ruosi's anxiety intensified. She was acutely aware that this Gongsun Chung was no ordinary figure. As the vice president of the Medical Association, he wielded considerable influence within both the realm of traditional Chinese medicine and the broader medical community. Not to mention, his expertise alone carried significant weight. She could hardly believe that Song Wuji had managed to summon him, and their apparent camaraderie seemed quite close. This situation was likely to become quite troublesome. Noticing Li Ruosi's growing trepidation, Song Wuji could not help but shake his head in delight, reveling in his triumph. He then redirected his provocative gaze toward Chun Fei, prepared to taunt him further. However, to his surprise, Chun Fei appeared indifferent, engrossed in conversation with a young, attractive female staff member, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Are you perhaps deaf? Did you not hear my words? Song Wuji seethed with frustration. Chapter 43. Song Wuji's revenge plan after finishing his playful banter with the young lady. Chun Fei turned his attention to Song Wuji, feigning surprise. Oh, you're still here? Mr. Li, is our company truly that tolerant? Li Ruosi found herself in a state of disbelief, realizing that dealing with someone like Song Wuji truly required Chun Fei's intervention. Stop pretending. Do you dare to repeat what you just did to me? Song Wuji shouted furiously. What are you talking about? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, feigning realization. Oh, you mean that? But are you sure? A sinister smile crept onto Song Wuji's face. Of course I'm sure. Chun Fei inquired. You're not angry? What should I be angry about? Just hurry up. Song Wuji urged impatiently. Then he noticed something flash in front of him. Slap. A stinging sensation erupted across his face, as if he had just been dealt a resounding slap. Crack. Another two sharp sounds followed. This time, there was no mistaking it. He had indeed received a series of hard slaps, 3 in total, no more, no less, delivered by Chun Fei. Song Wuji spun like a top, his back molars loosening, his face swelling grotesquely. Onlookers were left speechless, including Li Ruosi. Even Master Gongsun Chung, the so-called expert, adjusted his glasses, his expression one of bemusement. How could you strike someone? Song Wuji managed to stabilize himself, his words slurred as he clutched his jaw, his expression fierce. What's wrong? Chun Fei feigned innocence. Everyone heard you demand I repeat what I did to you earlier. Is there an issue? Do you think the previous slaps were insufficient? Shall I do it again? Chun Fei seemed genuinely prepared to follow through, causing Song Wuji to leap back in alarm. Wait, you scoundrel. I asked you to repeat the massage, not to slap me. If looks could kill, Song Wuji would have obliterated Chun Fei dozens of times in that brief moment, consumed by rage. Chun Fei smacked his forehead. My apologies, I misunderstood. But you were at fault too. You should have been clearer. Is it unjust to receive these slaps? Song Wooji was nearly in tears from frustration. He had never imagined there existed someone even more shameless than himself. Chun Fei, you truly are an insufferable fool. He cursed inwardly, initially intent on seeking revenge. He now found himself on the receiving end of 3 resounding slaps, a situation he deemed most unjust. However, Song Wooji was nothing if not persistent and quickly redirected his focus. Pointing to Master Gongsun Chung beside him, he declared, Chun Fei, I will settle this matter with you later. However, I know your massage techniques must be dubious, which is why I have enlisted a distinguished individual to observe. If you are guilty, you should confess now to avoid a tarnished reputation or worse. At last, Chun Fei directly confronted Song Wooji's provocation. He regarded the pompous expert with a smile. Who says I am guilty? If anyone is guilty here, it is you. You ought to remedy that sore back of yours. Get lost. Don't change the subject. You explicitly agreed earlier. No tricks. Song Wooji clung to his claim. He then settled once more onto the massage table that had previously brought him such humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he lay down and said, Come on, massage me. I want to see what skills you possess. Chun Fei rolled up his sleeves, a smile gracing his face. What if you fall asleep? If others cannot wake you, I will have to slap you awake. Song Wooji shuddered, glancing nervously at the approaching expert, Master Gongsun Chung. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, As long as you can make me fall asleep, how you wake me is your concern. Just be wary of not being able to perform in front of the old gentleman, lest you damage your company's reputation. This, indeed, was Song Wooji's true intent. Chun Fei appeared unfazed, as if the situation held no weight. Meanwhile, Li Ruosi grew increasingly anxious, desperately wanting to intervene, but ultimately found herself ignored by Chun Fei. Just as he reached towards Song Wooji's shoulder, Master Gongsun Chung suddenly interjected, Wait, let me check if there is anything amiss with your hands. As far as I know, many physicians utilize specific substances that induce a deep slumber in a short span. These substances can be colorless and odorless, easily concealed between one's fingers. Song Wooji beamed with pride, relishing the expert's words. Listen closely, this is what expertise sound like. Chun Fei, wash your hands immediately and let the old gentleman inspect them. Chun Fei, without hesitation, complied, thoroughly washing his hands 3 times in front of everyone. Then, he allowed Master Gongsun Chung to examine them closely. All right, you may proceed. Master Gongsun nodded. Chun Fei placed his hand on Song Wooji's shoulder, a slight smile playing on his lips. He held no fear of the traditional Chinese medicine expert. While Master Gongsun Chung may possess some skill in his field, Chun Fei wielded the esoteric power of internal energy, the essence of which was invisible and intangible. An elderly man, no matter how many eyes you lend him, would remain utterly oblivious. Song Wooji naively believed that by summoning a traditional Chinese medicine expert, he could unveil the so-called trickery. How laughable that was! Gongsun Chung, adjusting his reading glasses, stared intently at every movement of Chun Fei. Initially, he thought that Chun Fei would apply pressure to the acupoints or blood vessels on Zhao Wuji's neck, which would also induce unconsciousness. However, at this very moment, Chun Fei, right before him, deliberately avoided those areas. Merely utilizing the energy within his body, he swiftly directed it into the acupoints and meridians. In less than half a minute, Song Wooji had begun to snore. This, the expert Gongsun Chung was momentarily stunned. No, the areas you just massaged, while they contained acupoints, could not possibly induce sleep so quickly. How about you try again? Chun Fei smiled and nodded. Since the expert had requested it, he was more than willing. However, one thing. This Song fellow was sleeping far too soundly. He would need to be slapped awake. You see, Gongsun Chung, now wholly focused on witnessing Chun Fei's technique once more, nodded eagerly, urging him to proceed. The onlookers instantly grew excited, whispering amongst themselves that this exhibition was indeed worthwhile. Not only was there free massage, but also a spectacle to behold. Oddly enough, there were indeed some individuals who willingly offered themselves up for a slap, time and again. Chapter 44. The expert is bewildered. The unfortunate Song Wooji, in his dazed state, felt as though he had indeed fallen asleep. Even more unfortunate was the fact that he was roused by a slap. His face felt utterly ruined, nearly beyond recognition. Trembling his lips, he looked at Gongsun Chung with a hopeful expression and said, Old man, Have you managed to catch him in the act? What trickery is this fellow employing? Gong Sun Cheng coughed awkwardly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. You fell asleep far too rapidly. I didn't notice what? Song Wuji shrieked, immediately feeling that he had been grievously wronged by those slaps, which were utterly unmerited. Have him try once more. This time, I shall observe closely. There must be something amiss, Gong Sun Cheng promised earnestly. As Song Wuji touched his swollen face, nearly in tears, he implored, Old man, you must succeed this time. Furthermore, even if I fall asleep again, you must find a way to wake me up. Don't let him slap me again, all right. Gong Sun Cheng nodded. What followed was a repetition of the previous scene. Chun Fei skillfully and subtly utilized his energy to induce Song Wuji into a deep slumber once more. At this point, Gong Sun Cheng's face turned pale, for he still hadn't discerned anything. Even this time, he placed his hand on Song Wuji's pulse, yet it proved futile. Could it be that this young man's unique massage technique was genuinely so extraordinary? This was a method of traditional Chinese medicine. Why had no one in the city heard of such a talented youth before? Gong Sun Cheng adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the Chun Fei he had previously looked down upon, secretly speculating about his background and origins. At this moment, Chun Fei, with arms crossed and a grin on his face, asked, Expert, what now? Will you take the lead? Or shall I? Gong Sun Cheng felt that he had already lost enough face and needed to devise a means to salvage some dignity. Although he couldn't discern any issues with Chun Fei's technique, he at least had aroused Song Wuji. Continuously subjecting the man to slaps was indeed inappropriate. Thus, the expert Gong Sun Cheng racked his brain and exhausted all efforts, employing various methods, until finally resorting to acupuncture. Yet, the man, Song Wuji, remained in a deep sleep, like a dead pig, with no intention of waking. Truly bizarre. Gong Sun Cheng, disheartened, nearly cursed aloud. After decades of practicing medicine, he had never encountered such a scenario. Song Wuji exhibited no symptoms whatsoever, yet he remained unresponsive, hardly distinguishable from being lifeless. This left Gong Sun Cheng both astonished and embarrassed. Ultimately, his old face was thoroughly muddied, irretrievable from the mire. Old man, if it's truly impossible, perhaps I should give it a try? Chun Fei jested, shaking his wrist mockingly. Gong Sun Cheng sighed and shook his head. What a strange occurrence. I am at a loss. You may proceed as you wish. With that, the elderly man ambled away, perhaps fearful that once Song Wuji was slapped awake, the man would hold him accountable. The spectators cheered enthusiastically, taking out their phones to capture the spectacle of Song Wuji being roused. Li Ruosi and her beautiful female employees were nearly in stitches from laughter. This time, Chun Fei's slaps were notably lighter, not out of compassion, but rather due to the fact that Song Wuji's face was on the verge of being ruined. Continuing in such a manner could very well lead to disaster. As for the expert, upon awakening, Song Wuji, with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes, searched for Gong Sun Cheng, only to be informed by the onlookers that the old man, feeling humiliated, had already slipped away. How could this be? He is an expert, the vice president of the association. How could he be at a loss? Song Wuji felt his worldview shatter. Ultimately, he staggered away once more, pushing through the crowd. This young fellow truly possessed remarkable skills. The fact that your company could secure such a talent speaks volumes about its strength. The spectators, having thoroughly enjoyed the show, began to praise. Meanwhile, those who had been considering purchasing medical equipment were now flocking in droves. By noon, the exhibition was drawing to a close. Li Ruosi and several employees were busy compiling orders, the computer beeping incessantly, their expressions growing more excited with each calculation. Chun Fei, however, lay on the massage table, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment. He had lost track of how many massages he had given that day. Finally understanding the plight of those who had been exploited by the likes of Zhou Baopi in the past. Li Ruosi, you are quite the taskmaster, Chun Fei complained with his eyes closed. Suddenly sensing the atmosphere shift, he opened his eyes to find Li Ruosi leaning over him, intently observing. Chun Fei felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she might be angry. However, Li Ruosi did not appear upset. Instead, she smiled gently, extending her hand to rest on Chun Fei's shoulder and began to knead and press with a semblance of expertise. Her tone was soothing. Chun Fei, you've worked hard today. Do you realize that in just a single morning, you've secured hundreds of millions in orders for our company? Most importantly, you've opened up numerous new client relationships. You are undoubtedly the greatest winner of this exhibition. Chun Fei displayed an expression of enjoyment. As long as you are happy. Li Ruosi replied. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Chun Fei casually responded. Your massage technique is utterly dreadful. Could we not have someone else do it? You. Li Ruosi was taken aback by his audacity. Yet, considering Chun Fei's contributions and hard work that day, she ultimately suppressed her irritation, retracting her hand and saying, Today's achievements are truly commendable. So I plan to take you, along with the other employees, out for a team-building dinner. We'll choose the finest restaurant for a grand feast. The employees, who had been winding down, erupted in excitement at her announcement. Moments later, Li Ruosi walked slowly toward the exhibition hall's exit, her phone in hand as she updated Shun Xiangwei on the situation. Upon raising her head, she caught sight of Chun Fei, surrounded by several female colleagues. In a rather enviable position, unable to help herself, she frowned and internally cursed, lecherous scoundrel. Do you only fancy young ladies? As Chun Fei and the others emerged, ready to board their vehicle, an inconspicuous yet luxurious business car in a corner of the parking lot housed an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a beard. He was intently observing Chun Fei, phone in hand, murmuring about the Shin group, though his exact position remained a mystery. Judging by his capabilities, he likely held a prestigious title. His methods were peculiar, as he sought to uncover the truth with utmost diligence. Chapter 45. A meal lacking serenity. The business vehicle was filled to capacity. Li Ruosi, wearing a smug expression, declared loudly, to the Imperial Hotel. Today's expenses are on the house. The employees cheered with delight, expressing gratitude. Thank you, General Manager Li. We've heard the steaks at the Imperial Hotel are exquisite, but we've never been able to indulge. Among them, only Chun Fei remained composed. Glancing at the driver, Li Ruosi added, If you wish to express thanks, it should be directed towards Captain Chun. 90% of today's success belongs to him. Thank you, Captain Chun. You're the best. Several female employees chirped, their voices sweet and syrupy. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and replied with a light-hearted tone, No need for such formalities. It was but a trifling matter. Just drive well. Don't forget your last name. Li Ruosi's expression turned serious. She could not fathom why. Upon seeing Chun Fei laughing with the young, attractive employees, an urge to reprimand him surged within her. The Imperial Hotel was a top-tier establishment in Zhongzhou, indeed beyond the reach of ordinary wage earners. Thus everyone, apart from Chun Fei, was visibly elated. Once they were led to their pre-reserved table, their conversation inevitably grew louder, attracting the ire of a fashionably dressed woman at a neighboring table. With disdain, she cast a glance at Chun Fei's group and mockingly remarked, What a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins, getting all excited over a Western meal. Her words reached Chun Fei's ears, prompting several employees to frown, though they chose not to react. Chun Fei turned to retort, but was halted by Li Ruosi's intervention. Let it go. We're here to enjoy a meal, not to let others ruin our mood. When it came time to order, Chun Fei, lacking knowledge of the menu, entrusted the task entirely to Li Ruosi. The fashionable woman at the adjacent table continued to coo into her phone, addressing her partner with endearing terms. Shortly thereafter, a hotel manager escorted a rotund man upstairs. Dressed impeccably in a designer suit and flaunting a gleaming diamond watch, he strutted with a swagger that suggested he feared no one would notice his wealth. Darling, I'm right here. The overly flirtatious woman sprang to her feet, waving excitedly. The rotund man beamed at her. Are you eager to order? It's all my driver's fault for not knowing the way. I'll have to replace him. He continued to complain. These lowly workers are becoming increasingly rude. The woman instantly left her seat to link her arm with his, saying, Why get upset with those beneath you? If you hadn't come, I would have dared to order, waiting just for you. The manager, quick to please, pulled the man's chair back, bowing slightly. Mr. Song, what would you like to eat? Just let me know. With a wave of his hand, nearby staff promptly delivered dishes. Clearly, this Mr. Song was of some significance, as evidenced by the manager's attentive service. The man grunted dismissively while scanning the menu, just as another server pushed a cart laden with freshly grilled steaks past them. These had been pre-ordered by Li Ruosi and her team. Before the server could serve them, the flirtatious woman pointed at the cart, exclaiming, That steak looks delightful. Let's have that. Uncertain of her intentions, Mr. Song boisterously replied, If you want it, go ahead. Manager, what are you waiting for? Bring it over. A steak should be enjoyed while hot. The manager hesitated. Mr. Song, I apologize, but that steak was reserved by the table next door. If you wish, I can inform the chef to prepare another immediately. Is my voice not enough to command respect? The chef here is someone I recommended. Do you truly expect me to wait for a steak? His tone was arrogant and aggressive. Sweat trickled down the manager's brow as he faltered, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a figure moved beside him. A hand swiftly reached for the cart and placed the steak at Chun Fei's table. It was Chun Fei himself. He presented the steak to Li Ruosi with a grin, stating, "Indeed, this should be savored while hot. How dare you? Who do you think you are? To eat that steak?" Mr. Song slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at Chun Fei. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, responding coolly, "Why wouldn't I? Are you afraid I might snatch it from you like a dog?" Other diners, initially dismayed by Mr. Song's brazen attitude, could no longer contain their laughter. "You dare challenge me? Do you even know who I am?" Mr. Song sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Chun Fei, unfazed, retorted, "Who you are? That is a question for your father. Why ask me?" Laughter erupted around them. Mr. Song's face turned crimson as he pointed at Chun Fei. "You're clearly ignorant of the consequences of your insolence. I said you cannot eat that steak. I dare you to try." As he finished speaking, Chun Fei swiftly cut a small piece of the steak and popped it into his mouth, chewing with pleasure. "Delicious." Mr. Song ground his teeth, preparing to charge at Chun Fei. Nearby, the manager and staff wished to intervene but dared not, feeling helpless. Li Ruosi and her colleagues, aware of Chun Fei's temperament, refrained from stepping in. Just as Mr. Song, his rotund figure shaking with fury, raised his fist to strike Chun Fei, the latter suddenly moved his arm, the knife glinting ominously. Mr. Song, taken aback, felt his belt loosen, and looking down, he realized his trousers had slipped to his knees, exposing his hairy legs and ample backside. Laughter erupted in the room. Even the staff could hardly contain their amusement. Chun Fei casually tossed the used knife into the cart. "Please, bring me another. This one is too dirty." "You bastard!" Mr. Song scowled, one hand holding his pants while the other pointed accusingly at Chun Fei. However, this time he discovered that the faint smile on Chun Fei's face had suddenly turned cold and sinister. His gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast that had just descended from the mountains. An unsettling aura emanated from Chun Fei, striking fear into Song Baiwan's heart. Terrified, Song Baiwan instinctively recoiled, losing his balance and tumbling over his own trousers with a loud crash, landing on the ground and letting out a pained scream. The scene was undeniably comical. "My dear, what happened to you?" a delicate woman exclaimed, rushing to assist him while arching her brows and condescendingly adding, "Why are you losing your temper with someone of such low status? There are plenty of ways to deal with them. Don't you know the chef here? Have him come out and settle this for you. I refuse to believe that a few uncouth bumpkins can bully us." Song Baiwan, indeed, heeded the woman's advice. Attempting to adjust his trousers, rather than directly provoking Chun Fei, he plopped down into a chair and pointed accusingly at the supervisor, saying, "Are you deaf? Hurry up and summon your chef. If you don't handle this matter properly today, there will be consequences." Left with no choice, the supervisor scurried away. "Chun Fei, why did you provoke him? This type of person is clearly a lowbrow nouveau riche," Li Ruosi whispered, trying to dissuade Chun Fei from escalating the situation. Chun Fei shrugged. "It's his own arrogance that leads to his humiliation. Sometimes, I truly wonder about the inexplicable sense of superiority some individuals possess, looking down on everything with such disdain." As they conversed, a group hurriedly approached from a distance, led by a tall man dressed as a chef, appearing to be in his 30s, his face twisted in anger. "Let me see who dares to offend my friend. Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard?" Chun Fei furrowed his brows, placing his fork down on the table, muttering about how one cannot even enjoy a meal in peace. In the blink of an eye, the imposing chef had reached them. He glanced at Song Baiwan, smiling. "Brother Song, why are you so upset today? What happened?" Song Baiwan huffed, gesturing towards Chun Fei. "Your restaurant needs a serious overhaul. You let anyone in here? This guy made me look foolish in front of everyone. You know what to do." The chef frowned slightly, nodding at Song Baiwan, then approached Chun Fei with a cold smirk. "Sir, dining is all about mood. Why not apologize to Mr. Song? I'll graciously offer you a 20% discount on today's meal." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, bemused by how a mere cook could swagger up and act so high and mighty. The words were delivered with such audacity, showing no signs of indulging the other's arrogance. The surrounding diners nodded in agreement, finding it quite satisfying. This chef was indeed a bit too arrogant, even if he had some reputation in the industry. Such behavior was unwarranted. What did you say? The chef's expression darkened, glaring at Chun Fei. While I'm speaking to you politely, you ought to show some respect. Otherwise what? Chun Fei stood up, though not as tall as the chef. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, akin to a fierce tempest. This intangible force was invisible yet palpable, striking deep into the chef's psyche. The towering chef felt his heart tighten, his breath becoming labored. He instinctively took a step back, his prepared harsh words failing to materialize. Stammering, he finally muttered, "If I command it, the entire kitchen will refuse to serve you. You shall not consume anything else today. I still hold authority over this situation." Song Baiwan's face lit up with a triumphant expression, relishing his perceived victory. The delicate woman chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "That's right. Don't serve them or prepare anything for them. People of such low-quality Wu tea appreciate fine cuisine. It would merely waste the chef's talents." Li Ruosi and several staff members wore expressions of indignation. Yet in such a setting, they felt powerless to retort, much less retaliate. After all, even the chef had publicly declared that they would not be served, and remaining there would only lead to further humiliation. However, Chun Fei displayed a disdainful expression. Turning to the delicate woman, "You keep calling this one low quality and that one uncouth. May I ask which discerning eye of yours has made such judgments?" "I have two." The woman began to respond, but caught herself mid-sentence, swallowing her words. Before she could launch another insult, Chun Fei shifted his gaze to the arrogant chef. "Was that steak you prepared?" The chef nodded. "Indeed, but you will never have it again. This establishment no longer welcomes you." Chun Fei scoffed. The flavor was quite lackluster. "What did you say?" The chef exploded, his voice escalating several decibels. To anger a chef, one merely needed to declare his food unpalatable. The effect was unmistakable, especially now. If it weren't for the palpable aura emanating from Chun Fei, the chef might have already resorted to violence. His eyes nearly blazing with fury, he retreated 2 steps, pointing at Chun Fei. "Do you even know how to appreciate fine cuisine?" Chun Fei retorted without hesitation. "Do you understand the art of cooking?" "Do I understand cooking?" The chef laughed maniacally, his contempt evident in his gaze towards Chun Fei. "I have received accolades from Michelin, ranking among the top chefs in Zhongzhou. How dare you question my skills? Are you perhaps hoping to challenge me? If you're merely speaking out of turn, I advise you to refrain from embarrassing yourself." The atmosphere grew tense and charged once more. Chapter 47. The hand-torn steak. The chef's tone and demeanor dripped with blatant disdain and provocation. He presumed that Chun Fei, here merely to dine, could not possibly comprehend the intricacies of cooking. Even if he knew a thing or two, he could never compare to himself. This was the nature of specialization. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chun Fei approached the chef with a smile, casually responding, "I dare to challenge you. Are you willing to accept? What is there to fear? We can begin immediately. The loser must crawl out of this hotel on their knees." The chef shouted, exhilarated as if he had just received a verdict in his favor. Li Ruosi and the staff behind Chun Fei exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that what was supposed to be a celebratory meal had escalated to this situation. A junior staff member quietly asked, "Li, does Chun Fei really know how to cook?" Li Ruosi nodded. "He is an excellent cook, although he seems unfamiliar with Western cuisine." "How do you know? Have you tasted Chun Fei's cooking?" A female staff member inquired with a curious expression. "Cough, cough. Some questions are better left unasked," Li Ruosi replied sternly. At this moment, the entire hall had transformed into a lively spectacle. The patrons, initially dining, had vacated their seats and instinctively formed a circle, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The chef hastily commanded his subordinates to gather the necessary cooking tools, ingredients, and seasonings, fully prepared for the challenge. "So, boy, are you regretting your decision yet? Apologies are all that is required from me and my friend, and then we should take our leave. It would be utterly humiliating to crawl out like a dog if I were to lose to you." The chef, rolling up his sleeves, mocked Chun Fei with disdain. "You ought to worry about yourself," Chun Fei retorted casually. "It seems you want to learn until you hit a wall. Let us compete with the simplest of dishes, steak. We shall choose a few patrons as judges, and the outcome will be decisive. No regrets allowed." The chef, brimming with impatience, selected the finest piece of steak, while an assistant prepared the hot iron plate and other accompaniments. One must admit, this chef possesses considerable skill. His actions were swift and mesmerizing, as he deftly applied various spices and techniques. In no time, the succulent steak emitted an irresistible aroma, garnering praise from those around. As the steak neared completion, the chef noticed that Chun Fei remained motionless. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, "Are you dumbfounded? I can tell you've never prepared Western cuisine. You're clearly a novice. To challenge me is sheer folly." Just as the crowd was skeptical of Chun Fei's capabilities, he unexpectedly stepped forward and casually selected a knife from the nearby tools. With a swift motion, he began to manipulate a noticeably inferior piece of beef. Before it even hit the ground, Chun Fei produced several gleaming metallic needles from his pocket. In an instant, he began to pierce the airborne beef with astonishing speed, a feat so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Each time the meat descended, he would deftly lift it with his knife, performing what resembled the most exquisite juggling act, akin to a form of art. The onlookers transitioned from astonishment to admiration, some craning their necks and clapping in rhythm with Chun Fei. "What's going on here? This is a Western restaurant, not a circus. Can that meat even be consumed after such antics?" The chef muttered disdainfully, hastening to tend to his steak. Eagerly awaiting the moment he could easily triumph over Chun Fei and make him crawl away in disgrace. "My steak is ready for tasting," he proclaimed confidently, presenting a fragrant piece of beef. Simultaneously, Chun Fei carefully transferred his cooked meat from the iron plate to a plate, his movements meticulous. "Why be so cautious? Your beef lacks seasoning. How can it possibly taste good? The inherent gamey flavor is enough to turn anyone's stomach. You think the patrons here are fools? What a ridiculous notion." The chef immediately recognized that Chun Fei's steak merely appeared fluffier than his own, lacking any other redeeming qualities. Without a doubt, Chun Fei was destined to lose. However, a significant number of people were drawn to Chun Fei's dish, inhaling the pure, enticing aroma of the beef untainted by any seasonings. The chef furrowed his brow. "Do you truly understand? That steak hasn't been sliced. How can one eat such a large piece? It completely defies Western culinary norms. Cooking a steak whole like that would severely compromise its texture. He has no qualifications to compete with me." Some began to echo his sentiments, prompting the chef to smile triumphantly. "Who says my beef is whole? Are you blind?" Chun Fei teased, a smirk on his face. "What did you say?" The crowd could clearly see that his beef was indeed a single piece. Did he think that piercing it a few times would alter that fact? The chef scoffed. "Fool. Today, you shall witness true culinary mastery." With a playful smile, Chun Fei raised his hand and slammed it down on the table with a resounding thud. The loud noise startled everyone, drawing their attention. To their astonishment, the once whole piece of beef began to fall apart under Chun Fei's force, transforming into strands that bounced onto the plate. "Is he performing magic?" someone gasped, as the transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Just moments ago, it had been a single piece of meat, and now it lay in delicate strands. As the beef separated, the aroma intensified exponentially, causing some to swallow hard in anticipation, eager to taste. Such theatrics, but the flavor remains uncertain. The chef exclaimed, though he was taken aback. He attempted to reassure himself. "It's undoubtedly delicious." A patron who had taken the first bite declared with blissful euphoria, "What divine beef is this? I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Indeed, this is the pinnacle of culinary delight." Others began to exclaim in agreement, while the chef scowled. "You two must be hired actors for this charade." Yet, no one paid heed to his derision, instead flocking to Chun Fei's table in droves, eagerly reaching for the now shredded beef, stuffing it into their mouths without hesitation. After tasting, they all wore expressions of rapture, utterly enraptured. How can this be? The chef was left dumbfounded. Perhaps 2 patrons could be paid to support Chun Fei, but the others were undoubtedly his regulars. Now, they were forsaking the chef's freshly prepared gourmet steak in favor of the oddly presented beef strips. "You all need to step aside," the chef commanded, pushing through with his assistants, forcefully reaching for the plate. By this time, the meat strips were gone, but half a piece lay on the table. With determination, the chef picked it up and tasted it. Initially, he grimaced, chewing cautiously, but then his taste buds were overwhelmed by an explosion of flavor, leaving him in a state of shock. "How does it taste?" Chun Fei asked, a smirk on his face. The chef shot him a glare. desperately wanting to declare it inedible. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, saliva betrayed him, flowing forth uncontrollably. Laughter erupted from his surrounding patrons. "It's obviously delicious. No need to answer that," someone called out, as the competition had clearly reached a verdict. No one approached the chef's steak. After all, most patrons were familiar with his culinary skills. Yet, Chunfei's beef strips were a true culinary marvel, a dish so enticing that patrons were reluctant to share. Some were even inclined to lick their plates clean. "Chunfei, you're incredible. You can win this," the staff around Li Ruosi exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement, clapping and cheering. Li Ruosi herself was filled with astonishment and delight. She knew Chunfei was skilled at cooking, but she had not anticipated such a miraculous display today. Aside from his occasionally irritating banter, he could undoubtedly be considered a treasure. Initially hesitant about maintaining a semi-cohabitation with Chunfei, Li Ruosi now resolved to keep him by her side at all costs. Who'd have said that if you lose, you should crawl out like a dog? Chunfei had no intention of sparing the head chef's pride. As the saying goes, evil will meet its match. The chef, who had previously been arrogant and dismissive, had offended Chunfei and would surely face the consequences. With a dark expression, the chef sought a way to save face, but found himself at a loss. Anger surged within him as he gritted his teeth and glared at Chunfei, saying, "Kid, this is not a place for you to cause trouble. Do you believe that with one command, I could have dozens of kitchen staff come at you with knives?" The onlookers were taken aback, instinctively stepping back as the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Yet, Chunfei remained unfazed, looking at the chef and mocking, "I believe you. After all, you've clearly decided to be shameless. However, whether you call your staff or even summon your father and grandfather, it won't matter to me. Get over here," the chef shouted. Sure enough, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. However, the person who arrived was not there to support the chef against Chunfei. A man dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses approached with a stern expression. The chef turned to see him and immediately felt a pang of anxiety. "Manager, what brings you here? There's someone causing a scene. Please wait a moment while I handle it. I assure you it won't affect business." The bespectacled man raised his hand and slapped the chef across the face with a resounding crack that echoed throughout the hall. Stunned, the chef held his swollen jaw, gritting his teeth and asking, "Manager, what does this mean? What does it mean?" The manager replied coldly, "I hereby revoke your title as head chef, deduct your salary for this month, and withhold your bonuses for the entire quarter. Now pack your things and get out." The manager's expression grew increasingly frigid, his tone resolute and commanding. The chef stood stunned, unable to fathom that a mere competition had cost him his lucrative job. Instinctively, he turned to search for his friend Song Baiwan in the crowd, but found no trace of him. He must have slipped away in embarrassment after losing to Chunfei. The manager ignored the chef and turned to Chunfei, nodding politely. "Sir, on behalf of our restaurant, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and your friends. I am truly sorry." Chunfei blinked, surprised by the manager's courtesy. Since he was being so polite, Chunfei smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's all in the past. Unfortunately, this meal seems impossible to enjoy now." "Not all." The manager stepped closer. "This meal is on me. Please order whatever you desire. I assure you that no one in the kitchen will dare to interfere." He continued, "What you demonstrated earlier was truly remarkable. I wonder if you would be interested in serving as our honorary head chef." It turned out the manager was impressed by Chunfei's earlier display of skill in tearing apart beef. Chunfei found himself at a loss for how to decline the offer. Just then, Li Ruosi stepped forward, naturally linking her arm with Chunfei's. In a cool tone, she addressed the manager. "I'm sorry, but he is a significant member of the Shen Group. He has signed contracts and agreements with us, and he has no intention of changing jobs at this time." Upon hearing that he was affiliated with the Shen Group and observing Li Ruosi's serious demeanor, the manager immediately understood that poaching him was out of the question. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, saying, "That's truly unfortunate. Regardless, you're always welcome to visit and provide guidance here. Whenever you wish, we will reserve any position for you. Staff, please ensure that these esteemed guests are well taken care of and do not feel neglected." After arranging everything, the hotel manager handed his embossed business card to Chunfei and politely took his leave. The atmosphere in the hall returned to its previous state, yet the way people looked at Chunfei had transformed. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of reverence. The company employees regarded Chunfei with newfound respect, almost idolizing him. The meal was filled with joy. "The company has given us a half day off this afternoon. Feel free to make your own plans, Li Ruosi said, placing her utensils down with a smile. The employees began discussing their destinations, while Li Ruosi quietly asked Chen Fei, "Would you like me to accompany you around the city and buy you some clothes? You always dress so plainly. Why no one minds? It might affect the company's image when you go out." Chen Fei raised an eyebrow, replying, "I believe my attire is quite fine. If I were to change my style to cater to others' preferences, life would become rather exhausting, wouldn't it?" Li Ruosi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling as if all her years of education had been in vain. She found herself at a loss for words to counter Chen Fei's reasoning, silently grumbling. "What an irritating fellow. He doesn't appreciate my kindness and spouts nonsense." However, Chen Fei was not entirely oblivious to Li Ruosi's feelings. He could tell she harbored some affection for him. Accompanying a beautiful woman on a shopping trip was a coveted opportunity for many men. Yet, Chen Fei had his own priorities. It had been 2 days since he descended the mountain, and he had settled in. He had seen his senior sister, and there were no immediate troubles regarding those he owed gratitude to. Now, he needed to investigate the bloodshed in the Chun family from years past. Revenge remained one of his crucial objectives after coming down the mountain. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Fei bid farewell to Li Ruosi and others, descending the stairs alone. He had always remembered the site of the Chun family's former residence, but he seldom dared to recall it. Every time he did, visions of blood and the hatred and anger stemming from those gruesome scenes flooded his mind. At that time, he was far too young and weak to comprehend. All he knew was that his loved ones had risked everything to send him away, only to be slaughtered in turn. He didn't even have the chance to see what the assailants truly looked like. While driving, Chen Fei found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality by a series of abrupt honks from a nearby vehicle. Frowning, he glanced to his left to see a clearly modified SUV. Due to the tinted windows, he could not discern who was inside, but the honking seemed provocative, and the driver appeared to give Chen Fei the finger, a universal gesture of insult. "Is this a provocation?" Chen Fei raised an eyebrow, pressing down hard on the accelerator. The business vehicle he was driving had a substantial engine, roaring to life as it surged ahead and pulled past the SUV. However, the other vehicle was undeterred and immediately revved its engine to chase after him, attempting to cut him off. Both vehicles seemed to be heading in the same direction, towards the outskirts of the city. Thus, a high-speed chase ensued. Chen Fei skillfully navigated the roads, utilizing his keen judgment and reflexes to maneuver around obstacles like a slippery eel. The driver of the SUV was no slouch either, with superior vehicle performance allowing them to keep pace. As they sped out of the city, it became clear that the driver was not willing to concede. Chen Fei veered slightly to the side, reducing his speed just enough to roll down his window. The other driver immediately matched his speed and lowered their window as well. Upon seeing who was behind the wheel, Chen Fei's expression darkened. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "No way, is that a woman?" This utterance immediately provoked the driver of the nearby vehicle, who coldly reprimanded him. "Shut your filthy mouth. Do you look down on women? Believe me, I can send you into the ditch." As he spoke, he aggressively jerked the steering wheel. The hefty SUV, weighing over 2 tons, swiftly lunged towards Chen Fei. "Damn, crazy woman." Chen Fei instinctively slammed the accelerator. In hindsight, not hitting the brakes was the right choice. The vehicle's forward momentum made it inevitable that he would be struck if he had braked. The business car surged ahead while the SUV, turning sharply, nearly scraped against the rear of Chen Fei's vehicle before crashing into the roadside drainage ditch. He heard a loud crash behind him and saw in the rearview mirror that the SUV had flipped over, resting on its roof. What a predicament! Chen Fei pressed the brake and brought his car to a halt, realizing that the driver was a woman who might be in danger after such a tumble. He quickly reversed and exited his vehicle to assess the situation. The woman was suspended in her seat, unconscious. Without hesitation, Chen Fei delivered a powerful punch to the car's glass, unfastened her seatbelt, and pulled her out. He immediately checked her vital signs and sighed in relief, muttering, "Well, lucky one." Aside from a thin scratch on her face, she seemed uninjured. The violent jolt and the deployment of the airbags had rendered her unconscious. Not wanting to forcefully awaken her, he carried her to his car, planning to let her regain consciousness on the way and then decide what to do next. From a side view, the woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, with fair skin and delicate features. She could undoubtedly be classified as a stunning beauty. Unlike many women her age, this striking girl wore no makeup or jewelry. Her long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail. Clad in leather attire and boots, she exuded an air of confidence with a hint of a dominant presence. Her clothing and the quality of her vehicle suggested a comfortable economic status. As Chun Fei observed her in an attempt to discern more information, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered twice before she abruptly regained consciousness. Awake, huh? You said you weren't skilled at driving. Why race at all? Look at the mess you've made. Chun Fei teased with a grin. I'll kill you. The leather-clad woman straightened up without hesitation, retrieving an object from her pocket and lunging it toward Chun Fei's neck. As it approached, she tightened her grip, and the object emitted a series of blue-red electric arcs, crackling ominously. What the? An electric baton? That's ruthless. Chapter 50, The Daring Sister. Even with his impressive martial skills, the sight of the intense electric arcs startled Chun Fei momentarily. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, maintaining control of the steering wheel while swiftly grasping the woman's elbow with one hand and gently pushing her back into her seat. The leather-clad woman exhibited a flicker of surprise before launching herself at him again, more furious than before. Chun Fei pushed her back once more. They exchanged such movements 5 or 6 times until she finally seemed exasperated and hurled the mini-stun baton at him. That should be enough, right? Chun Fei caught the baton effortlessly and stowed it in his pocket. He then replied with a stern expression, I just saved your life. Otherwise, you might have perished in that vehicle. When we reach a populated area, you'd better get out. The woman glared at him fiercely. Why did you save me? If you hadn't been in my way, would I have raced with you? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. So it's my fault now? Well, sorry, but you drove your own car into the ditch. That's not on me. You look serious, but don't even think about scamming me. Shut your mouth. I'll be the one to scam you. Who do you think you are? Pull over. The leather-clad woman, increasingly enraged, prepared to exit the vehicle. Seeing she had no intention of pursuing the matter of her overturned car, Chun Fei's anger subsided. Slowing down, he pointed at her fair face. You've got a scratch. Such a beautiful face. What a shame if it leaves a scar. Why do you care? How I look has nothing to do with you. Her expression soured further. Yet throughout, she seemed disinclined to demand any compensation from Chun Fei, which truly took him by surprise. Normally, wouldn't he one fight tooth and nail for compensation? Cough, cough. Your beauty is indeed irrelevant to me. However, your injury does concern me. He scratched his head, glancing around. They were already in the suburbs, with various unknown wildflowers blooming along the roadside. The air was filled with scents that felt familiar to Chun Fei. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he slammed on the brakes as he noticed the leather-clad woman indeed pushing open the car door and stepping out. What are you doing? Looking for another round? The woman tightened her fists, genuinely adopting a fighting stance. Remarkably, she did appear quite formidable. Tall and slender, with a delicate frame, her physique was balanced and striking, even rivaling that of a model. Chun Fei found himself captivated. Are you seeking death? The leather-clad woman, already simmering with frustration, perceived offense in Chun Fei's gaze. She kicked out at his face with surprising speed. However, it had no effect on him. He effortlessly caught her ankle and gently pushed her forward, causing her to tumble towards the ditch with a shriek. Wow, you look quite stylish. I thought you might have some skills, Chun Fei remarked, his expression a mix of annoyance and disbelief. He quickly dashed over to help her up. The flustered woman, now feeling the warmth of Chun Fei's body and his distinct masculine scent, paused momentarily before instinctively elbowing him in the nose with a fierce jab. Impressive. Chun Fei released his grip. Smack! The girl screamed again, landing face down in the ditch, dirt and weeds clinging to her. You can't blame me this time. You're the one who repaid kindness with malice. He stood by, feigning innocence with a shrug. The leather-clad woman was on the verge of losing her mind, wanting to retaliate, but knowing she couldn't win. In her disheveled state, she finally got up, shooting him a furious glare before turning to leave. Miss, please wait. Chun Fei hurried in front of her, arms outstretched to block her path. What do you want, you scoundrel? You brought me to this desolate place. Do you have ulterior motives? I swear I'll kill you. The leather-clad woman threatened fiercely, though a hint of panic crept into her eyes. After all, she had witnessed Chun Fei's strength. If he truly intended to harm her, she'd have little chance of survival. I think you're overthinking this. Do all women in the world have some sort of victim complex? I assure you, I have no interest in you, Chun Fei replied, feeling offended. He was not that kind of person, Why was he always wrongly accused? You think you're too good for me? Ugh. I find it disgusting to even talk to you. Move aside. The leather-clad woman was so infuriated she stumbled over her words. Chun Fei quickly interjected. Your injury is my responsibility, so I must help you heal. Without jesting, if this scar is treated promptly, it will undoubtedly leave no trace. However, if it is delayed for too long, or if you are unfortunate enough to find an incompetent doctor, it may affect you for a lifetime. What did you say? The leather-clad woman gazed at Chun Fei with a skeptical expression, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Aside from the somewhat upscale vehicle he drove, everything else about him was quite unremarkable. He might merely be a driver. How could someone like him audaciously claim he could eliminate facial scars? If one truly wishes to heal, they ought to consider cosmetic surgery, right? Thus, her skepticism swiftly transformed into disdain, feeling unfortunate to have encountered a lunatic. At least give yourself a chance, trying at 1T hurt. If it doesn't work within 3 minutes, I'll give you my car. What do you think? Chun Fei spoke earnestly. The leather-clad woman glanced around. This place was remote, with no taxis in sight, and she realized her phone must have been left in the car, making it impossible to contact anyone. If what Chun Fei said was true, that he could drive her away if he failed to treat her face, it would at least resolve her transportation dilemma. So, despite her deep mistrust, she nodded. I'll give you 3 minutes. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. And don't try to back out. Chun Fei nodded with a smile, then plunged into the nearby parched ditch. In a flash, he returned with 7 or 8 indistinguishable herbs in hand. The leather-clad woman crossed her arms, coldly observing him. Are you insane? You plan to use this to treat my face? Chapter 51. The times have changed. The leather-clad woman wore an expression of scorn mixed with annoyance. Feeling deceived by Chun Fei, this person seemed utterly deranged, and quite severely at that. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and said earnestly, Haven't you heard of pure herbal extracts? These remedies can promote rapid healing of wounds and eliminate scars almost immediately. This is a confidential formula. Most people wound tea even have access to it. I would trust a ghost before I trust you. Only someone unhinged would use this, she retorted sarcastically. Chun Fei replied nonchalantly, But you promised earlier. Are you going back on your word? The woman glanced at the car parked nearby, took a deep breath, and grit her teeth. Fine, let us do this. She watched as Chun Fei casually chewed the unknown herbs he had gathered. You're so unsanitary. Are you planning to commit suicide by swallowing those? The leather-clad woman's face shattered with disbelief. What are you getting so worked up about? This medicine must be used this way for the best effect. I'm doing this for your beautiful face. I have to get going afterward. Chun Fei mumbled through his chewing. Moments latte. He spat out a green paste mixed with saliva and prepared to apply it to the woman's wound. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. She shrieked, jumping back in alarm, her face contorted in horror, even gagging slightly. Chun Fei frowned. Of course I'm applying medicine. How could you lack such basic knowledge? The woman glared. You're the one lacking sense. Have you watched too many ridiculous dramas? You intend to smear that disgusting concoction on my face. You're clearly trying to humiliate me. Observing the woman's indignant fury, Chun Fei was losing his patience. He extended his arm and lightly scratched his wrist, revealing a shallow wound about 3 centimeters long. Blood oozed from the break in his skin. Are you out of your mind? Are you self-harming due to some sort of shock? The leather-clad woman exclaimed in disbelief. Chun Fei rolled his eyes and remained silent, then took a small amount of the green paste from his palm and casually applied it to his wound. You're insane, she remarked, still maintaining her disdainful posture as she crossed her arms. Half a minute later, Chun Fei gently rubbed his wrist. What is happening? Where is your wound? The leather-clad woman's eyes widened as she approached, grasping Chun Fei's arm, nearly pressing her face against it for a closer inspection. There was only a faint red mark, which was gradually fading. Soon, apart from slightly tender skin, there was no longer any sign of injury. The leather-clad woman was left astonished, gripping Chun Fei's hand tightly. Unable to let go. I must say, your hands feel quite pleasant to the touch. Chun Fei teased mockingly. Get lost. The woman snapped back to reality, shaking off Chun Fei's hand. She then touched her own facial injury and remarked, Your medicine is quite effective. Chun Fei acknowledged with a hum, scraping the remaining paste from his palm, feigning to discard it. The woman immediately panicked and rushed to catch it. Don't throw it. Hurry, give it to me. Weren't you just complaining? Chun Fei sidestepped, grinning. I was wrong, okay? I apologize, she said, suppressing her annoyance in a desperate plea for the remedy to perfect her complexion. Chun Fei extended his hand, evenly applying the paste to her facial wound. Is this enough? Or should I apply more? The leather-clad woman asked with concern. This should suffice. You wasted some time earlier by not believing me. Chun Fei replied, feigning indifference. You. The woman glared angrily, wanting to curse him, but ultimately held back. After a minute, she accepted the tissue from Chun Fei and gently dabbed her face before running to the car's side mirror to inspect her reflection. Miraculously, her skin appeared nearly flawless, with only a faint red mark that was slowly dissipating, and the skin there looked moist and tender. Is it really this miraculous? The leather-clad woman was both astonished and delighted. She turned to Chun Fei, coughed lightly, and asked, Do you sell this secret formula? Chun Fei shook his head. I'm not in need of money. The leather-clad woman took a deep breath, trying to remember the herbs Chun Fei had used moments ago. However, they all looked quite similar, making them indistinguishable. Finally, she tentatively inquired, After mixing these herbs with saliva, does it enhance the effect? That's why you chew them, right? Chun Fei shook his head. It's merely for convenience. You ugh. The leather-clad woman's eyes widened in shock, and she began to gag. You jerk. Are you trying to disgust me on purpose? Chun Fei shrugged, too indifferent to respond, and walked toward the car door. Wait for me. The leather-clad woman clenched her teeth and finally opened the passenger door, jumping inside. The car drove forward once more. Soon, they arrived near the Chun family's former residence. From a distance, the familiar courtyard wall was visible, but it no longer exuded warmth. Instead, it was overrun with weeds, presenting a desolate sight that weighed heavily on the heart. What are you doing here? This place is about to be demolished and rebuilt, the leather-clad woman, who had initially worn a cold expression, now asked curiously from the passenger seat. This is my ancestral home, Chun Fei replied calmly. Then you stand to gain something from it. The plot of land holds considerable value. A mere courtyard would easily exceed 7 to 8 million. The woman in the leather jacket became increasingly loquacious, seemingly intrigued by Chun Fei, observing him discreetly from the side. She soon noted the chill that had settled upon his demeanor, realizing that the worth of this place could not simply be quantified by monetary means. No matter the offer, I will not vacate, she declared, raising an eyebrow with a hint of disdain. What grandiose claims! You merely wish to inflate the price as a stubborn holdout. It's futile. The development plans have already been established, and the company overseeing the demolition is formidable. You won't withstand it. Chapter 52. The magpie's nest. Chun Fei chose not to respond to her remarks, his gaze growing colder as he drove slowly towards the old Chun family courtyard. He was indifferent to the identities or backgrounds of those intent on demolishing this place. Here lay the sole remnant capable of evoking memories of home's warmth. The vendetta against his clan remained unavenged. If he could not preserve this ancestral residence, how could he face the spirits of the departed Chun family? As his vehicle halted before the entrance, Chun Fei sensed something amiss. Years had passed, and the courtyard walls were now overrun with weeds, the once sturdy gate decayed. Yet, a new lock conspicuously dangled from the latch, indicating recent use. What was happening? Furrowing his brow, he approached. Could it be enemies? Without hesitation, he grasped the lock, and a surge of energy erupted within him. With a click, the robust lock snapped in two, leaving the leather-clad woman beside him momentarily dumbfounded, questioning her own senses. At that moment, Chun Fei pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard, which was similarly choked with weeds, clearly neglected for some time. There were no foes present, only a haphazard collection of construction materials and other debris, who had taken over the Chun family courtyard, using it as a storage space. Chun Fei's expression turned ashen, an inexplicable fury surging within him. This is not yours. The courtyard cannot belong to someone else. Don't act recklessly, the leather-clad woman interjected, unable to contain her concern. Chun Fei cast her a sidelong glance, indicating the road ahead where she could find a vehicle to leave. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, blind to good intentions. If someone comes to deal with you, don't say I didn't warn you, she scoffed, turning to exit. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed at the entrance. 5 or 6 menacing figures blocked her path. One of them let out a crude shout. Hey, the girl is quite a catch. Young and misguided. Sneaking around like a thief. Time for a lesson. Their tone dripped with lewdness and arrogance. The leather-clad woman instinctively retreated closer to Chun Fei, frowning. This is your fault. Now I'm in trouble. You'd better explain yourself and tell them I don't know you. Yet, Chun Fei remained fixated on the courtyard, seemingly entranced, ignoring her pleas. The group of men strode in confidently, noticing Chun Fei's back turned to them. One of them shouted, "Who dares trespass in my domain? Get over here and face the consequences." The atmosphere turned tense and oppressive. The leather-clad woman's anxiety escalated. Her anger directed at Chun Fei for dragging her into this predicament while he feigned ignorance. Is he deaf? One of the men mocked, approaching Chun Fei with a sinister grin, ready to seize him. However, his hand met only air as Chun Fei deftly sidestepped, turning to face him with an icy glare. This place belongs to the Chun family. Mind your words, he stated firmly. The man, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, his eyes narrowing as he swung a fist towards Chun Fei's face. The leather-clad woman winced, fearing for Chun Fei's well-being, anticipating he might be struck down. Yet, the punch missed entirely as Chun Fei tilted his head, effortlessly evading the blow. In a flash, he extended his hand, seizing the man by the throat. The man's face turned crimson as he struggled in vain, his strength seemingly siphoned away. Chun Fei's expression darkened further as he pushed the man forward while walking, coldly declaring, "I will say this once more. This courtyard is owned by the Chun family. You have intruded without invitation and owe me an explanation." It was evident that the belongings within the courtyard belonged to this gang. Chun Fei, filled with pent-up rage, sought to confront them. The man he held by the throat appeared on the brink of unconsciousness, desperately reaching out to his companions for help. "Let him go," the brawny leader of the group shouted, though his confidence waned under Chun Fei's intimidating glare. Despite his reputation as a local power, Zhao, the leader, was now sweating and pale, questioning whether the man before him might indeed be a legendary martial artist. The leather-clad woman, standing a short distance behind Chun Fei, was equally astonished, struggling to comprehend how someone of his slender stature could wield such formidable strength. The oppressive aura emanating from him was almost suffocating. Chapter 53. Escape. "You, who are you?" Zhao stammered, attempting to maintain an air of authority. "I have a reputation here. I'm connected to powerful people. Don't act rashly." Though his heart raced, he endeavored to project confidence, relying on his status as a local bully to intimidate Chun Fei. Chun Fei continued forward, unwavering. "I care not for your affiliations. Know this. Trespassing into another's domain incurs consequences." Zhao's complexion paled further as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "This place is empty and unused. What harm is there in my occupying it?" Chun Fei's face revealed a hint of a chilling smile. "Within half a minute, remove all this garbage from the yard. If you manage to do so, consider this matter resolved. If not, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." "What?" Zhao, who felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Even if he hired a dozen men to clear the yard, it would likely take them at least half a day. In 30 seconds. Do you think I am some celestial being capable of miraculous feats? How dare you mock me? Zhao was no fool. As Chun Fei approached, he suddenly drew a knife hidden in his sleeve, its blade glinting menacingly as it lunged toward Chun Fei's abdomen. If this strike landed, his opponent would surely fall, preserving Zhao's pride and providing fodder for future tales. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Chun Fei. Even an assured sneak attack fell short. Chun Fei effortlessly swatted the knife from Zhao's grasp, following up with a second strike that sent Zhao crashing to the ground. His formidable frame lifted off the ground by the force of the blow. After a moment, Zhao lay there, stunned, his face a mask of agony and despair, with no trace of his earlier ferocity. Gasping, he pleaded, "Brother, let us show mercy. I, Zhao, concede defeat. Please stop." Chun Fei regarded him with disdain. "Take your lackeys and leave the Chun family yard at once. Immediately remove all the rubbish from here." Dazed from the beating, Zhao dared not utter another word. Nodding repeatedly, he struggled to rise, his comrades ready to support him as they prepared to leave this perilous place, exchanging glances as if plotting vengeance. Before they could finalize their plans, Chun Fei's cold voice echoed behind them. "Crawl out. You are not worthy to leave on your feet." Zhao was the first to obey, embodying the adage that a wise man does not succumb to immediate loss. He found solace in the notion that he was still alive. Meanwhile, The woman in the leather jacket, standing behind Chun Fei, observed the bizarre scene with a mix of incredulity and fear. Moments ago, these thugs had stormed in with bravado, yet now they crawled out like defeated turtles. That man, when he is ruthless, is truly fearsome, she thought, suddenly regretting her earlier taunts and insults directed at Chun Fei during their encounter on the road. What if he had? As Zhao Hu and his companions hurriedly left in their vehicle, Chun Fei turned away, his demeanor cold. Cough, it's nothing. I will take my leave. The leather-clad woman, visibly shaken, fled the yard at the quickest pace possible. Chun Fei, indifferent, wandered the yard, attempting to reclaim the memories that had slipped away. At least he wished to recall the faces of those assassins. Yet, all he found were remnants of pain and rage, leaving him empty-handed. Contemplating his newfound finances, he resolved to seek a professional team to renovate the yard. It could not remain in disarray forever. As he plotted, a cacophony of screeching brakes and car doors echoed from outside. Approaching the entrance, he spotted 7 or 8 vehicles parked in the open space before him. Over 20 men, fierce and armed, leaped out. Realizing the situation, Chun Fei understood that Zhao Hu and his crew had returned for vengeance. Zhao Hu, his face swollen, was flanked by several men of apparent stature, their faces dark with malice as they advanced toward Chun Fei, accompanied by a throng of underlings. Old Hu, are you serious? A mere scrawny kid managed to take all of you down? I thought he was some sort of superhero, but now he seems rather unimpressive. Taunted a bald man with tattoos beside Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu's expression soured. Brother Long, this kid is quite uncanny. When it comes to a fight, instruct the brothers to be cautious. We cannot afford to be careless. Come on, you're getting more timid by the day. Do you think our 20-plus men fear him? Brother Long sneered, stepping forward to scrutinize Chun Fei with disdain. Who do you run with? Have you heard of me, Brother Long? Raising an eyebrow, Chun Fei replied. I haven't. Are you here to remove the items from the yard? How dare you act oblivious? Brother Long's eyes bulged. His subordinates advanced menacingly, trying to intimidate Chun Fei. Yet, he regarded them with scorn. If you are here to clear out the items, enter the yard quietly and refrain from damaging anything. If you seek to create chaos, I advise you to abandon that notion. Brother Long and his associates erupted into raucous laughter. To act so brazenly when death is imminent, this kid certainly has guts. Today, I shall see how tough you really are. Before he could finish, Brother Long noticed that Chun Fei, who had been 3 meters away, had suddenly appeared before him as if by magic. He had no time to react. The next instant, Chun Fei's grip tightened around his neck. Zhao Hu, standing at a distance, froze, the scene strikingly familiar. Quickly, save the boss. Eliminate him. Over 20 men lunged at Chun Fei. Chapter 54. My name is Chun Fei. The true disparity in strength cannot be bridged merely by numbers. Moreover, Chun Fei held Brother Long firmly in his grasp. He used Brother Long as a shield, deflecting blows and strikes. Poor Brother Long, who had ruled the local underworld for over a decade, found himself on the verge of dying at the hands of his own men. In mere moments, he was bloodied, his clothes torn to shreds. Finally, someone shouted, "Stop! Brother Long is about to die." Several of the underlings collapsed, the remainder retreating in haste. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Brother Long was barely clinging to life, his face a grotesque mask of bruises, as if he could perish at any moment. In stark contrast, Chun Fei appeared unfazed, wearing a mocking smile as he taunted. "Come on, why have you stopped fighting? How dare you put him down?" Someone shouted. With a flourish, Chun Fei released Brother Long, who crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony before falling silent, overwhelmed by pain and blood loss. Facing the remaining thugs, Chun Fei wore a derisive smile, his gaze intensifying with menace as he stepped over Brother Long's body, remarking, "Did you not believe you were invincible, relying on sheer numbers to bully others? Come, I shall present you with an opportunity." Under the instigation of a few ringleaders, the gangsters, gritting their teeth and reddening their eyes, ultimately charged forward. Moments later, the once desolate courtyard of the Chun family was filled with over 20 gangsters, each one drenched in sweat, laboriously hauling items from the yard and stacking them neatly several meters away at the entrance. This included Zhao Hu and the gang leaders who had come to support him. Brother Long lay not far from the entrance, his blood no longer flowing, groaning slowly and painfully. No one dared to attend to him. After all, the 20-odd men had just been thoroughly beaten by Chun Fei. especially when Chun Fei had, right before their eyes, kicked open the iron door of an SUV, shattering all the glass. The gangsters had lost all their previous bravado, obediently following Chun Fei's orders to clear the yard. They even ended up removing the weeds from the courtyard and the walls. As the sun dipped low in the west, a satisfied expression emerged on Chun Fei's face. The clutter in the yard had been cleared away and the weeds removed. Although the place still appeared dilapidated and old, it was no longer the chaotic sight it had been before. With a glance, he could have someone repair the place, and it would soon be ready for habitation. "Brother Chun, we've completed the work. Can we leave now?" Several exhausted gang leaders implored, panting heavily. This afternoon had truly worn them out. They had never endured such hardship since they had taken to a life of vice. Chun Fei shot them a glance. "Answer a few of my questions, and then you may depart." "Brother, we promise to answer honestly." The gang leaders responded in unison, their faces displaying eagerness to cooperate. Chun Fei maintained a stern demeanor. "Do you know what happened to the owner of this estate?" The gang leaders exchanged glances, and eventually, it was Zhao who spoke up. "Nothing happened. They just vanished inexplicably, as if they all moved away. This yard has been abandoned for a long time, since it's going to be developed. I thought I might salvage some items while standing here. Perhaps I can earn a profit later." Chun Fei clenched his teeth. "What did you say?" Zhao, who trembled with fear, nearly collapsing to his knees, stammering, "I know I was wrong. If you say this yard is yours, then it is yours. I should T have had any designs on it. I didn't T ask you that. What I want to know is, did the people in this yard simply go missing?" Chun Fei felt a jolt in his heart. According to what his master had told him, everyone from the Chun family, except for himself, had been murdered. His memories corroborated this. Thus, it was impossible for the so-called disappearance to have occurred, unless someone had deliberately concealed that history. Moreover, the thoroughness of the concealment suggested that the individual's identity and background were anything but ordinary. "That is what everyone says, anyway," Zhao Hu answered honestly, genuinely perplexed as to why Chun Fei was suddenly losing his temper. Did he not want to occupy this yard? Chun Fei continued to pose numerous questions, yet there was not a single lead to be found. The gangsters only knew that the previous occupants of this place were prominent figures, but nothing more. Chun Fei, feeling somewhat vexed, waved his hand, scram. "Move these items at the entrance quickly, or if I catch you again, I will break your legs." The gang leaders exhaled in relief, turning to flee with all haste. Someone lifted Brother Long, who was barely conscious, into a car and rushed him to the hospital. Chun Fei remained in the Chun family courtyard until darkness enveloped the sky, finally shutting the dilapidated wooden door with a sigh before heading to his car. On the way back, he received a call from Li Ruosi. "What is the matter?" he casually inquired. You rascal. You've been out of touch for half the day. What have you been up to? Off gallivanting?" Li Ruosi's words slurred as if she had been drinking. Chun Fei frowned. "If you have nothing important, I'm still driving." "What, do you find me so unappealing? I have looks and a figure. What is this attitude towards me?" Li Ruosi was indeed drunk, insisting that Chun Fei pick her up from a certain nightclub, threatening to stay there and drink all night if he didn't tea. Chun Fei had no choice but to reluctantly agree. After hanging up, he set the navigation, and just as he was nearing the location, his phone rang again. It was Li Ruosi once more. "Are you annoying? I'm almost there. Hurry up and come out," Chun Fei growled. However, the voice on the other end was not the familiar tone of Li Ruosi, but that of one of her female employees, urgently saying, "Chun Fei, hurry over. Li Zong is in a fight." The background noise was chaotic, unmistakably indicating a brawl was taking place. No way. Has she lost all sense after a few drinks? Chun Fei's head throbbed. After hanging up, he pressed down on the accelerator, speeding toward the nightclub entrance. From a distance, he spotted a chaotic scene with a group of individuals pulling and shoving one another. Li Ruosi was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Chapter 55. A heroic rescue. Chun Fei barely had time to park the car, yanking the handbrake before leaping out. Most of Li Ruosi's team comprised young women, and the few male employees were being firmly subdued, unable to fight back. The inebriated Li Ruosi had just broken free from two men's grip and was about to be kicked by one of them when, at the critical moment, a figure darted in. With a swift motion, Chun Fei lifted his leg and kicked the assailant squarely in the chest. Thud! The would-be attacker let out a grunt and flew backward. Subsequently, Li Ruosi caught sight of Chun Fei's cold, stern visage. "Chun Fei, what are you doing here?" "What a coincidence," Li Ruosi tipsy and grinning, reeked of alcohol. Chun Fei shoved aside a few more men who attempted to interfere and shielded Li Ruosi and her staff behind him, frowning. What on earth happened? How did this fight break out? Before Li Ruosi's employees could respond, Chun Fei spotted another familiar face, Song Wuji. At that moment, Song Wuji stood beside several rough-looking men, a sinister expression on his face as he spoke. Meanwhile, more people began to converge, led by the thugs, inching closer to Chun Fei and the others. Not this guy again. When we learn, Chun Fei cursed under his breath. This Song Wuji was truly despicable, conniving, and vengeful. He had repeatedly sought trouble, each instance escalating beyond the last, truly deserving a beating. Li Ruosi, having consumed too much alcohol and weakened from the earlier scuffle, could hardly stand and was unable to articulate any words. One of her employees touched her bloodied face, indignantly stating, "Who has to say otherwise? We were here, celebrating, having a good time, when that scoundrel Song Wuji showed up looking for trouble." Li Zong couldn't take it and started cursing at them. And that is how it turned into this mess. "Thank goodness you arrived, Chun Fei, or we would have no idea what would have happened to us." Chun Fei had quickly grasped the situation. Fortunately, the employees had only sustained minor injuries, and Li Ruosi had been well protected, escaping any serious harm. Swiftly comforting them, he instructed, "You all get to the car. I'll handle the rest." The employees exchanged glances but ultimately complied with Chun Fei's orders, hastily retreating to the nearby vehicle. Just then, Song Wuji, accompanied by the thugs, approached them. His face bore the marks of earlier wounds inflicted by Chun Fei, and upon seeing him, his expression darkened, exuding malice and menace. With gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "It seems that heaven has finally opened its eyes. I was troubled about how to seek my vengeance. Yet you have come knocking at my door uninvited. Your generally has insulted my elder brother, and I fear today's affair will not be easily resolved. Do you think you can manage this on your own?" Chun Fei, slender of build, was surrounded by a multitude of ruffians, each a seasoned fighter, who among ordinary folk would not tremble at the sight. Dealing with someone like Chun Fei would surely be a trivial task, a perfect opportunity to avenge past grievances. However, he was taken aback to find no hint of panic or astonishment upon Chun Fei's face. Instead, he wore a disdainful smile. "What are you laughing at? Are you stunned by this display? Surely, you've never encountered such a scene before," Song Wuji arrogantly declared. Chun Fei scoffed. "Do you truly believe that knowing a few tough guys will bolster your courage? You are the most shameless and forgetful individual I have encountered thus far. Ironically, you are about to receive your third beating today, yet remain oblivious. You bastard! You have repeatedly thwarted my plans, and now you dare to boast?" Song Wuji was too weary to continue bantering with Chun Fei and hastily shifted to the main issue. The thugs beside him stepped forward in unison, and the leader, with a menacing glare, pointed at Chun Fei. "You are Chun Fei, the one who injured my brother. How much will you pay for his medical expenses?" Chun Fei coldly replied, "I have no intention of compensating him. In fact, I plan to give him another beating." "Are you satisfied with that, big brother?" Looking for death, the thugs lunged at Chun Fei, fists raised. They had witnessed his prowess from afar when he had come to rescue someone, and now, disregarding their own identities, they aimed to take him down swiftly. Yet, they severely underestimated his abilities. Within mere seconds, they found themselves spinning like tops from the force of his strikes, collapsing to the ground. The atmosphere fell silent, as if the very air had solidified. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, including Song Wuji himself. He blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom why a mere physical therapist could fight so ferociously. The burly thugs had been reduced to mere playthings beneath his hands. When had the world become so absurd? It felt as if his worldview had shattered once again, all due to this enigmatic Chun Fei. Meanwhile, the employees in the car suddenly emerged, cheering, "Long live Chun Fei. He is our idol, as the protector of flowers." Song Wuji snapped back to reality and attempted to flee. However, he was not quick enough. Chun Fei caught up with him and delivered a kick to his backside. With a yelp, he crashed into a nearby post, resulting in a sizable bump on his head and several broken teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he writhed on the ground in agony. Chun Fei looked down at him with disdain, coldly remarking, "Did I not just tell you that you were about to get beaten? Do you believe me now? It seems you're the type who grows bolder with each setback. Shall I give you another chance to provoke me?" Song Wuji scrambled to his feet, shaking his head. "I dare not." He was utterly defeated. At that moment, The thugs who had been knocked down earlier began to rise, their faces twisted with fury. As they retreated, they pulled out their phones, barking orders, "Get me reinforcements. Bring in Tiger and Dragon. I will reclaim my honor today. That brat better not think he can escape. He will die here." Upon hearing the names of Tiger and Dragon, Chun Fei's expression turned curious. Chapter 56. Who is the boss? Chun Fei remained at the entrance of the nightclub, arms crossed, eager to see how much chaos this group could stir. Since returning to the Chun family courtyard, he had been seething with anger, desperate to vent it. Just a few minutes passed before several cars roared into view. The thugs who had just been beaten immediately perked up, shouting, "Our crew is here. Kid, you're finished today." Song Wuji, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, joined in. "Let us see how cocky you are now. We will settle old scores along with new ones." Chun Fei glanced at the approaching figures, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips. He turned his gaze to Song Wuji. "I predict that it won't be long before you receive your fourth beating today. Are you feeling pleased?" A chill ran down Song Wuji's spine. He felt an inexplicable panic wash over him, causing him to tremble. "What are you afraid of?" "I have summoned the notorious thugs from the area, Tiger and Dragon. They are ruthless men, capable of murder." The thugs swaggered confidently toward the approaching group. Greetings were exchanged. "Tiger, what happened to your face?" "Where's Dragon?" "What? Yes, in the hospital?" The arrivals were Zhao Hu and several of his more amiable thugs. Having received the call for assistance, they were eager to relieve their frustrations and earn some cash, especially since they had already spent a considerable amount on medical bills today. As they advanced, Zhao Hu's expression darkened. "Who dares stir trouble here? Just look at you lot, getting beaten by a single person." The thugs felt embarrassed. They had been bested by just one individual. "What? Only one person?" Zhao Hu was perplexed. "What a strange day." He muttered, then inquired, "What is his background? What does he look like?" "You will see for yourself. Just a reckless kid. As long as Tiger helps us deal with him, I'll pay you 2,000 and treat you to a meal," one thug proclaimed boastfully. Tiger nodded, quickening his pace. "That's him, the one called Chun Fei. Tiger, go take care of him." The thugs approached the circle, pointing at Chun Fei, who stood with arms crossed. Zhao, whose eyes widened in shock, his face turning pale. He then raised his arm and slapped the thug who had just spoken. "Why are you hitting me, Tiger?" The thug was bewildered, clutching his face. Confusion etched across his features. "What do you mean? I'm going to kill you. Damn it. Are you trying to set me up? You want me to deal with Chun Fei? Are you looking for death?" Zhao Hu continued to lash out, and soon, the thugs who had come to assist were sprawled on the ground, utterly baffled by the sudden turn of events. Song Wuji stood frozen, unable to comprehend how this scene had unfolded. How could these seemingly fierce thugs, who were supposed to be allies, suddenly appear terrified of Chun Fei and turn on their own? Had the world truly lost its sanity? As Song Wuji grappled with confusion and fear, Zhao Hu and his companions approached Chun Fei, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word, as if seeking forgiveness. Chun Fei, arms crossed, smirked. "Tiger, you're impressive. Your reputation extends from the southern to the northern parts of the city. On this day, was a beating not enough?" Zhao Hu wore a bitter smile and addressed Chun Fei. "Boss Chun, this is all a misunderstanding. If I had known they were targeting you, I wouldn't have dared to come near them." He paused, then inquired, "What exactly happened earlier? Should I deal with them again to relieve your anger?" Chun Fei merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He then gestured towards Song Wuji, who was standing not far away, looking dazed. Realization dawned on Zhao Hu, and his expression turned menacing. Meanwhile, Song Wuji felt a surge of confusion. By the time Chun Fei returned to the car, adjusting the direction to leave, Song Wuji had already been beaten to a pulp by Zhao Hu and his companions, unable to even scream in agony. It wasn't until Chun Fei's vehicle had disappeared from sight that Zhao Hu and his crew finally ceased their assault. Panting heavily and wiping the cold sweat from their brows, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and relief. "Fortunately, we kept our wits about us. Otherwise, it would have been us lying on the ground." They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "Chun Fei, you are impressive. Your methods are astonishing. You know so many influential figures. Were you once involved in the underworld?" A female employee gazed at Chun Fei with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Chun Fei felt a wave of frustration. "I am a model citizen, but if they respect me, what can I do? Where do you live? I'll drive you home." The employees, still shaken, hesitated to disclose their addresses, each hoping to be the last one dropped off. Chun Fei was puzzled by their reluctance. while two male colleagues looked on, enviously lamenting their own lack of courage. Eventually, Chun Fei adopted a stern demeanor and delivered each employee home. Only Li Ruosi remained in the car, sprawled comfortably in the back seat, sleeping soundly, her appearance far from graceful. Chun Fei shook his head disapprovingly. Upon returning to their residence, Li Ruosi showed no signs of waking. Chun Fei decided to carry her into the elevator. Upon opening the door, he noticed the living room lights were still on. He assumed he had simply forgotten to turn them off that morning. He proceeded to push open Li Ruosi's bedroom door and placed her gently on the bed. Initially planning to return to his own room, he noticed Li Ruosi still wore her shoes and coat, which would surely be uncomfortable for her to sleep in. Thus, he climbed onto the bed, removed her shoes, and straddled her to help take off her coat. Just as he managed to remove one sleeve, he felt a presence behind him. Turning around, he was suddenly confronted by an object resembling a frying pan, hurtling towards his forehead. "What the? You little rascal!" Attempting a sneak attack, Chun Fei was startled but quickly reacted, dropping onto Li Ruosi to evade the blow. To his astonishment, the assailant wielding the frying pan was a strikingly beautiful woman who accused him of being a scoundrel. Chapter 57. The burden of being a good man. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Chun Fei retorted, his irritation mounting as he snatched the frying pan from her grasp and stood up. The woman, taken aback, eyed him warily, retreating. "Don't come any closer. I'll call the police." "What have you done to my friend?" Realization dawned on Chun Fei. This fierce lady with the frying pan was an acquaintance of Li Ruosi. Mistaking his intentions, she was ready to defend her friend. "Miss, you misunderstand. Li Ruosi drank too much, and I was simply bringing her home. We haven't done anything." The woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Li Ruosi's attire, then glared at Chun Fei. "It's precisely because she was drunk that you thought you could take advantage, right? Don't think I'm unaware of how men like you think. I clearly saw you lying on top of Ruosi, preparing to undress her. How shameless." Chun Fei was at a loss for words. He had acted out of kindness, yet found himself embroiled in a scandal. Who could he turn to for justice? As the woman threatened to call the police, Li Ruosi remained unresponsive. Chun Fei, feeling utterly helpless, eventually dropped the frying pan and made a hasty exit. Behind him, he heard the woman's triumphant voice, "Scared, are you? Smart move running away. Otherwise, I'm not one to be trifled with." Just as he dashed out of the hallway, Li Ruosi, who had been unresponsive on the bed, suddenly clenched her fist and turned her face, frowning at the woman who had intervened. Her gaze seemed filled with discontent. "Hey, Li Ruosi, you're awake. Did you know how dangerous it was just now?" "Thank goodness the woman began, but Li Ruosi interrupted her with a dark expression. "Who asked you to meddle?" The woman looked bewildered. Having left the building, Chun Fei felt a wave of frustration. The events had unfolded too rapidly, and now he found himself without a place to stay. Though he had sufficient funds to check into a hotel, his mood was too sour. It was still early enough, so he decided to return to the company. Perhaps there would be a driver on duty, or he could share a drink with the security guards and spend the night in the duty room. Upon arriving at the company, he found no one working late, but a few security guards were enjoying skewers and beer at the garage entrance. Upon spotting Chun Fei, they greeted him warmly. After all, his status had changed. He was now known to be close to the boss, serving as the team leader. Naturally, the guards sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Chun Fei accepted their hospitality, ordering several takeout meals to join the gathering. Though these security personnel belonged to the lower echelons of society, the conversations flowed freely without pretenses, allowing Chun Fei to gradually shed the tension that had built up from the earlier misunderstandings. Initially seeking companionship to alleviate his solitude during their drinking session, he casually inquired about the demolition of the old houses outside the city. At that moment, a guard named Zhang San, after belching, remarked, "I know about that old neighborhood. A long time ago, there was a bloody incident there. However, very few people are aware of it." Chun Fei nearly crushed his cup in shock, his heart racing, though he maintained a calm facade. Raising an eyebrow, he questioned, "You must be drunk and talking nonsense. If there was a bloody incident, how do you know about it?" Zhang San, slightly offended, replied, "Captain Chun, don't look down on me. A brother of mine told me about it firsthand. It happened over a decade ago when he was hired to drive. He thought he was going to pick up cargo, but when he arrived at an estate outside the city, he found the bags being loaded into the car were body bags. My brother was terrified and wanted to flee, but was too scared to do so. He fell seriously ill afterward and took a long time to recover. Once, When he was drunk, he shared this story with me. He said it rained that night, and blood poured out from the estate through the cracks in the door. Who knows how many people died? Strangely, such a significant event received no coverage in the newspapers or on television. As Zhang San recounted the tale, his expression grew exaggerated, while the others laughed, treating it as mere entertainment. Yet, for Chun Fei, his heartbeat quickened, recognizing that he was speaking of events that had transpired in his own family's history. Having searched the yard for an extended period without any clues or recollections, I never anticipated that I would obtain a lead from a security guard's mouth in this very place. Perhaps it is the vengeful spirit of the Chun family, orchestrating events from beyond. Chun Fei could no longer suppress his desire to inquire further. He fixed his gaze on Zhang San and asked, "Is your elder brother still reachable? How much do you know about this matter?" As he spoke, he offered Zhang San a cigarette, a rather expensive one gifted by the other members of the team. Zhang San, with a grin, accepted it and drunkenly replied, "He just mentioned it in passing. I was also quite inebriated then, so I don't recall much." "Captain Chun, why are you so curious about this?" "My brother is currently working as a host at a KTV. Chun Fei forced a smile, replying, "I'm simply intrigued by such matters." "Which KTV is it? After we finish this drink, I will treat everyone to a night out." Upon hearing that Captain Chun was treating them to karaoke, the security guards instantly perked up with excitement. Zhang Sen eagerly agreed, "No problem. If Captain Chun wants to listen, I'll call my brother to the private room." After a few drinks, he spill everything. A few minutes later, Chun Fei drove a car with 3 drunken security guards to a KTV a few blocks away. Having finally uncovered the pertinent clues regarding the Chun family bloodshed, regardless of their authenticity or potential outcomes, Chun Fei was determined to pursue this lead. Upon arriving at the KTV, Chun Fei stepped out of the car, accompanied by the inebriated guards. Zhang San's elder brother was waiting at the entrance, clad in a cheap suit, clearly overseeing the venue, essentially a step above the ordinary security guard. Zhang San introduced Chun Fei, repeatedly referring to him as Mr. Chun, which made Chun Fei feel quite embarrassed, just as he was about to downplay the introduction. Another man in a suit standing at the entrance scoffed disdainfully. "Is everyone now allowed to embellish their titles? What a farce." It was evident that this man, Zhao Gang, was looking for trouble, seemingly targeting Zhang San's elder brother, Li Tai, rather than Chun Fei. Li Tai glared at him. "What do you mean, Zhao Gang? This is my brother's friend, my friend too. Why are you butting in? Do you want to get beaten?" Zhao Gang, not one to back down, raised his voice further. "Who are you trying to intimidate? You flaunt your connections, but where is the promotion? And here you are, still standing at the door?" As the confrontation escalated, Zhao Gang appeared to have planned this altercation. After exchanging a few heated words, 4 or 5 burly men emerged from a nearby vehicle, their eyes gleaming with menace. Li Tai's expression faltered slightly, glancing nervously at his surroundings. Chun Fei remained composed, though Zhang San and the other guards were too intoxicated to offer any assistance. Outnumbered, continuing the quarrel would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Nevertheless, Li Tai, displaying commendable courage, insisted, "We all work here. Fighting at the entrance is inappropriate. Let us settle this in private. No matter how many you bring, I'll face you, but don't involve my brother." Zhao Gang, with a contemptuous smirk, retorted, "Still acting tough, huh?" He then led the way into a narrow alley, while the burly men remained stationary, fixated on Li Tai, seemingly wary of his potential escape. Li Tai gritted his teeth, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang San, subtly signaling him to call for help. Resolutely, he stepped into the alley, followed closely by Zhao Gang's crew. As they walked, Li Tai noticed that the young man named Chun Fei, who Zhang San had introduced, was also trailing behind them, hands in pockets, exuding an air of calmness. Li Tai frowned, but chose not to comment. Emerging from the alley, they found a clearing the size of half a basketball court, littered with empty bottles and large trash bins. Zhao Gang stood at the center, arms crossed, scrutinizing the advancing Li Tai with a mocking tone. "Didn't you claim to know many influential figures? What is this? The ones who were so eager to be your brothers are suddenly too scared to show up?" Li Tai, feeling awkward and scowling, was about to respond when Chun Fei approached, coolly surveying Zhao Gang and his imposing companions. "Let us get to it. I have matters to discuss with Li Tai. So don't waste my time," he stated. Zhao Gang, taken aback by Chun Fei's audacity, burst into arrogant laughter, his companions following suit, their expressions laced with threats and disdain. With Zhao Gang's group totaling 5, while Chun Fei and Li Tai were outnumbered, the odds seemed insurmountable. Where did this reckless youth come from? Does he think he is invincible? Shou Gong sneered it. However, before he could continue, he abruptly found Chun Fei standing before him, having moved with astonishing speed. Before Zhao Gang could process the scene, he was struck hard, sent sprawling onto the pile of bottles, his face marred with injury. His hulking companions finally reacted, charging at Chun Fei. This guy is incredibly fierce. Li Tai stood stunned, initially believing Chun Fei was merely tagging along. But he soon realized that this tag-along was exceptionally formidable. With a single blow, Chun Fei had incapacitated the towering Zhao Gang, and Li Tai felt a surge of admiration. Determined to assist, he scanned the area for something to wield alongside Chun Fei. However, just as he bent down to grab a bottle, he witnessed Chun Fei effortlessly dispatch the last of their adversaries. The defeated thug fell, bloodied and motionless. What just happened? Where did Zhang San find such a powerhouse? Li Tai was utterly astounded, nearly compelled to kneel before Chun Fei in reverence. Meanwhile, Chun Fei, with a cold expression, disdainfully regarded the still prostrate Zhao Gang. Stating in a low voice, "Are we done? Spare me the theatrics, just say it clearly." Zhao Gang, shaken, conceded, "You win, Li Tai." He wasn't unwilling to fight, but the reality of their situation was undeniable. Despite having 5 men, they were utterly outclassed by Chun Fei, who had rendered Zhao Gang incapacitated with ease. Moments later, Zhang San, frantically attempting to contact someone for help, was left speechless as he witnessed Zhao Gang and his men emerge, battered and limping, followed closely by the unflappable Chun Fei and the beaming Li Tai, who showered him with concern. What on earth happened? Zhang San approached, astonished. The young man introduced me to a remarkable friend today, whose combat prowess is truly extraordinary. Li Tai praised Chun Fei profusely. Subsequently, with great bravado, he summoned a KTV floor manager, promising the finest private room, the most expensive drinks, and the most alluring companions. At that moment, Chun Fei's mind was consumed with thoughts on how to extract clues regarding the Chun family massacre from Li Tai, oblivious to the arrangements being made around him. As they entered the private room, before they could even settle in, the door swung open, revealing a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, swaying her hips as she entered. Following her were 7 or 8 alluringly dressed young women. The spectacle caused Chun Fei to furrow his brow. With such distractions, how could he possibly question Li Tai? Despite Chun Fei's earnest refusals, Li Tai insisted on keeping a few of the young women around. Faced with no alternative, Chun Fei suppressed his mounting questions. As Li Tai had nearly finished his drinks, Zhang San and his companions were already sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. Chun Fei tipped the ladies generously to send them away, then poured a drink for Li Tai, who accepted it with an expression of astonishment and drank it in one gulp. In a hushed tone, Chun Fei inquired, "Do you remember the incident over a decade ago, when bodies were transported from a villa outside the city?" Initially, Li Tai wore a drunken expression, but his face drained of color in an instant. He stared at Chun Fei with a mix of wariness and fear. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Seeing Li Tai's demeanor, Chun Fei recognized that he was deliberately concealing something. He maintained a serious expression, stating, "If I were uncertain, I wouldn't be asking you. To be frank, I have a keen interest in that incident, and I must clarify the details. If you regard me as a friend, share the truth with me. Perhaps I could offer you something in return. If not more, I can part with 20 or 30,000. As he spoke, he placed a stack of cash on the coffee table. Chun Fei refrained from becoming aggressive, yet if the situation demanded it, he would not hesitate. Li Tai regarded Chun Fei with uncertainty, eyeing the money on the table and licking his lips. After a considerable pause, he tentatively asked, "Brother, could you share your true intentions for inquiring about that matter?" "Back then, I was merely deceived and acted as a driver. I knew nothing else, earned no money, nor was I involved in their dealings." Chun Fei scrutinized Li Tai's expressions, attempting to discern the truth in his words. Although Li Tai appeared anxious and flustered, he was not lying. Chun Fei's expression softened, and he smiled, saying, "You needn't concern yourself with the rest. I do not intend to hold you accountable, nor will I disclose what I learned today to anyone. I believe I just helped you out of a tight spot. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, as you all pride yourselves on loyalty, right? This won't affect you, and you still have money to gain." Upon hearing that Chun Fei was not there to pursue trouble, Li Tai relaxa considerably. He glanced at the cash on the table, then lit a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, he fell into contemplation. After a while, he began to speak slowly. That night was a nightmare for me. I still wake up startled by those images even after so many years. In truth, I didn't see much. I only knew the vehicle contained bodies, and the yard reeked of the distinct scent of blood associated with death. I'm not sure what powers that family had offended, but it was clear they were annihilated. At this point, Li Tai's face turned pale, and he fell silent. Chun Fei clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rage, and asked in a low voice, "Where were the bodies taken?" Li Tai grimaced. "They were sent to be cremated." And then I was threatened not to speak of it. After taking the money, I left. Furrowing his brow, Chun Fei pressed, "Who sent you? Do you know for whom you were working? Even the slightest hint is essential." Li Tai shook his head. "If I had known for whom I was working, I would be alive now. It was a brother I used to hang out with who introduced me to that job." "And where is that brother now?" Chun Fei probed further. Li Tai thought for a moment. "We lost contact many years ago. I only know he got into trouble a couple of years back and is still in prison." Chun Fei felt a pang of disappointment. Meeting someone in prison would complicate matters. Nevertheless, he inquired about the brother's name and other details, determined to seek him out when the opportunity arose. "Brother, I want to refuse this money," Li Tai said, glancing at the cash. He added, "It's just that I've been in dire straits lately. Otherwise, I wouldn't." "It's nothing. Consider it a matter of course. Let today, as events be forgotten," Chun Fei said generously, handing the money to Li Tai, then stood to leave. Li Tai remained seated, ultimately forgetting to see him off. As Chun Fei exited the KTV room, his brow furrowed. This evening had not been entirely fruitless. He had at least acquired a lead. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he could pursue this thread to uncover the instigator behind the Chun family massacre and bring them to justice. Descending the stairs. As he reached the second floor from the third, a woman in a leather outfit suddenly rushed out of a room, frantically heading for the stairs. It appeared to be a woman, clad in leather, with an impressive figure. From the room, shouts of curses echoed, as if someone was pursuing her. The woman collided with Chun Fei, who instinctively caught her to avoid a collision, feeling as though they were caught in a dance. Looking up in panic, the woman's fair face met Chun Fei's. "What are you doing here?" They both exclaimed in unison, their expressions peculiar. Chun Fei recognized her as the leather-clad woman he had raced against earlier in the day, who had ended up in a ditch. The world truly is small. Encountering her again in such a place. The woman broke free from Chun Fei's grasp, intending to flee, but several bald, muscular men rushed out of the room. One among them had a gash on his head, blood streaming down his face, making him appear quite fearsome. Pointing at the woman, he cursed, "You little vixen. After hitting me, you think you can escape? Ask around. Who doesn't he know me, Dong Jinggang? Today, I will strip you of your clothes, and later, your skin." The woman was now cornered, unable to flee. Though pale and trembling, she clenched her fists and retorted coldly, "What nonsense, Dong Jinggang. You harm my sister. If I don't finish you off today, consider it luck. This corridor has surveillance, so I doubt you dare to do anything." "Surveillance?" Dong Jinggang took a tissue from a lackey and wiped the blood from his face. His expression turned menacing. "This is my territory." As he spoke, several more individuals streamed up from downstairs, now surrounding Chun Fei and the woman. "The surveillance here is under my control. It can only capture what I allow it to." Dong Jingang's demeanor was slightly arrogant as he prepared to instruct his underlings to take action. However, at that moment, someone nearby hastily advised, "Boss, just deal with that man. We can make great use of this woman once we capture her. She appears quite lovely, and, importantly, she exudes an air of sophistication. Perhaps she comes from a prominent family. We could fetch a handsome sum by selling her abroad." Dong Jinggang grinned, a rather unpleasant smile. "Indeed, let's subdue this brat first." Chun Fei felt a surge of frustration. He was entirely innocent, merely passing through. Yet, the instigator was spared from punishment while he became the target. Where could he seek justice? As the thugs prepared to strike, the woman clad in leather hurriedly squeezed behind Chun Fei, earnestly stating, "If they intend to beat you, what are you waiting for? Do I know you well enough for this?" Chun Fei replied, with a bewildered expression, feeling as though she was setting him up for trouble with such unyielding conviction. "Get down," cried one thug, swinging his fist towards Chun Fei's face with considerable force. A blow like that could incapacitate an average adult, leaving them dazed for several seconds. However, Chun Fei was no ordinary individual, and the thug would not land a hit. His attention remained on the leather-clad woman, but his body instinctively sidestepped, easily evading the punch. He then seized the opportunity to raise his arm and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the corridor, and the thug's face quickly swelled, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. The others, who had been poised to attack, were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the seemingly frail Chun Fei possessed such formidable explosive power. "What the hell are you waiting for? Do I need to teach you how to fight?" Dong Jinggang cursed, visibly displeased. Only then did the thugs grit their teeth and charge at Chun Fei once more. Why was he being forced into action today? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, bearing an expression of helplessness. While he grumbled internally, his hands remained busy, deftly delivering slaps to his assailants. The rhythmic sound of slapping was almost melodic amidst the chaos. Dong Jinggang watched in disbelief as his elite subordinates were effortlessly dispatched by Chun Fei. Soon, he found himself alone, with no one left to rely on. "What do you want?" Dong Jinggang instinctively took a few steps back, panic flickering in his eyes. Oblivious to the fact that he was the one referred to as the boss, now trembling before a stranger. Just as Chun Fei was about to speak, the leather-clad woman behind him suddenly pulled him back, urgently warning, "The police are coming. We need to leave." The unmistakable sound of sirens echoed outside. Chun Fei was pulled along by the woman, hastily descending the staircase. As they neared the entrance, several uniformed officers rushed in, inquiring about the disturbance. The woman, seizing the moment, wrapped her arms around Chun Fei's waist and leaned her head against his chest, pretending to be a couple in love. They managed to slip past unnoticed. After exhaling in relief, the woman swiftly pushed Chun Fei away and turned to leave. "Wait," he interjected, stepping in front of her to block her path. "Are you just going to walk away without any gratitude? I saved you earlier. Otherwise, you would have faced serious consequences once the authorities arrived." "Thank you. That should suffice," she retorted, maintaining her aloof demeanor. "If you feel slighted, I could offer you some money." She remained imperious, asserting, "Our meeting must be either your good fortune or my misfortune." "Fine, let it be," Chun Fei decided, turning to walk toward his car. "Hold on. Clarify your words. Is it really my misfortune to encounter you? First, my car was flipped into a ditch, nearly ruining my appearance, and now." The woman stood in front of him again. Initially intent on retorting, she paused mid-sentence, realizing she lacked a valid argument, and fell silent. "Don't mention it. I hope we don't cross paths again," Chun Fei said, swiftly maneuvering around her and continuing on his way. It was already past midnight, and he intended to find a nearby hotel to rest before seeking information at the prison later. However, just as he settled into his car, the passenger door was abruptly yanked open. To his astonishment, the same aloof woman in leather slid into the seat beside him and shut the door behind her. Chun Fei furrowed his brow. "What is the meaning of this? My face has healed, and my act of saving you should cover your car's damages. Why are you still clinging to this? Are you expecting me to offer myself as compensation?" he quipped, shaking his head. The woman, her face ashen, clenched her teeth. "Who are you calling big sister? We're of similar age. My name is Yi Qingzhu, and for the record, I have no interest in your type, so don't flatter yourself." Chun Fei found himself bemused. "If I'm the one flattering myself, could you please exit the vehicle? It's late, and it's not wise for a man and woman to be alone together. I tend to keep my distance. Just give me a lift home," she coldly commanded, suppressing her irritation. Fearing he might refuse, she quickly added, "My car was towed and is at the repair shop." It seemed she was trying to remind him that she had no means of transportation and that he needed to take responsibility. Chun Fei sighed, reluctantly nodding. "Fine. Perhaps I owe you from a previous life. Word to my lady." Yi Qingzhu pursed her lips and provided him with an address. Following her directions, they arrived at a rundown community about half an hour later. Its dilapidated state and lack of management puzzled Chun Fei, given Yi Qingzhu's demeanor and attire. She didn't seem like someone who would reside in such a shabby place. "Park in front of the third building on the left. You can leave after that," she said calmly, sounding as if she were instructing her personal chauffeur. Chun Fei felt a surge of annoyance, but reminded himself that he was merely fulfilling a courtesy. After parking, he drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, waiting for her to exit so he could leave. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above, followed by the sound of something shattering. In the dead of night, it was particularly jarring. Yi Qingzhu's expression shifted to one of alarm as she dashed into the open building, abandoning her car, door ajar. Chun Fei frowned and exited the vehicle. Closing the passenger door behind him, He glanced up at the lit unit on the top floor. Besides Yi Qingzhu's footsteps, there was an unsettling silence. What if something truly had gone awry? After a moment of hesitation, Chun Fei decided to follow her upstairs. As he entered the corridor, a strong medicinal scent assaulted his senses. Someone must be seriously ill, he murmured to himself. At that moment, the anxious voice of Yi Qingzhu resonated from upstairs. Tian, please wake up, don't scare me. Chun Fei quickened his pace. The door to the unit on the left of the top floor stood ajar. A potent medicinal aroma filled the room, reminiscent of the scent Chun Fei had encountered earlier. Nearby lay a shattered ceramic teapot strewn across the floor. Upon entering, he discovered a slender girl in a nightgown sprawled across the living room sofa. Yi Qingzhu, her face etched with worry, was desperately shaking the unconscious girl in an attempt to rouse her. Stop shaking her. You're only harming her, Chun Fei exclaimed, rushing over to push Yi Qingzhu aside. She lost her balance and plopped down onto the tea-stained floor, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at him. What are you doing here? Trying to take advantage of the situation? As Chun Fei reached toward the girl's chest while retrieving something from his pocket, Yi Qingzhu's temper flared. You scoundrel. She's a patient. And you think to take advantage of her? Upon witnessing Chun Fei's actions, she promptly picked up the broken teapot, preparing to hurl it at him. However, she then noticed the peculiar pouch in his other hand, which revealed silver needles. Yi Qingzhu recognized the tool, understanding it was used for acupuncture and healing. At that moment, Chun Fei merely tugged the collar of the girl's nightgown down slightly, seemingly preparing for the acupuncture, not attempting anything untoward as Yi Qingzhu had imagined. You really know how to act, don't you? You have no idea what condition my friend is in, so don't mess around. Yi Qingzhu's thoughts were in disarray, torn between concern for her friend and fear that Chun Fei's bravado might exacerbate the situation. Isn't it obvious? The patient has lung issues, likely a congenital condition that has never been cured. Recently, fatigue and anxiety have worsened her condition. Chun Fei's movements were swift, the silver needles piercing the slender girl's chest like raindrops. As he spoke calmly about his diagnosis, Yi Qingzhu set down the teapot, squatting closer to him with a relieved expression. It seems you truly understand. Her name is Song Tian, my close friend, and she has indeed suffered from asthma and coughing since childhood. It has worsened recently, and I'm worried about her condition. Why can't I wake her? As Chun Fei continued his work, quietly channeling his energy through the silver needles into her lung meridian, Yi Qingzhu prepared to scold him for not answering her questions. However, Chun Fei quickly withdrew the needles, and Song Tian, who had been unconscious, coughed softly twice before slowly opening her eyes. She appeared weak and fatigued, but had regained consciousness, looking at Chun Fei with a puzzled expression. Tian, you're awake. You scare me so much. Yi Qingzhu rushed over, her face lighting up with joy. I felt a tightness in my chest, then everything went dark and I collapsed on the sofa. This handsome guy, is he a new boyfriend? Did he save me? Song Tian curiously assessed Chun Fei, attempting to rise despite her thin nightgown, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her exposed silhouette. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know his name, and someone like him hardly qualifies as my boyfriend. Ye Qingzhu retorted dismissively, helping Song Tian sit up and kindly covering her with a blanket from the sofa. Oh really? Then may I ask how to address you? Despite her pale complexion, Song Tian spoke politely, her voice gentle and melodious. In stark contrast to the cold and unreasonable Yi Qingzhu, she seemed to embody grace. Em Chen Fei, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You're fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, relying on your good friend here for survival wouldn't be easy. Chun Fei replied with a smile as he organized the silver needles. What are you showing off for, Chun? I was panicking earlier. Besides, I know nothing of medicine. Everything else I do is better than you. Yi Qingzhu shot back with a frosty demeanor. Song Tian smiled, observing the interaction between them, but soon fell into a fit of harsh coughing, her expression dimming rapidly as she murmured to herself, I wish I could have the energy to bicker like you two. Unfortunately, my illness is beyond cure. Although I was saved by Dr. Chen this time, I may not be so lucky next time. Tian, I want to allow you to say that. You must believe in yourself. If you persevere, you will certainly regain your health. Ye Qingzhu urgit, had konjan palpable. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, mockingly commenting, You probably don't even believe that yourself, do you? There is no known illness cured by mere perseverance. Yi Qingzhu immediately bristled, glaring at him. Can you refrain from making snide remarks? Can't you see I'm trying to comfort my friend? Cold-hearted and oblivious. Chen Fei scoffed. What good is comfort? The priority is to cure the illness. Isn't that more important than anything else? Chapter 62. Praise me, what did you say? Yi Qingzhu fixed her gaze fiercely on Chen Fei. What do you mean by curing the illness? Do you know how many doctors Song Tian has seen? I've sought out countless specialists, and so many renowned physicians and experts have been powerless. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Qingzhu felt that Chen Fei was merely boasting to provoke her. However, using Song Tian's condition as a point of debate was utterly unacceptable. The flicker of gratitude she had felt moments before vanished, replaced by disdain. Qingzhu, I can see that Chen Fei means no harm. He is simply trying to comfort me. Just like you. Song Tian managed a strained smile, but her expression concealed deep resignation, akin to someone aware of their impending demise, yet helpless to change their fate. Who says I'm just comforting you? I'm not like some people who only utter platitudes and engage in trivial matters. I mean to truly cure your illness. And immediately at that, Chen Fei stated calmly, his eyes brimming with confidence. Even Song Tian's expression shifted to one of disbelief. After enduring numerous failed treatments and immense suffering, she had long since surrendered hope for her recovery, merely existing day by day. Thus, Chen Fei's words were difficult for her to accept. If you continue to boast, I swear I'll hit you. Yi Qingzhu snapped, unable to contain her anger. Then, she watched as Chen Fei picked up the pouch filled with silver needles, retrieving several that were entirely different from before. With an air of calm, he declared, words are futile. It seems I must demonstrate with action. Little beauty, would you allow me to administer a few needles? The kind that will make you feel better immediately. Song Tian was torn between laughter and tears, fully aware of her bleak prognosis. Yet, seeing Chen Fei as confident and earnest demeanor, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to refuse. She lifted the blanket covering her, straightening her posture, and said, Go ahead, I appreciate your efforts, regardless of the outcome. Cough. Cover up, cover up. Chen Fei gently pulled the blanket back over her. Then he grasped Song Tian's frail, pale hand. Without further ado, he deftly began to insert the silver needles one by one. Acting all high and mighty, wasn't he just trying to take advantage? Yi Qingzhu thought to herself. However, upon observing Chen Fei's swift and steady hand movements, along with his focused demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the frail little hand of Song Tian was adorned with 17 or 18 silver needles, resembling a tiny hedgehog. Yi Qingzhu, losing her patience, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Chen Fei, are you practicing embroidery? I've never heard of treating lung diseases by needling the hand. At least try to be a bit more professional like you were earlier. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. What would you know, being an outsider? Haven't you heard of treating internal ailments through external methods, tracing the root cause? The lung meridian converges on the back of the hand, making it a more effective entry point for treatment. Yi Qingzhu was so infuriated she nearly lost her composure. Wanted to make another sarcastic comment. But at that moment, Chen Fei had ceased the needlework, his expression suddenly turning serious. He slowly lifted his right hand and began to rhythmically tap the ends of the silver needles with his fingernails. The clear, melodious chime soon resonated, creating a harmonious symphony that seemed to vibrate through Song Tian's entire body. Particularly, a unique force appeared to be transmitting back and forth from the back of her hand to her painfully itchy lungs. With each cycle, her discomfort diminished slightly, as if the very essence of this unique rhythm was the source of that vitality. Yi Qingzhu, who stood by observing, was entranced by the astonishing scene unfolding before her. The seemingly chaotic array of silver needles on Song Tian's hand began to vibrate rapidly, leaving behind trails that gradually formed a pure silver plum blossom design. What sorcery is this? How can one treat an ailment in such a manner? Yi Qingzhu found herself captivated, her previous expressions of mockery and disdain completely vanishing, replaced by a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Well, are you dumbstruck? At that moment, Chen Fei turned his head, wearing a smug expression that seemed to beckon her to praise his brilliance. Yi Qingzhu's lips twitched, and she shot him a glare. Yet, the words of ridicule and contempt refused to leave her mouth. The two women, one listening and the other watching, were unaware of how long they had been immersed in this spectacle. Only when the melodious ringing ceased did the silver plum blossom pattern fade with Chun Fei's movements. It was then that the two beauties awakened from their reverie. Suddenly, Song Tiantian began to cough violently, her face turning from pale to crimson, and finally to a shade of ashen blue. Chun Fei, what's happening? Did your reckless treatment harm Song Tiantian? Ye vingsu eklemit in anger. Don't be alarmed. The severity of her cough indicates the effectiveness of the treatment. Once she expels the accumulated toxins from her lungs, she shall be well, Chun Fei teased, while rising to sit on the sofa, gently patting Song Tiantian's back. Moments later, she indeed coughed up clumps of dark, viscous matter laced with blood. After the fit subsided, she took several deep breaths, her face lighting up with a long-lost sense of relief. This is wonderful. The burning pain in my lungs has vanished, and I no longer feel that irritating itch while breathing. Most importantly, my head is clear now, unlike before when I felt suffocated. Chun Fei, you are truly a miraculous healer. You have saved my life. How can I ever thank you? Chun Fei withdrew his hand with a playful grin. If you wish to express your gratitude, why not offer yourself in return? Song Tiantian's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to resist stealing a glance at Yi Qingzhu beside her. In a hushed voice, she said, "Stop joking around. Aren't you and Yi Qingzhu a couple?" Yi Qingzhu immediately retorted, "What nonsense! Even if I were down on my luck, I would never look at him." Upon hearing the term down on her luck, Chun Fei felt a twinge of curiosity, but Yi Qingzhu clearly preferred not to elaborate. She quickly shifted the topic back to Song Tiantian, exclaiming, "Tiantian, today I avenged you. Those bullies have received their comeuppance." The ringleader got a taste of his own medicine. Her face beamed with pride, reminiscent of a heroine who had just completed a righteous quest. "You really went after them? Are you hurt? Let me see." Song Tiantian fretted, pulling at Yi Qingzhu to inspect her. "I'm fine, not a scratch on me," Yi Qingzhu replied, her spirits high. However, she soon noticed Chun Fei's mocking and disdainful expression. Yi Qingzhu shot him a glare and coughed. There was indeed a bit of danger. "But I was fortunate to have some assistance. Just be more cautious in the future and don't fall for their tricks again." During their conversation, Chun Fei learned that earlier, Song Tiantian had gone to a nightclub for a job interview, hoping to find part-time work. Unfortunately, she had been swindled out of a 1,000 yuan deposit and nearly fell victim to a group led by Dong Jinggang. Returning home, her anger and anxiety exacerbated her condition, prompting Yi Qingzhu to seek vengeance. "Are you two in need of money? Why would you look for part-time work in such places?" Chun Fei inquired, puzzled. He could tell that Yi Qingzhu and Song Tiantian lived together. The outfit Yi Qingzhu wore must have cost several thousand yuan, and both possessed the latest, most expensive phones. Not to mention the luxury car they had previously driven. Given their lifestyle, it was hard to believe they would need to earn a few extra bucks for part-time work. "What does it matter to you? It's getting late. You should leave." Yi Qingzhu seemed to detest the subject, immediately dismissing him. "Fine, I'll take my leave." Chun Fei stood up. "Wait. Regardless of the circumstances, you effectively saved my life. At least allow me to make you a cup of tea as a token of gratitude." Song Tiantian began to rise to prepare tea. "All right, I'll make it. You two continue your conversation." Yi Qingzhu pressed Song Tiantian back onto the sofa, clumsily collecting the shards of the broken teapot before heading into the kitchen to boil water. Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Tiantian turned to Chun Fei and said, "Please don't take offense. Qingzhu is actually quite nice, just a bit out of sorts lately, which makes her irritable." "What did she mean by being down on her luck?" Chun Fei casually asked, unsure of what topic to broach with Song Tiantian, whom he had just met. Song Tiantian glanced toward the kitchen, then furrowed her brow and spoke in a hushed tone. "I can only tell you that Qingzhu's family is from the provincial capital. She used to live a life of comfort. For some reason, she had a falling out with her family and ended up here. We've known each other since childhood, but I moved away later. As you can see, our current living conditions are far from what we had before. Recently, I need to pay tuition fees, and Qingzhu wanted to help, but she spent all her money and feels too embarrassed to ask her family for more. Today, she intended to sell her car, but for some reason, it ended up in the repair shop." Upon hearing this, Chun Fei felt a wave of guilt wash over him. So, when he encountered Yi Qingzhu on the road today, she had been on her way to sell her car. Little did he know that their chance encounter had led to her car ending up in the ditch, which explained her intense animosity toward him. "What are you two talking about?" Yi Qingzhu approached with tea in hand, her brow furrowed. "There is nothing much. I have just under 20,000 yuan here. Consider it as money for your car repairs. Chun Fei reached into his pocket. It is not right to ignore someone who has fallen into such misfortune. After all, that incident was not solely Yi Qingzhu's fault. However, Yi Qingzhu coldly rejected his offer, asking, "Are you pitying me? Spare me the pretense. I have hands and feet, and I am quite capable. Even in my current predicament, I can sustain myself, and Song Tian Tian. Keep your money. Otherwise, I might lose my temper." Dear sister, you are already losing your temper, aren't you? One must humbly accept assistance from others during tough times. It is a survival skill. Chun Fei couldn't help but retort. Get lost. In the past, I wouldn't have glanced at someone like you. Even now, I would rather beg on the street than accept your charity. The door is over there. Yi Qingzhu reiterated her dismissal. Chun Fei was not one to have a thick skin, having been shown the door twice. He had no choice but to leave, disregarding Song Tiantian's pleas. She sighed, "Qingzhu, you really ought to temper your temper. Chun Fei means well." Yi Qingzhu scoffed. "I know he means no harm, but I simply cannot tolerate his self-righteous lectures. You need not worry about finances. I have already arranged an interview with the largest local corporation. With my overseas study experience, securing a position will be no trouble. Once employed, I can take out a loan to pay your tuition. At worst, I will find a buyer for the car after it is repaired." Having done a good deed only to be met with ire, Chun Fei descended the stairs with a dark expression. It was quite late, and he decided to check into a nearby budget hotel. However, just as he approached the entrance, several people rushed out in a panic, exclaiming, "Who would dare stay here? It's haunted at night. No amount of money could convince us to stay." What? Chun Fei stepped aside, bewildered. In this day and age, how could anyone still believe in ghosts? Murmuring to himself, he entered the hotel. He found the staff and manager huddled together, looking dejected. "Who is checking in? Can someone register?" Chun Fei tapped on the front desk. "What chaos is this? Haven't you heard about the haunting?" An employee snapped back. "There are no such things as ghosts. It's merely the foolishness of the mundane. Are you not accepting guests?" Chun Fei leaned against the bar, genuinely curious at this point. "This guest is not the issue. We simply do not wish to conduct business tonight." A woman who appeared to be the manager approached. She was in her mid-20s, and although dressed in work attire, she exuded a graceful figure. Her hair was tied back, projecting a competent demeanor, but her beautiful face was etched with concern and urgency. "How strange is it? Do tell me. Perhaps I could assist." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. The attractive manager let out a bitter laugh. She had little hope that Chun Fei could be of any help, but she stepped forward and began recounting. "Since 10 o'clock tonight, we've received numerous complaints from guests claiming to have terrifying nightmares after falling asleep." Chun Fei's expression grew peculiar. Nightmares are often tied to one's physical condition and mental state. Why complain? Initially, we thought the same. However, what is bizarre is that not only were the dreams frightening, but they were also remarkably similar. A young female employee chimed in, her face full of mystery. The manager nodded, indeed. Guests reported dreaming of a snake covered in barbs, relentlessly pursuing them. Perhaps one person is fabricating this, but with over 30 guests tonight, all of whom have fled, what else could it be if not a haunting? We cannot report this to the police, nor do we know whom to seek for help. We can only suspend operations. The manager expected Chun Fei to retreat upon hearing this ghostly tale, but instead, his expression brightened with excitement. Is it certain that they all dreamt the same dream, being chased by a barbed snake? Could it be mistaken for something else that resembles a snake? The hotel manager was utterly perplexed, realizing how unfortunate her evening had been. First, the inexplicable haunting, and now encountering someone seemingly mentally unstable, asking all sorts of questions. What mattered was not what the dream creature resembled. Frowning, she intended to distance herself from Chun Fei and urged him to leave. However, at that moment, Chun Fei pulled out 200 yuan bills and slammed them on the counter. "Quickly, give me a room. I will file a complaint against you." "Are you certain? If you go upstairs and have a nightmare, do not expect a refund." The manager looked at him skeptically, still questioning his mental state. "Enough with the chatter. If something goes awry, it is on me," Chun Fei urged insistently. "Also, find me the room with the most complaints from guests." With a grim expression, the manager handed Chun Fei a room key, stating the room number, and then cast him a strange look as he headed upstairs. Is this person deranged? Others would flee from such occurrences, yet he seeks trouble. The hotel staff gathered, whispering amongst themselves, labeling Chun Fei as mentally ill. but internally he mocked those ordinary souls. This building was not a perilous place. It was clearly a site of supernatural treasures, of which mere mortals were utterly oblivious. Due to the haunting above, not only were there no guests, but even the staff had fled downstairs. Chun Fei arrived at the room where complaints had been most frequent. The doors to the rooms previously occupied were all ajar, revealing a state of disarray. Without hesitation, Chun Fei entered. After a thorough search, he inhaled deeply, a serious expression betraying a hint of delight. His gaze settled on the air conditioning vent above. No wonder every guest in the rooms had been affected. The issue lay within the air conditioning ducts, he murmured to himself. He then exited the room and ascended the stairs, climbing 7 or 8 flights to reach the rooftop. Having recently rained, the rooftop was replete with dampness and decay, the scent of soaked wood permeating the air. Indeed, the aroma of the ghostly wood of the South Sea could only originate from specific timber capable of nurturing ghostly vines. Chun Fei's eyes brightened further as he followed the scent. Soon, beside an external component of the ventilation duct, he discovered a pile of rotten wood. Among them, a piece measuring about 1 meter long and 1 foot square was marred with peculiar patterns after being soaked in water. Under the moonlight, it appeared somewhat menacing. What captivated Chun Fei most, however, was the black vine, the thickness of a small finger, entwined within the wood. Although it resembled a vine, it bore no leaves. One might easily mistake it for a frayed rope weathered by the elements. Yet at the top of this grotesque object, there was something that resembled both a flower bud and a fruit. The elliptical object had one end that was rather pointed, adorned with textures and protrusions, resembling a natural tongue. Indeed, it was the ghost vine. To think that something my master had been unable to collect would be discovered by me atop this budget hotel. It appeared to have been growing for some time. I was fortunate to stumble upon it. Otherwise, if someone had mistaken it for worthless wood and carelessly burned it, that would have been a tragic waste. Chun Fei mused to himself, unable to contain his joy as he danced with delight. Had the scene been witnessed by the hotel staff, they would surely have deemed him a madman. The ghost vine was one of the 10 miraculous herbs my master had once spoken of. Although it ranked lower, its medicinal properties were extraordinary and exceedingly rare. Particularly, the fruit of the vine at the top exuded a scent that could influence the thoughts of others. Furthermore, it had remarkable effects in treating mental and neurological disorders. Chun Fei extended his hand, first channeling his energy into his palm, and then carefully plucked the fruit from a vine. He did not waste any part of the vine, meticulously breaking off sections to pocket. Though he had acquired such a precious herb, at least it would resolve the haunting issue. So I cannot be accused of obtaining it without effort, Chun Fei thought wryly. He then descended the stairs with a light step. In the lobby, the manager and staff were still discussing the bizarre events of the night before, along with a rather peculiar guest. Some staff members were even betting on how long Chun Fei would remain upstairs before frantically rushing down in a panic. Just as the discussion reached its peak, a loud bang echoed as the door to the stairwell swung open, startling the employees. Upon realizing it was Chun Fei who emerged, someone immediately mocked. "So, did you understand the gravity of the situation? Did you wet yourself?" Chun Fei strolled forward unhurriedly, his expression calm, yet betraying a hint of joy. The staff were astonished to see that he did not appear frightened at all, but rather as if he had found treasure. "The atmosphere here is quite pleasant. I shall leave you a 5-star review. Just a reminder, the haunting has been resolved, and you may resume normal operations." Chapter 65. Do not plead with me under the astonished gazes of the female manager and the staff. Chun Fei turned and ascended the stairs once more. After all, he had nowhere else to stay that night. Once back in his room, he closed the door and eagerly examined the ghost vine fruit under the light. In its brilliance, the fruit's tongue-like shape appeared even more lifelike. The scent it emitted was imperceptible to an ordinary person, yet it subtly influenced the mind. Only someone like Chun Fei, with a unique talent for cultivation, would dare to carry it without any precautions. When I next see my master, I shall proudly display my find. Chun Fei smiled as he stored the fruit away, then entered a meditative state. The next morning, Chun Fei rose from bed. After a quick wash, he prepared to go to work. After all, he was now the team leader, responsible for 12 employees. Upon opening the door, he found 2 young attendants waiting in the corridor. They greeted him with warm smiles and politeness, even accompanying him downstairs and pressing the elevator button. Just as Chun Fei was puzzled, the female manager he had encountered the day before approached him with an admiring smile. Mr. Chinfeng, are you checking out? Would you like to stay a few more days? She asked, her tone exceedingly gentle. Why so formal? Chun Fei replied, his expression bemused. You truly are a hidden gem. After you went upstairs last night, we received several guests, and, as you said, there have been no more hauntings. I don't know what you did, but you have solved our major dilemma. We are immensely grateful. Chun Fei suddenly understood. These people regarded him as some sort of ghostbuster. No wonder they looked so astonished. One of the young attendants even extended her delicate hand, asking if Chun Fei could read her palm. Chun Fei could only smile helplessly, offering an excuse to decline before hastily departing. Upon arriving at the company, Chun Fei intended to have a good chat with Li Ruosi about the events of the previous night. If that failed, he might as well retrieve his simple belongings and cease staying there, as it was rather inconvenient. However, Li Ruosi, usually prompt for work, seemed to be running late today. Chun Fei decided to chat with a few drivers in the vehicle. Suddenly, a taxi rolled up and a striking figure clad in professional attire, complete with a skirt, black stockings, and high heels, stepped out. Her tall, curvaceous form, with legs that seemed to defy nature, drew immediate attention. The drivers in the same car began to exclaim, "What a beauty! That figure is incredible. How many men must she have left weak at the knees?" Chun Fei candidly expressed his thoughts, while the drivers laughed, not daring to take offense. Continuing to discuss the long-legged beauty heading towards the company entrance. Wait a minute, she isn't one of our employees. If she's here for business, she wouldn't come alone. Could she be applying for a position? One driver speculated. Chun Fei did not pay much attention, though he found the figure in the professional skirt and black stockings somewhat familiar. He couldn't quite recall where he had seen her before. As Chun Fei pondered, the striking woman began to look around at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. In a moment, she turned her face, and Chun Fei was taken aback. No way. Could be her? A thought struck him as he watched a female employee from the company walk out and lead the long-legged beauty inside. Chun Fei immediately nudged the driver beside him. Find out what that woman is doing here. The driver, with a knowing grin, replied, Captain Chun, weren't you just saying we were being lewd? Now you're getting curious? Enough chatter. Hurry and ask. Chun Fei urged, his eyes wide. The driver nodded vigorously, then called the female employee who had just left. Hey, the tall lady you just brought in, what's she here for? It's not me who's interested. It's our captain. Chun Fei felt like he could explode, scowling and coughing heavily. The driver managed to find out, chuckling, her name is Yi Qingzhu. She came to apply for the sales position. Captain, our efficiency is quite impressive, isn't it? Before he could finish, Chun Fei pushed open the car door and dashed out. The drivers couldn't help but laugh, watching him sprint away, having previously pretended to be composed. They wondered if Captain Chun had the courage to win over the long-legged beauty, who seemed quite elegant and proud. Little did Chun Fei know, the very woman who had spurned his goodwill the night before, Yi Qingzhu, had fortuitously come to apply at the Shin Group. Didn't she look down on me? Didn't she say she wouldn't beg me for anything? Today, I shall show her the harsh realities of the world. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, devising a plan as he entered the company and headed straight to his office. He then picked up the phone. After some time, Li Ruosi finally answered, her voice laced with a hint of awkwardness. Chun Fei, you were looking for me? Ahem, I have something to ask of you, Chun Fei stated directly. Li Ruosi paused for a few seconds before responding. What is it? We're close, right? Where did you stay last night? That's not important. Chun Fei interrupted. Aren't you in charge of HR now? Are you involved in recruitment? Why are you asking this? It is indeed part of my responsibilities. Are you trying to take the back door? I can assist with that. Li Ruosi spoke casually, yet her tone was imbued with confidence. Earlier, a candidate named Yi Qingzhu came to the company, apparently applying for a sales position. I suggest you do not let her join. Instead, send her to my Team S office for a personal interview. Chun Fei spoke rapidly. What? After all this, you intend to abuse your position to pursue a girl? Just how stunning must this Yi Qingzhu be to inspire such a ludicrous idea? Li Ruosi raised her voice several decibels, visibly agitated. Cough, cough. You've misunderstood. If I were to pursue someone in the company, it should be you first, Chun Fei hastily flattered. Spare me. I'm not falling for your tricks. Li Ruosi seemed to chuckle. In any case, I appreciate your help. I'll explain my reasoning later. Chun Fei continued speaking, and Li Ruosi acquiesced. Moments latte. The tall and strikingly elegant Yi Qingzhu stood before the door of the Team Leader S office, clutching her resume, furrowing her brows. She wondered why she had to interview for a sales position here. Chapter 66. I need a secretary. Driven by necessity, she thought, since she was already here. Despite her doubts, Yi Qingzhu ultimately raised her delicate arm and gently knocked on the door. Come. A languid voice called from within. Yi Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat, her brows knitting tighter. That voice. Could it be him? Surely. I must be imagining things due to my aversion to him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingzhu tossed her hair and donned a confident and composed expression, even managing a slight smile. After all, one must leave a good impression during an interview. As she pushed the door open, her long, stocking-clad legs glided into the office. However, her smile and composure shattered upon seeing the interviewer's casual position, reclining in the boss's chair with his legs propped on the desk. Chen Fei, it's really you. What are you doing here? Yi Qingzhu felt as though the earth had crumbled beneath her. No wonder her heart raced before entering. It turned out to be the very person she loathed. This scenario left her utterly unprepared and unwilling to accept it. Meanwhile, the interviewer, Chen Fei, wore a broad smile, his mood soaring with delight. This was the feeling he had sought, exhilarating to say the least. All the negative emotions he had previously harbored towards Yi Qingzhu dissipated entirely. Casually swinging his leg, he remarked, "Is this how you speak to an interviewer? Such a lack of decorum is unacceptable. You're in charge of the interview? What is your position in this company?" Ye Vingzhu se vurdie shatterit. She never imagined that the man she scorned and detested, Chen Fei, would become the arbiter of her professional fate. She couldn't shake the suspicion that fate was playing a cruel trick on her. Chen Fei pointed towards the door. "ISN T it written there? Team Leader S office. I am Chen, the team leader." Yi Qingzhu's expression turned disdainful. "You are just a mere driver. What is there to boast about? Do you really think highly of yourself?" Chen Fei remained unfazed, continuing to sway his leg. "Yes, I'm merely a driver. However, today, this driver is solely responsible for your interview. The decision of whether you stay or go rests entirely with me." Yi Qingzhu felt lost. She now suspected that this was all a conspiracy orchestrated by Chen Fei. Even if she suspected as much, what could she do? She needed this job to ensure her plans could unfold, to support her dear friend Song Tiantian's difficult academic journey, and to prove that she could thrive independently. Without her family's backing, Yi Qingzhu found herself caught in a dilemma. Should she bow to Chen Fei, to life, or to her estranged family? After hesitating for several seconds, she clenched her fists and, with a steely gaze, addressed Chen Fei. "Can we begin now, interviewer Chen?" Chen Fei finally removed his legs from the desk and straightened up, scrutinizing Yi Qingzhu from head to toe. "Your appearance and demeanor are quite fitting for the company. I am pleased with this aspect." Ye Vingzhu fed her tempervising. She had studied at a prestigious economic management university abroad. Coming here to apply as a sales representative was already a step down. Now, this scoundrel Chen Fei dared to comment on her looks and figure. While he was not wrong, was this really the attitude expected from an interviewer? How unprofessional. Yet, despite her inner turmoil, Yi Qingzhu understood the importance of maintaining composure. "Thank you for the compliment, interviewer. Here's my resume. I have." She gritted her teeth, pushing her meticulously prepared documents forward, ready to highlight her achievements and experiences. However, Chen Fei waved his hand dismissively, pushing the materials aside. "No need to review the resume. I'm in need of a secretary." Yi Qingzhu could no longer contain her frustration, her voice trembling as she retorted, "I came to apply for the sales position, not to be your secretary. Besides, what does a team leader like you need a secretary for?" Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. "What is wrong with being a team leader? I am an integral part of the company. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." He continued, "And what else with your attitude? Do you even want this job?" Yi Qingzhu's face darkened. She longed to unleash a tirade against Chen Fei and storm out. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent family in the province. She had never endured such humiliation. Being relegated to the role of a secretary was intolerable. However, she was not one to dwell on past grievances. She understood the necessity of seizing this rare job opportunity. Losing it would mark the beginning of her downfall. "Do you believe my appearance and demeanor would suffice for the position of secretary?" Yi Qingzhu once again bowed to the realities of life. Chen Fei stifled a laugh, adopting a serious tone. "Barely adequate." Yi Qingzhu felt her frustration boiling over. Yet, Chen Fei continued, "You'll need to complete the onboarding process shortly, and you'll officially start tomorrow." Yi Qingzhu relaxed her clenched fists, swallowing back her anger. Is it really that simple? She inquired, perplexed. Chun Fei responded with a puzzled expression. What were you expecting? Did you think I'd make you comply with some unspoken rules? Yi Qingzhu shivered at the thought and quickly grabbed her resume from the desk. I'll go complete the onboarding now and be there on time tomorrow. She wasted no time in leaving the office. Shortly after, Chun Fei received a message from Li Ruosi. Chun Fei, are you truly considering keeping this new employee as your secretary? Chun Fei promptly replied, let her remain a sales representative as she originally intended. But keep it confidential for now. We'll inform her on her first day. A while later, Li Ruosi informed Chun Fei that she had taken care of everything. She hoped to find a moment to discuss matters with him over lunch, to which Chun Fei casually agreed, assuming the conversation would revolve around the previous night's events. He thought it might be a good opportunity to address the situation or, if necessary, simply retreat to the Chun family courtyard. Perhaps, while waiting idly, one might discover clues regarding the instigator of the infamous Chun family massacre. Chapter 67. Accompanying a beautiful woman on a business trip, Chun Fei sat in his office, contemplating what items he needed to acquire to ensure a comfortable return to the Chun family courtyard. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside, reminiscent of high heels in a rush. Without knocking, the door swung open, revealing Li Ruosi. Raising an eyebrow, Chun Fei remarked, is it possible, Li, that you couldn't wait until our noon meeting? Li Ruosi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coughed, enough of your nonsense. I have serious matters to discuss. What is it? Chun Fei's demeanor shifted to one of caution upon hearing the word serious. He warily inquired, you aren't planning to trick me into giving massages again, are you? I assure you, I will never do that again. Seeing Chun Fei's defensive posture, Li Ruosi couldn't help but chuckle, her demeanor turning alluring. She pulled up a chair and sat across from him, teasing this time, it's definitely good news. What good news? Chun Fei remained skeptical. He understood that when a beautiful woman suddenly lavished attention upon you with a gentle smile, it often signified an ulterior motive, a lesson learned from experience. Leaning closer, Li Ruosi whispered, accompany me on a business trip. General Manager Chun has already agreed. A business trip? Chun Fei furrowed his brow as he examined her exquisite features. Where are we headed? Surely, you could take a secretary along. Why must it be me? Chun Fei feigned reluctance. What do you mean? Is it such a burden to accompany me? Li Ruosi, feeling somewhat offended, retorted. Do you mean to say that accompanying me is a hardship? I thought we worked well together previously. I consider you quite fortunate to have on your team. Besides, you can drive, fight, and even provide medical assistance. Who else could I possibly ask? Her flattery made Chun Fei momentarily waver, yet he remained hesitant to agree. With a firm slap on the desk, Li Ruosi declared, are you ignoring me? If you refuse to accompany me, I'll simply inform General Manager Chun to find someone else. And that girl, Yi Qingzhu, will no longer need to report to work. I believe her connection with you poses a threat to the company. Li Ruosi's expression turned serious, her words dripping with implied consequence. Chun Fei found himself cornered. Although he did not particularly like Yi Qingzhu's haughty demeanor, he did not wish to see her lose her job, especially since he had inadvertently complicated matters. Ultimately, he conceded final go. You decide. Finally, was it necessary to be so dramatic? Li Ruosi lifted her head triumphantly. She then gestured for him to hurry. Stop dawdling. Pack your things. We'll catch the afternoon train together. We'll arrive before dark. If all goes well, we'll return tomorrow. Is it really that urgent? Chun Fei frowned, sensing that this trip might be more complex than it appeared. Otherwise, Shen Xiangwei would not have paired him with Li Ruosi. He felt it was an unusual arrangement. But there was no time to dwell on it, as Li Ruosi had already pulled him out of the office. In truth, there was little to pack. Hotel accommodations could be arranged at any time, and the train tickets had already been prepared. Driving to the station, Chun Fei observed Li Ruosi busily making calls, seemingly discussing solutions with Shen Xiangwei. Chun Fei lost interest, waiting for an opportunity to speak. When Li Ruosi finally seemed less occupied, he seized the moment to say, by the way, I intend to move out upon my return. What? Li Ruosi was taken aback. After a brief pause, she added, is this because of last night? I want to find a suitable time to discuss it. Let us not dwell on misunderstandings. I promise such incidents won't occur again. Chun Fei coughed lightly. It's not that. It's just that living together isn't ideal. I wouldn't want it to affect your search for a boyfriend. I've already found a new place. Just let me know when I can retrieve my belongings, or you can bring them to the office. Li Ruosi frowned. realizing Chun Fei had made up his mind. She sighed internally, agreeing with reluctance. The atmosphere in the carriage grew decidedly tense. Finally arriving at the station, Chun Fei exhaled in relief, following Li Ruosi and her elegant suitcase through the throngs of people. Most were orderly, patiently waiting in line. However, a group behind them rushed forward, demanding that others clear the way. Lost in thought, Li Ruosi inadvertently blocked their path, prompting a burly man to shove her aside. "Hey!" Li Ruosi exclaimed in surprise, stumbling perilously close to falling. The man, however, continued to push through without a care. Hearing her cry, Chun Fei instinctively turned, catching her in his arms. The warmth of her presence ignited a moment of distraction, but he quickly scowled at the man. "Are you a wild boar? How can you be so reckless?" "What did you say? Repeat that." The burly man spun around, pointing aggressively at Chun Fei. "Chun Fei, let it go," Li Ruosi whispered urgently. The man had several companions, and they appeared threatening as they approached, glowering. Chun Fei shielded Li Ruosi behind him, his expression one of disdain as he coldly retorted. "I said you're a wild boar, barreling through without any courtesy. If you don't want to get hurt, apologize and leave." Chapter 68. The mightiest bodyguard. Chun Fei's nature was such that he remained courteous to those who treated him well. But if someone attempted to show off or provoke him, he would retaliate. At that moment, his expression was far from pleasant. The group before him, however, seemed unfazed, viewing Chun Fei as a scrawny figure lacking any real threat. The burly man, undeterred, jabbed a finger toward Chun Fei's face. "What the hell are you yelling about? Good dogs don't block the road. Who told her to be blind?" Before he could finish, Chun Fei delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending the hefty figure crashing to the ground, gasping in pain. "You, get him!" The remaining members of the group, witnessing the sudden turn of events, immediately grew agitated. In an instant, they assumed a stance and surged forward. Chun Fei wore a disdainful expression, casually carrying a suitcase in one hand while delivering swift kicks with his legs. In the blink of an eye, those who had just been derided were all sent sprawling to the ground. By the time they clumsily rose to their feet, Chun Fei had already escorted Li Ruosi into the car, protecting her with a suitcase. "Damn, this guy's incredibly fierce." Li Ruosi's mood lifted considerably. She took the initiative to link her arm with Chun Fei's and leaned in closer. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Indeed, having you accompany me was a wise decision. You can act as both my driver and bodyguard. It's positively delightful." Just moments ago, Chun Fei had been stern-faced, but he suddenly raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously, saying, "And I can keep you warm at night. Get lost." Li Ruosi playfully retorted, then muttered to herself, "When I give you the chance to keep me warm, you're utterly useless." Once inside the car, it was nearly full. Chun Fei guided Li Ruosi to a window seat and settled into the spot next to her, closing his eyes to rest. Li Ruosi, not wanting to disturb him, busied herself with the documents in her bag, seemingly preparing for their business trip. The vehicle began to move, and a brief silence enveloped the cabin. However, it wasn't too long before a commotion erupted at the front. Someone was shouting, and soon it escalated into a cacophony of panic. A number of passengers rose to investigate the disturbance. Chun Fei opened his eyes, concluding his moment of meditation. "What is going on?" he murmured. Through the gaps in the crowd, he discerned someone collapsed in the aisle, convulsing dangerously. It appeared to be a medical emergency. Without hesitation, Chun Fei stood up. "What are you doing? Don't cause trouble." Li Ruosi attempted to dissuade him. "It looks serious. You stay here." Ignoring her, Chun Fei pushed through the crowd, and it became clear that a young girl lay on the floor. She was likely quite beautiful under normal circumstances, and her figure was appealing. But her features were now distorted, her limbs twitching uncontrollably, resembling the claws of a bird. It was a terrifying sight, explaining the earlier screams. Next to the girl knelt another young woman, frantic and helpless. She was trying to assist, while simultaneously seeking help from others. However, in a train, finding assistance was nearly impossible. Besides, the girl on the floor was now frothing at the mouth, her breathing becoming increasingly labored, and no one was willing to risk involvement. "Make way," Chun Fei called out as he squeezed closer. Frowning, he resolutely pressed his hand against the girl's chest. Before he could make contact, a well-meaning bystander stopped him with a glare. "What do you think you're doing? In this situation, you're just trying to take advantage, aren't you? What's wrong with today's youth?" Others around began to murmur, casting Chun Fei as a shameless rogue. Li Ruosi, standing outside the throng, grew anxious, stamping her foot. I told you not to meddle. Now look what you've done. Chun Fei found himself the target of collective disdain. Some attempted to pull him aside. What chaos are you causing? I'm a doctor. I'm here to save her. Chun Fei snapped, raising his arm to ward them off. The would-be assailants suddenly felt numb at the points of contact with him, their faces paling as they hurriedly stepped back. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Fei spread his fingers and pressed down precisely on the chest of the girl, whose body was spasming. Just as the onlookers were filled with doubt, her symptoms abruptly began to ease. At the very least, the convulsions ceased, and her features relaxed. She was now drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and thrust out her tongue, attempting to bite it. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Yet Chun Fei reacted with lightning speed, raising his other arm and deftly pressing his fingers against her jaw. The tongue immediately retreated, and a series of choking sounds emanated from her throat. Clear the way. Let the air circulate, he shouted, retrieving a pouch of silver needles from his pocket. Chun Fei's commanding tone compelled the crowd to step back. In a blur, with no one able to discern his movements, he swiftly inserted a series of silver needles into the girl's chest and forehead. What kind of technique is this? Can he perform magic? Someone exclaimed, as only a mere 10 seconds had passed since Chun Fei had entered the fray. The girl's condition continued to improve. Her sweat subsided, and she was now adorned with several silver needles. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my friend would have been in grave danger, the girl beside her exclaimed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. As Chun Fei manipulated the needles, the patient began to flutter her eyelids, signaling her return to consciousness. Chun Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Timely intervention had indeed averted a crisis. This seizure is peculiar. It has not lasted long, yet its severity surpasses that of others. The girl beside him nodded vigorously. Exactly. You're quite perceptive. My friend has suffered from this condition for 6 months, and it has worsened each time. Each episode is terrifying. Regrettably, despite consulting numerous doctors, there has been no improvement. They said it was a matter of fate. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. That's because you haven't encountered a competent doctor. What did you say? The girl beside him seemed to glean something from his statement. However, Chun Fei remained focused on his treatment and refrained from elaborating, hoping only for his patient to safely navigate this crisis. His manipulation of the silver needles grew faster, and as he continually adjusted their positions, he began to extract them one by one. When he finally withdrew the last needle, the patient opened her eyes, her breathing steady, her complexion rosy. Aside from a look of confusion, she appeared as any normal person would. Rian, how do you feel? The girl beside her asked, reaching out to support her. The patient blinked. Did I just return from the brink of death? Her tone conveyed a mix of surprise and self-deprecation, clearly indicating this was not her first experience of such a nature. Thanks to this gentleman, the miracle worker, the girl attempted to introduce Chun Fei, only to realize she did not know his name. The girl named Ru Yin expressed her gratitude earnestly. No need for thanks, as the saying goes. A healer's heart is driven by compassion. Saving lives is our duty, Chun Fei replied calmly. Surrounding onlookers chimed in with praise, remarking that there are still good people in the world. This young man was noble-hearted, saving lives without seeking reward, a truly commendable act. Just as everyone assumed Chun Fei would depart amidst the accolades, modestly concealing his merit, he turned to Ru Yin with a serious expression. Please leave your phone number with me, and tell me your destination. If it's not far, I can continue your treatment, addressing both the symptoms and the root cause. The two girls exchanged surprised glances, unsure of how to respond. The crowd's attitude shifted immediately. Some mocked. He clearly has ulterior motives. He was just pretending to be a saint. Now look at how things stand. Beautiful girls are approached directly for their phone numbers. It seems someone intends to pursue them once they step off the vehicle. Such a severe condition like epilepsy cannot possibly be treated effectively by anyone with a modicum of common sense. It is evident that deception is afoot, and this young lady should be cautious to avoid falling prey to financial and emotional exploitation. Upon hearing such ridicule and skepticism, Chun Fei remained unfazed, casting his inquisitive gaze towards Ruyin and her companion, awaiting their response, anticipating Ruyin's decision that could alter the course of her life. I believe you, Ruyin stated almost without hesitation, providing her phone number and address. A smile graced Chun Fei's face, though he felt a tinge of uncertainty about administering treatment on the train. Furthermore, additional medicinal herbs would be necessary. Thus, before he could finish, Rian smiled gently. You saved my life with such miraculous methods. Why would I have any reason to doubt you? Do not mind what others say. If it is inconvenient for you, I can come find you. As for the required herbs, I can prepare them in advance. It is only a minor inconvenience. Chun Fei noted Rian's contact information, indicating that he would arrange the next treatment session according to his schedule before returning to his original seat. At this moment, Li Ruosi, who had been observing the spectacle, regarded Chun Fei with an odd expression, her gaze fixed upon him, making him slightly uneasy. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, Sister, are you developing a crush? Why do you keep staring at me? In a rather blunt manner, Li Ruosi pinched his arm and, gritting her teeth, added, Stop flaunting your pathetic sense of superiority. Who is truly invested in you? I see you're rather keen on the fairer sex. The address the girl mentioned is precisely where we are headed, not too far off. Have you been scheming this all along? Faced with Li Ruosi's expression of skepticism and disdain, Chun Fei merely smirked, recognizing that those with dark thoughts often perceive the world through a gloomy lens. Li Ruosi was taken aback. She had not expected this seemingly carefree individual to articulate such profound insights. Wait a moment, is he insulting me? Li Ruosi, feeling indignant, playfully struck Chun Fei twice and then warned him with a frown, We are about to arrive. You better keep a low profile and not stir up any trouble before our task is complete. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. So, according to you, if we accomplish our mission, I can indulge as I please? Li Ruosi clearly sensed Chun Fei's teasing and provocation. Instead of feeling angry, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Casting a playful glance his way, neither confirming nor denying, leaving Chun Fei with a wealth of imagination. It was as if she was encouraging him to be bolder and more direct. However, Chun Fei then gazed out the window, muttering to himself, This girl's epilepsy is evidently linked to external trauma. It is related to her brain. Li Ruosi bit her lip, snorted disdainfully, and chose to ignore Chun Fei. In the afternoon, the train gradually approached the station. Rin, accompanied by her friend, once again approached Chun Fei to express her gratitude before disembarking. It seems that girl has taken your bait, Li Ruosi teased, pushing Chun Fei playfully, her tone tinged with sarcasm. As Chun Fei turned to inquire about her sudden eagerness to leave with her luggage, he raised an eyebrow. What? Are you in a hurry to check into a hotel? At that moment, many people were around, and Li Ruosi's voice was not low, attracting numerous curious gazes. The men, eyeing Li Ruosi's exquisite beauty and her long legs encased in black stockings, could not help but swallow hard. Their gazes towards Chun Fei were filled with envy and resentment, thinking how fortunate he was to enjoy the company of such a stunning woman before nightfall. Li Ruosi, too, felt the peculiar stares and sentiments directed towards them. Her face darkened, wishing to chase after Chun Fei and give him a good kick at the station entrance. That smug expression on his face clearly suggested he had said that on purpose. With that thought, Li Ruosi, feeling bold, called out, Don't forget to buy some health supplements. You need to replenish. Chun Fei stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Li Ruosi then revealed a victorious smile, exclaiming, Huh, you think you can outsmart me? Chapter 70. The task becomes tedious. Li Ruosi was remarkably efficient in her endeavors. Upon reaching the station, a rideshare vehicle awaited them. What are we about to do? Chun Fei inquired curiously. Just moments ago, he had noticed that the rideshare driver had set the destination to a wellness center. Didn't we agree to check into a hotel? You'll find out soon enough. Just follow my lead and don't mess this up. The success of our mission hinges on you, Li Ruosi replied earnestly, her eyes gradually reflecting encouragement. Chun Fei suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Was this so-called business trip a trap from the very beginning? Are all beautiful women adept at this? Before he could ask more, Li Ruosi, fixated on her phone, seemed to be searching for information. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a modest yet strategically located wellness center. The individual who chose this site must have had insight. The location boasted excellent feng shui, making it ideal for a wellness center, though the building itself left much to be desired. Upon exiting the car, Chun Fei squinted, surveying the surroundings while muttering to himself. All right, enough with the charades. The person in charge soon emerged, and Li Ruosi, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, I will now brief you on the situation. You must absorb this information as quickly as possible. Chun Fei felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't this the same old tactic? You wouldn't divulge the actual circumstances until the final moment, would you? It felt as though a trap was being laid for him. Li Ruosi initially frowned, but her expression softened. To Chun Fei's astonishment, she grasped his hand and, in a teasing tone, began to plead, "Chun Fei, I have my reasons. This situation is somewhat tricky, and I feared you might back out if I told you too soon. However, I have great faith in your abilities. According to my discussions with CEO Shun, there is no one else capable of handling this but you." Chun Fei found himself utterly captivated. Setting aside Li Ruosi's unusually flirtatious demeanor, the mere mention of her consultation with CEO Shun was enough to dispel all his reservations. All right, you've convinced me. Just tell me what is going on," he replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Li Ruosi's eyes sparkled with delight as if a scheme had succeeded, and she quickly explained, "In simple terms, this wellness center has just established a partnership with our company. Do you remember the therapeutic beds we promoted last time? One of the orders came from here. Additionally, there are other medical equipment orders currently under negotiation." Chun Fei frowned. "I am not well versed in business matters. Why are you telling me this?" "Don't be impatient," Li Ruosi retorted, her brow furrowed, seemingly on the verge of losing her temper. However, he quickly suppressed it and continued in a more gentle tone, stating that the issue lies in the fact that at this critical juncture, the sanatorium had received a multitude of complaints from clients, alleging that there were problems with the therapy beds. After several uses, their conditions not only showed no improvement, but rather worsened. Consequently, the sanatorium had been held accountable, not only requiring order cancellations, but also demanding compensation. At this point, Li Ruosi's brows furrowed, her expression filled with concern. Chun Fei pondered for a moment before responding. "So you and Shun Xiangwei mean to imply that I should help those patients recover and quell the incident?" Li Ruosi shook her head, still frowning, and replied, "No. According to our covert investigation, someone is deliberately sabotaging us from behind. Those so-called patients are likely actors arranged for this purpose. Thus, your task is even more daunting than anticipated. It is too." Before Li Ruosi could finish her sentence, a group of people hurriedly exited the sanatorium. Leading them was a woman clad in a white coat, paired with a skirt and stockings, tall and possessing an air of elegance. Her sharp gaze conveyed a sense of decisiveness. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with fair skin and striking features, undeniably a great beauty. How could she arrive so swiftly? "This is all your fault for diverting the conversation. Now there's no time to explain the situation." Li Ruosi lightly stamped her foot, casting a reproachful glance at Chun Fei. "May I inquire if you're a representative Li from the Shin Group? My name is Lu Qingyun, the vice president of the sanatorium, and I have been waiting for you." The tall woman approached, immediately establishing her identity without delay, truly efficient and direct. She exuded an imposing presence, seemingly intending to intimidate both Li Ruosi and Chun Fei. It appeared that this Lu Qingyun did not regard Chun Fei as significant at all, having merely glanced at him before focusing her attention entirely on Li Ruosi. She likely perceived Chun Fei as merely Li Ruosi's subordinate or chauffeur. Li Ruosi sensed Lu Qingyun's aggressive demeanor and quickly composed herself, donning a polite smile. She stepped forward, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Li Ruosi, here on behalf of our general manager Shun to gather information." However, Lu Qingyun did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, she stood firm and coldly stated, "I presume you have reviewed our compensation plan from the sanatorium. Are you intending to proceed with direct compensation?" Chun Fei, standing to the side, felt a surge of anxiety. The attitude from the sanatorium indicated they had no intention of allowing Li Ruosi an opportunity to investigate the truth. They were solely focused on compensation and order cancellations. This task was indeed proving to be more troublesome than expected. Li Ruosi suppressed her anger, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, and replied in a gentle voice, "While we regret the complaints regarding our product, some matters necessitate on-site investigation to reach a conclusion. If the issue genuinely lies with our product, we are open to discussions regarding compensation. However, prior to that, I would like to meet the patients who lodged these numerous complaints. This request, I trust, is not unreasonable." Li Ruosi did not overly concern herself with politeness, emphasizing the other party's identity. After all, she was merely a vice president. There was no need to act so imperiously. Lu Qingyun frowned, stating, I believe there is no need for that. You are in business. What could you possibly discern from interacting with the patients? It will only further incite their anger and complicate our predicament. As Li Ruoxi contemplated her response, Chun Fei leaned closer, interjecting, she is in business. But I'm a healer. If you're not feeling guilty, why prevent us from meeting the complainants? What is your role? Lu Qingyun shot a cold glare at Chun Fei. She had not anticipated that this individual, whom she had deemed insignificant from the start, would dare speak to her in such a manner. He is our company's specially appointed top physician, known as Chun Fei. Li Ruoxi hastily introduced Chun Fei's credentials. The title of top physician was something she had conjured on the spot. However, in her eyes, even if Chun Fei lacked such a title, his remarkable medical skills warranted such recognition. Her belief did not guarantee that others would share the same view. Lu Qingyun cast a skeptical glance at Chun Fei, showing no belief in Li Ruoxi's assertions. Meanwhile, her entourage stepped forward. One man in his 30s, somewhat handsome yet with a hint of femininity in his voice, derisively remarked, the world has truly changed for the worse. Anyone dares to impersonate a physician, even bestowing themselves with a grand title. It's utterly ridiculous. The others around him echoed his disdainful expressions. Li Ruoxi frowned, but before she could respond, Chun Fei faced the man who had just mocked him and retorted coldly. Whether the world is better or worse is not the issue here. Your condescending attitude is truly irksome. Which of your eyes sees me as unworthy of being a physician or deserving of the title of top? Both of my eyes, the man hastily responded, only to realize he had fallen into Chun Fei's trap. He glared at Chun Fei, his brows furrowing as he demanded, if you claim to be a physician or a top one, you must present proof. Do you have a qualification certificate? Any professional title? Which prestigious university did you graduate from? Given your age and demeanor, I suspect you haven't even attended college. Yet here you are, making a fool of yourself with grandiose claims. Chun Fei remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Need proof, do you? Sometimes, facts speak louder than certificates or titles. What facts? Are you referring to some nonsensical facts? The man pressed on, seemingly intent on denying Chun Fei any opportunity to defend himself. Chun Fei replied coolly, you are deficient in yang energy and suffer from kidney issues. The symptoms in your left kidney are particularly severe, causing your body to easily fatigue, with sexual dysfunction requiring medication to maintain. Moreover, excessive medication has burdened your kidneys, creating a vicious cycle from which you cannot recover. You don't spout nonsense. After my surgery, my body has recovered. The previously aggressive man exclaimed in a panic, his voice, already somewhat effeminate, now sounding shrill and peculiar. Yet he adamantly refused to acknowledge that Chun Fei's assessment was accurate. Chun Fei did not pause, but instead pointed at another individual who had mocked his title and softly said, you have severe dampness in your body, experiencing persistent itching day and night. You suffer from serious diarrhea, also requiring medication for long-term control. He then indicated yet another person. As for you, you have neurogenic insomnia, a feeling of heaviness in your lower abdomen, chest tightness, and menstrual irregularities, having visited the hospital twice. Sometimes your period comes only every 2 to 3 months. Chun Fei identified multiple symptoms for each individual without any hesitation, his tone brimming with confidence. Those he had identified initially vehemently denied it, but soon their expressions shifted to shock and alarm. How did you know? Did you investigate our staff in advance? Lu Qingyun's face was etched with shock and skepticism. Through the reactions of her subordinates around her, she inferred that Chun Fei was not merely speaking nonsense. However, how could such a person exist in the world? If he could effortlessly identify the ailments of each individual within mere minutes, without a single error, he would not just be a top-tier physician. He would be a divine healer, transcending the realm of humanity, an impossibility. As an accomplished intellectual, Lu Qingyun had received a superior scientific education from a young age and possessed a certain degree of knowledge related to medicine. This background only fueled her deep suspicion that Chun Fei's remarkable display was premeditated and calculated. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxi, who remained an observer, began to feel a sense of excitement and satisfaction. Indeed, bringing Chun Fei here had proven to be a wise decision. The success of their current task hinged entirely on his performance. All she needed to do was watch quietly. As expected, when Chun Fei faced Lu Qingyun's skepticism, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Raising an eyebrow, He remarked, "Beautiful lady, you are overthinking. You are not significant figures. And we have no knowledge of whom we are meeting today. How could there be prior investigations? Your symptoms are clearly written on your faces. They are immediately discernible, requiring no effort. Stop boasting. Although your performance is quite impressive, it still fails to convince me." Lu Qingyun replied coldly. She was not fond of Chun Fei's flippant demeanor, and she felt a twinge of fear regarding the divine confidence reflected in his gaze. "Not convinced? How about I describe your ailments?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming even more peculiar. "Are you trying to scare me? Go ahead, let us hear it." Lu Qingyun was filled with skepticism. Chun Fei proceeded. "You have an issue with hair loss on the crown of your head. Though you attempt to conceal it by tying up your hair, you cannot deceive my eyes. Furthermore, you experience intermittent pain on both sides of your chest due to obstructed energy pathways." At this point, Lu Qingyun's previously confident expression began to falter. Yet she gritted her teeth defiantly, asking, "Is that all? Do you want me to continue?" "This Vice President Lu, I presume you have never had a boyfriend?" Before Lu Qingyun could react to his bold statement, Chun Fei continued, "It seems you are nearing 30, yet remain untouched. Truly astonishing. I wonder if your air of superiority is simply too off-putting for men." "You scoundrel!" Lu Qingyun, a woman of ambition and stature, was now left seething with anger at Chun Fei's words. His remarks had struck a nerve, revealing the impact they had on her. This was precisely Chun Fei's intention. Being constantly pressured by Lu Qingyun was untenable. He needed to find the right opportunity to retaliate. The most effective method to handle a seemingly aloof woman like her was to provoke her first, making her acknowledge him and gradually lower her defenses, even to the point of losing her composure. At that moment, Lu Qingyun was not only filled with anger, but also felt an overwhelming urge to physically confront Chun Fei. The nearby attendants understood her thoughts well. The effeminate man who had earlier been called out by Chun Fei for his lack of vitality shouted, "Security! Are the guards just standing by while our vice president is publicly humiliated?" Upon hearing the term public humiliation, Lu Qingyun's expression darkened further. Whether the man intended it or not, Lu Qingyun, seeing several burly security guards rushing over, did not intervene. Instead, she crossed her arms, eager to witness Chun Fei's disgrace. Such a disrespectful individual deserved to be taught a lesson, she thought. However, Lu Qingyun soon felt something was amiss. As the guards approached menacingly, Li Ruosi remained calm, merely stepping back a few paces. Chun Fei himself displayed a hint of disdain, as if he regarded the guards as inconsequential. "Kid, causing trouble here is already unacceptable. Now you dare to insult our vice president? Do you know she is the goddess of many men in this facility?" barked a burly guard who appeared to be their leader, glaring at Chun Fei while pointing a finger at him in a condescending manner. "Is she your goddess too?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Of course." The guard leader coughed, asserting his claim. "Then you must be eager to showcase your masculine prowess in front of her, right? But have you considered that being thrown down to the ground by me in front of her might be quite embarrassing? You might even lose the courage to face your goddess again." Chun Fei's words left the onlookers stunned. Was this the attitude and speech of someone about to be beaten? It felt as if he was treating the situation as a mere game. "You bastard, I'll throw you first." The guard leader, now infuriated, lunged at Chun Fei, aiming to grab him by the collar. He had practiced this maneuver before and intended to use his height and weight advantage to throw Chun Fei over his shoulder. Even if he didn't incapacitate him, he aimed to at least leave him dazed and unconscious. However, Chun Fei had accurately perceived the guard leader's disdain and mockery, but was oblivious to the confidence radiating from Chun Fei's eyes. As the large hand came down, it did not grasp Chun Fei's clothing as anticipated. Instead, Chun Fei seized the guard leader's wrist. The stout guard leader then felt as if he were being pulled by an unstoppable force, and with a swift motion, Chun Fei executed a magnificent throw, sending him crashing to the ground before Lu Qingyun and her entourage. The impact reverberated through the earth, and in that instant, the guard leader lost consciousness, resembling a lifeless creature. Instantly, the guards who had been eager to confront Chun Fei were left stunned, retreating without hesitation. "Are you even human? Did you just kill our leader?" someone asked in panic. Chun Fei clapped his hands, glancing at the fallen guard leader, and coldly remarked, "He won't die. But a few broken bones are inevitable. You all witnessed it." He initiated the provocation. "I merely acted in self-defense, as any citizen would." Surely this esteemed facility would not turn truth upside down? His words were clearly directed at Lu Qingyun. At that moment, she was profoundly shaken, regretting not taking Chun Fei seriously from the very beginning. It now appeared that all her preparations, intended to deal with Li Ruosi, had been misdirected. The truly formidable and challenging individual was this young man named Chun Fei, clad in humble attire. Now, whether through posturing or confrontation, she seemed unable to gain the upper hand over him. Regardless of whether one seeks to cancel an order or demand compensation, obstructing others from entering for an investigation is utterly impossible. Thus, Lu Qingyun swiftly made a decision. Ignoring Li Ruosi, she turned her attention to Chun Fei. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, she articulated, "Let me be clear. If you wish to conduct a thorough investigation, do not mention any conditions. You must adhere to my guidance and follow my arrangements." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, stating, "As long as you allow me to delve deeper, I have no objections. If you wish to maintain control, that is acceptable, as long as you are satisfied." Lu Qingyun found his words somewhat off-putting, furrowing her brow, yet could not pinpoint the reason. Ultimately, she turned and walked toward the courtyard. "Chun Fei, what on earth are you doing? I can't shake the feeling that you two are flirting," Li Ruosi remarked, trailing behind him with her suitcase. At this moment, their roles seemed reversed. Chun Fei took the lead, while Li Ruosi became a mere follower. Chun Fei casually replied, "Your feelings are inconsequential. What matters is that I have opened a door. We merely need to meet the complainants to uncover the truth. As for Lu Qingyun, to me, she merely appears to be a touch arrogant, attempting to shift blame onto us. I am confident in dealing with her." Li Ruosi fronat. "I can't help but feel that you might have an interest in this goddess." Chapter 73. The irate complainant Chun Fei paid no heed to Li Ruosi's teasing. Following Lu Qingyun and her entourage, they swiftly entered the main building at the heart of the sanatorium. It was evident that Lu Qingyun held a significant position within the facility. As they passed, employees and leaders of all ages paused to greet her warmly. However, Lu Qingyun maintained a stern expression, devoid of warmth. They ascended to the top floor. Just after turning a corner, a cacophony of furious noises erupted from a nearby room, followed by a frightened young nurse rushing out. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyun's expression darkened further. She cast a deep glance at Chun Fei, her eyes seemingly conveying hidden information. "Vice Dean, I simply cannot continue. The individual inside is throwing things in a fit of rage, tossing whatever is at hand and hurling insults." The young nurse whimpered upon seeing Lu Qingyun. "Enough, enough. The Vice Dean is already quite troubled." One of Lu Qingyun's male subordinates waved dismissively. The nurse lowered her head and hurried away. Lu Qingyun squinted at Chun Fei, muttering that the irate individual in that room was one of the complainants. The others were scattered across several rooms, their conditions worsening daily, resulting in increasingly volatile tempers. If you wish to assess the situation, be prepared mentally. Otherwise, should you enter the ward and face violence, do not say, "I did not warn you." Chun Fei, displaying indifference, prepared to move forward, with Li Ruosi naturally following close behind. However, Lu Qingyun's subordinate obstructed her path. "What do you mean by this?" Li Ruosi, already feeling irked, could no longer contain her frustration. "I permitted Li Fei to investigate. That is a significant concession. I did not imply that you could enter the ward." Lu Qingyun's expression was grave. Li Ruosi was about to argue her case, but Chun Fei winked at her. "It's fine. You rest here for a moment. I shall return shortly, and we will uncover the truth, restoring our company's reputation and possibly alleviating the burden on the sanatorium." As Chun Fei spoke, he arrived at the door of the room from which the earlier commotion had emanated. Before he could enter, he was met with the sight of a dark object being hurled towards him. "Damn!" Chun Fei muttered instinctively, recognizing it as a studded black boot. The throw was precise. Had he not reacted swiftly, it would have struck him squarely in the face. No wonder the young nurse was so eager to resign. This was terrifying. Following closely behind, Lu Qingyun narrowly avoided the boot, her face paling. Chun Fei quickly identified the source of the disturbance, not a patient in bed, but an enraged, middle-aged man standing in the center of the room. "Damn it, what is your sanatorium doing? You claim to be consulting experts on treatment plans, yet the patient's conditions are deteriorating, and they suffer more each day, some even lapsing into comas. If anything happens to my sister, I will hold you all accountable." The man's fury escalated, and he lunged at Chun Fei, seemingly intent on delivering a beating. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, effortlessly dodging the man's punch. He calmly placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Please calm down. While I'm not an expert, I am more capable of resolving issues than they are. The man felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him and found himself uncontrollably pushed into a nearby chair, as Chun Fei remained unfazed, handling the irate family member with ease. Both Lu Qingyun and her accompanying subordinates could not help but feel a mix of astonishment and envy. Chun Fei's focus shifted to the patient lying in the bed, a woman in her 40s, her face gaunt, surrounded by various medical apparatuses and reliant on oxygen. Her condition appeared dire. Without hesitation, Chun Fei began to remove the various tubes and devices from her, even disconnecting her oxygen supply in four. Are you insane? Are you calling for thugs? Do you think I will be intimidated? I will call the police and have you all arrested for negligence. The irate man gritted his teeth, struggling to rise and once again charging at Chun Fei. What are you doing, Chun Fei? Have you lost your mind? Lu Qingyun and her companions were initially taken aback, then quickly began to scold him, attempting to intervene and halt his reckless actions. The patient's condition was already precarious, relying on oxygen and four fluids to sustain her life signs. Now, Chun Fei was removing her means of survival. Was he not committing murder? Lu Qingyun regretted her impulsive decision to bring Chun Fei along, realizing this reckless individual seemed intent on causing harm. Regardless of his intentions, his actions had already dragged the sanatorium into a perilous abyss. Enough with the noise. Chun Fei furrowed his brow, one hand reaching into his pocket. Simultaneously, he raised his other arm, making a sweeping motion. The man who had rushed in, along with Lu Qingyun's subordinates, were pushed back uncontrollably. I have stated my purpose here is to assist. The patient's situation is indeed critical, so do not complicate matters, Chun Fei continued, speaking as his actions persisted. With a flicker of silver, a silver needle emerged from his pocket, piercing the air toward the forehead of the woman in the bed. All of this transpired in a flash. The onlookers, unable to reach Chun Fei in time, were stunned when Lu Qingyun suddenly noticed that the previously unconscious patient had opened her eyes. Everyone return, Lu Qingyun exclaimed, pulling her subordinates back, her expression one of disbelief. To become the deputy director of the sanatorium, Lu Qingyun undoubtedly possesses considerable abilities. At this moment, the patient suddenly regained consciousness, coupled with Chun Fei's remarkable skill in acupuncture, providing ample evidence of his genuine capability and intent to assist. The individuals in the ward were left in a state of shock. When the previously irate family member of the patient raised a chair to strike Chun Fei, the woman in the hospital bed abruptly interjected, "What do you think you're doing? Are you really going to attack my savior?" Chapter 74. The collective poisoning incident. The middle-aged man hesitated, blinking in disbelief. Suddenly, the chair clattered to the ground, causing everyone in the ward to jump in surprise. "You're awake, sister. How did you come to be awake?" The middle-aged man rushed to the bedside, overwhelmed with excitement and speaking incoherently. The woman furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you mean by that? Were you hoping I wouldn't wake up?" It appeared that both siblings had quite the temper. Not only was the middle-aged man stunned, but Lu Qingyun and her entourage were equally dumbfounded, all eager to approach the bedside to ascertain the situation. "Don't come over and be a hindrance. The treatment has just begun," Chun Fei remarked, his expression one of disdain. "What with your arrogance? Don't forget whose territory this is and who has the final say." Lu Qingyun's male subordinate looked pale and immediately began to shout. Yet, the middle-aged man, a family member of the patient, swiftly turned and slapped him across the face, glaring fiercely as he said, "How dare you speak to my sister's savior like that? What if this is your territory? If it weren't for your reckless use of products, my sister wouldn't be bedridden and in a deep coma. If anyone dares to utter another word, I'll break their legs." At that moment, the ward fell silent once more, including Lu Qingyun. All the staff of the sanatorium stood obediently, not daring to breathe loudly. Indeed, this was the domain of the sanatorium, yet the family of the patient held the greatest authority. After all, a single discontented word from them could lead to the exposure of the situation, potentially jeopardizing the sanatorium's future. The effeminate man who had been slapped could only cover his face, enduring the pain as he shrank away. Although the woman in the hospital bed had awakened, she appeared unable to move, her face gradually reflecting a look of anguish and despair. "Young man," she spoke, "though you have saved my life, and I should thank you, My body feels as if all my bones have turned to soft noodles. I cannot move at all. What difference is there between living like this and being dead? Chun Fei slowly extracted the silver needles from the woman, frowning slightly as he responded, Indeed. Being unable to move is quite distressing, but consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man spoke, gazing at Chun Fei with a mix of hope and anxiety. The woman in the bed struggled slightly, clearly sensing hope in Chun Fei's words. Yet her body lacked the strength to support her, her muscles weak and limp, unable even to lift her head. Don't move around, Chun Fei cautioned. He continued, I can completely treat your symptoms. If the sanatorium cooperates and gathers the necessary materials, you will be able to get out of bed in no time. Is that true? You must not make baseless claims. Lu Qingyun interjected, unable to contain her skepticism. You. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, causing Lu Qingyun's complexion to pale, her heart filled with frustration and anger. After all, she had graduated with honors from a top domestic academy and held a significant position at the sanatorium. Usually, she was treated with respect, even flattery. Yet now, she found herself being scolded, unable to muster any retort, feeling quite humiliated. However, more than her pride, Lu Qingyun was concerned about whether Chun Fei was genuinely capable or merely boasting. Since a number of patients at the sanatorium had simultaneously exhibited symptoms of bone softening and muscle weakness, even descending into comas, the institution had taken the matter seriously, consulting numerous esteemed doctors. Yet, none had identified the cause, ultimately pointing fingers at a recently acquired batch of therapeutic beds, suggesting they were poorly designed or made from faulty materials. Consequently, the patients and their families erupted in protest. Lu Qingyun had been overwhelmed by the situation, striving to shift all blame onto the supplier, the Shun Group. In her view, this was not shirking responsibility, but rather a necessary action as the sanatorium had operated for a long time without such incidents. Moreover, the afflicted patients had indeed been among the first to use the new therapeutic beds. All of this seemed far from coincidental. It was for this reason that Lu Qingyun had resolutely decided from the outset not to grant Chun Fei and Li Ruosi the opportunity to investigate, as it would be a waste of time and might incite further anger from the patients and their families. Now, hearing Chun Fei claim that such symptoms could be easily resolved filled her with both surprise and deep skepticism. If he could truly cure them, it would be a cause for celebration, and she might even treat Chun Fei and his associates to a meal in gratitude. However, if he failed to deliver, having made grand promises, the repercussions would not only fall on the Shun Group, but also on the sanatorium and herself as deputy director. Unsure whether to inquire further, fearing repercussions, Lu Qingyun could only cast a pitiful glance at Chun Fei, hoping he would provide some clarity. Otherwise, she felt a constant, impending sense of collapse. In fact, not just Lu Qingyun, but the woman in the bed and the middle-aged man were both anxiously awaiting a resolution. Chun Fei did not respond directly, but instead reached out to Lu Qingyun, asking for paper and pen. I will write the prescription. You can procure the herbs. Lu Qingyun hesitated for a brief moment before promptly commanding her aides to prepare the necessary items. Chun Fei took the paper and pen, swiftly writing down the names and quantities of over a dozen herbs. Prepare me a set of tools for decocting the medicine, and do it quickly. I have no time to waste here. He carried an air of authority, making one wonder if he were the true master of the sanatorium. Although Lu Qingyun felt displeased, she personally took the prescription, glanced at it, and handed it to her most trusted subordinate. Follow Mr. Chun Fei's instructions and prepare everything immediately. It must be fast. After offering some words of comfort to the patient, Chun Fei turned and exited the ward, his expression remaining grim. Lu Qingyun seized the opportunity to catch up to him, grabbing his arm and frowning as she asked, Are you truly confident? Or are you merely pretending? Why do you look so worried? Don't lead me astray. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, questioning, Lead you astray? It seems to me that your sanatorium is the one deceiving us. Do you know why the patients have developed this condition of osteomalacia? Chapter 75. Osteomalacia powder. Lu Qingyun's expression turned perplexed, her delicate brows knitting together as she inquired, What do you mean by that? Are you already looking to shift the blame? Don't think that your earlier performance can absolve you of responsibility. Even if you truly heal the patients, you shall not shift the blame onto our sanatorium. Chun Fei displayed a look of disdain. Shifting blame? That is the behavior of the incompetent, those who indiscriminately pass the buck. We possess ample evidence indicating that the issue lies with your therapeutic beds. How can you call that shifting blame? Lu Qingyun's voice rose several octaves. Evidence? What evidence do you have? Please enlighten me. Chun Fei insisted with determination. At that moment, Li Ruosi, who was anxiously waiting by the door, approached. Unaware of the events unfolding within the ward, she could tell from Chun Fei's demeanor that he exuded newfound confidence. The evidence is that only those who have come into contact with the therapy bed exhibit the terrifying symptoms observed in the patient inside. Those who continue to use the old product show no signs of illness. Furthermore, after we replaced the therapy bed, such occurrences ceased entirely. Is that not sufficient to illustrate the issue? Lu Qingyun articulated clearly, her face displaying an unwavering conviction. Foolishness. Chun Fei scoffed. Don't overstep your bounds. Whether the illness can be cured remains uncertain, so what gives you the right to judge me? Lu Qingyun felt a surge of anger, unable to suppress her urge to lash out. This Chun Fei was insufferable, particularly with that inexplicable confidence plastered across his face, driving her to the brink of madness. Where did he draw such assurance? Who bestowed upon him this courage? Is Liang Jingru aware of this? Li Ruosi gazed at Chun Fei with curiosity. Having collaborated with him multiple times, she was somewhat familiar with his temperament and style of work. If he dared to label the youthful and beautiful Lu Qingyun as foolish, it was undoubtedly backed by substantial evidence. Indeed, after Lu Qingyun finished her tirade, Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and stated, "The reason I can assert that the issue lies with you is that I have already identified the cause of the illness." He continued, "It is laughable that such a high-end wellness center, boasting numerous experts, cannot even ascertain such an evident cause of symptoms, yet continues to blame others and shift responsibility. Is that not ignorance?" Suppressing her rage, Lu Qingyun clenched her fists and demanded, "What is the cause? Spare me the circumlocution and tell me directly." Chun Fei glanced around before coldly declaring, "Poisoning. If other patients exhibit similar symptoms, it indicates collective poisoning. The therapy bed itself cannot be toxic, as I have used it previously. Thus, I can conclude that these patients were poisoned within your wellness center. As for why only those who have used the therapy bed are affected, the answer is evident." At this point, a hint of disdain and skepticism flickered across Chun Fei's face. "You are speaking nonsense," Lu Qingyun nearly shouted, her face flushed with anger. "Everything you say is unfounded. Even if poisoning were true, why can no one else detect it? Furthermore, how can you assert that the toxins did not originate from the therapy bed? After all, your therapy bed is constructed from many advanced synthetic materials, and the negative impacts of modern technology often lead to poisoning incidents." Lu Qingyun believed her argument was sound, dismissing Chun Fei as merely fabricating claims to deflect blame. This was absolutely unacceptable. Yet Chun Fei maintained his confident demeanor and responded slowly. "Because such toxins are not inherent to the materials, but are concocted by someone with profound medical knowledge using ancient formulas. It is called soft bone powder." Initially taken aback, Lu Qingyun soon couldn't help but mock him. "You must have read too many martial arts novels. There is no such thing as soft bone powder in the world. Even if it exists, how can you prove it was the poison from our wellness center?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Lu Qingyun, lowering his voice to say, "Proving it is simple. This poison can only enter the body through food. The meals consumed by these individuals are provided by your wellness center, correct? A thorough examination of the food will yield evidence." Startled by Chun Fei's proximity, Lu Qingyun felt a rush of warmth and anxiety. Despite her initial disdain for him, she begrudgingly acknowledged his capability and even a certain charm. Unlike other men who would be utterly captivated by her beauty, he stood his ground, undeterred. Having enjoyed various privileges and adoration, Lu Qingyun experienced an inexplicable sensation after being challenged by Chun Fei, a strange exhilaration that coursed through her nerves. Flustered, she took a step back, furrowing her brow. "What are you being so secretive about? Can't you speak plainly?" "Of course not." Chun Fei leaned closer again, continuing in a hushed tone. "The poisoner is connected to your wellness center. If this information leaks, do you think they will continue to administer poison regularly?" Lu Qingyun's expression shifted once more. "Are you suggesting that someone is poisoning them on a schedule? That's impossible. Who would dare to do such a thing? This cannot possibly be the doing of our wellness center. The cost of seeking compensation would be far too high." A wave of fear washed over her. If the poisoner was indeed linked to the wellness center, or if Chun Fei maintained that it was due to negligence on their part, the situation could escalate drastically. Rest assured, I, Chun Fei, possess discernment and will not speak carelessly, unlike certain individuals who lash out indiscriminately. Once we capture the poisoner, I will surely uncover the truth behind this conspiracy. Chun Fei's tone turned icy. You, who are you implying is reckless? Lu Qingyun's face turned pale. Whoever it is knows their own heart, but I did not name anyone specifically. Why are you so anxious? Chun Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Qingyun desperately wanted to retaliate, yet she was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and realized she had completely lost control. Reluctantly, she decided to follow Chun Fei's lead in his investigation. As they spoke, the elevator doors opened in the distance, and a man pushed a food cart towards them. Chun Fei's eyes narrowed. Speak of the devil. The server, a man in his 30s clad in employee attire, approached with a warm smile. Noticing Lu Qingyun and her companions at the ward's entrance, he greeted them with a distant nod, while others remained oblivious. Chun Fei keenly observed a fleeting glimmer of anxiety in the man's eyes upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces in the corridor. Though he masked it well, his unease was palpable. This man is suspicious, Chun Fei concluded immediately and asked, Director Lu, is there a fixed staff for delivering meals? Lu Qingyun paused. How would I know such details? She then turned her gaze to an aide nearby. One of them quickly stood up to respond, yes. The meal delivery personnel are indeed fixed for each floor. Before he could finish, Chun Fei had already stepped towards the man pushing the food cart. Scrutinizing him intently, the man furrowed his brow slightly, but maintained a facade of polite hospitality, attempting to avert his gaze and pass by Chun Fei. Stop! Chun Fei firmly grasped the cart, preventing it from moving. The man, frustrated, demanded, What do you think you're doing? I'm just a delivery worker. Why are you making this difficult for me? Lu Qingyun's aide rushed over, echoing, Exactly. We've tolerated you for long enough. Don't forget whose territory this is. Even if you're here to investigate, you cannot act as you please. When the man pushing the food cart mentioned the investigation, his hand trembled slightly, and his demeanor became noticeably uneasy. Chun Fei had been observing him closely, taking in every change and reaction, ignoring Lu Qingyun's subordinate. Chun Fei continued to block the cart and inquired, The diets of these patients have been provided by you recently. Haven't they? And what if they have? The man retorted, his agitation growing. What exactly do you intend to do? If we waste time, the food will cool, and the patients will be irritable. His brow furrowed even deeper as he pressed forward, attempting to force his way past. Yet, Chun Fei stood his ground, preventing the cart from moving an inch. With a cold smirk, he remarked, I am not concerned about the food cooling. Rather, I fear that someone may have added something harmful to it. The man shuddered, his eyes flickering. Are you out of your mind? What do you get off making such baseless accusations? Do you think our sanatorium operates without rules? What do you think of our deputy director? His words were clearly intended to sow discord. Not only Lu Qingyun's subordinate felt uneasy, even she herself sensed the offense. Realizing Chun Fei's blatant suspicion was a step too far, she frowned, preparing to intervene, believing there was no need for such a spectacle. Even if Chun Fei had his doubts, he seemed to revel in ostentation, flaunting his authority unnecessarily. Before Lu Qingyun could approach, Chun Fei suddenly moved forward and lifted the lid of the cart. Beneath the metallic cover was a steaming pot of porridge, likely a nutritious variety that emitted a delightful aroma. Chun Fei glanced at it, and then turned his attention back to the increasingly agitated man. This porridge looks quite appetizing. Why don't you have a bowl to prove that there's nothing wrong with it? If you dare to drink it and nothing happens, I will promptly apologize to you and to the entire sanatorium, regardless of any compensation demands from your institution, which I can assure you will be honored by the Shun Group. At this proclamation, Lu Qingyun's face turned ashen. Chun Fei, this insufferable man, had moved far too quickly, changing the subject in front of so many people. Now, even if she wished to intervene, it was far too late. Are you insane? How could there be anything wrong with such fine porridge meant for patients? Why would I? The man pushing the cart angrily countered Chun Fei's claim. However, before he could finish, he found Chun Fei right in front of him, swiftly grasping his collar. Are you looking for trouble? The man cursed, swinging a fist, but then suddenly felt his throat tighten as if all strength had been sapped from his body, rendering him powerless. He was involuntarily pressed against the cart, face up. Chun Fei, what are you doing? This isn't the place for your antics. Lu Qingyun and her subordinates rushed over. Had they not previously witnessed Chun Fei's terrifying combat prowess, they might have already acted. Instead, they could only glare sternly. Chun Fei glanced at the struggling delivery man and then picked up a spoon, dipping it into the steaming pot of porridge. He gently blew on it and then turned to the furious Lu Qingyun. If you truly believe there's nothing wrong with this porridge, why not take a sip? Neither Lu Qingyun nor her subordinates dared to comply. Although they did not believe Chun Fei's suspicions were legitimate, they had no evidence to prove his claims false. Even the slightest chance of danger was too great a risk to take. The thought of potentially being poisoned, succumbing to a state akin to a jellyfish in a bed, slipping into a deep coma was terrifying, worse than death itself. The group recoiled, and Lu Qingyun's expression darkened further. Chun Fei chuckled and brought the spoonful of porridge closer to the mouth of the man he had subdued. The man's face turned pale with fear. Shaking his head vigorously, panic evident in his eyes. I could tell from your eyes that something was amiss. It appears my suspicions were well-founded. Chun Fei shot a glance at Lu Qingyun, who now bore an expression of terror and unease, having grasped the grave truth of the situation. Chun Fei, may I speak with you privately? Lu Qingyun suddenly interjected, softening her tone to a near plea. Please. Chapter 77. Lu Qingyun's helplessness. The employees of the sanatorium looked on in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The vice director, Lu Qingyun, was publicly pleading with someone. This was something they could scarcely fathom. Those closest to Lu Qingyun understood just how proud and cold she usually was. Even in the face of patients with exceptional backgrounds, she would never deign to bow. Yet here was Chun Fei, a brash and chaotic adversary whom she had only met for less than an hour, compelling her to relinquish her dignity and pride, to plead earnestly. Chun Fei hesitated. His intention was to publicly expose the matter, ensuring the sanatorium could not deny it, allowing him to extricate himself from the situation. However, at that moment, Li Ruosi approached and whispered, advising against escalating the situation too much, as a strained relationship with the sanatorium would not benefit them. Chun Fei nodded in agreement. No problem. Let us find a suitable place to discuss this. Lu Qingyun was seething. Here she was, the proud vice director, lowering herself to plead with him, and he was unyielding. Yet, as Li Ruosi spoke, he immediately shifted his stance. Was this intentional provocation? Despite her anger, Lu Qingyun was pragmatic, quickly conceding and signaling her subordinates to clear the way to a nearby stairwell. Chun Fei, still wielding the spoon, dragged the delivery man into the stairwell. Only then did he release him, but the man wasted no time attempting to flee downstairs. Chun Fei swiftly closed the distance, delivering a kick to his abdomen. The man groaned, clutching his stomach and crouching down. I say, Director Lu, it seems there is no need for further investigation. Either this fellow drinks the porridge, or we take him directly to the police, leaving the rest to them. The man immediately panicked. No, I can't drink that porridge. It could kill someone. Don't take me to the police. I'll do anything. Lu Qingyun was utterly despondent. Chun Fei was right. There was no need for further inquiry, but calling the police was out of the question. Should they involve law enforcement, the sanatorium would face ruin. This employee had been hired by the institution and had been working there for several months. Regardless of his motives for tampering with the food, the sanatorium would bear the responsibility. Consequently, Lu Qingyun stepped forward, suggesting, let us first ascertain what exactly has transpired, and then we can discuss the next steps. She implored Chun Fei, her tone unusually gentle, almost submissive. Li Ruosi observed the exchange, barely containing her amusement, while secretly admiring Chun Fei's tactics. This individual possesses such means and charm that no matter how aloof one may be, facing him ultimately leads to compliance. Director Lu, had you exhibited this demeanor from the outset, we could have spared ourselves considerable time. Chun Fei raised his eyebrows, adopting a tone of admonishment. Lu Qingyun was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet he repeatedly reminded himself to remain composed, nodding in acknowledgement. Chun Fei, sensing the opportunity, swiftly lifted the sweating delivery man and coldly stated, you have but one chance to answer. Should I detect even a hint of dishonesty, I shall force you to consume half a bucket of gruel before sending you to the police station. Do you understand? The man nodded vigorously. Who sent you to poison? What is their objective? Chun Fei inquired icily. Lu Qingyun and Li Ruosi, standing nearby, wore grave expressions, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, the man could only manage a bitter smile. I do not know their intentions. I was merely given 100,000 yuan to administer poison daily. I met him during a gambling event. He was quite affluent and even cleared my debts. Chun Fei furrowed his brow, pressing for more details. But aside from the information just divulged, there was nothing further to glean. Where's the poison? How'd they deliver it to you? Chun Fei persisted. It was given to me all at once, the man replied honestly, gesturing toward his pocket. Lu Qingyun attempted to snatch it, but Chun Fei was quicker. In an instant, he produced a small vial containing remnants of a white powder at the bottom. This must be it. It is indeed soft bone powder. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, pocketing the vial, then addressing Lu Qingyun, who wore a displeased expression, remarked, "It seems your sanatorium has quite lax management. A gambler has been exploited to poison patients, tarnishing our product's reputation. Can you bear this responsibility?" Lu Qingyun gritted her teeth. "As long as you do not make a scene and can actually cure those who have been poisoned, our contract remains valid, and we will procure all our medical supplies from your company. Is that agreeable?" Beside them, Li Ruosi was nearly bursting with excitement, signaling Chun Fei to seize the moment and agree to the proposal to avoid losing a cooked duck. Yet, Chun Fei appeared intent on challenging Lu Qingyun, shaking his head and saying, "For business matters, you should discuss them with General Manager Li. I'm not involved in that. However, doesn't Director Lu owe me an apology? From the beginning, you dismissed me and questioned my intentions, which I found quite displeasing. Should I become unhappy, I may very well publicize this matter, which would not affect our company adversely." Lu Qingyun was genuinely frightened, but she found it exceedingly difficult to apologize in front of her employees. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If you can adhere to our previous agreement and cure all symptomatic patients promptly, I shall sincerely apologize to you. However, if you fail, this matter must remain confidential, and no unreasonable demand shall be made. In an instant, the apology transformed into a provocation. Lu Qingyun indeed demonstrated some emotional intelligence. Li Ruosi felt that Lu Qingyun had overstepped and intended to caution Chun Fei. Yet, Chun Fei readily agreed, "No problem. We possess the capability to overcome any challenge. This matter is now in your hands. I trust you are prepared?" Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Someone called out, "Director Lu, are you there? The herbs and tools are ready. Chun Fei, it's your turn. You must succeed." Li Ruosi encouraged, her spirits high. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, his demeanor relaxed, of course. "But I'm doing this for the patients, unlike certain individuals who only care about face and profit." Chapter 78. Here at hand, Lu Qingyun clenched her fists, repeatedly reminding herself to endure for the greater good, for the sanatorium, and for her position. Endure, to minimize chaos. Lu Qingyun provided Chun Fei with an empty patient room. Watching as Chun Fei tossed various herbs into the cauldron, he concocted remedies with ease. Given their severe poisoning, can you truly resolve this with merely one type of herbal medicine? Lu Qingyun exclaimed, her eyes wide with skepticism. Chun Fei paid her no mind, occasionally stirring the concoction with his tools. "You best ensure these ingredients are genuinely effective." Lu Qingyun, infuriated, crossed her arms and stepped back. In the room, only Li Ruosi appeared at ease, watching Chun Fei with admiration as he prepared the medicine. In merely 15 minutes, Chun Fei cast aside his tools and declared, "Dilute the concoction with hot water. Each person should drink a large bowl, and I guarantee they will be cured." Is that true? The medicine smells so foul. If it fails, the patients' families will surely erupt with anger. One of Lu Qingyun's subordinates questioned, pinching their nose. They remained unconvinced that a simple herbal broth could remedy such peculiar ailments. "I've done all I can. Whether you believe it is up to you. If you continue to delay, we may as well announce the truth about the patient's poisoning." Chun Fei's patience was wearing thin. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and serve the medicine to the patients. No one is to disturb me without my command." Lu Qingyun reprimanded coldly, unable to offend Chun Fei. She took her frustration out on her unfortunate subordinates. They dared not delay, covering their noses as they carried the medicine outside. Soon, complaints from patients and their families echoed in the hall. "What is this? It smells horrendous. Is your sanatorium mad?" Lu Qingyun's expression darkened. She wanted to inquire about the efficacy of the concoction and its underlying principles. But Chun Fei had already begun discussing celebratory dinner plans with Li Ruosi in a light-hearted tone. Lu Qingyun gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her anger. Suddenly, A commotion erupted outside, growing increasingly chaotic. "You scoundrel! Your medicine has clearly failed. You must take full responsibility." Lu Qingyun enunciated each word with emphasis. With a loud bang, the door swung open. One of Lu Qingyun's subordinates rushed in, wiping sweat from his brow. "Did I not instruct you that no one is allowed to enter without my command?" Lu Qingyun's irritation peaked. "Deputy Director, come quickly." After just one bowl of the medicine, the patients are sweating profusely and can actually stand. Her subordinate exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. "What? They can stand?" Joy flooded Lu Qingyun's face. After casting a deep glance at Chen Fei, she hurriedly left the room. At that moment, cheers of joy and excitement erupted from the patient rooms lining the corridor. When Chen Fei and Li Ruosi exited, they witnessed several patients, assisted by medical staff and family members, displaying expressions of elation as they attempted to walk. With each step, their bodily functions seemed to revive. Some even managed to walk unaided. "Chen Fei, you did it. I knew that with your involvement, nothing would be impossible." Li Ruosi was filled with excitement as she embraced Chen Fei, her fair complexion flushing with exhilaration. The close proximity and the physical contact stirred a warmth within Chen Fei, prompting him to nearly succumb to the urge to plant a kiss on her lovely face. Clearing his throat, Chen Fei coughed a couple of times, prompting Li Ruosi to release him, feigning composure as she adjusted her hairstyle. "We're going out for dinner soon, and it's on me, so please don't hesitate. What would you like to eat?" Chen Fei pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "I've heard that top-grade wagyu paired with caviar is quite exquisite. Ideally, we could also open a bottle of red wine aged for several decades." Li Ruosi's face turned pale, her eyes twitching slightly. "Chen Fei, you truly are remarkable. You are the most extraordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner I have ever encountered. Mr. Chen, may I inquire where you learned such extraordinary medical skills? If you have time in the future, could I perhaps seek your guidance?" Several subordinates of Lu Qingyun eagerly surrounded Chen Fei, showering him with compliments and attempting to curry favor, their demeanor having shifted dramatically from prior skepticism and ridicule. Chen Fei responded with a light-hearted laugh, engaging with them amicably, which made Lu Qingyun, who was observing the situation from a distance, feel a twinge of discomfort. Composing herself, she approached with a stern expression. "You all should stop bothering Mr. Chen. I will handle the remaining matters on behalf of the Wellness Center. Please attend to the patients." Reluctantly, the subordinates departed from Chen Fei's side. Chen Fei grinned at Lu Qingyun as she approached. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Director Lu, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, shouldn't you do something in return?" Lu Qingyun clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms, her complexion shifting from green to white. Finally, gritting her teeth, she bowed deeply before Chen Fei in front of everyone in the corridor. "I apologize, Mr. Chen. The earlier misunderstandings were entirely my fault. Please forgive me." Chen Fei graciously waved his hand. "It's all right. Having the humility to admit your mistakes is commendable." Li Ruosi chimed in, "Director Lu, don't forget about the outstanding payment from our company, and you also promised to place an order for our products. Although there's no formal contract. I remember our conversation quite clearly. Please don't go back on your word." Lu Qingyun's expression darkened instantly. Despite being the vice director, fulfilling the previous commitments regarding the so-called order would indeed prove to be a challenge. Yet at this moment, she could only nod in agreement, suppressing her displeasure as she personally escorted Chen Fei and Li Ruosi out of the Wellness Center. Watching as Chen Fei and Li Ruosi walked arm in arm, their expressions light and laughter shared, Lu Qingyun muttered through clenched teeth, "What is so impressive about him? It's merely a matter of understanding some medicine. Why the arrogance?" As Lu Qingyun turned to re-enter the Wellness Center, in a corner of the parking lot at the entrance, a nondescript vehicle contained a man who picked up the phone, informing his boss that the fish had taken a bait. Chapter 79. The Zhang family's conspiracy in a luxurious villa at the heart of Zhongzhou City. Zhang Tianfeng, the head of a top-tier family and a wealthy magnate, was listening to a report from his subordinate. "Boss, the person we sent to monitor has been identified. It's that fellow named Chen Fei. He is accompanied by a beautiful woman, seemingly a senior executive from the Shen Group." Zhang Tianfeng's expression darkened. Ever since his son, Zhang Shihao, was incapacitated by Chen Fei, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night. His mind was consumed with thoughts of eliminating Chen Fei. However, due to Luo Sihai's interference, he was forbidden from seeking revenge against Chen Fei and Shen Xiangwei in Zhongzhou City. Zhang Tianfeng was wary of such a powerful figure and dared not openly defy him. Nevertheless, that did not mean the Zhang family could simply swallow their anger and endure. Chun Fei, your demise is imminent. I've gone to great lengths to draw you out of Zhongzhou City. You shall not see the light of tomorrow. And before your demise, you will endure unimaginable suffering and torment. In that damned Shun Xiangwei, once I eliminate Chun Fei, the entire Shun family shall be obliterated, Zhang Tianfeng declared through gritted teeth. He then issued orders to his subordinate, commanding the leader of the assassin team. Tonight, there must be success. Failure is not an option. In a taxi, Chun Fei sneezed several times. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Which little rascal is secretly talking about me?" Sitting beside him, Li Ruosi chuckled. "Do I even need to ask? It's definitely Lu Qingyan. That proud and cold person really lost face in front of you today." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. Isn't she being a bit unreasonable? I managed to suppress such a serious incident at the wellness center and resolved it smoothly. In ancient times, wouldn't that warrant a deep sense of gratitude? Li Ruosi's smile faded instantly as she shot him a fierce glare. "You really do have a liking for someone like Lu Qingyan, don't you? What do I lack compared to her?" Shen Fei Gaspat, finding Inusansa, Li Ruosi. "We are speaking of Lu Qingyan. Why are you feeling jealous? By the way, you promised to take me to enjoy Wagyu and red wine. You would go back on that, would you?" Half an hour later, Chun Fei and Li Ruosi found themselves seated opposite each other in a self-service steak restaurant. Chun Fei looked disdainfully at the menu. "I say, Ms. Li, you are rather frugal, aren't you? I accompanied you on this business trip, overcoming various challenges and resolving issues along the way. How did our agreement for decades-old red wine turn into something merely worth a few bucks? What about my Wagyu?" Li Ruosi appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Well, Wagyu is still beef. It's just not as exceptional as the legends claim. Recently, I've been a bit reckless with my spending. You'll have to make do for now. If you really aren't willing, I could express my gratitude in other ways." At this, a charming glimmer appeared in Li Ruosi's eyes, filled with implications. Chun Fei blinked, intrigued. "Other ways? That sounds fine. Once we reach the hotel and you've freshened up, come to my room, and I'll provide you with an opportunity to express your gratitude." Li Ruosi's face flushed a deep crimson. Her allure intensified as she shot Chun Fei a coy glance, softly murmuring her agreement. After that, it seemed her mind wandered elsewhere, and she struggled to eat her steak. Before Chun Fei could finish his meal, Li Ruosi urged him to leave in haste, claiming she was tired and wished to return to the hotel to rest. Chun Fei paid little mind, swallowing a couple more bites of steak and finishing his drink before rising to leave. "Chun Fei, the hotel I booked online is just ahead. About 2 stops away. Why don't we walk together?" Li Ruosi suggested, her cheeks still flushed, her gaze flickering as she avoided direct eye contact with Chun Fei. Yet, she remained close to him, leaning in as if they were a young couple in love. Given the vicinity of the wellness center, the area was relatively secluded, and there were few pedestrians on the streets after dark. As they walked and chatted, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. However, upon reaching a supermarket, Li Ruosi coughed lightly and glanced at the adult product vending machine beside the entrance. "Should we, perhaps, prepare some supplies?" Chun Fei frowned, glancing at the vending machine, utterly unaware of its purpose. Having never encountered such a thing during his time on a mountain, he inquired, "Prepare for what?" Li Ruosi azitata. "Did you not ask me to come to your room tonight? I was just preparing some things." Chun Fei found this increasingly perplexing. The conversation seemed utterly disconnected. He casually replied, "No need for that. I'm not one to fuss over details." "Very well then." Li Ruosi cumplia, adorably linking her arm with Chun Fei's as they continued their stroll. Chun Fei realized he rather enjoyed this leisurely walk with the beautiful Li, especially relishing the tranquility it brought. The hustle and bustle of the vibrant city faded into the background, lifting his spirits considerably. Unfortunately, this peace was short-lived. Just as they approached a hotel on the outskirts of a neighborhood, Chun Fei felt a sudden jolt of unease in his chest. He was certain that this sensation was not provoked by Li Ruosi. Typically, such physical reactions signified impending danger. In this unfamiliar city, with scarcely a soul or vehicle in sight, what could possibly pose a threat? Chun Fei dared not be complacent, for this instinct had been honed since childhood, when his master had left him alone in the wilderness to cultivate an acute awareness of danger. Maintaining his pace, Chun Fei engaged Li Ruosi in conversation while discreetly scanning their surroundings. Numerous dark alleyways loomed nearby, devoid of light, yet apart from the occasional passerby, nothing seemed amiss. Chun Fei, what is wrong? Li Ruosi noticed something was off in his demeanor. Turning her head, she examined him curiously. It's nothing, but if something happens, stay close to me and follow my lead without acting impulsively, he replied calmly as he stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving a pouch containing silver needles. This item served as both a benevolent tool for healing and a lethal weapon for combat. You can't possibly be planning to do something here in such a hurry, can you? Li Ruosi misinterpreted Chun Fei's vigilance. Her voice tinged with nervous excitement as she noticed his keen attention to the shadowy alleys. Chapter 80. Night Raid. Unbeknownst to Chun Fei, Li Ruosi's thoughts were far from his own. He had no time to address her inquiries, as he increasingly sensed danger closing in, an imminent threat looming. Unbeknownst to him, several figures had appeared both behind and ahead, seemingly returning home from work. Yet, Chun Fei was certain that the individuals approaching were discreetly monitoring him, synchronizing their movements with the footsteps behind him, maintaining an unnaturally consistent distance. Li Ruosi seemed to sense something was amiss, feeling as though they were being encircled. In the alley, a few more figures silently emerged, brazenly fixated on Chun Fei. The foremost man wore a chilling smile. At that moment, Chun Fei felt as if he had become prey. He halted abruptly, swiftly assessing the situation, and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" The man approaching revealed a sinister grin. "Nothing much, just someone paid to take your life." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Fei drew his hand from his pocket, releasing a flurry of silver needles. Under his precise control, they glimmered in the night like shooting stars, accurately targeting the nearest assailants. Simultaneously, he swiftly pulled Li Ruosi's slender waist, guiding her towards an unoccupied alley on the left. Without glancing back to see how many adversaries had fallen to the silver needles, he darted into the alley, sensing safety within its confines. The assailants were caught off guard by Chun Fei's rapid reaction and his immediate counterattack, incapacitating 3 of their comrades with the silver needles. Although merely punctured, those 3 were rendered incapacitated, unable to partake in the ensuing confrontation. "Damn, this guy's indeed formidable," one of the remaining assailants cursed, quickly rallying the others to pursue Chun Fei into the alley. "Don't worry, if he truly had the upper hand, he wouldn't be running around blindly. I recall that ahead lies a dead end. He won't escape," a companion cautioned. "Chun Fei, what just happened? Are these people after us? Could be Lu Qingyan?" Li Ruosi stumbled alongside Chun Fei, now realizing they were headed towards a dead end, panic rising within her. Yet upon seeing the dead end, Chun Fei felt a sense of relief. He pushed Li Ruosi against the wall, turning to her as he spoke. "Remember what I said earlier. Stay put and don't be afraid. Just follow my instructions and you'll be safe." Though terrified, Li Ruosi had seen enough alongside Chun Fei to recognize the gravity of the situation. After a brief nod, she pressed against the wall, remaining perfectly still. Meanwhile, several figures began to emerge from the alleyway, steadily closing in. Indeed, a dead end. This is what happens when one panics and loses their way, the lead assailant taunted, while the others wore expressions of disdain, clearly perceiving Chun Fei as a helpless target with no chance of escape. "It may be a dead end, but it is one I have deliberately chosen for you," Chun Fei retorted, his hand once more delving into his pocket, a wry smile gracing his lips. Upon noticing his movement, the approaching figures braced themselves, raising their arms defensively, halting their advance. However, Chun Fei's hand emerged from his pocket not with a weapon, but rather a cigarette, which he nonchalantly placed between his lips before retrieving a lighter. With a flick, the flame illuminated the dim alley, casting a bright glow on Chun Fei's nonchalant visage, exuding an air of casual charm. Li Ruosi, standing slightly behind him, found herself momentarily entranced, murmuring, "So handsome, damn it, he is mocking us." The assassins felt their pride wounded, aghast at this target. Chun Fei could still afford to smoke and appear composed in front of so many elite killers. "Finish him," a voice in the darkness commanded. The 2 foremost assassins swiftly split, executing a coordinated attack towards Chun Fei at breakneck speed, performing agile maneuvers that blurred their positions in the low light. Yet such tricks appeared laughable in Chun Fei's eyes. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he looked upon their antics with disdain. allowing them to close in. As they aimed for his throat and abdomen, they suddenly realized the figure before them, with a cigarette and an expression of irreverence, had vanished from sight. Above, one of their comrades shouted, prompting the two assassins to instinctively glance upward, only to find Chun Fei had already leapt into the air. Before they could react, he landed a solid punch on each of their heads, striking with precision. It felt as though a watermelon had been smashed. Two assassins collapsed limply to the ground, their knives snatched away by Chun Fei before they fell. My goodness, is this boy even human? His movements are astonishingly swift. The elite assassins opposite him suddenly felt a chill creep over their heads, their heartbeats accelerating. The fierce confidence they once held had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of oppression and fear arising from the depths of their hearts. Just moments ago, they had spoken of someone offering money to take my life. Now, I wish to ascertain who, in their idleness, sent you to your demise. Chun Fei toyed with the two knives he had seized, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he mumbled indistinctly, stepping over the bodies of the fallen assassins and advancing toward his adversaries. Chapter 81. Chun Fei. You have killed the remaining assassins, found themselves questioning their existence. In this dark alleyway, their perspectives have been shattered and reconstructed. Having spent years as elite assassins, they had witnessed numerous grand spectacles and faced many formidable foes, yet they had never conceived the existence of someone as disproportionately powerful as Chun Fei. Now, he had effortlessly decimated half of their ranks without sustaining a scratch. They had initially thought Chun Fei had fled into a dead end, but now it seemed he had merely lured them here to facilitate his counterattack. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed. As Chun Fei drew nearer, his expression grew increasingly cold. Do not panic. We must eliminate him. Everyone attack, commanded the leader of the assassin team, his voice icy. Almost simultaneously, the remaining assassins dispersed, launching fierce assaults from various angles and directions toward Chun Fei. The individuals at the back, shielded by their companions, hurled throwing knives in an attempt to ambush him. Even if they could not fell him instantly, they aimed to disrupt his focus and movements, allowing their frontline comrades a better opportunity to strike him down or severely wound him. Once blood was drawn, the hunting beasts would grow more exhilarated and confident. However, they once again underestimated Chun Fei's reflexes. The thrown knives approached at awkward angles and arcs, challenging the evasion capabilities of an ordinary person. But Chun Fei was no ordinary individual. He casually flicked the knife in his hand, accurately striking the first thrown knife at an angle, and, propelled by the force of the impact, it collided with the second and then the third. The cunningly thrown weapons, designed to catch him off guard, were swiftly neutralized. The foremost assassin now faced Chun Fei's second knife. With a sickening sound, the most likely candidate to injure Chun Fei had a knife plunged into his throat. His movements abruptly halted as he toppled backward. The scent of blood and death began to saturate the alley. Those following him felt their hearts plummet in despair, their minds clouded by panic as they forgot how to respond next. Upon witnessing the bloodshed, Chun Fei became exhilarated, his eyes ablaze. The scent of blood and death seemed to transport him back to a specific time, filling him with an overwhelming hatred that nearly obliterated his rationality. Meanwhile, Li Ruosi, cornered in the dead end, stared in disbelief at the usually nonchalant Chun Fei, who now resembled a bloodthirsty beast, relentlessly charging at his enemies, employing every means to harvest their lives. In the blink of an eye, several wicked assassins lay dead before him. Li Ruosi, overwhelmed, bent over and retched, unable to bear the gruesome and brutal scene. Upon hearing her distress, Chun Fei's murderous intent receded slightly. He glanced over momentarily before swiftly returning to the location where he had first encountered the ambush. The silver needles he had thrown earlier, designed for area damage, had spared some. Chun Fei dragged the survivor back into the alley and unceremoniously tossed him beside his fallen comrades. The assassin, who had previously been cursing and muttering, now wore an expression of terror and despair at the scene before him. You killed them all by yourself? Chun Fei's gaze was frigid. They deserve to die, and so do you. Answer my questions honestly, and perhaps I will spare your life. The assassin trembled uncontrollably, yet forced himself to reply defiantly. You must know that I am an assassin. We never betray our comrades or our organization. Chun Fei's smile was cold. So, you have other comrades and an organization, do you? You find yourself in my grasp. Even if you choose not to speak today, do you think they will let you go? Dying at their hands would surely be more painful than perishing here. The assassin's eyes reflected confusion, reluctantly acknowledging Chun Fei's logic. He stammered, "If I tell you, will you truly let me live? You're merely a tool exploited by others, a dog, if I may be blunt. Your meridians have been shattered. You pose no threat to me now. What purpose would killing you serve?" Chun Fei replied indifferently. The assassin gritted his teeth. "The family that sent us is the Zhang family from your city." "Zhang." Chun Fei furrowed his brow, immediately recalling Zhang Shihua. Everything fell into place. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar city, he was swiftly attacked. Only the Zhang family could orchestrate such an event, particularly after Zhang Shihua had been ruined by him. And Zhang Tianfeng was eager for vengeance. Yet he refrained from acting in Zhongzhou due to Luo Sihai's influence. Outside that realm, circumstances were entirely different. "Aside from your group, are there others?" Chun Fei inquired again. The assassin shook his head. "This 10-man squad is the largest we've ever mobilized. We are all elites from our organization. But we never anticipated that not a single hair on your head would be harmed. The Zhang family completely concealed your true strength from us." The assassin's expression was tinged with evident resentment. Chun Fei refrained from revealing that Zhang Tianfeng had concealed nothing. The assassin had simply underestimated Chun Fei's true capabilities. "Begone. I hope never to encounter you again." Chun Fei dismissed him disdainfully. The assassin struggled to rise, bloodied and terrified, before stumbling away in a desperate flight. Chun Fei then swiftly turned toward the corner, moving toward the pale and trembling Li Ruosi, who was barely able to stand. "Are you all right?" Observing her condition, Chun Fei sighed inwardly. Li Ruosi had witnessed the events unfold, and for someone accustomed to the corporate world, such scenes were undeniably shocking. He wondered if she would be left with psychological scars from this experience. Just as he pondered how to comfort her, Li Ruosi suddenly grasped Chun Fei's arm and exclaimed, "Chun Fei, you killed someone. We need to leave quickly. If anyone sees you, it will be trouble." Chun Fei was taken aback. At this point, Li Ruosi was genuinely concerned for him. Did he hold such significance in her eyes? Chapter 82. Let's find a room. Chun Fei wrapped his arms around Li Ruosi's waist and lifted her, aware of the numerous corpses and blood on the ground. He wished to shield her from any further trauma. As for the incidents that had just transpired, he wasn't overly concerned about potential repercussions. The alley was deep and dark, and there were no cameras or surveillance outside on the street. Regarding the corpses of those assassins, even if discovered, it is unlikely that his head would be found. Li Ruosi tightly closed her eyes, burying her head in Chun Fei's embrace, feeling the warmth emanating from him, which immediately calmed her previously panicked heart. She then boldly wrapped her arms around Chun Fei's neck, unwilling to let go. Chun Fei quickened his pace, deliberately taking a detour to avoid being seen by anyone. As he looked down at Li Ruosi, who was on the verge of falling asleep in his arms, he raised an eyebrow and playfully said, "Li, shall we head to a hotel?" Li Ruosi blushed and reluctantly struggled to place her feet on the ground before nodding in agreement. The rooms had been booked in advance, with 2 adjacent suites. Chun Fei had thought Li Ruosi would linger a bit longer, allowing her emotions to settle before resting, but after receiving the room key, she quickly returned to her own room. Upon entering his room, Chun Fei heard the sound of running water from the adjacent suite. He promptly shed his clothes and stepped into the shower, washing away the stench of blood. The events of the night had left him somewhat worried about Shen Xiangwei. After all, the Zhang family had already targeted him, and he was uncertain whether they would descend into madness and directly confront Shen Xiangwei. After much hesitation, he decided to call her. Shen Xiangwei answered quickly, her voice light and airy. "Chun Fei, Ruosi has already informed me about your progress. You've achieved another success. I must reward you when you return." Chun Fei could tell that Shen Xiangwei was likely at home, which eased his mind. He casually replied, "It's nothing. Such trivial matters are not difficult for me. How was your day?" Shen Xiangwei seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this line of conversation, and, after a few exchanges, she swiftly changed the topic. "What is Ruosi doing now?" Caught off guard by this sudden shift, Chun Fei blurted out, "She's taking a shower." "What?" Shen Xiangwei's tone immediately shifted to something peculiar. "Ahem, I meant she's showering next door," Chun Fei stammered, feeling flustered. He was unsure why he felt so out of sorts just talking to Shen Xiangwei on the phone. "You know she's in the shower next door? It seems you two have developed quite the rapport," Shen Xiangwei remarked with a hint of jealousy. Chun Fei was at a loss for words, feeling as if he were digging himself deeper. He quickly changed the subject. Be cautious of a Zhang family these days. If it's not necessary, try to avoid wandering around. Shun Xiangwei sounded puzzled. What's wrong? Previously, due to old Master Luo's influence, the Zhang family hadn't caused me any trouble. Why do you suddenly say this? Did the Zhang family trouble you? Chun Fei hesitated for a moment. Just be careful when I'm not around. Only then can I feel at ease. Just as he was speaking, there came a knock at the door. Chun Fei paid it little mind, continuing his conversation as he walked over to open it. To his surprise, he found Li Ruosi standing there, clad only in a thin towel that revealed her fair, delicate skin. Water droplets clung to her hair, and even without makeup, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, her allure heightened in this state. Chun Fei instinctively felt that the situation was precarious and attempted to close the door. However, Li Ruosi blocked the entrance and frowned, asking, Chun Fei, who are you talking on the phone? At that moment, the voice of Shun Xiangwei, who had been conversing with him, fell silent. Chun Fei, in a moment of panic, said to Li Ruosi, It's late. Why are you here? I was just. Before he could finish, Li Ruosi interrupted, frowning in frustration. You bad egg, stop pretending. Didn't you say earlier that I could repay you with service tonight? I'm done with my shower. Let me in. Shun Fei's head was spinning. On the other end of the line, he heard the dial tone as Shun Xiangwei hung up. Sister, could you not tell I was joking? You're a senior executive at the Shun Group. Is it appropriate to just wrap a towel and casually visit a man's room? Chun Fei felt overwhelmed. He never intended to take advantage of Li Ruosi, but it seemed she genuinely had feelings for him. Now, with Shun Xiangwei misunderstanding the situation, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. To make matters worse, Li Ruosi was visibly furious, her expression one of barely restrained rage. Their loud conversation had disturbed other guests in the hotel, who began to emerge from their rooms, chastising him. Young man, don't you have any sense? A girl has come to you all fresh and clean, and you still act so aloof. Nowadays, girls are quite forward. Li Ruosi, on the brink of tears, kicked Chun Fei hard and yelled, Chun Fei, you jerk. I hate you. I will never talk to you again. With that, she turned and slammed the door to her room. Chun Fei stood in shock, feeling as though he had never experienced such failure before. Returning to his bed, he found it impossible to enter a meditative state, remaining in a daze until dawn. He had initially thought to quickly apologize to Li Ruosi, perhaps say something nice and take her shopping to mend their relationship. However, after knocking on her door for an extended period with no response, the housekeeping staff informed him that the girl next door had checked out early, her eyes swollen from crying. What? She left me all alone. Chun Fei was once again stunned. It seemed Li Ruosi was genuinely hurt and angry, and he felt truly frustrated. He took out his phone to call Li Ruosi, but was already turned off. This is a disaster, Chun Fei muttered to himself. After quickly tidying up and washing his face, he decided to head to the station to track down Li Ruosi, hoping he might catch her. However, just as he checked out of the hotel and stepped outside, before he could hail a taxi, his phone rang. Chun Fei's heart leapt, but upon looking at the screen, another person's name appeared. Frowning, he answered the call, and a sweet voice greeted him. Chun Fei, I'm ready now. Can we meet? Chapter 83. Reunion with Lu Qing. The caller was Lu Ruyan, her tone filled with anticipation and a hint of excitement. Chun Fei recalled that he had promised to help her with her epilepsy after completing his tasks. He had previously sent her a message detailing the herbs she needed to prepare. It seemed she was eager for his assistance. At this moment, he could not afford to disappoint her, so he reluctantly abandoned his plans to chase after Li Ruosi, deciding to address the matter of apologies upon his return to Zhongzhou City. I'm taking a taxi now. I'll be there shortly, Chun Fei quickly replied. An hour later, Chun Fei arrived at the entrance of an upscale residential community. It was evident that Lu Ruyan's family background was impressive. Just looking at the villas with front and backyards in the community, he could tell they were quite expensive and not something an average person could afford. As he took out his phone to inform Lu Ruyan while walking forward, he was suddenly confronted by a security guard in a suit, a walkie-talkie clipped to his belt. What are you doing here, sneaking around? The guard glared at Chun Fei coldly, perhaps because Chun Fei had arrived by taxi and was dressed rather simply. The guard's expression was one of disdain. I'm here to treat someone, Chun Fei casually replied. Treat someone? I think you might be the one who needs treatment. The guard scoffed. Subsequently, pointing at the sign at the entrance of the community, he remarked that this was an upscale villa district, where even the most modest house was worth 60 to 70 million. In everyday life, Even those collecting scrap would dress better than him. What was he pretending to be? A big shot in front of him? Clearly, the security guard mistook Chun Fei for a poor soul attempting to sneak in. While mocking him, the guard forcefully shoved Chun Fei, treating him as if he were mere refuse. Initially, Chun Fei had no intention of lowering himself to such a level, only wishing to enter the community to treat Lu Ruyin and then return to Zhongzhou. However, the security guard acted without hesitation. Chun Fei instinctively pushed back, merely deflecting the shove. Though the guard appeared tall and imposing, he was nothing of the sort. Chun Fei's gentle push sent him sprawling backwards onto the ground, limbs flailing. "Help! Someone's causing trouble here," the guard bellowed. From a nearby duty room, 3 or 4 men dashed out, all clad in suits, wielding rubber batons, rushing towards Chun Fei with a fierce demeanor. Chun Fei's patience had been entirely worn thin, yet he took 2 steps back and coldly stated, "I merely seek someone to provide medical treatment. If not leet, why must you force me? If this continues, only you shall suffer." His words rang true. However, the security guard perceived them as arrogance. One of them swung a rubber baton, taunting, "You little rascal, trying to act tough? Seeking death." The baton came crashing down, but Chun Fei deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, the instigator was sent tumbling backwards several meters, crashing to the ground with a loud thump. The remaining guards, initially poised to attack, were now frozen in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they gaped at Chun Fei. "I tried to converse with you respectfully, yet you chose not to listen. Now, do you still wish to fight? You lowly creatures." Chun Fei's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the other guards. A scream pierced the air as one of them turned and fled, not daring to look back. Chun Fei scoffed disdainfully before stepping into the community. He quickly dialed Lu Ruyin's number. Soon, a vibrant young woman rushed down the stone-paved pathway, her beauty even more pronounced than when they had met on the train. It was evident she had made an effort to adorn herself. Upon spotting Chun Fei, she shyly slowed her pace, a smile blooming on her face. "Chun Fei, I've been waiting for you. It's wonderful that you could come," she said, her voice melodious and filled with uncontainable excitement, tinged with a hint of shyness. Chun Fei smiled in return. "I promised you I would come, and so I have." Lu Ruyin nodded enthusiastically, turning to lead him while occasionally stealing shy glances at his profile, hastily averting her gaze whenever he caught her looking. Moments later, they arrived at the largest villa within the community. "This place is quite nice. What does your family do?" Chun Fei inquired casually. Lu Ruyin replied earnestly, "My family operates a sanatorium, with branches in many cities across the province." "A sanatorium?" Chun Fei's expression turned peculiar, recalling his recent visit to one. What a coincidence! Just as he was about to inquire whether the facility he had visited was owned by Lu Ruyin's family, a tall woman in a bathrobe emerged from the yard. She abruptly halted, fixing her gaze on Chun Fei. After a few seconds, she coldly scolded, "Chun Fei, you scoundrel! Is it not enough to have humiliated me at the sanatorium? Now you dare show up here?" Chun Fei was taken aback, never expecting to encounter Deputy Director Lu Qingyun while visiting Lu Ruyin. Wait a moment. Lu Ruyin, Lu Qingyun. They were clearly related. How fortuitous. Chun Fei stood there, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. "Sister, do you know Chun Fei?" Lu Ruyin asked, equally astonished, glancing between Chun Fei and Lu Qingyun with a bewildered expression. "He must be the one you mentioned, the so-called miracle worker who promised to completely cure your epilepsy? Utter nonsense. He is incapable." Lu Qingyun snapped, glaring fiercely at Chun Fei, then pulling Lu Ruyin protectively beside her, displaying both vigilance and disdain. "How do you know I am incapable? What is it that I lack?" Chun Fei furrowed his brow, questioning. Lu Qingyun flushed slightly before retorting coldly, "Your character is flawed. You are mercenary." Initially, she intended to add despicable, shameless, and unskilled, but reconsidered, deeming it excessive. "What is going on between the two of you?" Lu Ruyin interjected, feeling anxious. "Sister, Chun Fei truly saved my life on the train. Surely I would not lie about that." The atmosphere grew tense as the two women, one a sister and the other a savior and object of admiration, began to bicker. "Really? Are you certain?" Lu Qingyun's skepticism lessened upon hearing her sister's words. "Of course I am certain. How could I not recognize who saved my life?" At that moment, things were dire, and without Chun Fei's help, I might not be standing here today, Lu Ruyin asserted earnestly. Lu Qingyun was taken aback, unable to fathom that the very man she had harbored resentment towards all night was the one who had rescued her sister. Do you truly have the confidence to eradicate my sister's epilepsy? Lu Qingyun pressed. What method do you plan to employ? Though her expertise lay in business management, she held a significant role at the sanatorium and possessed some knowledge of medicine. What method? Chun Fei glanced at Lu Qingyun's figure clad in a thin robe, feigning ignorance. Where are you looking? Do not gaze where you should not. Lu Qingyun, annoyed, crossed her arms defensively. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, retorting, indeed. Do not inquire about matters beyond your understanding. You. Lu Qingyun was infuriated, yet for the sake of her sister's health, she suppressed her anger. At the very least, you must tell me if your treatment poses any risks and what your success rate is. How much? Chun Fei's gaze swept over her again. Could you be serious and stop being so frivolous? Lu Qingyun was on the verge of tears for frustration. Lu Rian stood to the side, watching her sister and Chun Fei bicker, feeling inexplicably melancholy. Having had his fill of jesting, Chun Fei finally adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Your sister's epilepsy is a result of an acquired injury, with toxins affecting her brain. Conventional methods are utterly ineffectual. Otherwise, I would have cured her on the train and would not have needed to come here today. Lu Qingyun realized that she had been overly judgmental towards Chun Fei from the outset. Her tone softened slightly. Thank you for what you did before. Now that everything is prepared, how do you intend to proceed? Chun Fei replied slowly. The herbs I collected will be soaked in hot water for a medicinal bath. Once the body's pores fully absorb the effects, I will utilize a special technique to direct the medicinal properties into the brain. This method is safe and poses no risks. Lu Qingyun listened intently, taking every word to heart. Suddenly, a puzzled expression crossed her face. I understand the medicinal bath, but what do you mean by special technique? Clearing his throat, Chun Fei replied, Essentially, while administering the medicinal bath, I will be standing by to perform a massage. In an instant, the atmosphere turned both ambiguous and awkward. Lu Rian's delicate face flushed crimson as she lowered her head in silence. Suddenly, Lu Qingyun's expression turned stern. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. My sister has never even had a boyfriend, and now she yes. This is entirely inappropriate. Chun Fei felt a twinge of displeasure. What do you mean, Director Lu? Ever since the moment we met, you've been filled with suspicion and have made things difficult for me. Did I wrong you in a past life? Lu Qingyun was nearly livid. What are you talking about? If anyone were to abandon someone, it would be me abandoning you. Have you taken a good look at yourself? Realizing her words were perhaps too harsh, she found herself unable to retract them, resorting to casting a fierce glare at Chun Fei. Excuse me, but I'm the one in need of treatment here, Lu Rian interjected, her cheeks still flushed as she mustered the courage to speak. I've seen doctors before and have undergone numerous full-body examinations. Chun Fei is a doctor, surely. He doesn't judge based on appearances? Lu Qingyun scoffed. Most doctors may think that way, but this Chun Fei is certainly an exception. I find him utterly untrustworthy. Chun Fei, irritated, retorted, What is this nonsense? I've put considerable thought into devising a safe treatment plan, and yet here I am being portrayed as some unscrupulous individual. I have no shortage of beautiful women around me, so why would I resort to such despicable means? Raising an eyebrow, he added, There's an alternative method, one that involves some risk, should you be inclined to take that chance. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I knew you had ulterior motives. Lu Qingyun frowned, and Chun Fei shot him a glance before continuing. This method requires inserting silver needles into the affected area to remove the lesions and shatter the stagnant blood. I can manage it with my current skills, but the risks are exponentially higher than the previous option. Lu Qingyun's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as she looked uncertainly at Chun Fei. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Of course, if you choose not to treat her, that is also your decision. I will soon be returning to Zhongzhou. As Chun Fei turned to leave, Lu Ruyan hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming, Chun Fei, please don't go. I choose the first method. I trust you. Lu Qingyun bit her lip, conceding, Fine, we'll proceed with your method. But I must supervise the entire process. Do as you wish, just don't create any chaos, Chun Fei replied, rolling his eyes. Lu Qingyun then went to prepare a wooden tub and hot water while Lu Rian accompanied Chun Fei on a stroll through the villa. Chun Fei, my sister isn't a bad person. She just has a bit of temper. Did you two have some disagreement? She came back last night in a foul mood. Was it because of you? Lu Ruyin asked curiously. By the way, does your family own the sanatorium where your sister serves as deputy director? Chun Fei diverted the topic. Lu Ruyin nodded yes. She has been diligently managing it since returning to the country, hoping to achieve something significant. Unlike me, I've never had grand ambitions. I just want to enjoy life. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Actually, that's quite admirable. Women shouldn't be overly aggressive. While having a career is commendable, becoming too fixated on it can lead to undue stress. Strong women aren't necessarily more likable, Chun Fei remarked. Is that really how you feel? Lu Ruin's face lit up with a glimmer of joy, though it was unclear what pleased her so. Have you two finished chatting? The hot water is ready. Can we begin the treatment now? Lu Qingyun shouted from behind the window, her voice tinged with impatience. Lu Ruyin responded affirmatively, accompanying Chun Fei into the house. The first-floor hall was filled with steam from the hot water. A large wooden tub brimmed with steaming liquid, and Lu Qingyun was sweating profusely, understandably irritable. Chun Fei glanced at the herbs laid out nearby and complimented, "Not bad. These are all high-quality wild herbs. Money certainly has its advantages. Enough flattery. Of course, I only use the best for my sister. Hurry and treat her. If I catch you with any ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to make you pay." Lu Qingyun warned. Chapter 85. I want to be massaged by you. Chun Fei, uninterested in Lu Qingyun's remarks, raised an eyebrow at Lu Ruyin and instructed, "Remove all your clothing and any accessories. Then step into the tub. Let me know when you're ready." With that, Chun Fei turned his back to the sisters. Lu Ruyin hesitated for only a moment before swiftly shedding her clothing. With her sister's assistance, she gracefully entered the tub filled with clear, warm water. Throughout, Lu Qingyun kept a vigilant watch on Chun Fei, ensuring he wasn't sneaking a peek. "All done," Lu Ruyin whispered, attempting to curl herself into the tub as much as possible. Chun Fei turned back, his focus shifting to the herbs once more. He took a handful and ground it into a fine powder. Lu Qingyun observed Chun Fei, recalling the moment he had effortlessly tossed a 200-pound security chief aside. A peculiar fondness stirred within her, a yearning for strength she found difficult to resist. What am I thinking? Lu Qingyun shook her head vigorously, refocusing on Chun Fei's movements. He was entirely engrossed in preparing the herbs, occasionally checking the water temperature without a hint of lewdness or malice. It appeared she had been overthinking the situation. Aside from being somewhat annoying in conversation, he seemed to possess many admirable qualities. At this moment, Chun Fei had finished grinding the herbs into a fine powder and evenly sprinkled it into the tub's steaming water. The once clear liquid transformed into a vibrant green, exuding a unique herbal fragrance. Next, Chun Fei placed his hands gently on Lu Ruyin's head, channeling his internal energy through his fingers to stimulate her scalp, thereby activating the medicinal properties for her treatment. So, the massage he mentioned was merely a head massage. This scoundrel could have clarified this, sparking my misunderstanding. Lu Qingyun frowned. Chun Fei's movements were delicate yet continuous, and Lu Ruyin transitioned from initial shyness and tension to complete relaxation, gradually revealing a look of pleasure. I can feel my body becoming lighter, as if all the negative elements have been expelled by the herbal infusion, she remarked. Chun Fei smiled. Exactly. After the herbal bath and massage, your epilepsy symptoms will not recur. Additionally, I've included a few herbs specifically for your hair loss. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely hereditary, correct? Really? Lu Ruyin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The issue of hair loss seemed to concern her even more than her potentially life-threatening epilepsy. You're too beautiful and charming for me to deceive you. If you doubt my words, have your sister verify that new hair has already begun to sprout from the areas that were previously thinning. Chun Fei continued his massage. Are you serious? How could that possibly happen? Hair doesn't just grow back on command. Lu Ruyin responded, skepticism evident in her tone. Lu Qingyun could hardly believe it. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned in, her eyes wide with scrutiny. 2 seconds later, she was utterly astounded. Incredible. You've actually grown hair. It looks much denser than before. What sort of formula is this that produces such miraculous results? Lu Qingyun mused, contemplating whether Chun Fei was a miraculous healer or a mere oddity. How could his hands wield such extraordinary abilities? Initially, at the sanatorium, he had cured a perplexing ailment that had baffled numerous experts with a simple concoction. Now, merely soaking in a medicinal bath, accompanied by a skilled massage, had eradicated her sister's stubborn hair loss and prompted new growth. It was beyond human capability, wasn't it? Sister, I told you long ago. Chun Fei is a divine physician, Lu Ruoyan exclaimed, lifting her head, her voice laced with admiration for Chun Fei. Lu Qingyun fell silent, suddenly gripped by an impulse to have Chun Fei massage her as well. Once this thought took root, it became insatiable. She almost wished to leap into the medicinal barrel at that moment, yearning to experience Chun Fei's miraculous touch just like her sister. After all, like Lu Ruoyan, she too had inherited the trait of hair loss, and now half of her hair was gone. If this continued, she would probably have to resort to wearing wigs, a thought that sent shivers down her spine. Chun Fei. Lu Qingyun hesitated for a moment, mustering her courage. Could you perhaps give me a massage too? Her voice was low, tinged with nervousness and shyness. Lu Ruoyan, sitting in the wooden barrel, stifled a giggle. She had never seen her sister exhibit such nervousness and bashfulness in front of any man. Sure, Chun Fei replied casually. Really? Thank you so much. Lu Qingyun exhaled in relief, her excitement bubbling forth. If this hereditary hair loss could be resolved, it would be nothing short of a monumental blessing for a beauty like her. No need for thanks, it's just a side task, Chun Fei replied, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Lu Qingyun felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Chun Fei might take advantage of the situation by making unreasonable demands. After all, she would already be benefiting from his massage. Why are you so apprehensive? I merely meant for you to prepare the medicinal ingredients, Chun Fei said with an odd expression. Huh, I thought you. Lu Qingyun stammered, covering her face as she dashed off to gather the ingredients. An hour later, Lu Qingyun and Lu Ruoyan stood before Chun Fei, their attire transformed, radiating vitality. Lu Ruoyan's epilepsy had completely dissipated, and Lu Qingyun had successfully sprouted new hair follicles. Furthermore, the persistent chest pain she had experienced was also alleviated by Chun Fei's treatment. Despite the slight awkwardness during the session, Lu Qingyun tried not to dwell on it. Yet the memory of Chun Fei's hands brought back sensations of novelty and pleasure. Chun Fei, are you sure you want to stay for a visit? At least allow us to treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude, Lu Ruoyan implored, grasping Chun Fei's hand with reluctance. Observing this, Lu Qingyun sighed inwardly, recognizing that her dear sister genuinely harbored feelings for Chun Fei. Yet, Lu Qingyun herself felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart as well. I can't. I have matters to attend to, Chun Fei replied playfully, winking. Lu Qingyun felt as though Chun Fei was hinting at something, her mind wandering with idle thoughts. When she finally regained her composure to bid him farewell, she noticed her sister had already accompanied him to the door. Sighing again, she pondered whether he preferred someone like Ruoyan. After parting from the Lu sisters, Chun Fei hurried to the bus station and returned to the company by noon. However, upon inquiring, he learned that President Li Ruosi was on leave that afternoon and had not come to the office. Was he really expected to visit her home? That would be quite embarrassing. Just as he hesitated over whether to appease Li Ruosi, he spotted a familiar figure in the reception area on the first floor. Dressed impeccably in professional attire, with her long legs encased in sheer black stockings, Yi Qingzhu was engaged in conversation with a client, exuding an impressive aura. Her cool demeanor added an irresistible allure to the atmosphere. Content with his work, Chun Fei intended to leave her undisturbed. Yet, just as he turned to exit, he noticed the man seated next to Yi Qingzhu, her client, acting rather inappropriately, attempting to place his hand on her thigh. Yi Qingzhu frowned and shifted away, her fists clenched tightly. Yet she refrained from confronting the persistent advances of the man. Who is that guy? Chun Fei inquired, stopping a passing female employee. She glanced inside and whispered, he has a potential new client we're looking to develop, but he has quite the lecher. Several salespeople have tried to win him over, but ended up being taken advantage of. The new recruit might be in for a rough time. Hey, where are you going, Captain Chun? The female employee began, but Chun Fei had already stepped decisively toward the reception area. With a forceful kick, he flung open the door. The middle-aged man, who had been attempting to touch Yi Qingzhu, nearly recoiled in fear upon seeing Chun Fei's unassuming appearance. What the hell do you think you're doing? He barked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Without a word, Chun Fei retaliated with a swift kick to the man's face. Blood gushed from his nose as he tumbled from the sofa to the floor. Struggling to rise, the man threatened, do you have any idea who I am? I'm a client of this company. You dare to hit me? Chun Fei remained stoic, advancing to seize the man's hair. With a resounding slap to his left cheek, it swelled instantly. "I'll file a complaint against you," the man shouted, but another strike landed on his right cheek, leaving his head resembling a swollen mess. Chun Fei then dragged the man by his hair, tossing him out of the reception area with a forceful motion, sending him sprawling several meters into the lobby. "You are not welcome here. You may lack shame, but you absolutely cannot harass any of our employees. Should I see you again, I will break your legs, regardless of who you are." Chun Fei's voice was low yet laden with authority. The man scrambled away, rolling and crawling toward the exit, not daring to look back. Captain Chun is so impressive. Having a leader like him is truly a blessing for the female employees of our company. Several female staff members who had witnessed the scene were overwhelmed with emotion. Typically, clients exploiting their salespeople had become an unspoken rule, yet no one dared to intervene. With this incident, however, if word got out, it was unlikely any client would dare to misbehave in the future. Captain Chun had instantly become a hero in the eyes of the female staff. Are you pitying me?" Yi Qingzhu's expression darkened as she glared at Chun Fei. "No need for thanks." Chun Fei quirked an eyebrow, striding out with confidence. "Who needs your gratitude? Where does this sense of superiority come from?" Yi Qingzhu stamped her foot, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Moments ago, she had nearly lost her composure and resorted to violence. However, as it was her first day at the company, the thought of striking a client weighed heavily on her conscience. What company would ever wish to engage with her again? Contemplating her current life circumstances and the dear friend she needed to care for, Yi Qingzhu opted to endure the situation. In truth, Chun Fei's intervention was akin to a monumental favor bestowed upon her, shielding her from humiliation and the potential psychological scars that could ensue. Yet, she found herself unable to tolerate Chun Fei's pretentious demeanor. Even if his intentions were noble, they nonetheless pierced her pride like a dagger. In the executive office, Shen Xiangwei listened to her subordinate's report. "Director Chun Fei's actions were indeed excessive. He just assaulted a prospective client we were preparing to engage with, leaving the person battered and bruised. Who would dare to approach us for business in the future?" The subordinate's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction. Shen Xiangwei furrowed her brow. "A fight is a fight. When I interned as a salesperson, I encountered similar situations. If someone had defended me back then, I would not have had to swallow my pride." The subordinate hesitated, but what? Captain Chun acted correctly, Shen Xiangwei interjected, though her brow soon knitted in contemplation as she inquired. "Did you just say Chun Fei intervened on behalf of the new female employee? Investigate this new employee's background thoroughly." Chun Fei departed the company, maneuvering effortlessly to the entrance of Li Ruoxi's residence, a place he once called home. He was aware that Li Ruoxi had no relatives in the city and would typically return home after work. After several hours of driving and grappling with his anger, he mused that she might be at home, tending to her wounds. Realizing that it would be inappropriate to approach her empty-handed, he decided to stop by a nearby supermarket for provisions. Before he could enter the store, he noticed a fashionably dressed young woman hurrying toward him. Recently, Chun Fei had encountered numerous beautiful women and would have typically paid her no mind. However, upon closer inspection, he found her strikingly familiar. "Isn't this Li Ruoxi's roommate?" he thought, furrowing his brow. He recalled that it was this very girl who had mistaken him for a scoundrel when he had escorted Li Ruoxi home after a heroic act. It was that incident that had propelled him to move out, leaving him without a stable residence and relegated to hotel living. As he pondered this coincidence, he noticed Li Ruoxi's roommate appeared flustered, glancing anxiously behind her. Emerging from a nearby corner were two unsavory characters, leering and jesting. "Hey, don't be in such a rush. We know you live in that building over there. We might as well accompany you home." Their words dripped with arrogance, their expressions revealing their intentions as common street thugs. Li Ruoxi's roommate, panic etched across her face, focused solely on the ground as she sprinted ahead. In her haste, she collided directly into Chun Fei's chest. "What the hell, kid? Are you trying to cut in?" The two thugs immediately turned their ire toward Chun Fei, their faces contorted in displeasure. They had long been accustomed to dominating this area, and paid no heed to Chun Fei's slender frame or unfamiliar countenance. The girl who had stumbled into Chun Fei's embrace glanced up in a state of confusion, failing to recognize him as a potential ally. Yet, Chun Fei smiled at her, raising an eyebrow, and instinctively shielded her behind him. Turning to confront the approaching thugs, his smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor as he stated, What do you think you're doing, harassing a lady in broad daylight? Why not find a place with Wi-Fi to watch streamers instead of causing trouble here? You might just end up with a beating. The thugs paused momentarily, taken aback, before their embarrassment morphed into rage as they lunged at Chun Fei, fists swinging. You think you're tough? Let us see you crawl on the ground in a moment. With a resounding slap, Chun Fei struck one thug across the face, silencing him mid-sentence. The thug lurched sideways, crashing into his companion, and they both fell to the ground in an entangled heap. The scene was peculiar, and the girl standing behind Chun Fei could only stare in astonishment. She had never expected that the man she had randomly encountered would turn out to be such a formidable hero. Overcome with gratitude, she stepped forward, intending to express her thanks. However, upon scrutinizing Chun Fei's features closely, she froze, raising a finger in recognition. You look so familiar. Aren't you the one? Chun Fei nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed, I'm the one you wrongfully accused and struck with a frying pan. Li Ruosi's roommate's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. I'm so sorry. I've been wanting to apologize for a while now. I truly had no idea. Let bygones be bygones, Chun Fei replied, having long since quelled his anger. Meanwhile, the two thugs who had been downed by Chun Fei had quietly regained their footing. They were familiar with the area and had merely shouted a few taunts before witnessing a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerge from a nearby internet CAF. Some brandished stools while others wielded wooden sticks and steel pipes, encircling Chun Fei and the girl menacingly. How dare you act tough on my turf? You'll pay $10,000 for that slap, the thugs declared, emboldened by their numbers. Li Ruosi's roommate was terrified and felt guilty for inadvertently dragging Chun Fei into this mess. These were notorious local thugs, and once ensnared, escaping their grasp would prove difficult. The audacity of demanding $10,000 for a slap was already intimidating. Yet, Chun Fei maintained an air of indifference, even smirking as he quipped. $10,000 for a slap? You found quite the lucrative venture. However, I must confess that slap didn't quite satisfy me. How can I pay when the service was lacking? You're still talking tough, even when you're about to meet your end. One thug shouted, leading the charge. With a swift motion, Chun Fei delivered another slap to the leading thug's face, perfectly aligning the imprint with the previous strike. The thug, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed in a daze. The remaining thugs, though surprised, were accustomed to their brazen ways and attempted to overpower Chun Fei, hoping to extort even more money. Unfortunately, reality proved harsh. As they approached, weapons raised, they were met with another resounding slap from Chun Fei. The rhythmic sound of slaps echoed in the air, drawing the attention of passers-by. Turning their heads, they beheld the thugs lying incapacitated on the ground, frothing at the mouth. With one hand in his pocket and a placid expression, Chun Fei surveyed the scene, raising an eyebrow as he declared, "Is there anyone else? I seem to have lost count of how many I've dealt with. Perhaps one of you would like to stand and settle the score?" Not a soul dared to rise, and even those with the courage could barely muster the strength to stand. With a resounding slap, Chun Fei struck the face of his assailants, leaving them momentarily stunned, their heads buzzing with confusion and fatigue. It was not that I was shirking responsibility. It was their own inadequacy that led to this predicament. Chun Fei continued to jest. His gaze then fell upon a beautiful girl standing beside him, her expression a mix of astonishment and admiration. Furrowing his brow, he spoke in a low voice. "I am Chun Fei, residing in the old neighborhood south of the city. If you seek revenge in the future, feel free to come after me. However, if you dare to provoke this girl again, I shall break your legs without hesitation." As he finished speaking, Chun Fei lifted his leg and kicked a chair brought by the thugs, shattering it into splinters. The scene nothing short of spectacular. The ruffians trembled in fear, their faces betraying their terror as they begged for mercy. "Brother, we understand our mistakes now. We promise not to trouble this lovely lady again. Please have mercy on us." Chapter 88. Mr. Li goes on a blind date. Chun Fei cast a scornful glance at the pleading ruffians, discerning from their expressions that they had indeed learned their lesson, at least in terms of fear. "Get lost," he scoffed coldly. The thugs fled in a panic, not daring to look back. "Thank you. Your name is Chun Fei, is it not? Ruosi has been mentioning you incessantly these past few days, lamenting how my impulsiveness scared you away and delayed her grand plans in life." The girl smiled brightly at Chun Fei. "What?" he replied, slightly bewildered. "Ruosi likes you, don't you know?" The girl looked astonished, then quickly covered her mouth, anxious that she had misspoken. Chun Fei coughed awkwardly. He could sense that Li Ruoxi indeed harbored some feelings for him. Yet, given that he had yet to repay her kindness and had not fully grasped the situation, he found himself devoid of the energy to engage in romantic matters. Is Ruoxi at home now? I wish to retrieve a few articles of clothing I left behind. Initially, Chun Fei intended to apologize and smooth things over with Li Ruoxi, but felt embarrassed to discuss such matters in front of the girl. You two haven't quarreled, have you? She pressed on. That must be it. Otherwise, Ruoxi wouldn't suddenly change her mind and go on a blind date. She doesn't even like that man, the girl said, her face reflecting sympathy, yet her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Chun Fei. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Wenwen. At that moment, Chun Fei hardly had the capacity to focus on what this girl was called. Blinking in disbelief, he exclaimed, Li Ruoxi, going on a blind date? She doesn't seem like the type. Zhou Wenwen smiled knowingly. Indeed, you understand her well. Ruoxi has always looked down upon blind dates, but her family has been pressing her. Moreover, when she returned this morning, something seemed off. After receiving a phone call, she left, saying it was for a blind date. A wave of guilt washed over Chun Fei, though lacking tangible evidence. He felt that Li Ruoxi's sudden decision to go on a blind date must be related to the events of the previous evening. If she truly felt neglected and wronged, leading her to hold hands with a man she didn't like, it could ruin her life. Yet what could he do? Should he confront Li Ruoxi and sabotage her date? What standing did he have to do so, without provocation? As Chun Fei pondered these thoughts, Zhou Wenwen suddenly grabbed his hand, urging him, we must hurry. Ruoxi needs us. What's wrong? Chun Fei instinctively took out his keys and unlocked his car parked nearby. Zhou Wenwen hurriedly insisted, drive quickly. Ruoxi asked me to rescue her from her predicament. Once inside the car, Chun Fei learned that Li Ruoxi had indeed gone on a blind date at a prominent hotel in the city, meeting with the man and his family. It seemed that she was not impressed with her suitor and had discreetly messaged Zhou Wenwen to concoct a reason to whisk her away. A classic case of saving face. Within half an hour, they arrived at the Grand Hotel. Zhou Wenwen, using her charm and figure, managed to bypass the reservations and enter the venue. During the ride, Chun Fei speculated on how Zhou Wenwen would justify her intrusion and rescue Li Ruoxi from the awkward situation. Upon arrival, it became clear. Zhou Wenwen swung open the door to the private room and pushed Chun Fei inside, exclaiming loudly, Chun Fei, your girlfriend is here on a blind date. Aren't you going to do something about it? Chun Fei felt as though struck by lightning. He vowed never to trust beautiful women again. They were far too treacherous. Did Zhou Wenwen harbor a grudge against him for past life? The last time they met, she had wielded a frying pan against him, and now, in front of Li Ruoxi and her date, along with their families, she uttered such outrageous words. It was utterly infuriating. Chun Fei stood awkwardly at the door, wanting nothing more than to flee. However, just then, a tall young man seated next to Li Ruoxi rose, glaring at Chun Fei. What are you doing here? Trying to stir up trouble? His anger was palpable, and the other guests turned their puzzled, irritated, and disdainful gazes toward Chun Fei. Zhou Wenwen, standing behind him, stuck out her tongue and sidled away, seemingly opting to wash her hands of the matter. Chun Fei felt overwhelmed. Yet, to turn and leave now would be irresponsible and cowardly. Moreover, the man who had stood up was presumably Li Ruoxi's date, and Chun Fei found his expression quite displeasing. More importantly, Chun Fei could see that the man had serious health issues, no matter how fine his clothes or what status he might possess. Such frailty would surely prevent him from providing Li Ruoxi with true happiness. Chun Fei could not bear to watch her step into a trap. Thus, gritting his teeth, he straightened his posture and entered the room, stating coldly, Li Ruoxi, I wish to explain what happened last night. Even if you're angry with me, there is no need to rush into a blind date. Perhaps you should consider it carefully. If you are willing, let us leave together now. Li Ruoxi felt a surge of excitement and gratitude. The man she admired had come to her rescue at this critical moment, filling her with joy and elation. She was uncertain how her friend Zhou Wenwen managed to bring Chun Fei here, but she was eager to relish this moment. Regardless of Chun Fei's motives or intentions in disrupting her blind date, it filled her with happiness and sweetness. Without hesitation, she began to rise from her seat to follow him. Wait, Li Ruoxi, is this how you show courtesy? You're ready to abandon so many relatives for a man you just met? The tall man beside her seized her arm, his expression cold and unyielding. Chapter 89. You cannot satisfy her. Li Ruosi struggled a couple of times, but could not break free, her face revealing a look of anger. The relatives present were still engulfed in their previous astonishment, failing to rise and intervene or persuade. Remove your hand. Do you still dare to forcibly seize a woman in broad daylight? Chun Fei said coldly. Unsure of how he had come up with the phrase, forcibly seize a beauty, the atmosphere turned awkward. And what will you do if I don't? Today, Li Ruosi and I are here to discuss lifelong commitments according to our parents' wishes. Who do you think you are to dictate? The tall man appeared to possess a strong desire for control. Despite having pinched Li Ruosi's arm painfully, he refused to let go and shot a provocative and mocking glance at Chun Fei. Do you want to push your luck? Chun Fei casually grabbed a chopstick from the nearby table and flicked it forward. Crack! It struck the tall man's wrist with precision. The man immediately cried out in pain, clutching his swollen wrist, and naturally released his grip on Li Ruosi. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruosi hurriedly escaped and ran towards Chun Fei, her eyes and movements imbued with a sense of liberation and exhilaration. Chun Fei had no intention of lingering, as long as Li Ruosi was willing to accompany him. Who could possibly stop them? However, someone did stand up, once again detaining Li Ruosi. It was a middle-aged woman whose features bore some resemblance to Li Ruosi's. With a stern expression, she blocked Li Ruosi's path and coldly scolded, "Ruosi, you are being utterly unreasonable. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Su. Get rid of those unworthy friends of yours and put an end to this farce." It appeared this was Li Ruosi's mother and Su Zhongwen. The tall man with a strong, controlling nature was indeed her suitor. The man grimaced, nursing his swollen wrist, glaring at Chun Fei with a murderous intent, seemingly ready to strike. Yet, the middle-aged couple sitting beside him spoke condescendingly. Why stoop to the level of a petty thug? You graduated from a prestigious university and hold a senior position in a Fortune 500 company. How could you possibly engage in a physical altercation with someone like him? Stay composed. Surely Li Ruosi and her parents will offer a satisfactory explanation. At this, the man abandoned his intention to strike, though his gaze remained filled with malice. The couple's words dripped with sarcasm, deliberately flaunting the man's status and position, reducing Chun Fei to the status of a lowly thug, laden with disdain. In truth, Chun Fei did not care about their opinions. His worthiness or lack thereof did not require validation from others. However, Li Ruosi was incensed. With a cold face, she retorted, "Uncle and aunt, I've tolerated you for far too long during this dinner. You incessantly boast about your precious Su Zhongwen and how exceptional he is. I acknowledge he may indeed be impressive, but I, Li Ruosi, cannot possibly aspire to him. Moreover, my friends are beyond reproach. Chun Fei is far more extraordinary than you can fathom." Li Ruosi spoke from the heart. In her eyes, Chun Fei was akin to a demigod. With him by her side, everything seemed to flow effortlessly. Though he often appeared carefree and spoke flippantly, these minor flaws could not overshadow his brilliance. Subconsciously, Li Ruosi had begun to view Chun Fei as her partner. Thus she would not permit anyone to belittle or mock him. The expressions of the middle-aged couple soured. But it was Su Zhongwen who spoke first. Exceptional? In what sense? Did he study abroad? Work in a large corporation? Or does he come from a wealthy family? I failed to see how his shabby appearance could conceal any significant merit. Su Zhongwen's words mirrored those of his parents, dripping with acerbic disdain, as if everyone outside their circle were beneath them. Li Ruosi azitata. To her, Chun Fei was truly remarkable. However, she was at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate it in front of everyone. Just a petty thug, known for being aggressive. How could he be deemed exceptional? Ruosi, if you believe you're unworthy of our Zhongwen, feel free to say so. However, your actions today have brought shame upon both your parents and yourself, diminishing your own worth. This is simply unacceptable, Su Zhongwen's father remarked, overtly suggesting that Li Ruosi was unworthy of Su Zhongwen, framing their meeting as a mere act of social climbing on the part of the Li family. This incensed Li Ruosi's parents, who had initially felt guilty, but they could not refute the truth of the situation. Thus, they directed their anger and disdain at Chun Fei, neglecting to support their beloved daughter. Li Ruosi found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with grievance and frustration, unsure of how to express it. You may find Su Zhongwen exceptional, and that is understandable as you are family. However, To casually declare that others are unworthy seems rather excessive. What age are we in? Must we still adhere to the notion of matching social standings? Besides, in every conceivable aspect, your precious son is vastly inferior to Miss Li. Chun Fei interjected, his voice laced with mockery and hostility. What did you say? What give you the right to speak here? I did not engage in a physical confrontation out of restraint. Otherwise, do you believe you could still stand here? Su Zhengwan slammed the table, maintaining his superior attitude while belittling Chun Fei. I assert that you are unworthy of Li Ruosi. If a man cannot provide her with happiness, then no matter how much he earns or his position within a company, it is all for naught, Chun Fei stated plainly. How dare you? I am not unworthy of her. Su Fengwen Fumith. He had always been surrounded by praise and admiration, and never had he faced such public scorn and derision. This felt like a profound insult to his pride, a provocation he could not endure. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. To be precise, you cannot satisfy her. Chapter 90. Misunderstandings deepened. Chun Fei's words rendered the atmosphere in the private room palpably awkward. The most uncomfortable was Su Zhengwan, whose furious expression swiftly faded, replaced by insecurity and self-doubt. Yet, he soon became enraged again, casting a look of suspicion at Chun Fei. How did this guy know about such a sensitive matter that he had never disclosed to anyone? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I won't report you for slander? Su Zhengwan retorted vehemently. Matters of male dignity, especially in front of so many witnesses, could never be acknowledged. Su Zhengwan's parents quickly joined in the fray, attacking Chun Fei personally. You are clearly envious of our Zhengwan's talents and status, hurling baseless accusations. Without evidence. This is blatant defamation, which carries legal consequences. Chun Fei remained unfazed, responding coolly, you know better than anyone whether there is an issue. If you insist on accusing me of slander, then so be it. Let us immediately head to the hospital for an examination. If your husband is found to have no issues, I shall bear any compensation you wish to demand without hesitation. Su Zhengwan was taken aback. Although he wished to feign calmness and deny the allegations, the instinctive reaction of a person is difficult to disguise. Li Ruosi's parents quickly sensed something was amiss. For in a fleeting moment, Su Zhengwan's demeanor clearly betrayed his guilt. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, is this true? You are evidently concealing a problem, which jeopardizes our daughter Ruosi. And you speak of social compatibility. Clearly, you are attempting to deceive us. Li Ruosi's parents stood up, already feeling that the blind date had been irreparably ruined by Chun Fei's presence. Now, having seized upon their opponent's weakness, they were determined to use this opportunity to extricate themselves without guilt. They prepared to take Li Ruosi away. You scoundrel, you shall pay for this. Su Zhengwan, furious at being exposed, could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly, leaping onto the table and lunging fiercely at Chun Fei, his expression twisted with rage. Both Li Ruosi and her parents were taken aback. By the time they regained their composure, Su Zhengwan's fist had already struck Chun Fei's face with a resounding thud that echoed throughout the private room. Su Zhengwan tumbled off the table and crashed to the floor, his cheek swelling where he had been struck. His shirt had ridden up, revealing a long scar on his side, a clear remnant of some surgical procedure. So there truly is something amiss with his health. Thanks to Ruosi's friend for the timely reminder. Otherwise, we would have been duped. Li Ruosi's parents were incensed upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, Su Zhengwan's relatives felt their pride wounded, and apart from attending to the semi-conscious Su Zhengwan, they found themselves at a loss for words. Chun Fei, you truly are something else. I thought you were just putting on a show, but it seems you were genuinely skilled. Zhou Wenwen, who had been hiding behind Chun Fei, couldn't help but praise him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chun Fei furrowed his brow, muttering, is this because of you? Do we have a grudge in a past life? Why do you keep dragging me into trouble? He cast a glance at Li Ruosi before hastily leading Zhou Wenwen away from the room. Once they reached the hotel entrance and settled into the car, Li Ruosi soon joined them. Chun Fei, she called out, her expression revealing a mix of emotions as she struggled to find the right words. How about I make myself scarce so you two can have some privacy? Zhou Wenwen offered to exit the vehicle, but Li Ruosi promptly pushed her back and climbed in. What your parents? Chun Fei inquired. They feel guilty for me, so they left without a word, Li Ruosi replied calmly. She then curiously asked, how did you two come to be together, and why are you here? Zhou Wenwen eagerly recounted how Chun Fei had heroically rescued her downstairs. You two seem quite compatible. Li Ruosi remarked, had tonne pejulia. Oh, please don't misunderstand. It was purely coincidental. Chun Fei is just a kind-hearted person. Besides, he was on his way to find you. Upon hearing you were on a blind date, he drove like the wind, eager to disrupt it. Zhou Wenwen interjected, attempting to play matchmaker. Li Ruoxi's expression softened slightly. Touched by the sentiment, Chun Fei sighed inwardly. He had intended to clarify all misunderstandings with Li Ruoxi, but after the recent events and Zhou Wenwen's embellishments, the misunderstandings had deepened. However, he knew he must not provoke Li Ruoxi further, who knew what unorthodox action she might take. After dropping Li Ruoxi and Zhou Wenwen at their residence, Chun Fei quickly found an excuse to leave. According to his original plan, he intended to drive to the outskirts of the city, to his family's old home. From a distance, he noticed that the clutter previously piled at the entrance had been cleared away. Clearly, the ruffians had kept their word. Or perhaps they were genuinely intimidated by Chun Fei and had complied with his orders. Chun Fei parked his vehicle at the entrance, planning to inspect the premises and make a list before going out to shop. He intended to stay there, no longer relying on others. And perhaps he might uncover clues about the Chun family tragedy from years past. After a thorough inspection, he was about to head to the furniture market when, at that moment, two vehicles charged towards him, an SUV and a pickup truck, the latter emblazoned with words indicating demolition. The vehicles approached aggressively, kicking up dust as they parked arrogantly at the entrance of Chun Fei's home, effectively blocking his car. Seeing this, Qin Tian frowned. It was evident that whatever their purpose, they were here to confront him. Do they truly believe I, Chun Fei, lack temperance? They dare to cause trouble right at my doorstep. Chun Fei clenched his fists and strode out. At that moment, someone from the SUV leaned out and rudely demanded, "What is your relationship with the owner of this house?" Chun Fei did not answer but coldly retorted, "You have 10 seconds to remove yourself from my sight, or do not blame me for being impolite. How dare you act tough with me? You clearly do not know who I am." The man in the vehicle's expression grew more menacing, and instead of leaving, he prepared to exit the car and teach Chun Fei a lesson. As the seconds ticked away, Chun Fei approached the half-open door and delivered a powerful kick. The door slammed shut, rebounding against the man's head, shattering the glass and sending him reeling back into his seat, dazed. Chun Fei then turned to the pickup truck, delivering another kick to its door, causing the occupants inside to be thrown against the back seat. These few brutish actions left the remaining individuals in the vehicles completely stunned, extinguishing any thoughts of aggression. Get lost, and do not make me repeat myself. Chun Fei's expression darkened further as he prepared to strike again. The drivers of both vehicles wasted no time, shifting gears and hastily reversing. One vehicle, in its panic, nearly veered into a ditch but ultimately sped away with all haste. After fleeing approximately 100 meters, the vehicles finally came to a halt. Chun Fei could see the occupants glaring at him angrily, seemingly on the phone. Recalling their earlier encounter, Chun Fei deduced that they were likely calling for reinforcements to continue their harassment. If that were the case, he might as well wait for them. A short while later, indeed, another vehicle slowly approached. Just one vehicle? Such confidence, Chun Fei mused as he stepped out of his car to stretch. No matter how many came, anyone daring to provoke him or challenge the Chun family's residence would face his full wrath. Each return to this place filled him with pent-up resentment, yearning for release. However, just as Chun Fei was preparing to confront someone, the vehicle came to a halt at a distance. Subsequently, a man with visible injuries on his face emerged. Wasn't this Zhao Hu, the one I had beaten just a couple of days ago? Chun Fei's expression turned peculiar. The man, who was slowly approaching with a forced smile, was indeed the notorious Hu Gu, the thug who had attempted to forcibly seize the Chun family's courtyard. So, you're itching for another round, are you? Planning to seek my assistance to ease your troubles? Chun Fei assumed Zhao, who had been summoned by his previous companions for revenge. He immediately adopted a cold demeanor and scoffed. Hu Gu quickly waved his hands in denial, saying, "Brother, please don't misunderstand. Even if I had 2 more heads, I wouldn't dare oppose you. I come to discuss something with you, and I certainly mean no trouble." It was evident that Zhao, who was genuinely frightened. He stood rooted in place, too afraid to approach, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "What do you want from me?" Zhao Hu, with a forced smile, edged closer and stated, "I've cleared out the things and even smoothed the entrance. Are you satisfied, brother?" Chun Fei, feeling somewhat impatient, retorted, "Stop with the pleasantries. Get straight to the point." I don't have time to waste. Zhao Hu nodded hastily and continued, brother, is this courtyard inherited from your ancestors? Or did you purchase it? What is it to you? My surname is Chun, and I am the current owner of this courtyard. Chen Fei's expression turned frosty again. Zhao Hu's eyelids twitched as he spoke. The area is set to be developed, especially your courtyard. I wanted to ask how much you would require to relocate. Chen Fei understood that Zhao Hu was indeed connected to the group he had just driven away. However, knowing that Chen Fei was formidable, Zhao Hu sought to placate him with money. Chen Fei coldly responded, this is the only heirloom left by the Chen family. I have no intention of relocating or selling it. So whatever plans you have, you might as well abandon them. Hu Gu appeared somewhat disheartened after hearing this. He attempted to persuade Chen Fei further, saying, what if I offered 6 million? That is no small sum. With that money, you could buy a large house in the city. Although it wouldn't compare in size, at least you could enjoy urban life. Are you done? I've already said I'm moving in here, and regardless of the offer, I want to transfer ownership. Anyone who seeks to forcibly relocate must consider how tough their bones are. As he spoke, Chen Fei clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Hu Gu was well aware of Chen Fei's strength. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, brother, please don't be angry. If you truly don't wish to sell, then so be it. I'm merely here to convey a message. But before I leave, may I kindly offer one last piece of advice? Hu Gu bowed and smiled. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. He is merely a messenger. And seeing him speak courteously, Chen Fei nodded in agreement. Hu Gu, bolstered by courage, leaned in closer and lowered his voice, saying, to speak candidly, brother, you are indeed the strongest individual I have ever encountered, without exception. However, as the saying goes, an arm cannot twist a thigh. A good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The ones seeking to take your land are powerful families, generally not to be trifled with. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. Which family is so formidable? Hu Gu, in a mysterious tone, replied, the Zhang family. Have you heard of Zhang Tianfeng? In our city, they are undoubtedly a top-tier presence. That man has connections in both the underworld and the official realm. Otherwise, how could he acquire the development rights for this area? Zhang Tianfeng? A peculiar expression crossed Chen Fei's face. Noticing Chen Fei's reaction, Hu Gu mistakenly thought he was intimidated. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, you must understand the power of the Zhang family. Therefore, it would be wise not to oppose them, or the consequences could be dire. Heed my advice. Take the few million and leave quietly. If necessary, I can negotiate for an additional 200,000 on your behalf. That is the most you can expect. Chen Fei coldly smirked. Return to Zhang family and tell them that I, Chen Fei, will not relinquish my property unless Zhang Tianfeng comes personally to negotiate. Chapter 92. What is the Zhang family worth? Hu Gu gasped in surprise, studying Chen Fei with astonishment. With his insight and experience, he could easily discern that Chen Fei's words were not mere bravado. The confidence and composure exuded by Chen Fei indicated that he truly did not regard the Zhang family or Zhang Tianfeng with any respect. Who is this man so audacious? Very well, since you have made up your mind, I shall not prolong this discussion. If you require anything in the future, feel free to call me. Hu Gu said politely, handing over his business card. Even those in the underworld have business cards? Chen Fei glanced at it, which read manager of certain wealth company. Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu awkwardly cleared his throat. In this day and age, even those of us who roam the streets must maintain a certain image. I apologize if I have embarrassed you, Brother Chen. Chen Fei looked at the phone number and, not wanting to discard the card in front of Zhao Hu, casually placed it in his car. All right, if there is nothing else, you may leave. Just relay my words as they are. Chen Fei gestured. Zhao Hu nodded and hurried back to his vehicle, glancing back to wave goodbye repeatedly. Chen Fei closed the courtyard gate, got into his car, and used his phone to search for furniture stores, which, fortuitously, were not far from the area. He set the route and drove off. As he left the region, he noticed several other courtyards, large and small, many in a state of disrepair, some with their walls already torn down. Numerous machines were operating, clearly indicating that the Zhang family had indeed set their sights on this land for significant development. The furniture market appeared sizable. However, upon entering, Chen Fei felt a sense of disappointment as he realized it was essentially a second-hand furniture market, filled with various used items, essentially a junk market. Yet, since he was already there, he thought he might find something appealing for himself. He strolled leisurely through the market, but after some time, A look of disillusionment crept onto his face. It truly was a second-hand market. Although some furniture was barely usable, it was all too worn out. Having received a substantial bonus from the Shun family group, Chun Fei was not short on funds and sought to acquire furniture that matched the style and quality befitting the Chin family. After inquiring, he learned that deeper within the market lay a section for high-end furniture. Though most items were second-hand, it also featured valuable antiques and rosewood furniture. Chun Fei gathered his spirits and ventured further. Indeed, after walking a short distance, he discovered an array of exquisite furniture that appeared significantly more upscale. However, some vendors falsely advertised their wares as rosewood furniture, peddling fakes. Having grown up in the mountains and spent considerable time dealing with various types of wood, Chun Fei had learned unique identification techniques for antiques and old items from his master, who had passed on this knowledge to him early on. Thus, he could discern the authenticity of antiques and rosewood furniture with just a glance. Using his keen eye, Chun Fei successfully selected an entire set of decent wooden furniture that complemented the Chun family courtyard and architectural style quite well. Having received payment and arranged a delivery time, Chun Fei was about to leave when he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. A crowd had gathered, captivated by an event centered around a somewhat portly middle-aged man. The focal point of the excitement was a wooden jewelry box that the man held aloft, which exuded an air of antiquity, both in its materials and craftsmanship. The middle-aged man was vociferously proclaiming that this box was a relic from the imperial court, claiming it contained precious royal treasures, undoubtedly including pearls and agate. He boasted that since it had arrived in his possession, it had never been opened, and anyone who purchased it would surely profit handsomely by extracting its contents. Chun Fei quickly grasped the situation. This middle-aged vendor was quite the businessman, leveraging the allure of an antique jewelry box to demand exorbitant prices, banking on the supposed royal treasures within. However, the question lingered. Were the treasures genuine or merely a ruse? As he approached, Chun Fei discerned from the sounds emanating from the box that it contained nothing of value, only some scattered coins. This skill of sound identification was one Chun Fei had mastered 3 years after ascending the mountain, and thus a smirk of derision crept onto his face. Although the middle-aged man spoke with fervor and a serious demeanor, his eyes betrayed a glint of cunning, revealing him to be less than trustworthy. It was apparent he was aware of the box's peculiar locking mechanism and might have replaced its original contents with mere trinkets to entice buyers. Perhaps his intent was solely to sell the antique box itself, albeit at an inflated price, waiting for an unsuspecting buyer to bite. Most of the onlookers were merely there for amusement, likely familiar with such tricks from frequent visits to the market. Yet, one elderly gentleman, tall and slender with graying hair, observed intently. After a moment, he requested, "Sir, may I see what is inside?" The middle-aged man, quick to assess the elder's demeanor, recognized him as either a retired official or a wealthy individual, and eagerly handed over the antique box, exclaiming, "Your discerning eyes certainly identified a treasure. This box alone is worth at least 200,000, and with the potential treasures inside, asking 300,000 is hardly excessive." The elderly man seemed to buy into the middle-aged man's spiel, his eyes alight with curiosity and excitement. It was clear he hoped to score a bargain from this vendor. "You truly haven't opened this in ages?" he inquired, seemingly convinced. "This lock is not something just anyone can open, and surely you can see that, being an expert yourself." The vendor continued his charade, flattering the elder while subtly manipulating the situation. Just as it appeared the elder was ready to part with his money, a voice from the crowd interjected, "Anyone who buys this is a fool." Upon hearing Chun Fei's remark, the elderly gentleman instinctively withdrew his hand, realizing he might be about to make a costly mistake. The middle-aged vendor, humiliated and furious, shot a glare towards the source of the interruption, demanding to know who had dared to speak out. The crowd parted, revealing Chun Fei, casually standing with his hands in his pockets. "You said that?" the vendor thundered, advancing with the antique box, as if ready to confront Chun Fei physically. Nearby, 2 other men who had been encouraging the vendor also stepped closer, clearly allies of the middle-aged man. Chun Fei understood that they were a collective, preying on those seeking a bargain without financial concern. Yet, having already spoken up, he had no intention of retreating. To him, these few men posed no real threat. Confronted by the vendor's aggressive demeanor, Chun Fei replied calmly, "Indeed, it was I who spoke. However, you would do well to cleanse your tongue, especially in the presence of one who speaks truthfully. You're seeking death, the vendor retorted, his anger boiling over. The two men who had approached now moved closer still, one shaking his fist menacingly, claiming, without evidence, "You're merely ruining our business. According to the rules, you ought to be punished." As the words left his lips, he swung his fist toward Chun Fei's face, causing gasps among the onlookers. In a swift response, Chun Fei's fist connected with the man's face, sending him reeling backward, his body airborne before crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, along with a few broken teeth. What immense strength! The crowd was instantly intrigued, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The middle-aged vendor was taken aback, astonished by Chun Fei's unexpected prowess. His other accomplice retreated, disappearing into the crowd, no longer willing to display bravado. "What's this? You intended to knock my teeth out?" Chun Fei taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. The vendor's face paled, his confidence wavering as he sensed the primal aura emanating from Chun Fei. Forcing a bravado, he stammered, "You claim that buying this antique box is tantamount to being swindled. Is that not slander? You can't discern the contents from 7 or 8 meters away, can you?" The vendor continued, attempting to shift blame. "I suspect you're a rival sent to sabotage my business. Even if your fists are strong, this is a place of reason." The vendor was quick to adapt, realizing that brute force would not subdue Chun Fei, and began to deny his earlier claims. Chun Fei noticed the flicker of guilt in the vendor's eyes and responded with an even more mocking tone. "Who told you that those with strong fists lack reason? The true value of your antique box is minimal, and without the key, it may only fetch 10,000 at most. Yet here you are, stuffing it with worthless junk and attempting to sell it for 30,000. What kind of logic is that? You're talking nonsense." The vendor barked, his face turning crimson with rage. He continued to shout, "There are too many witnesses here. You can't just make baseless accusations. Produce your evidence." As the crowd swelled with curiosity, the elderly gentleman who had previously considered purchasing the box watched intently, unable to discern who among Chun Fei and the vendor spoke the truth, but eager to uncover the final outcome. Chun Fei regarded the increasingly agitated vendor with a calm demeanor, retorting coolly, "You know the truth in your heart. The contents within can be discerned merely by sound. They are nothing but shattered porcelain and some worthless inferior jade. If you feel aggrieved and believe I have wronged you, why not simply open the box? After all, you must possess the key or know how to unlock it." The middle-aged man, slightly uneasy, realized that Chun Fei's every assertion was indeed accurate. He was the only one privy to the secrets of this box. How did this young man deduce so much? Was it truly just by listening? Such a notion was hardly believable. Yet, despite his trepidation, the middle-aged man was not inclined to yield. He scoffed, stating that it was well known these antique boxes, which have been passed down for over a century, cannot be opened without a key or a special method. If forced open, the contents would be destroyed, and even if there were treasures within, they would be reduced to mere fragments. Why should I heed your words? If the box is damaged, will you compensate me? Can you afford it? Seeing the middle-aged man so adamantly confident, Chun Fei merely smiled and replied, "You just quoted 30,000, which I have readily available. If need be, I will purchase this box. However, once it is in my possession, I will undoubtedly open it at the earliest opportunity, revealing its contents to the world. How will you compensate for that?" The middle-aged man stared intently at Chun Fei, genuinely reluctant to accept his terms. With his keen eyesight and experience, he sensed that this seemingly ordinary young man spoke with conviction and confidence, potentially capable of producing 30,000. Once the box was sold to him, whether smashed open or cut with a knife, revealing its contents would mean exposing the truth. According to industry standards, this would lead to a penalty of threefold compensation for any counterfeit, jeopardizing his reputation and possibly leading to imprisonment. Such a risk was untenable. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man quickly countered, "No, I cannot bear to see such a fine item destroyed. Even if you have the means, I will not sell it to you." Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. "Who said I intend to destroy the box? I can open it without causing any damage. You must be boasting. Do you even comprehend the significance and history of the lock on this antique jewelry box?" The middle-aged man regarded Chun Fei with disdain, his face a canvas of mockery. Chun Fei remained calm, replying, "From its appearance, this antique jewelry box employs a 9-curved interlocking lock. To unlock this box, one must use a special key in conjunction with a unique technique, sequentially activating 9 mechanisms. If any step is executed incorrectly, or if one attempts to force it open, the entire mechanism will lock, rendering it impossible to open again. Chun Fei's words left the middle-aged man dumbfounded. He stared with wide eyes for several seconds before regaining his composure, scrutinizing Chun Fei once again. You seem to know quite a bit, don't you? Are you truly from the same profession? Chun Fei shot him a glance. Let us return to the matter at hand regarding the contents of this box, shall we? The middle-aged man, his demeanor darkening, clenched his teeth. You think you could just pull a fast one on me because you've gleaned a bit of insight? I am not easily intimidated. You wish to open this box, correct? Very well. If you succeed, I will accept my punishment. However, should you fail, what then? Chun Fei replied nonchalantly. As I said, I can purchase this box. What else would you like? I will not sell it to you, but if you cannot open it, not only must you compensate me for the box's loss, but you must also kneel and publicly apologize. Including emotional damages, you owe me at least 60,000. Do you dare? The middle-aged man raised the stakes. Surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this wager, valued at 60,000. The middle-aged man's insistence on such terms was merely a ploy to secure greater profit and intimidate Chun Fei, hoping he would either retreat or, upon failure, pay him a substantial sum. Chun Fei frowned. He certainly did not have 60,000 in his card. Just as he pondered this predicament, the elderly gentleman who had initially intended to purchase the antique box interjected. How about this? I am quite curious. Young man, if you truly wish to give it a go and have confidence in yourself, I will cover the wager. With that, he casually produced a black bank card, a symbol of the highest VIP status at Tianlong Bank, where funds below 100 million could not be obtained. Those around recognized the exquisite black card and gasped in awe. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with greed as he licked his lips, already calculating how to spend the 60,000 once it was in his possession. After all, he was convinced that apart from himself, who possessed the key and the method, no one could possibly open this box without causing damage. The 9-curved interlocking lock was intricate. Even the slightest deviation would cause the entire mechanism to seize. What was this young man, Chun Fei, hoping to accomplish? It was utterly ludicrous. The onlookers grew even more excited, marveling at the spectacle, which seemed almost cinematic. Chun Fei glanced at the composed elder and nodded, smiling. Given the elder's generous support, let this wager be established. Please do not be anxious. I'm not anxious. The elderly gentleman chuckled, adding, I am simply curious. Chun Fei's expression shifted slightly. This elder was indeed quite intriguing, willing to stake 60,000 merely out of curiosity. Next, Chun Fei turned his attention to the antique jewelry box in the middle-aged man's hands. Smiling, the elder has placed his top-tier VIP card on the line. What more could you be concerned about? Hand it over. The middle-aged man scoffed. I fear you might lose the elder's money and not sleep well at night. We must agree. I will only give you 5 minutes. Once the time elapses, even if the box is damaged, it counts as your loss. Chun Fei, uninterested in his prattling, stepped forward and snatched the antique jewelry box from him. The middle-aged man felt a flicker before the box vanished from his grasp. He frowned, yet ultimately restrained himself from further protest. He promptly picked up his phone, starting the timer. 5 minutes have begun. Don't say I didn't warn you. As he spoke, the middle-aged man beamed with anticipation. This antique box, originally valued at over 10,000, would soon yield him 60,000, a lucrative trade indeed. However, upon glancing at his phone, he suddenly heard a familiar sound, the whirring of gears and mechanisms engaging. What is happening? The middle-aged man quickly turned his gaze to Chun Fei and the antique jewelry box in his hands. The designs on the box were beginning to shift and rearrange with Chun Fei's movements. This was impossible. Without the key, even if one understood the method of unlocking, it should be utterly unachievable. The middle-aged man's words fell short. Upon closer inspection, Chun Fei held a slender silver needle in his hand, which was already inserted into the keyhole of the antique jewelry box. His fingers deftly twisted it, alternating between quick and slow movements, reminiscent of acupuncture applied to the delicate box. This peculiar and bizarre method had already successively unlocked the first 3 of the box's 9 locks. Click, click, click. The crisp sounds of interlocking gears echoed as the locks were disengaged. The onlookers were left in astonishment. With each lock that opened, the antique box would gently rotate, its intricate carvings rearranging in a mesmerizing display. A middle-aged man, visibly sweating, watched as a smile spread across Chun Fei's face, a clear indication of his confidence. Finally, after several rotations, a crisp sound signaled the activation of the mechanism. The lid quietly opened a small gap, revealing several drawer-like compartments that slowly popped out. It was open. Gasps of surprise escaped the crowd, who hurriedly crowded closer to glimpse the contents. The elderly gentleman who had wagered 600,000 stared wide-eyed, his expression filled with anticipation. "Wait, brother, hold on." The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Chun Fei halted his movements, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the approaching man. "What do you intend to do?" "The box is open. It merely requires one more step to unveil its contents." "Are you attempting to evade responsibility in public?" The middle-aged man's earlier arrogance faded as he donned a contrite smile. "Brother, can we discuss this further? Before the box is fully opened, let's negotiate." "Negotiate what?" "Hurry up and open it. Everyone is waiting. I've even got my camera ready." "Are you showing me this?" The onlookers expressed their discontent. "Just as long as you don't fully open the box. Any condition is negotiable. It's not easy for me to make a living in this market. Can I first admit my mistake?" The middle-aged man lowered his voice, pleading with Chun Fei. The elderly observer, standing nearby, seemed to sense something and frowned slightly, but refrained from intervening. After all, the true participants in this wager were Chun Fei and the middle-aged man. He was merely a sponsor. He remained curious about how this seemingly ordinary youth would navigate the situation, whether he would continue to open the box, thereby ruining the middle-aged man's reputation and demanding compensation, or grant him a chance for redemption and negotiate other benefits. Chun Fei, observing the desperate expression on the man's face, then glanced at the silent elderly gentleman. Ultimately, he spoke. "If you wish for me not to reveal the contents, then you must hand over the key to me. Consider this box a gift. Do you find this acceptable? If not, we shall proceed according to the wager." The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead, hesitating for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and responding, "No problem. I didn't expect to encounter an expert today, if it truly is in my possession." He turned and gestured for Chun Fei to proceed. "Elder, would you be interested in discussing this further?" Chun Fei did not forget the elderly gentleman who had financially backed him. "Of course, I have no objections." The elderly man eagerly agreed, walking inside with his hands clasped behind his back. The onlookers complained, but ultimately dispersed in disappointment. The middle-aged man entered the shop, waving his hand to dismiss the staff inside. He then personally brewed tea for Chun Fei and the elderly gentleman, standing anxiously by. "What are you waiting for? Quickly produce the key. Don't keep the elder waiting," Chun Fei said coldly. The middle-aged man quickly complied, rushing to the back room. Meanwhile, Chun Fei began to open the small compartments of the antique jewelry box one by one. Inside, he found only shattered porcelain and some evidently low-quality jade trinkets. In short, nothing of value. It could easily be dismissed as rubbish. With a clatter, he dumped the contents onto the table. The elderly gentleman's expression darkened upon inspection. "You scoundrel! You truly intended to deceive me from the beginning." He then looked up at Chun Fei, gratitude flooding his features. "Young man, I owe you a great debt. Otherwise, after half a lifetime of wisdom, I would have fallen into this trap today. It is my own folly for being so easily ensnared." Chun Fei chuckled. "There is no need for self-recrimination, elder. It is evident you genuinely cherish the antique jewelry box itself. As for its contents, your curiosity was likely the driving force." "You young lad, you certainly know how to flatter," the elder replied, pleased. The middle-aged man emerged from the back room, holding a bronze object the size of a toothpick, intricately engraved with strange patterns. This must be the key to the antique jewelry box, the only one of its kind. Upon seeing the items on the table, he became visibly anxious. The moment the elder revealed a top-tier VIP card, the middle-aged man realized he was in over his head, knowing the elder could easily ruin him. Seeing the elder's stern demeanor only heightened his fear. He quickly presented the key. "You fool. Instead of conducting business properly, you resort to deceit. You should be grateful I did not purchase this. Otherwise, if I had discovered it was a fake." Though the elder did not finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. The middle-aged man, nearly on the verge of kneeling, repeatedly apologized. Chun Fei took the bronze key, locked the jewelry box, and then unlocked it again. His movements fluid and practiced. He then pushed the key in the antique box toward the elderly gentleman. "What do you mean by this?" The elder, ignoring the middle-aged man, furrowed his brow at Chun Fei. "Since you appreciate this item, let it be a gift from the shopkeeper as an apology. Chun Fei replied calmly. Are you certain? This item could easily fetch over 200,000. You're giving it to me without a second thought? The elder's eyes sparkled with surprise. Just moments ago, he had intended to purchase the item from Chun Fei, given its completeness and matching key. To acquire such a valuable and exquisitely crafted piece brought joy that transcended monetary value. To his astonishment, Chun Fei casually offered it. The elder, noting Chun Fei's humble attire, which likely cost no more than 100, could not fathom how someone so seemingly impoverished could so readily give away something of such worth. He could not help but regard Chun Fei with newfound respect, admiration evident in his expression. He insisted on transferring tens of thousands to Chun Fei. The middle-aged man, meanwhile, cast a grateful glance at Chun Fei, guilt written all over his face. Chun Fei stood up. Elder, this item rightfully belongs to you, and the shopkeeper has faced his consequences. I am merely a passerby who happened to intervene. I have incurred no loss and therefore will not accept your money. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Chun Fei began to walk away. The elder hurried after him. Young man, at least leave me your contact information. I would like to treat you to a proper meal sometime. If you refuse even that, I would feel remiss accepting this antique jewelry box. With no other option, Chun Fei provided his name and phone number, and the elder left, satisfied. As Chun Fei prepared to return to the Chun family courtyard, he suddenly noticed the middle-aged man blocking his path, the very one who had attempted to sell counterfeit goods. What do you want? Are you looking to recover some losses for me? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. The portly man hastily waved his hands, saying, Brother, I don't have the courage for that. I just wanted to introduce a business opportunity to you and see if you might be interested. Chapter 96. Coming to embarrass yourself again? Chun Fei curiously scrutinized the middle-aged man with an affable smile, attempting to discern whether this fellow intended to deceive him. However, he could not detect any malice. Rather, the man seemed genuinely excited and eager. Noticing that Chun Fei did not immediately refuse, the middle-aged man quickly leaned closer with a grin and offered him a cigarette. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhu Dehai. What is your surname, brother? Chun Fei accepted the cigarette, but did not respond. Zhu Dehai, undeterred, diligently lit it for him and then lit one for himself. After taking a puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke, he remarked, Your discerning eye is quite impressive. You must have some experience in antique appraisal. Who did you learn from? Chun Fei, feeling somewhat impatient, retorted, Are you trying to probe into my background? Zhu Dehai shook his head vigorously. No. I'm just curious and impressed. Of course, if you're unwilling to disclose, I won't press further. Let's get to the main topic. At this point, Zhu Dehai's eyes sparkled with excitement. I know of a place that's perfect for finding hidden treasures. But you must possess enough discernment and experience to differentiate between genuine items and fakes, as well as to uncover any hidden intricacies. Finding hidden treasures? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. Indeed, in the antique trade, it is all about eye for detail and experience, discovering true treasures among the mundane. Some people buy items for 100 and sell them for millions. Some achieve sudden wealth from nothing, all thanks to finding hidden treasures, Zhu Dehai explained, his demeanor that of an eager minter. In truth, Chun Fei had never been particularly concerned with money and harbored no desires for wealth. During his time in the mountains, he had little opportunity to spend, and upon descending, he had never lacked for anything. Material possessions were sufficient for him. There was no need for excessive luxury. Moreover, given his skills, earning money would be effortless. Yet, he soon remembered his intention to redecorate the Chun family courtyard upon his return. Merely purchasing some furniture would not suffice. The Chun family had once been quite affluent, possessing numerous valuable antiques. It was only fitting that he acquire some worthy items to adorn his home, a gesture to honor the spirits of his parents and relatives. With this thought in mind, Chun Fei displayed a flicker of interest and casually inquired, Where is it? Is it troublesome? Not at all. That place is a hidden gem known only to industry insiders, a sort of black market. I am quite familiar with the people there. If you're interested, we can head out right away. Zhu Dehai's enthusiasm intensified, as though he could already foresee the profits awaiting them. Chun Fei, without further ado, agreed. Zhu Dehai promptly retrieved a set of tools from a nearby cabinet, an assortment of items, prominently featuring a magnifying glass and flashlight. What do you need these for? Chun Fei asked disdainfully. Zhu Dehai replied earnestly, These are essential for antique appraisal. Don't you need them? Chun Fei, uninterested, turned and walked outside. Having been trained under his master, he could discern the age of an antique merely by its scent. His keen eyesight allowed him to see through any deception. If he were still relying on tools, how could he consider himself adept at finding hidden treasures? Zhu Dehai loaded the tools into a dilapidated van parked outside. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "I apologize, brother. I fear this vehicle may be beneath you." Chun Fei, however, was unfazed and casually opened the door to sit inside. This van was reminiscent of his first vehicle after descending the mountain, his company's old van, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. Observing Chun Fei's reaction, Zhu Dehai's previously insincere smile bore a hint of genuine respect and sincerity. By the time they arrived at the furniture market, it was already afternoon. The van stopped at a more remote area of the market, and dusk was beginning to settle in. The surroundings appeared to be long-abandoned buildings, resembling old warehouses. Chun Fei noticed, with keen observation, that not far from Zhu Dehai's parking spot, there was a faint flicker of lights. Had they not approached, even the most perceptive person might have missed it. "Brother, we've arrived," Zhu Dehai said, grabbing his gear and winking at Chun Fei. Chun Fei nodded casually and exited the vehicle, preparing to head toward the illuminated area. Zhu Dehai hurried to catch up, lowering his voice. "Brother, I know this is your first time here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, there are a few things I must explain beforehand for both our sakes." "What do you mean?" Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. "The black market has its own rules. Violating them could lead to endless trouble. Where there are opportunities for wealth, danger lurks," Zhu Dehai cautioned. Seeing Chun Fei's impatience, he quickly added, "Once we enter, we focus solely on finding treasures and making money. We mustn't offend anyone. The people here are not to be trifled with, and many have powerful backers." Chun Fei waved dismissively. "I won't initiate trouble. I never have." "That's good." Zhu Dehai sighed in relief, then eagerly led the way. At that moment, several vehicles began to arrive, each finding a place to park. The atmosphere was mostly quiet as everyone proceeded directly towards the entrance. Zhu Dehai's face brimmed with anticipation. Today's venture had been thwarted by Chun Fei, as he had not only failed to make a profit, but had also lost an antique box worth over 100,000. He was determined to leverage Chun Fei's unique antique appraisal skills and exceptional vision to recover his losses, ideally turning a significant profit in the process. However, before Zhu Dehai could indulge in his daydreams, they were intercepted at the entrance of a large warehouse, illuminated by the flickering lights. A group of men and women approached from the opposite direction, blocking their path. Among them was a man of similar age to Zhu Dehai, exuding arrogance and a provocative demeanor. He boldly confronted them, saying, "Isn't that the loser, Zhu Dehai? Back to embarrass yourself again?" Chapter 97. Avoiding Trouble. Not afraid of it, Zhu Dehai stood frozen, furrowing his brow as he contemplated circumventing the confrontation with Chun Fei. However, the group arrogantly blocked their way once more. A tall man mockingly remarked, "It's really him. Last time he was here, he lost a bet against our boss and ended up losing an entire antique shop. I heard he's now peddling wares at the old market." With that, the group erupted in raucous laughter. Zhu Dehai's expression darkened further, but perhaps due to the numerical advantage of his adversaries, he bit his lip and averted his gaze, choosing to ignore the provocation. Meanwhile, Chun Fei, feeling increasingly irritated, was eager to explore this so-called black market. Yet, this group of individuals continued to obstruct their path, showing no signs of relenting. When will this end? In the present moment, Chun Fei furrowed his brow and impatiently uttered, "A good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and get lost." "Huh?" The tall man who had just stepped forward to mock Zhu Dehai immediately displayed a fierce expression. He glared menacingly at Chun Fei. Among their group, there were 4 or 5 men, and aside from the middle-aged man surrounded in the center, the others were young and robust. They appeared to be from the underworld, at least local toughs. From the outset, they had dismissed Zhu Dehai entirely, even ignoring Chun Fei, who stood beside him. After all, Chun Fei was simply dressed and slender in build. To outsiders, he did not seem like someone of significance or capable of combat. Now, he had the audacity to demand that these roadblocks step aside, inciting a profound sense of insult within the tall man. He coldly admonished, "Say that again? Have you never been hit before?" After speaking, he shook his shoulders and clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly like popping beans. Zhu Dehai, standing beside Chun Fei, was terrified. He knew well that the people before him were not to be trifled with. He had suffered under their hands before. now that he had finally found someone like Chun Fei, who could help him turn the tide and make money. He did not want to see Chun Fei fall victim to these thugs, not to mention the consequences of offending them. Who knew if he could still enter the black market? If Chun Fei were to be seriously harmed, he might also end up with a hefty medical bill. In a panic, Zhu Dahai hastily reached out to pull Chun Fei, trying to persuade him, "Brother, let's endure for now and keep the peace." Endure? I'm not a ninja turtle. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain crossing his face. Zhu Dahai was left speechless. What outrageous words! Was he not aware of the situation? The tall man could no longer restrain himself. Taking advantage of Chun Fei being pulled by Zhu Dahai, he launched a surprise attack, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at Chun Fei's face. If it landed, it would likely knock out the teeth of an ordinary person. Zhu Dahai had already begun to despair. However, the next moment, he felt Chun Fei loosen his grip, his shoulder shifting slightly. Then came the sharp sound of a fist striking flesh. Bang! The tall man's punch had barely begun its arc when he was sent flying backward, landing 3 or 4 meters away with a thud, rolling twice before lying still. His jaw had been knocked askew. "You, are you really that strong?" Zhu Dahai's eyes twitched. He could not help but recall how his own men had been taken down in the past. But compared to the scene before him, that seemed trivial. Wow, one blow and he is down? The others were equally stunned, watching their comrade get sent flying, feeling a sense of existential doubt. Some even began to feel anxious. "Damn it, let us all attack together." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He seemed to have seen enough of the world, so even though surprised, he decisively ordered his remaining henchmen to surround Chun Fei. The group stepped forward menacingly, exchanging glances before preparing to strike. Chun Fei stood there with a look of contempt on his face. Just as a confrontation was about to ensue, a voice from within the warehouse rang out. "Is this where you cause trouble? Have you forgotten the rules?" The voice was steady, yet carried an air of authority and dominance. Those preparing to attack Chun Fei immediately halted in their tracks, instinctively taking a step back. Chun Fei, curiously, turned his gaze towards the entrance of the warehouse. A man of medium build, around 30 years old, slowly emerged, flanked by 2 robust subordinates with sharp eyes. The man's expression was stern, radiating a fierce and domineering aura. "Brother Leopard, your words have truly frightened me. Who would dare cause trouble here?" The middle-aged man who had earlier blocked Zhu Dahai and Chun Fei, who was clearly much older, now addressed the newcomer as brother, wearing a mask of false politeness. It was evident he held some trepidation towards the man. Zhu Dahai's face changed drastically, and he nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering, "How do we provoke him?" The man known as Brother Leopard glanced coldly at Zhu Dahai, then at the tall man who lay on the ground nearby. He then addressed the middle-aged man. "Li Yong, your attitude has become increasingly arrogant, hasn't it? You claim to avoid trouble, yet this is the situation?" Li Yong, with a forced smile, replied, "It was just a small misunderstanding, a minor scuffle." He then gestured to his subordinates, instructing them to take the injured man to the hospital, urging them not to linger. Brother Leopard frowned. "Is he one of yours? It's rare to see you at a loss here. Who struck him?" Li Yong's expression darkened, his mouth twitching several times before he managed to say, "It was just an accident, a slip of the hand." Following his gaze, Brother Leopard noticed Chun Fei, who stood there nonchalantly, and furrowed his brow slightly. He asked, "Zhu Dahai, are you planning a comeback? Have you taken on a new recruit? I didn't expect him to be quite capable." Zhu Dahai coughed a couple of times. "Brother Leopard, forgive my rudeness. This is not one of my subordinates. He's my brother. As for making a comeback, I can't claim that. But I truly wish to use your esteemed establishment to turn my fortunes around and change my previous misfortunes." Li Yong interjected coldly. "Fortune is unlikely for you. How much did you bring this time? Are you brave enough to bet against me again?" Chapter 98. It's actually your luck. Li Yong and Zhu Dahai clearly had a deep-seated enmity, and even before entering the black market, the atmosphere had become tense. Chun Fei, who had been inexplicably drawn into this, furrowed his brows in growing impatience. "Enough. If you want to gamble, go inside. If you want to fight, get lost. Don't cause trouble on my turf, or you'll know the consequences." Brother Leopard impatiently tossed those words over his shoulder as he turned to enter the warehouse. Zhu Dahai visibly relaxed. He shot a cold glance at Li Yong. Although he did not dare to provoke him directly, he was no longer the timid figure he had been earlier. The moment Chun Fei had struck, he had taken down the most formidable opponent among them. Unbeknownst to him, This had lent Zhu Dehai a newfound confidence, offering him hope to confront Li Yong and perhaps even defeat him. Smiling, he approached Chun Fei. "Brother, let us head inside." Chun Fei took a step forward, deliberately ignoring Li Yong and his darkened expression. "You thought you could turn things around just by finding a strong ally? Foolish fat man. You clearly came here prepared, intending to reclaim your lost capital. But now that you've encountered me, forget about it. Soon you'll find yourself destitute." Li Yong glared fiercely at the retreating figures of Chun Fei and Zhu Dehai. He then instructed his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Keep a close watch on those two. We'll make them the first targets today." As Zhu Dehai walked inside, he tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but he occasionally glanced back, clearly worried that Li Yong and his men would follow. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and spoke softly, "No need to look back. Someone is watching us." Zhu Dehai trembled in fright, his face betraying his anxiety. "What was that guy's role? Also, what do you mean by gambling?" Chun Fei continued forward, his gaze sweeping over the vendors gradually appearing. At this moment, a curious expression inevitably appeared on his face as he inquired. Zhu Dehai forced a bitter smile. He was known as Li Yong, a local powerhouse in this area. "Once I was much like him, with a considerable following and owning a sizable antique shop. I often frequented the black market to uncover hidden treasures. Regrettably, a month prior, I lost a wager regarding the authenticity and provenance of a Celadon vase against him. Not only did I squander hundreds of thousands I had on me, but I also forfeited my antique shop as per our agreement, leaving me nearly destitute. Otherwise, given my skills and past renown, it would be inconceivable for me to set up a stall in the second-hand market." Zhu Dehai spoke with a tone of lamentation, and upon mentioning Li Yong, his teeth clenched in frustration. He claimed that Li Yong had prearranged for that vase to be placed in the black market, fully aware of its background, and had manipulated the circumstances. It was precisely this treachery that led Zhu Dehai into a trap, resulting in his devastating loss. Can one truly engage in a gamble concerning antiques? Chun Fei, however, exhibited no interest in Zhu Dehai's tale of woe. He was intrigued by the prospect of a gamble that could lead to either ruin or sudden wealth within the blink of an eye, far more exhilarating than simply scavenging for bargains. Zhu Dehai rubbed his hands together and remarked that if my brother was interested, he could elaborate. He organized his thoughts and continued, asserting that searching for treasures was akin to gambling with stones. Numerous individuals within the black market would present antiques of ambiguous origin, challenging one's ability to discern their authenticity. Bronze wares, ceramics, famous calligraphy, and a plethora of bizarre items, all available. Participants in a wager must determine the authenticity of one or more items within a limited time frame, or select the most valuable piece from a collection of indistinguishable antiques. Ultimately, the most seasoned experts in a market would assess the items. Whoever presented the highest valued piece or exhibited the keenest eye would emerge victorious. Listening to Zhu Dehai's fervent explanations, Chun Fei nodded slowly. This was not overly complicated. In essence, it still hinged on one's discernment and appraisal skills. However, this represented merely one form of gambling. There were indeed more exhilarating types. Zhu Dehai's expression became animated as he spoke. "How exhilarating!" Chun Fei arched an eyebrow, revealing his interest. The most thrilling, he declared, was known as empty-handedly catching a wolf. As Zhu Dehai uttered this phrase, he licked his lips repeatedly. Whether from excitement or nerves remained unclear. Empty-handedly catching a wolf? Are you referring to scavenging? Chun Fei appeared to be piecing together the concept. Zhu Dehai pondered briefly and replied, "Your interpretation is only partially correct. In this scenario, both parties involved in the wager can choose to use minimal capital, utilizing their sharp eye, experience, and haggling skills to acquire the most valuable items within the designated time frame. Once the time is up, both sides present their acquired goods. Whoever possesses the higher value wins." Chun Fei nodded, finding it somewhat intriguing, though perhaps not as exhilarating as Zhu Dehai had portrayed. Zhu Dehai, with a mysterious smile, added, "But I have yet to mention the most critical aspect. The items brought forth for the final showdown can be claimed by the victor. In other words, the loser must not only forfeit their wager, but also relinquish the treasures they painstakingly acquired. Others could also place their bets, wagering on the outcome of the duel. A more straightforward affair." Chun Fei's eyes brightened. This indeed piqued his interest. While they conversed, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "Zhu Dehai, are you implying that you intend to gamble on empty-handedly catching a wolf?" I thought after the last incident, you would be too frightened to attempt such a thing again. It was Li Yong. This man had persistently shadowed both Zhu Dehai and Chun Fei. Earlier, despite his provocation, it was his own subordinate who had been knocked out by Chun Fei's punch and remained unconscious. As a local figure of some repute, Li Yong could not allow such a loss of face. He needed to regain his dignity swiftly. Chun Fei halted and turned to face Li Yong and his followers, his gaze radiating disdain, further aggravating Li Yong's irritation. Coldly, he retorted, "Kid, you were merely fortunate earlier. This place is no arena for random brawls. Otherwise, you would have been lying on the ground by now. Some individuals are beyond your capacity to provoke. You'll soon come to understand this truth." Chun Fei smirked. "Your name is Li Yong, is it? Have you ever considered that your inability to retaliate earlier was, in fact, your good fortune?" "What did you say?" Li Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was about to explode with anger when he quickly surveyed his surroundings, forcing himself to suppress his rage. With a bitter smile, he replied coldly, "I won't engage in a war of words with you. Since we've entered the black market, let us abide by its rules and wager. Do you dare?" Zhu Dehai reached out to tug at Chun Fei's sleeve, cautioning him not to be deceived. Yet Chun Fei responded swiftly, "No problem. Whether it's a fight or a gamble, I'm in. Just be wary of regretting your losses." "Nonsense. I, Li Yong, have never lost a bet in this area." Li Yong, unable to tolerate Chun Fei's disdain and provocation, grew increasingly furious. He continued, "Let us start with something simple. Let us compare our discernment. If you regret it now, you can still roll away. It's not too late to avoid embarrassment and losses." Chun Fei replied nonchalantly, "Stop rambling. Just tell me how we'll compare." Li Yong, with a cunning glint in his eye, pointed toward a larger stall not far off and proposed, "We shall randomly select items from that stall and determine, within the same time frame, which of us can identify the most valuable antique. The one who finds the higher valued item wins." "Absolutely." Chun Fei responded decisively, which only heightened Zhu Dehai's anxiety. He whispered a warning, "Brother, this Li Yong is no ordinary person. His discerning eye is exceptional, possessing ancestral skills in antique appraisal. Moreover, he is well acquainted with the locals. He likely already knows where the valuable items are." Before Zhu Dehai could finish his warning, Li Yong sneered, "What else matters, you fatty? You seem to be backing down. Now I doubt whether you even have the capital to gamble. If you're only bringing 3 to 5,000, I wouldn't even bother with you." Zhu Dehai, having endured Li Yong's taunts and disdain, was now infuriated. Resolutely, he declared, "I have 100,000 here. Today, I'll stake it all for my brother and gamble with you." Li Yong's eyes lit up, and he smacked his lips. 100,000 is a bit scant, but even the legs of a fly are still meat. Since this money is easy to earn, I suppose I'll reluctantly play along with you." The onlookers eagerly praised. "Brother Yong is right. This will be a walk in the park for you. You'll have them stripped of their armor and bankrupt in no time." Zhu Dehai extracted 100,000 from his bag, originally intended for acquiring goods in the market. However, with the die cast, retreat was no longer an option. Succumbing to the gambler's mindset, Zhu Dehai decided to place his bet on Chun Fei. As he produced the money, his hands trembled. He whispered, "Brother, this is my life savings. If I lose this, I'll have to jump into the Yellow River. You must showcase your previous skills. There's no room for defeat." Chun Fei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him as he casually accepted the money. He then retrieved his bank card, stating, "There are 300,000 here. Let us wager it all." "What? A total of 400,000? Li Yong paused, taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this newcomer would be so audacious, daring to gamble against the renowned Li Yong with such a substantial sum right from the outset. Zhu Dehai felt a wave of reassurance wash over him upon seeing Chun Fei also contribute. "Are you perhaps feeling intimidated? 400,000 ISNT, a significant amount." Chun Fei wore a teasing smile. "Who is afraid? If you lose, don't shed any tears." Li Yong gritted his teeth in agreement. Both parties placed their cash and verified bank cards on a nearby table. Such wagers occurred almost daily, often multiple times, which necessitated a dedicated host in the black market to ensure fairness in the dealings, guaranteeing that neither party could renege on their commitments. This was also why those hoping to strike it lucky gathered here. "Let us commence. Since you're a newcomer, why not extend the selection time a bit? How about 15 minutes? Li Yong's smile was cold, exuding an air of confidence, both genuine and a calculated attempt to exert psychological pressure on Chun Fei. Chun Fei responded with a smile. You seem to be no spring chicken. With a longer selection time, you might end up squinting. How about we have a quick challenge? 1 minute to decide? What did you say? Liang Fronut. Are you joking? There are at least 70 or 80 items at that stall. How could you possibly select them all in a minute? Onlookers shared expressions of skepticism, convinced that Chun Fei, a mere novice, was recklessly challenging the seasoned Liang. Zhu Dehai contemplated intervening, but Chun Fei spoke up again. Tell me, Li, do you dare? You've been prattling on since the start. If you're scared, just concede and leave. Liang clenched his teeth. I'll let you be cocky for a moment. 1 minute it is. Now let us begin. He strode purposefully towards the designated stall, with others following closely. Meanwhile, Chun Fei remained unperturbed, casually walking forward while discreetly reaching into his pocket. Unbeknownst to anyone, when he withdrew his hand, it grasped several silver needles. Indeed, Chun Fei was well aware of Li Yong's familiarity with the surroundings, and he suspected the stall Li Yong had chosen might hold some tricks. Li Yong could very well have known what valuables were there, merely needing a glance to make a selection. However, Chun Fei was unconcerned. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the genuine items from a distance of 10 meters with just a fleeting glance. Should Li Yong attempt to grab the most valuable item, Chun Fei had a plan to counteract. Why aren't you anxious? A minute is almost up, and that fellow Li Yong is about to make his choice. Zhu Dehai was sweating nervously at Chun Fei's side, puzzled by his leisurely pace. How could he hope to compete with Li Yong at this rate? But Chun Fei maintained his calm demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the antique stall and Li Yong's every move. When he noticed Li Yong reaching for a vase positioned centrally, a smirk of derision crept across his lips. Is that all? You dare boast about your prowess? I'll choose this one, Li Yong exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he seized a vase roughly a foot tall. With less than 20 seconds left, Chun Fei sauntered to the stall, appearing utterly unperturbed. Brother, which one will you pick? Please don't toy with me. Zhu Dehai voiced his concerns, doubting whether Chun Fei was intentionally leading him into a trap for his 10,000. You're just a facade, all bark and no bite, Li Yong jeered, brandishing the vase. He believed there was no need for anxiety. With only 10 seconds remaining, Chun Fei could hardly select anything worthwhile. Moreover, he was well aware of the stall owner's acquaintance, knowing precisely what valuable items were present. The combination of keen eyesight, experience, and insider information was what allowed Li Yong to maintain his undefeated streak in these wagers. As the time neared its end, and everyone presumed Chun Fei was about to lose completely, he raised his hand and shot a hidden silver needle from between his fingers. Whoosh! Ding! The needle sliced through the air, striking precisely at the hole of a palm-sized jade pendant. This is it, Chun Fei declared calmly. What kind of technique is this? How impressive! The onlookers were astonished by Chun Fei's display. Li Yong felt a twitch in his eye, a sense of foreboding creeping in. With such skill in needlework, if Chun Fei aimed to target him, escape would be impossible. Yet, upon glancing at the jade pendant Chun Fei had selected, Li Yong couldn't help but smile mockingly. You've certainly got skills, but it's all for naught. The jade pendant you picked is merely the lowest grade, worth at most 300 to 500. Meanwhile, my vase is conservatively valued at around 80,000, maybe even higher. By all accounts, you've lost. With that, Li Yong gleefully waved his hand, instructing his subordinates, go fetch the money. Tonight, Brother Yong is treating. The crowd around them cheered, eager to collect the winnings. Zhu Dehai felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing, his face a mask of disappointment as he cast a doubtful glance at Chun Fei. Had he not known he couldn't possibly defeat Chun Fei, he might have been tempted to strike him. It seemed he was indeed throwing money away, and to lose so thoroughly before his rival Li Yong was a bitter pill to swallow. Now he had squandered his last bit of savings, leaving no chance for a comeback. Wait! Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly walking over to retrieve the silver needle and the jade pendant, tossing them in his hand. He turned to Li Yong and said, Aren't you a bit premature in your celebration? The vase you selected does indeed hold some value. On the surface, it appears to be the most valuable item here. However, regrettably, you overlooked something truly precious. Li Yong scoffed dismissively at this point. What are you still clinging to? Don't tell me that piece of broken jade is worth 80 or 90,000. He then cast his gaze toward the stall owner, saying, Mr. He, where did this item come from? Please share its backstory with everyone. Mr. He chuckled. I acquired this antique from the countryside. It was a gift. At first glance, it didn't seem valuable, so I thought to display it here. The young man, you have truly misjudged this time. This item holds little value, merely a few hundred yuan. Just as Li Yong was preparing to mock Chun Fei once more, Chun Fei took out his wallet from his pocket, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Boss He with utmost seriousness. Without discussing anything else, you claim this thing is worth only a few hundred yuan. I'm offering you 1,000 to buy it. Is that acceptable? Boss He was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the shabby piece of jade in Chun Fei's hand. Ultimately, he reached out to seize the money, muttering under his breath about not passing up an opportunity. This was your request, after all. After saying this, Boss He quickly stepped back, as if fearing Chun Fei would change his mind. You brat, stop putting on airs here. Anyone with eyes can see this piece of jade is nothing but scrap. Li Yong was eager to declare the end of this wager and claim his rightful winnings of several 100,000 yuan. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed Chun Fei's grip tightening. A sharp crack echoed in his ears as Chun Fei crushed the palm-sized jade pendant, revealing distinct cracks on its surface. What are you doing? Even if you destroy this thing, our bet still stands. How dare you resort to such a lowly trick? Li Yong scuffed, believing that the naive Chun Fei was attempting to destroy evidence to evade payment. Yet, this wager was not a child's play. There was no way he could wriggle out of it. In the next moment, Li Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he stared intently at the shattered piece of jade in Chun Fei's hand. To his astonishment, within the broken jade lay a hidden treasure, a jade bead the size of a longan. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, the bead appeared crystal clear, though small. Its quality was exceptional. It was undoubtedly a rare gem. Upon closer inspection, intricate carvings adorned its surface. This was indeed a treasure. Others nearby began to take notice, gathering closer. Li Yong stood there dumbfounded, suddenly feeling that the vase worth 80,000 yuan in his possession was utterly worthless. With his keen eye and experience, he could ascertain that the jade bead extracted from the pendant by Chun Fei was worth no less than 100,000 yuan. After all, such items had appeared in the market before. If genuine, they would certainly fetch a price above 100,000, if not more. He had lost. Chapter 101. The stakes double sweat beads the size of mung beans trickled down Li Yong's face. It was now almost certain that he had lost this wager he once felt so confident about, to a complete stranger, a young man he had previously dismissed. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost a staggering 400,000 yuan. Moreover, that young man named Chun Fei had effortlessly turned his 1,000 yuan into a treasure worth over 100,000. Feelings of jealousy, anger, and regret swirled in Li Yong's mind, causing his blood pressure to surge. Similarly, Zhu Dehai, who had just moments ago felt despondent to the point of despair, was now astonished. He had never anticipated such a miraculous turnaround in what seemed to be a sure loss. Who could have foreseen that a mere piece of scrap jade would conceal a premium jade bead? It felt as if Chun Fei possessed some sort of X-ray vision. At this moment, Zhu Dehai was less concerned about how Chun Fei had discovered the hidden gem. He eagerly approached Li Yong, bursting into laughter 3 times before arrogantly proclaiming, "Li, who would have thought you'd find yourself in this predicament? Weren't you the one claiming invincibility? What happened today? You lost everything in just a minute. By the looks of it, are you about to have a fit? I better collect my money quickly." This fellow was flaunting and mocking, thoroughly enjoying himself. Li Yong's face darkened with rage, and he nearly spat blood in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "What is so arrogant about it? It's just 40,000. I can afford it. That was merely luck on that brat's part. If you have the guts, let us have another round, double the stakes. Are you up for it?" This last statement was clearly directed at Chun Fei, laced with provocation and resentment. Zhu Dehai glanced at Chun Fei. Initially, he had intended to cut his losses, as he believed Chun Fei's previous display had an element of luck. However, Chun Fei responded with ease, no problem. After all, winning that sum was effortless. This remark infuriated Li Yong to the point of nearly choking on his anger. He seethed inwardly, determined to ensure that this round would make Chun Fei pay back every last cent, plus interest. Zhu Dehai expressed no opinion, placing his recently won 400,000 yuan back on the line. Due to Chun Fei's impressive performance and Li Yong's challenge for a second round, more and more onlookers gathered, forming a tight circle. Boss He, who had just witnessed Chun Fei's incredible luck, regretted his decision deeply. He approached Chun Fei and said, "Young brother, why not help me take another look? Are there any other valuable items at my stall? If you find something, we can split it. Get lost. This is none of your business. Li Yong snapped, his temper flaring. He now suspected that Chun Fei had some hidden connection with Boss He. How else could he have known, without even stepping forward to examine it closely, that the seemingly worthless jade pendant concealed a jade bead worth over 100,000? If it weren't for the lack of evidence, he would have acted already. Let us change locations, Li Yong decisively suggested. Chun Fei had no objections. But Zhu Dehai quickly interjected, Li, you can't have it all your way. You chose the first venue. Now, it's our turn. This was only fair. Li Yong felt a jolt of apprehension. He had initially hoped to gain an advantage by selecting a familiar location for the wager. However, he had not anticipated that Zhu Dehai was already prepared for this. Nearby, some bystanders began to cheer, asserting that although this was the black market, fairness must prevail in any dealings. You picked the first location. Now it's someone else's turn. Li Yong clenched his teeth, but ultimately nodded. Fine. I'm not afraid of your tricks. In his mind, he thought that Zhu Dehai, that rotund fellow, had not been to this black market for at least half a month. Even if he was once familiar with the area, it would hardly serve him now. Zhu Dehai shot Li Yong a challenging glance before swiftly approaching Chun Fei, smiling, Brother, this is all I can do to assist you. You can choose any stall nearby. I believe with your keen eye and skills, you'll surely secure another victory. Chun Fei responded with a relaxed smile, casually gesturing towards a stall nearby. Let us go with that one. The time remains 1 minute. Does that pose a problem, Mr. Li? Are you insane? Li Yong's eye twitched. Even he wouldn't dare claim he could identify the most valuable item from an entire stall in just a minute. Thus, he quickly countered, Wait a moment. While I chose the location, you set the time. To be fair, I will dictate the time this round. A stick of incense, which is 5 minutes. Chun Fei agreed. Immediately, the crowd parted, granting Chun Fei and Li Yong a clear path. Li Yong, unable to contain himself, sprinted ahead eagerly. Then, like the hen in the tail of the eagle catching a chick, she extended her arms and crouched in front of the stall, her eyes wide open as she meticulously distinguished the objects arranged on the ground and the table. According to Li Yong's experience, he first focused on the items on the table. After all, truly valuable items are displayed prominently to attract more customers, a fact well understood by many stall owners. His gaze quickly fixed on a bronze seal placed in the center of the table. It was evident that it was an official seal, and from its appearance, as well as the metallic sheen refracted in the light, one could ascertain that this item had considerable age. What a treasure! Without waiting for Chun Fei to approach, Li Yong dashed forward, preparing to reach out while swiftly glancing over the other items. However, he ultimately locked his sights on the bronze seal. Just as he was about to touch it, Chun Fei suddenly interjected, Boss Li, that item is a fake. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? What? Li Yong's hand trembled, freezing in midair. He turned his head, eyeing Chun Fei with suspicion. Are you attempting to deceive me? Chun Fei shrugged. I'm merely offering a friendly warning. Of course, you may choose to ignore my advice. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a scroll from the ground. It appeared to be a painting, albeit crumpled and in poor condition, lacking any semblance of value. Li Yong scoffed, Fool, I've appraised that. It's worthless. Chapter 102. What does finding a bargain mean at this moment? Li Yong felt no urgency. In fact, he was quite exhilarated. He once again felt a sense of certainty, for he was convinced that the ancient painting Chun Fei had just picked up was indeed a counterfeit. The framing technique and the quality of the paper clearly indicated it was a replica from the Republic of China era, and the signature on the painting suggested that the artist had no renown. Thus, this piece was merely a filler on the street stall, potentially fooling an uninformed buyer into overpaying. As an expert like himself, he could easily discern the details, determining its worth to be around 1 to 2,000 yuan. This was why Li Yong felt so confident, even displaying a smug expression. Casting a glance at Chun Fei, he remarked, Perhaps you are not familiar with the rules here. Allow me to remind you, once you pick up any item, unless you have the opponent's consent, you cannot change your choice. In other words, you must use that item for this wager. Of course, should you kneel and plead with me, I might grant you another chance out of goodwill. At this point, Li Yong was already shaking his head, full of himself. He believed that perhaps he had initially underestimated Chun Fei, allowing that fellow to take advantage of him. But this time was different. Chun Fei was arrogant and would never lower himself to ask for another chance. Indeed, Chun Fei brushed the dust off the painting in his hands and calmly replied, Kneeling and begging might be something you can do, but it will never happen with me. You can remain arrogant for now. Soon you will have cause to weep. Li Yong gritted his teeth, ultimately resolved to seize the bronze seal. Brother Yong truly has an eye for treasures, instantly recognizing the best item here. Yes, if you win this time, the stall owner chimed in cheerfully. He, being the vendor, certainly knew which of his items held the most value. The bronze seal had been placed in the most conspicuous position to attract customers. Many prospective buyers had previously shown interest, willing to pay tens of thousands, but the stall owner had turned them down, seeking an even higher price, while also keeping it as a prized possession. With the bronze seal in hand, Li Yong felt more at ease, though he still feigned humility, speaking solemnly. It's merely a bit of experience combined with a touch of luck. Others believe that the painting you chose is the true treasure. The stall owner cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fei, then mockingly remarked, "Young man, accept your fate. You've certainly made a blunder this time. That painting has been evaluated by numerous experts. It's merely a replica from the Republic of China, worth at most a few thousand yuan. Just admit defeat graciously." This fellow also sought to curry favor with Li Yong, who was a notable figure in the area. While not a big boss, he wielded considerable influence and was quite a handful to deal with. Li Yong, basking in his triumph, adopted a condescending tone towards Chen Fei, stating, "Since we have both made our selections, shouldn't we now proceed to formally assess the prices? So you can accept your loss with full understanding." Zhu Dehai had been closely observing Chen Fei. He was a clever man, no longer concerned with what item Chen Fei had chosen. His focus was solely on whether the calmness and confidence displayed on Chen Fei's face and in his eyes remained intact. At this moment, Chen Fei appeared composed and unperturbed, with a hint of a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he softly responded, "Do you know what it means to find a bargain?" Li Yong frowned. "Stop with your pretentiousness. Finding a bargain means discovering genuine value among ordinary objects. Everyone here is aware of this, so what are you showing off for?" Chen Fei continued to smile. "What you said is not entirely accurate. True bargain hunting involves sifting through countless discarded items to uncover something truly precious. In doing so, one not only gains profit, but also allows those neglected treasures a chance to see the light of day once more." Several people around nodded in agreement. It was clear that Chen Fei's words encapsulated the essence of bargain hunting. Simply selecting from a pile of items was merely appraisal. Extracting gold from refuse was the true meaning of finding a bargain. Li Yong, furrowing his brow, dismissively retorted, "What use is it for you to tell me this? Whether it's appraisal or bargain hunting, it relies on keen insight and experience. Discussing this with you is like talking to a brick wall. Hurry up and estimate the value of that painting, then lose and concede." Li Yong was becoming increasingly impatient, his excitement causing his breathing to quicken. At this moment, an appraiser stepped forward. This wager was different from the last. Previously, when Chen Fei had extracted that valuable pearl from a broken jade, anyone with eyes could see its worth. "Let us appraise his first," Chen Fei said, pointing at Li Yong. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Open your eyes wide." Li Yong shot a glare at Chen Fei, then handed the antique bronze seal to the appraiser. Several individuals passed it around, scrutinizing it with various methods. Ultimately, they unanimously concluded that this bronze seal was used by the official government of a previous dynasty, well-preserved and in excellent condition, with a value ranging from 90 to 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yong secretly sighed in relief, realizing he had not fallen for Chen Fei's scheme and had not relinquished this valuable item. Such value was sufficient to secure victory over Chen Fei's worthless painting. "Now it's your turn. Hurry up, don't dawdle," urged one of Li Yong's lackeys. As they witnessed their boss poised to emerge victorious, they too felt emboldened, eagerly anticipating the moment Chen Fei and Zhu Dehai would be publicly humiliated and financially embarrassed. Chen Fei promptly handed over the painting. The appraiser, appearing quite impatient and indifferent, accepted it and flipped it over twice to inspect. Then, with a cold retort, I replied, echoing the words of the stall owner moments prior. "This is indeed a replica from the Republic of China era, crafted with materials and techniques characteristic of that period. There's no doubt about it. As for the price, let's say 2,000 yuan. Even at its highest, it would not exceed 5,000. Thus, regardless of the outcome, you have lost." As I spoke, I casually tossed the painting towards Chen Fei. He caught it with an arched brow, questioning, "Have you truly examined it closely? Such a remarkable piece. And you treat it so carelessly?" Chapter 103. The hidden secrets within the appraiser appeared displeased, his expression stern as he stated, "We have been authenticating antiques here for many years, and we have never erred. A counterfeit will always remain a counterfeit, no matter how eloquently you speak. It cannot be transformed into authenticity. You merely wish to imply that there might be hidden treasures within, yet this paper and material could never support such an assertion." Leon, shaking his head, chimed in, "Who would disagree? This fellow believes he can uncover something valuable from a hidden layer. How utterly laughable." Onlookers joined in mockery, convinced that Chun Fei could not possibly replicate his previous stroke of good fortune. Zhu Dehai began to doubt his earlier judgment, questioning whether Chun Fei's calm demeanor stemmed from ignorance. He could not resist the urge to pinch himself, fearing he might not withstand the blow when the results were officially announced. Chun Fei quietly awaited the appraiser and Li Yong to finish their remarks, then began to reach for his wallet. This motion inexplicably startled Li Yong, recalling how, in their previous wager, Chun Fei had first purchased the item before revealing his successful find. "Why should I panic? This fellow is merely putting on a show." Li Yong steadied himself, attempting to reassure his own nerves. To everyone's astonishment, Chun Fei produced a substantial stack of cash from his wallet and handed it to the stall owner. "This piece is valued at 2,000. I will buy it for 3,000. Do you find that acceptable?" The stall owner nodded without hesitation, taking the money and declaring, "It is yours now, young man. Why do you not heed my warnings?" "Excellent." Chun Fei smiled. He then, before the astonished crowd, proceeded to rip the ancient painting in half. The sound of tearing echoed, and the spectators gasped, their eyes widening in anticipation of discovering whether there truly was a hidden layer. There was none. It was merely a counterfeit painting, and victory belonged to Li Yong, who erupted in exultation. He envisioned the 800,000 beckoning him, confident that he would recover his investment and profit an additional 400,000. The appraiser wore a mocking expression, realizing he had misjudged. Zhu Dehai felt dizzy, nearly ready to pinch someone, but then Chun Fei discarded one half of the painting and grasped a section of the scroll used to frame it. He twisted it, and the weathered, seemingly decayed, wooden scroll yielded unexpectedly, suggesting it had been meticulously crafted together. What was happening? The appraiser furrowed his brow, instinctively leaning closer, watching as Chun Fei delicately extracted an object from a hollowed scroll. It resembled silk, or perhaps a special type of paper, neatly rolled, revealing hints of ancient yet vibrant colors. "This is a painting," the appraiser exclaimed incredulously. "What? How could a painting be concealed within such a place?" Li Yong's inexplicable anxiety escalated, prompting him to rush over. At that moment, Chun Fei had discarded the remaining half of the ancient painting and was slowly unfurling the object he had extracted. His eyes narrowed slightly, yet they sparkled with excitement as the colors became increasingly captivating. The painting's technique and composition unmistakably indicated it was a masterwork. The materials and pigments further suggested its authenticity and age. The appraiser's voice trembled as he spoke, and the crowd's curiosity intensified, drawing them closer to witness the revelation. "Everyone, step back," Li Yong bellowed. "This wager does not involve you. Why are you crowding?" Wiping sweat from his forehead, he focused intently on the painting in Chun Fei's hands. Although it had been cut and was unframed, its contents were indeed breathtaking. Li Yong understood well that if this painting was genuinely crafted by a renowned artist and of considerable age, it could be worth millions, if not tens of millions. The appraiser's demeanor suggested he had already recognized its significant value, indicating that Li Yong's once certain victory was slipping away. The Brush Saint, the legendary springtime painting, a name known but a sight unseen. This piece was worth no less than 5 million, potentially even higher. The appraiser gasped in shock, having clearly seen the fully unfurled painting, complete with signatures and red clay seals. Others knowledgeable in the field approached, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it was the work of the Brush Saint. Who would have thought that something so sought after could be hidden within a counterfeit scroll? If not for this young man's discerning eye, it might have been lost forever. The stall owner, overwhelmed, fainted, realizing that a treasure worth over 5 million had slipped through his fingers. To claim he felt no regret would be a lie. Li Yong felt similarly inclined to faint, but knew that even in death, he would owe the money. Gritting his teeth in silence, he could not find words. Zhu Dehai, ecstatic, embraced Chun Fei exuberantly, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly a celestial savior sent to rescue me. This painting is worth 5 million. I could purchase dozens of those worthless bronze seals. Even if his was authentic, so what? This time, Liang has truly suffered a great loss. Zhu Dehai was nearly bursting with excitement. Get away. Chen Fei, with a look of disdain, pushed Zhu Dehai aside. The latter, unperturbed, merely smiled brighter. As preparations were underway to collect the winnings, Chen Fei interjected, "Though I have one, there is something I must mention. That bronze seal, selected earlier by Mr. Li, is not genuine.